goes in, so you're telling me that she became pregnant after the grew two hairs, and she gave birth before all those hairs grew in. Well, I was thinking, you keep yourself to the height, that's fine. All that happens for pregnancy, the birth is so fast. Baha Amar, so Chris Taik, Holy Douglas, Torah, Ain't Elegant with the best of the bad. The amount of time that it is for Ventura and Laura, as long as 3 months, once it takes 2 months, the initial phase of which is going to literally grow in. Now, it's not the inference was that you would have blown that fucking so how could it be that the child is going to actually be able to be a father and now have to be LLA? What must you do? And then basically just the other Tommy Glasses say Cyrus. This woman became pregnant before the child was pregnant. So it was a child. When did she give birth? Second before. Now, parents think it's basically, if they are sons of the girl, the Soviet, the British, go to the process. Hold on a second. He's a father. He's included because it's more relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. Let me know. To know this, we must learn from here. It's perfect. We can, indeed, give birth to a child.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
doing. So hold on, the average boss back that they said. We're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the first out. So he's a gadol, already a gadol, he's a gadol, he's a here. Now, only when she gave birth, like a normal person, she gave birth, many months after all those girls completely grew in. This is the capacity to have the question of that is period is what? No, Omar, it's on the level 10, the love of the royal and he then can say what he has to see at the end, but he can't see when is someone playing the father direction changing question you just never pregnant is noticeably pregnant. The woman would check you and say, oh, shifted all doctors. Let me ask you this. You're seeing them everywhere. Is there anything like you don't necessarily wait to spot genes before they tell you the direction of the couch? I live in a child actually here. I've obtained a stand-up for 6 years on a basketball place. Now, when is you noticing the pregnant, you would know pregnant.
The original side of your
you have to actually know to be pregnant. That will happen for those 3 months. Once that happens, those 3 months, that's start. Bro, we'll say, hold on a second. Oh, it's that person that pointed the story word. That guy. Oh, well, not anymore. Okay, so now we're prepared to going to work. We didn't learn
love you too.
period.
He's telling me this while he's rubbing on my
you know what? You give them the best take this fucking I've got the most good production in, hold the year for it, then now look it is. It exists. However, while you production that's what they get well, you are fast, you don't you get added on, you look from the side, and you get this. Yaakov in our pocket made Ravina. Yaakov from our pocket said, Yaakov is coming to the following is made Ravina by Yeshua. He said the following is made Ravina by Yeshua. Coming over to the Christmas day. Over up that side, that the 11th of the month, the Lord's first in her 7th month, and we'll draw the Israel with Yeshua now. I don't know if I'm going to that's our 2 constant effects of pregnancy. One pregnancy is 5-month pregnancy, and another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that the woman was birthed in her 7th month of the rather than the type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what the modern day science is. Now, if that's the case, if the woman who can complete a pregnancy in
So you
7
did
months.
musical
How
comedy.
would you
Now
divide
you
the
just do
trimesters?
stand-up.
When
You do
will
stand-up.
those
What do you do
trimesters happen?
for?
Typically, it's
I edit
But
Wiki
in
videos.
this
I
case, the
make
universe
porn,
has their
and I
7
write.
months.
Stop
So,
right there.
when is
When you say
people
you
are
make
going to
porn,
be
what
recognized?
exactly do you
When
do?
will be evil pregnant? It must be, he says, the aim over ridiculousness, after knows for pregnancy, when it's over a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third. 2 months and
Yes.
a week.
We talked about it last time.
With these lots of myself, over ridiculous this is
Right.
tell me
You
that
have a
that's
big
very
wife,
much what's pregnant
tall wife.
after
Yes, a tall
a
wife.
split. That's
Okay.
what we're going to do. It's just, lovely Gimel. Why do you have to wait 3 months? What's the brave, the coastal saggy, the coastal cold, that's the enough. Otherwise, it's enough. That's straight away.
Fantastic. You guys are making
And
good
it's
money.
punishable. Whether she gets pulled in,
Have you
as
ever
the
thought about
professional
those
veteran,
guys
look at
probably
this woman.
like
If she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible.
height, right?
If she is pregnant, then you won't be eligible. But for her, it will be enough for your time. The fact that if you means, I'm a lady, he said, no, all of them lost in the Nicholas do that. Yeah. You will become noticeably pregnant, a third of the way through 2 months, and a third of a month. However, it's no muscle movement. You just have to be sorry. Most women do not prefer that as a you are Canadian, so that's what you are. Oh, these are the muscles. Hold on a second. You're about to kill the stepson Laura. You can see that his wife, that this woman, is going to be. Bottom line is that you can because you are assuming that she's not pregnant, that you actually go out to the guard. That's what it is. Or it says, that was tough to A to B, C way, and we saw this before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basis is to try to save the potential convict in this case. I found it good as a result, safety job is to find a visa. And now you're saying, go out to the guard,
There he is.
it's not how it works. I grew up to make the Slovenia, came back to Slovenia, remember that, yes, being the focus of Cuba, we have left the majority, I'll prove to you that we do. But now, this is the right in this job, that's the only good time, because he was accepted by the application, in the case, and he says it happened on the second day of the month. That's only good to give up. The other one says the third day of the month. Also, Allah says, you do not qualify the able to by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month, sorry. Why it's the second day of the month. This guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The second day on the other person does not know what it says. Therefore, we're both referring to savings and having at the same time. But their calendar is the dates on it. One of them got the memo that this next day.
Answer's 38. 69 would be
if you do come in the capital cases, you do not go to the majority. They say that comes out of that's what you would come up to the let's just say, let's all be majority. What will we say? They are just simply being not just each other. Allah, whether it's protected Allah, you must say, go after the majority. I want to see, how did you told you really are, so now that we have a tap on the camera, give me a year or some people, it's very common to interact with. Yes, what is one guy said, it is the
amazing. You're certainly dressed like you're on a bunch of mushrooms. This all checks out. Robert, grab that microphone. Let's talk about it.
Majority of people who make that mistake, that would be fine.
This is my absolute first time in front of a crowd, and they find the folks there. You found that. Okay, you got it. All right, great. You're 60 years old. Okay, you want to start comedy now.
I went broke.
What?
It says, I saw something about a girl who was 3 years old one day, so that's the deal. You're qualifying for any kind of thing, this is somebody she has BO, it is a psychological BO. You can be married with the BO, while a young cutoff is a visa marriage takes place, then she is officially married to the other level of age 6. If she's married to someone else who's with her, then how long it is.
Okay, Redman, very good.
The side rate decision. Now, as well,
Redman's going to jump in with this fucking
and if somebody says she calls her well, he does, then it's good like she did last time.
Robert, what made you want to start here today?
Even directly.
is a long story, but going broke in short.
This is the Kohen.
How did you know that? Let's talk about it. Oh, okay, you're on the show. Decades of working
this is relevant over here. If any one of the disqualified people are able to cost them their becomes disqualified, now can ball out. Alright, the worship is, and if you're right, is issue with her, and Allah puts it around, they will be put to death for being hypocritical. Even though she's not fucking child, but if any one of the arrived, let's be with one of the arrived. In that convention, the MI watched it through a minority one and maybe with some of the highlights of can't give birth. And by the time the dog looked on it, the person who married her never wanted to marry a person that was that children. He said, this person went to heaven with
I'm not sure about that. I'm here, man.
and why we were still how is it connected? How is the
I started
children and and therefore you're putting out a death.
So your plan was just to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms,
Why?
goes okay.
Married. Hold on a second.
Married, so far. Your parents have been working.
Yeah, this is tomorrow.
Even doing other open mics.
Therefore, for faith, this is for the guys. Really, we got a death. If you come to the road, the garden. Well, so it's nice how you elect
Everything's negotiable.
What the fuck did that mean? I'm trying to fucking handle that for a bit.
You're 60 years old and all you've said so far is I'm on mushroom. I'm 60 years old. I'm a commercial owner. I'm a grandfather of 3 more grandkids. How often are you doing mushrooms nowadays? Are you dealing with some type of trauma or something like that? Can you give us something compelling about your life? You have 60 years to reference here. Well, I lost 80 pounds last year. So February the 10th, and then somebody said, hey, I'm here because I was working on the show. I was here as a
the woman engages
Joe
in a
Ellis.
very good
Someone Joe said
with her young era of
you didn't know if you were supposed to mention that.
Well, that's what we're
Who would want you to keep that to yourself? Excellent. I'm trying to follow. Do you put on all the jewels after you take the mushrooms? I was wearing these things before I was doing mushrooms. This was once you start and then you'll be back on, and then we'll know something about you.
I love that you're on mushrooms and now we all feel like we're on mushrooms.
Yeah, contagious. Dr. Phil's throwing him a magnum condom. There you go. There you go. There he goes. Robert Carroll, everybody. Wow.
The biggest week we're going to see is a BM as well. Philosophically, the philosophical Gamil cannot learn from previous. Rest of the numbers heading us into the family trees of some trees.
These old people doing massive amounts of mushrooms out of nowhere. Insane. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the number one rated online therapy for any professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere, and take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it easy to start better mental health leads to better health overall, just like your physical body needs exercise, your mental health needs maintenance and attention. Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Our therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in your life, helping improve your coping skills and self-awareness. Like it's all about how we are in a relationship with one another in communication. So Talkspace can help you identify obstacles of the mental health actions. Talkspace makes mental health easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most social members have a $0 co-pay for your day.
Saba is the daughter of Aaliyah. Aaliyah was the son of Achitoph. Yes, Saba, son of Aaliyah, son of Achitoph.
As a listener of this podcast, you get $8 off your first month. Use Talkspace. You go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80. Licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. My dear friends, grandson of very nice guy who cares about everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Tacoma because anywhere where wine is worth going is good as any spot your work is perfect Tacoma. Their goods are from travel to culture. And they were kind of beverages and customization. Time is prime new season to serve your friends and you there. Now it's not to mention other elevated weather days like walnuts, buns, and more. Everything at Jones is described with the same attention and detail and time on style shop to Jones Western Goods online. Full experience for free drinks, free insurance, free complimentary brand. Every real person. You sign free now and text and 10% off 15 months. VAS.com/Kiltony. See site for details.
That was a long story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom, and now what happened is he ended up committing suicide. When was it? Siv, it says, on the Damim Mirma, the people of blood and Mirma, between Lodef and Yemea, would not even going to live half of a life. The typical lifespan of a person, the nation of heaven, is 70 years. For 70 years. The first rebellions like this won't live even half of a life. That means you won't live till 35. The time you learn all the years is going, Canaan Holocaust of Rabbi, and you hope to Canaan Holocaust of Rabbi. He only lived 34 years. It's not these households, years of Achitoph, Canaan Holocaust of Shalom. It's only 33 years. Remember, Achitoph was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. That comes out. All over here, the Achitoph and were only 33 years. How about Havinu? How much were they? Plus in the clock. We have 33 years. Thou Sheva, the heavy struggle. Shlomo HaMelech, for 70 years of the time of the class. Let's take like 7 years. Now what do you like? With possibly evidence, you calculate the argument, you take 30. You take the 33, you get minus the 7, then you're up to 26. So you have 26 years. Generations were born. Now, our subtract another 2 sneaks.
Sounds amazing. We are brought to you by Shopify. This is indeed the number one live podcast in the world. Before we get to all the chaos, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking the actual Kiltony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kiltony show in Creighton State of Texas won in Houston February 28th, won in Granbury March 28th. Tony Hinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode? Okay. Every single week I book this Mamma Jamma doesn't get. I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Greg Fitzsimmons. Oh my God. Theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of the Impractical Jokers coming out on TBS and his podcast. Great Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's history. He's a coming up. Very soon. How you guys feel? Excited to be here?
That's horror.
So excited.
Tara had
I'm fucking excited that you're excited.
Abram, Leffer, and Hart. Now the Abrams double Leffer summer. Abram was over the Leffer by 1 year. And Leffer was in Hart.
Screaming
Now
South
Leffer was
over and over again.
And then the Abram double station in Abram must be 2 years older.
You guys know how the show works. 300 plus comedians are stacked on top of each other in a bar right next door. And like one of the days out of this fucking trustee assistant goes grabs them. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. You know their time is up near the sound of a kid. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Which is just fun and annoying. Cuts them off, and then I conduct an interview and find out more about their real life or their careers or anything really that I find interesting about them. I'm so excited about this. So great. I mean, we have you guys, and it literally just does not get any better than this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed 2024 Guest of the Year. Dr. Bill is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Some treats. We don't need any more red bands out there.
Wow. Dr. Bill is throwing out magnum condoms.
Might be open.
Dr. Phil live in the flesh. Literally recognized one of the greatest guests in the what was that? Oh my goodness gracious. We didn't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get those?
Sad to be back down.
It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
We did it. Going to Australia to Canada.
That's right.
Sorry, this year.
Wow, that's a wild thing that's happening. Dr. Phil is here live in the flesh with Greg Fitzsimmons and Sal Canada. This episode is brought to you by Shopify.
100 years after he had his paper,
I mean, what a start to the show. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
They are strung off by Yola as a hot shot.
Yeah, we do.
He was 100 years old.
We
He birthed
absolutely do.
Rock
We
Hot
shake
Shot.
them up before the show to add vibes and energy to the show.
Who years after the novel. Now, how could he have been 100
So
years
what's
old
amazing is
2
that while
years
this
after
is
the novel?
perhaps one of the
The
greatest
possible
starts
he
of
could
the
have
show
been 100 years
ever,
old.
why
Why?
don't we take it one
His
step
younger
further
brother
and
was
have the
100
first
years old
comedian
2
be
years
the
after the novel.
record holder for
It's
all
been there,
time
so no, someday the
appearances,
conscience didn't
normally
have it.
the
What's
closer
going to
of
be
the show.
102? How
One of
long?
the few living members of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame.
Not because
Some people call him the Memphis
rather
Strangler, the Manila Gorilla,
they were actually used to
the Tacoma, the Weirdo of Washington. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
I'm not proud of him. This is not the kid who's this. You know, I think this is something good.
My mother was watching the news the other night and she heard people talking about doxing one another. She goes, honey, what is doxing? I said, oh, it's when two guys get in a ring and punch each other with their dicks. The waiter walks out and goes, who ordered the amberjack? I raise my hand and he sets it down in front of me. I look and I say, wait, this has whiskers. Have I literally been catfished?
But saying this doesn't exist. You see that the names are not.
Can
Okay,
you
oh no,
imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore, I'm just going to walk this way and I'm never going to stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction, and you're in a hot air balloon, and you're like, guys, are you never going to believe this? Okay, that's my time. Because the earth is round, Tony. That's how you show it from the other end. Right. But that would mean that it's not flat. Right, it would mean it's round. It's proving it's saying to his friend, it's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. Right. It's kind of like a passion play. Oh my gosh, Tony, I'm so nervous. Seriously, going on first, I love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous right now. Just really, I'm up there to hang out and whatever, and oh my gosh, here we are. So, I love it. I love it. Out of your comfort zone, proof that you can do it all. You got the show started with a bang. And Tony, I do have to say, I finally have been in a horrible funk. I'm still actually in a pretty bad funk in my brain, but I started growing again. I've done 60 fucking 60 fucking that they were out of the train in the middle. That's 10 miles and some change per day. Yeah, listening to fucking Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Spanish Pumpkins all time. Great Fitzsimmons.
Well, it's just great that you're. I know you guys have a long history of that
40
as well.
years,
It's good to
he
see
was
that
at the
you're
Golden Rock. Now,
growing.
the Octagon today, behold, I am the punished money, 85 years old. Don't think do that. How about it? Turns out, our boy, he was 40 years. Now I think he was 14 years. That'll be the Tower.
It is not going good. That's part of why I'm in my funk. I messed up. When I was in Vancouver last year, I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass. Literally with my ass. Seriously.
Well, it's good to mix things up.
I know, it was fun. I was kind of in a funk. I've been in these past months, and the puzzles don't help. Nothing really helps. But when I was having sex with that guy, it was crazy. Oh, that was fun, right, man? What was that noise? Noise would have been making in the corner. What the heck? When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been. Just in the corner where you're fucking TikTok. Fucking nasty weirdo. You're literally TikTok. Yeah, have you ever seen it, Tony? Where there's a little blue fucking TikTok with these little swim trunks? And you act like a little bad boy. And you're showing everybody pictures of his fucking girlfriend's feet. Stop doing that. Seriously, stop doing that.
Why it's a common
You
that's
end up
Bavera.
fucking greater before you
Readily
start
available
tonight.
for Bavera.
Part of why I'm nervous,
Master
Tony.
yourself.
I did
Well,
walk
the
by
Rashi
and you
said,
were showing somebody a picture of a
the
foot.
Lala
Was that
is
your
so well
girlfriend's
because
foot?
Lisa is going to be illegal to your child. So, it's the low kick to the Buddha, and then it's called the talking, my God, it's the miraculous, and here's the very foot.
You got this shirt face and stay in the gray area.
Look at her. She's already after like this. What happens?
Oh my
You can
goodness,
make
I
something
love
like
it.
the
William,
down.
so you've been really rowing again.
There's has to be
Rowing, trying to hopefully
but
please
speaking
me.
of
I promise if I
Ben
get interested
the
in
concept
before,
of
I have a whole different set.
only
It's mainly
relevant
new
to
jokes.
the
I
rebellion for the
gotta
ways of
get my
son,
tickets. I
and
gotta
not
get better
relevant
marketing
to daughter,
tokens for it. I
even
gotta
my
figure it
experience,
out.
she's just as relevant to the
Yeah.
daughter,
Well,
and
this,
extent,
would you just call me a nacho vest, or what did you
have
say?
a wonderful rest of your day.
You should say everything. You should encourage your woman to say everything that comes to the front of her brain, so you're doing a really good job. The Lakers hat always a dead giveaway for not having your woman under control. Shut up, bitch! Yeah. Seriously! Whoa. I'm trying to have fun! Fucking red man throwing Greg under the bus! Weird of you, dude.
Okay, good morning.
Seriously. It's really weird. Why'd you...
William, I get what's happening with you right now. You're fired up, you're angry.
Today's stop
More red than anything was possible.
is Sanhedrin Daf Samach
What's going on right now? Where can we get some of it?
We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors in the year 5785, the Social Mitzvah of Eretz Yisrael, as a
All right, Sal.
plus
That's
for
not
the
how this
service
works.
for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our sponsors this morning, Nell and Karen Ron. We will list ourselves Father Mordechai and Yitzhak. What a relationship have a year. They're making the family
So I literally clicked into eBay.com.
We're going to begin the summer class on the base, and we begin with the 4 lines up to the bottom, which is Pliga, the Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Hista, who tells us this is another exception to the halacha of Ben Sora Umoreh. That is, that the Ben Sora Umoreh cannot be as follows.
It is a nice vest.
This is quickly quoting. It says, Amar Rav Hista, Katan Shaholid, Ein Beno, Nasa, Katan Shaholid, Ein Beno, Nasa Ben Sora Umoreh. This is halacha is, that the Katan gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora Umoreh. Why? It says in Pasuk here, Leish Ben. The son has to be born to an Ish. If the father of this Ben is not an Ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Ben Sora Umoreh. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire Omer today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's really the discussion for the tomorrow. Tomorrow's discussion for the Pliga, the Rabbi, the Hista, who is telling us that the Pasuk is coming to exclude the child of a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Pliga, the Rabbi, that's argument. The Rabbi, why? Rabbi says the following: the child cannot give birth. Never for the Pasuk. In English, no. This is talking about the halacha. There's a halacha test to feel something, and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes an oath, and he takes the wood, he didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. It turns out the victim lied. Halacha is that he has to pay the person back to carry the principal authority, and he has to read a carbon. Now the Pasuk says in English, Goel, if this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, halacha is when the payment goes to the Torah. In words of halacha, is it possible that the Adam Yisrosh in the Goel, the person doesn't have any relatives? Everybody's got some relatives. You didn't have that many relatives to go back generation to generation. Find somebody to be related to. How does the Pasuk say that there's a person that's right of the Goel? How would the Gesel go up together because the Proverbs talk about a person steals from a convert. It's not halachically exempt from having family unless he gets married and there's no family. Now, I'll wrap up. The Pasuk says very clearly in the Pasuk that the aim lo ish go out. The ish does not have anybody as a redeemer. Now the Pasuk says ish has to start back for Allah. If the person who you stole from was an ish, you have to start reviewing the years of Garland. You have to well relatives. You could actually pick up the payment for him. They laugh. Or it's not. However, Katan, if the person who soul from his child. He after thoughts laughter aloud. You do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? Because the child is a convert, be a Jew, in Golan. It's obvious it doesn't have any family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother with him. Clearly, you see, the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. Clearly, it's in stark contrast with this, because this is the whole possible to teach you that if a child has a child, that child goes to be exempt from the entire concept of a child. Well,
like the military. Oh, you got it. You were in the military. Yes, sir. I'm a
Hey,
Marine.
What
the hell were you doing in the Marines exactly? What was your specialty? I was an engineer company, so like we were generators, we built stuff.
to be halfway free and halfway still a inmate. So this
Texas job.
because she's married to an Eved Ivri. The person has an affair with it, halacha is that person gets not just because does not get Nisa. Pasuk says ish, Eli Ela ish. I only know the halacha is true if we're talking about an ish. But Tess, Shani of Yomach, Sharai Labia. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day is technically able to engage in the Bia? How do I know that this person is going to be included in the Parsha? On the lower it says Vit is the additional above in the word says Vit is. That includes even a 9-year-old child.
Still struggling, obviously.
No, a 9-year-old child is possible to be included in the concept of Bia. And if he's included in the concept of Bia, that means he has the physical ability to perform the Bia. He's able to perform the Bia physically, and also be able to be mostly Shefazera. He disagrees with Shefazera because if he can't, that would be the fundamental flaw in the Bia. If you say that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce the Zera, then obviously what's the rabbit built the father child? He wants his years living alone. Yes, he can actually physically perform the Bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is it like? This is similar to grain that only grew once, did not grow once. Rashi tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going to grow. The same thing for these trees that have a seed, never grow. If you try to plant it, it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the Bia, but the action of the Bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that Rob is still correct and the child cannot be born. Make this be a tunnel. With this be a tunnel they learned another allusion to this idea, which is the Yaz of this, intentionally ambushes somebody and kills them. So this is kind of a play on the words over here. This feels going with this. The Yaz of this is if the person is going to die, then they did the Masriach. He's able to put his physical bodily production of the Zera to Masriach, and he can actually produce the semen. However, Aim Cotton made the Masriach. A cotton, while yes, he might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, he can be lazy, cook it from the body can produce it, however, he cannot produce it and do Masriach, and actually strong enough to actually conceive the child as a result of that. I'm going to lay round Mordechai Rabbi. My mashma, the high, where did you find that this word, mazid, actually means to cook? Mazid seems to be a person does something intentional. Where do you see the word? Mazid means to cook. He says, he said, a signature clearly cooked by Yazed, Yaakov, registered, and it was referred to as the Yazid. Yes, the pasuk actually uses the word Yazid to mean to cook. The word goes on. It says, and that's a question on this time. How very small? The very small protest scholar. Then the low out. Again, when it comes to that Sarah, the only thing you think to be is exclusively a bag, a son. It cannot be a father. You have to really have
That's something you knew.
There is a to tell us that a child, a Torah Moreh, But Sarah and Mara must do a man exclusively and not a father. Now hold on a second. How is it possible that the Sarah and Mara can't even be a father? He's a the Alpha Boston actually states Cyrus and the conversation joking. The brother is sort of entire period, but Sarah and Mara is that period of time between when he starts to grow the 2 hairs until it goes in. But you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew 2 hairs. And she gave birth before all those hairs grew in. Hold on a second, you equal self to the highest of the time. All that happened to the pregnancy from the birth to pass. Vaha Amar, which was the guy, Tony Dollars from Sarah Mora, ain't eligible for that in the back. We have this time that there is for Sarah and Mora. It's only 3 months. What's the next 3 months? The initial phase of the hairs growing, so they're going to go in. Now it's impossible for them to go 3 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and they'll have to be excused? LOL. What must be talking about? Did you other Mikami was to say sorry? This woman became pregnant before the child was to say sorry. Once before the child. When did she give birth? Mikami was before the husband do it. Now his parents if they are so out of control, who is old and the children that didn't expect the business built to a process, they say, hold on a second. He's a father. He's excluded because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. But what do you say? Not enough. But to know that we must learn from the oath and the purpose of it, because it can indeed give birth to a child. No says no, incorrect. Hold on. The Albert Boss that's what they say. What we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Sarah. He's a brother, he's already a brother, he's halachically a brother, he has 2 years. Now, but only when he gave birth, like a normal person, he gave birth, after doctor, many months after all those years completely grew in. Reading the passage, if you can have the question, just get the letters, the entire period is 3 months. No, you misunderstood. The Oscar, Dini Omar, when Rabbi came and told us that Amri bin Arava, they told him Arava then, below Haraya was also, what he meant to say was he has to be a then, but he can't be called the father. When is someone called the father? You call the father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and say, oh, who's the father of the child? We have to stick with Subis, there's a concept of not Hugo for Uber's dad. Where does this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, oh, the father himself. For the father, the child is actually born. So yes, the part of the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he grows 2 years. Now, when is a woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy test, you could just pick up the dollar for them. So what happened? She had to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen if it goes 2 months. Once that happens, it moves to 2 months, 3 months. That's they say, hold on a second. Oh, it's that person, that point of the Torah, that guy. Oh, it's not bad anymore. It's the father that tells you. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that you can pregnant once you're ready, and how long it will go. It's ready, but fast recovery. Kufa, Amar Kuspedai, Amar Shakti, Kol Yamar, the Torah Mara, Eli Allah, Gimel Tanasi, all the days of the Torah Mara are only 3 months Bovad. Now we learned the Mishnah, we see Yavi Tetan, Yakim, and Zakin. We didn't learn the 3-month period. We learned the period time is you have to kind of take some control of those here. Where it says it's not a contradiction. You know what? We give him the best of both worlds. Take the second outside the money to the production plan, all the years go in, within 2 months, then the halacha is what is them. However, Malachi with the Rashi not done the hikit is very slow, but if you want fast, there's also the exact brothers you get to hold on to the rope for both sides, and you get both. Yaakov or Yaakov in our pocket from Ravina. Yaakov from Narpaka said from the Yaakov is Amar, he said the following is major Rukuma Brady Yeshua. He said the following name is Rukuma Brady Yeshua. Sami Namer Major Kuspedai, you remember Kuspedai. Amar Ab Shaksai, that you let us before, who was birth in her 7th month, Ein Ugra Nikra was with you now. You know what I'm talking about? This is more assumed that there are 2 possible types of pregnancy. one pregnancy is a 5-month pregnancy, and another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month, she's doing that. Rather, there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade. That's what the Gemara is going to be discussed over here. Now, if that's the case, if there's a woman who can complete a pregnancy in 7 months, how will we divide the trimesters? When will those trimesters have typically months 3, 6, and 9? But in this case, it's giving her after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell if she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the aid Uber nicholastic, not to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and over a week. So these months that I thought Uber nicholastic, it will tell me that she's pregnant after a split, after the way there, it's just now, Lamali Gimel, why do you have to wait 3 months? But the Shrave, the Tofa side, you do 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it's enough, but that's a third of the way for pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, he gets called in as a potential Veteramona. You look at this woman, if she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then you won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be much earlier time. The fact that that means it's not noticeable. He said no. Over Nicholas system out. Yes, you will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, it's almost everything. We'll just go after the majority. Most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill the Veteramona because you're seeing that wife of this woman is going to be can't be a wife, can't be married. Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? That's over here. Where it says in the Torah Omra, the Torah teaches us that but that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basis is to try to save the potential convict in this case. Stop down at Zubas Ruba, takes the job of trying to make the safety from Mitzvah. And now you're saying, go after the guy and put the guy to death. That's not how it works. I threw up the major of Ravino, and they came back to Ravino. Normally, yes, even the fuck is the Zubas Ruba, you not right. I'll prove to you that we do. But now, it says in the Mishnah, after over Mishnah, he was testifying on the top of the case, in the murder case, and he says it happened on the 2nd day of the month. That's when we give it. The other one says it's the 3rd day of the month. We do not qualify the idiot to convert to the fact that they have 5 months of the days of the month, sorry. Well, he says, this guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The same way there, the other person does not know that it's extended. Therefore, they're both referring to the same incident that happened at the same time, but they're telling us that the day from this one of them got the memo that was next day in the previous month, the other one did not. These are the preliminary results of Ruba. If you do something that comes to capital cases, we do not go for the majority. We know how to come aside the that's what we come out to the other. Let's just say, we don't go out to the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being machlis to each other. LOL. In other words, they're practicing each other to cross up their haters. LOL. They're reading the Rabbi. They would go after the majority. I wanted to be Udinchi. How did you tell them to be worthy our call? Not everyone had an app on their phone that gives them the and yet for some people, it was very common. You went around town. You asked people what they did. One guy said, it is the second month. One guy said it's the month. And eventually, sometime during the month, we're figuring it out. But it was very complicated to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. You're free to fix it. Clearly, you go after the road. Omar, Rabbi we also learned about someone who, a girl who is, we learned this previously, a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara. It says, Marcella Shongrin, a girl who was 3 years old in one day, because that's Pia. We're qualifying that any time she is instantly somebody she is Pia, it is a full-fledged halachic Pia. She can be married to Pia, while Yavon Kara is a Libra marriage takes place, then she is officially married to Yavon Kara is it. If she's married to someone, she's with her, then the halacha is the Taik is the Kama Bala, the Kama Vishka with Taik Elia. And if somebody is going to follow the law of the Nida, then the Tumah is explained last time, has a very specific level of Tumah to this Taik Elia, even if you like to touch it, the person has to become Sameh, and he can be counted other things. This is for Kohen, if the Tumah is not for Kohen, for Baal Tumah. He's allowed to eat Tumah, Baal, and everything else to this is relevant over here. If any one of these disqualified people are influenced, they're possible to not listen to because disqualified from Suda. Now, the Baal out, Echad, alright, the Murkah, then if you're right, is intimate with her, now look, it's Mumkin allow, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. Even sure she's got to be fucking with the child, but if any one of you arrives in the car and is intimate with her, they are going to be Tayyip Nisa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged Bia with one of the arrivals. And what's the question? BMI, why is it true? Ema Island, why did it say that maybe she is someone who's an island, she can't give birth? And Taik is the low context. The person who married her never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. We say, this person went to heaven, this woman, or one of the Arias. And why do you assume that she's an islandess? She's not going to be an islandess. Here's the most majority of the people steal from children, and the original steal from children, and therefore you put the guy to death. Now you see, so you put the guy to death for being intimate with one of the Arias. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married, maybe married to a party because she'll be an islandess. Now, says the Gemara, you don't assume she's going to be an islandess. Most women are not an islandess. Therefore, it's based in what's the guy to death. Really, you got it down. Because you count the robe of the majority. Where it says, my Tayyip allowed to tell me the ministry. It doesn't mean it's Tayyip himself. It's kind of called the person to be a carbon and not himself. So that is more of it. You didn't read it carefully enough. It says, you push the guy to death. That wasn't referring to all the Arias. That was referring to all the other fathers. Hold on to me, Mark. It says, anyone of the forbidden relationship. You can take it back. Must because of the case where the person who married this child loves her so much, and he said, even if the person is an I'm going to keep you as a wife, and in such a case, even if she possesses me out of it, it's still going to push the person to death. So again, we do see that we do not have a rider. We go after the road, but someone to death. Tanu Rabbanan. The woman engaged in a very grotesque act of treatment with her young child. The error of as a result of that act, the child had our own living. When last time we learned, again, Monday or Tuesday, Sunday or Monday or 2 weeks ago, the hara is about focus on the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a full Gemara, that's the finish off the Bia, but it is the first part of the Bia, which is its problem. So a woman has this intimate relationship with her son, her child, of what's called the Shabbos Omen, Hosla, Munaf, becomes the small section. Munaf is in Zona. The Sil Bacteria, the Sil says that she lives in the coast of Torah. What is the child? Amr Kia Bray, Rabbi Barnach, Kia, the son of Rabbi Barnach, said the Palace. Amr Officer, the Army Law, or Officer of the Zagiri, not like this exactly how this went. Some say that it was the Kia, the son of Rabbi Barnach, raining in the Sisra, and some say the Sisra, we said in the name of the Zagiri, that Akabo's and everyone, both the Italians, will agree that the meditation son of Yom Echad Everyone agrees that this child we're talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day. And he had to disqualify his mother to have a donor from Papa, who then Bono. If the child is less than 8 years old, then the other Bia will agree that to be not a Bia, a young child like that, not actually perform the Bia. And that's the truth. Here is my focus. However, the Shnoda, we're talking about a child who is 8 years old. The Kame says, we can learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference to that 8-year-old child. An 8-year-old child had a baby. Now we're trying what happened previously, and since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a Bia nowadays as well. Still fabric is also cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of today's Amud take us into the family trees of some history in the Tanakh, and we'll try to figure out whether or not anybody in the Tanakh was 8 years old. The Doris are showing Noah. How do we know the previous generation of Russian
everybody. That's perfect, Mario. That's a okie dokie. Well, there you go. Right, there he is.
How do we know the Doris were showing him?
There he goes. Mario's the
when they were 8 years old.
Alright, our next Pokemon, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Robert Carroll. Here we go.
A number of these look in, and then we'll try to look after exactly what it means.
Okay. This looks like a new
Hello, those Basteva. This woman is Basteva. Bas Eliam Isis Uriah Haki. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Basteva. It is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get that in our family. Basteva is the daughter of Eliam. Isis Uriah Haki. It also says the Eliam ben Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. Now, Basteva, son of Eliam, son of Achitophel, Agilon. The Tzidva Yitzchak Yadnosan Navi, Yikra Shmo Yedidya. And essentially had nothing of him. He called him Yedidya before Hashem, because of Hashem. And who's it referring to? That was Shlomo Hamelech. Shlomo was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? Achitophel, Eliam, Basteva, and Shlomo Hamelech. It doesn't cost it, but he was deciding Yamin with that end 2 years old, and they were kind of chasing after Absalom. It says Absalom Barach, Absalom ran away, and they were to Surah. And some tell his history. It says the Yeshev Absalom Yisrael, Absalom son of Yisrael, in the Sarim Yom for 2 years. The Shnei Melech was actually the king. Now it says that he gets the birth for 3 or 4 years. Yomer Absalom, Absalom said to him, El Chana, as the Zara said, he was one who helped people through the plan. And he realized his plan was not working. But Yaakov was Hamar, as a Hamar, he ultimately settled up his donkey. But Yaakov, by Yelach, basically went to his house, a hero, the Esau, basically Yaakov. Now, getting all this good, that was the whole story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom. And now what happened is, he ended up committing suicide. When was it? It says, I'm a dummy movement, people of blood and Yirma, we will yes to the man, you're not going to live half of a life. Typical lifestyle is 70 years. So a person who's rebellious like this won't live even half of a life. That means we won't live till 35. The time we learn cost lesson, all years ago, he only lived 34 years. The Taki Topel, years of Aki Topel, Einon Elos himself. 34 years. Remember, Aki Topel was the great grandfather of Shlomo Hamelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. That comes out. All the years that the Topel were only 30 years. How much were they? Plus in the plus. You have 33 years. Thou Sheva. the heavy program. Someone else with 7 years of rambling bunch. I did 7 years. Now what are you left with? Half you have to let it calculate. Why does it pull the calculator? Won't calculate for you. They take 30. You take the 33. You get minus the 7. Then you're up to 26. So you have, in 26 years, all these generations were born. Now, Tarki, you have to subtract another 2 Now, it's why it's exactly 2 years. Rabbi has his explanation because the Tyra tells you doesn't go for it, but it's not exactly 2 years, approximately 2 years. So, Chad, turns out it's how it goes. You have 26 years, minus 2 years. So it turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 22 years. 24 divided by 3 is 8 must be the two fathers when their fathers were 8 years old. Person, hold on, that's not a raya. Can't you take 24 divided by 3? Still not Rabbi with the case shot older. Maybe 2 of them were born when the fathers were 9. Who knows how a 9-year-old child is? And if you did, it's a child. You got Seba, remember there's a female who lives in the story. Only 6 kids. But Seba, who's a female who lives in the story.
I'm a grandfather of 3 wonderful grandkids.
Why? Because the Ipsavari, women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she is only she's less than 8, less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years. Hey, now, why the Mahazi love lad? Part of the story was that he was older child. Child that turns out the store had a problem. Well, yes, you can see that our women give birth like younger than men. Therefore, the math is working off. And what's the big deal? 9 years old, so okay, Elohim. Here we have a ride that is 8-year-old birth. Ayla told the Terah, these are the offspring of Terah. Yeah, Terah told me this Avram. Terah is Avram's father. Who else is father? He was Nachor's father. And that's Terah. Terah had Terah. It tells us Terah had Avram, Nachor, and now Avram doesn't do Nachor. Avram was old enough by 1 year. And Nachor doesn't do Haran. Now Nachor was a year older than Haran. And so Avram Gadol stays on the Haran. Avram must have been 2 years older than Haran. You've got Avram, the Nachor, and Nachor. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who is Avram married? Avram married Sarai. You see soon that Sarai and Yitzchak are the same person. Who is Yitzchak? Yitzchak is Sarai. He married his niece, Yitzchak. Mother of Yitzchak. Yitzchak is Sarah. Yitzchak was Sarah. The woman Yitzchak was Yitzchak. Why was she referred to as Yitzchak? The self-revelation. Able to see with the divine vision and revelation. I need to see that verse says, oh, I said, Sarah, that's a Sarah, not a Torah. That's why I said, Avram, listen to whatever you have. Tell you why you think it was the prophecy. Now, the last one is like this. Yitzchak is every occasion that they see that so beautiful. Okay, now, let's go back up here. Yitzchak, Avram fell on the face and he kind of laughed. You don't believe what he said in his heart. Oh, that they are now, how much older was Avram and Sarah? He was as 10 years. Talking about and younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram? 2 years. Remember, the 2 year difference. Comes out. The older than Haran and Sarah. When did Haran have Sarah? Again, he was 2 years older than Avram. If Avram is still a little bit 10 years difference. Turns out he gave birth to Sarah when she was 8 years old. The time he old. Hold on. You're making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Haran. Nimai, Dilma, Avram, Zusudaf, Bobby. But he's younger than his brother. Therefore, the Torah put Avram first because he was much more wise. Therefore, the Pasha who says that we do that sometimes. Why? Because the Pasha who brought Derek and Pasha, who sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their wisdom, to say that you don't become his male. Noah for 500 years, or Yolad Noah, the same as him. And young age of 500 years, he gave birth to Yudam, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem had Gadol, Shem Gadol Michal Shana. Shem was older than Ham by 1 year. Ham Gadol Japheth Shana, and Ham was older than Japheth by 1 year. Meaning, so what comes out of the age, Shem Gadol Miyapheth Desha. Turns out the Shem is 2 years older than Japheth. Older than the husband. Tells us, not in 100 years after the novel started. It tells us Elis of the state. These are the state. Then they are Shana by Yoel Shapasad. Shem was 100 years old when he gave birth to Shapasad. When was science? After Babel. 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. As far as the mayor, Farmer with Taik didn't have it. He must have been at least 100 years. Ella, but see, you know why? Not because Sam was actually older. Rather, Ella was they were actually the order of wisdom. Now he's after Fashilu to the algorithm was just mentioned first because he's smarter, they were wisdom, but not because he's actually older than others. However, Kahana, I'm usually trying to make this big. He had died, said this in front of his vision, in front of his vision. And I'm going to leave, I'm putting you, I'm not sleeping. You learn the process of putting people in age order. Sorry, in wisdom order from there, to Anan, they also have to go. You learn to become yourself the same. You let Jamhu as we covenant, Aver, Aki, Yaakov, Haggadah. Because he came to birth, he was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Aki, Yaakov, Haggadah. Yaakov, Haggadah. He became the Yaakov, who is the oldest, but Shane is still mentioned first. You see that the names are not in order. Okay, Elmanah, how we know that the 8-year-old child from the birth? The Achad, the Narcissus, the Salo, the Uri, and Kor, Lamate, Yehuda. The Salo was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, and the same as Yehuda. Saying, Hamas Azuba died, he was that was Kaleb's wife. He got below Kaleb, that's Ephron, but Kaleb, now we know that Kaleb was Kor's father. Who was the father of Uri? He was the son of Salo. Salo, Uri, and Kor, that's Kaleb. Turns out that Kaleb was the great-grandfather of Salo. Now, the other Salo is how old is Salo? Bar Kama, how old is he? Yeah. Oh God, Salo, Mishkan, Bar Kama, how old is he? Mishkan, must have been Bar Place, must have been at least 13. Let's say, but doesn't matter. Ish, in the last year of the emotion. The person has to be an ish, and the dog is going to know the Mishkan. It's how do you learn it in the Brisa? Shana, Rishona, Al-Hassan, the Mishkan. The first year, most of the Mishkan. The second year, after in the midbar, he built the Mishkan. You get started from the first year of the Moshe Mishkan. See how they do the Mishkan. He actually put it up. He sent to Meraglim during the second year that they were out of the time in the Mishkan. This is referring to how old Kaleb was when he was sent to the Meraglim. He read as one of the Meraglim. He was 40 years, he was sent to one of the Meraglim. Now, the Alpha Gineno, today, behold, I am the son of 85 years old. Nothing do that. Kamahavu, turns out, our player. It was 40 years. Dollar base. We have to subtract 14 years. That was the dollar. For the dollar people. Plus the last with 26 years. Dollar parentheses plus the years. Take out 2 years for the parentheses. Turns out that was the time the other. Turns out that whole family of Kaleb, the dollar, the Uri, Kaleb, to Kor, Uri, and the Salo over the first 24 years. So now we know that he was 8-year-old that he was. That's how we know that 8-year-old he was. This is a little further than the Mishnah, then we'll back. The Torah Mora is only relevant to a male child, not the female Tanya. Although the students, the first is to make possibly the Torah Mora. It would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Ben Torah or Mora just like the son. Why is that called a Korean? That's called Avera. Everyone should be readily available for us to do Avera. Get to master herself. Like Rashi said, the Walla, the Soba, the Kaklusa, if she's going to be all these things, if she's already a child, so it's the love thing for Yehuda, and then it's just destruction, Margella, Maragdas, Arias, are very discouraged. Again, if the whole idea of Ben Torah Mora is he's using her for himself, then ultimately this person is going to be a disaster if this person alive. Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She will end up being a major stumbling block for all the men in town. But still, Helen's there to constantly, but it teaches us then below that. The concept of the Torah Mora is only relevant to the rebellious or the wayward son, but not relevant to the daughter, even though you might think it's just as relevant to your daughter, and it makes sense to be much relevant to your daughter, the Torah thought otherwise. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Why would you hit green? Because the numbers match up with the client from your fucking number. That's it. Yeah.
And you keep right when the numbers don't match.
They don't match.
You do this for 8 hours.
8 hours a day. I'm on movies. I'm on the phone. I'm hanging out with my comic friends. That's it.
Was there training for this?
Not really, no. Yeah, it's like day one. They're like, all right, here's what you're going to be doing.
And the name of the company?
What the? Well,
I don't think he's going to lose this nothing burger job if he says that.
Yeah.
Taik, what's your love life like?
Single right now. I can't afford to date. I make $20 an hour, so yeah. I should. Yeah, single right now. I haven't been on.
How long have you been in Austin?
Since July.
And so you've been on no dates, you've met no women.
I went on one date. I met her like at a
All right,
show.
we'll say good morning.
Good
morning.
And it didn't go well.
What happened? This is perfect. Take us through the night, Taik.
Yeah, she was like a bodybuilder. I couldn't see. She was wearing a hoodie. And we went on the date. She was wearing like a tank top. She had like biceps. I wasn't ready for that. I think I was a little, thick neck.
Is there any chance she had a
Didn't make it that far.
I think you went on a date with Joe
Yeah, a lot of innocent.
That's it, Joe. Rabbi was jacked. Now, permission to speak freely. When she took her hoodie off, you saw just give up. You saw your most potential opportunity for you to then fuck her, right? Did you?
But with that, let us begin. It is not the sound effect 68. I will have to put up an answer saying actually the top bar, so that's 68. So you are going to second from Rabbi Akiva. Remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentioned in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva mentioned in the Mishnah about the collection of Kishur, the best of the cucumbers, the boards. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Nine local Kishur, after local Kishur, after local Kishur. Sometimes someone can go ahead and put cucumbers, right?
And I was like, pleasure meeting you.
Sometimes the
She
person
went
can be
for the
tired, sometimes
kiss.
the person can be hot. You know, so you just said, what does that mean?
She went in for the kiss. Exactly what happened.
She went for the kiss, and I had enough time to like kind of think about it, so I leaned back a little bit, and then I just looked away. Her eyes were closed, so I just made her pretend I didn't see it.
Says, oh, top of something like 16 years. Oh, Rabbi Akiva, you're struggling with it? Rabbi Akiva, on this side, Rabbi Akiva, no, that I know this is really
It's like a red document.
that kind of work out the story. Hold on, Rabbi Eliezer.
Thumbs out.
Nifus Rabbi Akiva v'Chaver L'Baklo.
Absolutely.
Rabbi Eliezer became ill.
What size show
Rabbi
did you get
Akiva
last time
and
you were on?
his other
Alright, well, there you go. Then Taik Morales, everybody. Both sides taking all kinds of different jump books. Small, medium, large, some are black, some are brown, like Taik. So, things are moving along here, but I think we need to shift the momentum. I mean, wow. This has been Sancho Pancho, Mario, Robert Carroll, and Taik. I'm gonna say none of them really knocked it out of the old Now, the people of Rabbanim were outside, literally tackling me like they were
Ladies and gentlemen, the Sage Grill.
the hallway. But also, the other side of the Friday afternoon. So what happens? You move to us, Hercules, last place, so Hercules, so this is what the Eliezer said. So the Eliezer said Hercules. This was Rabbi Eliezer ben Hercules. He had a son who named after his father, Hercules. And then if you're afraid, we'll talk a little bit more about the Eliezer himself, was the disciple of the Yochanan ben Zakkai. So what happened? So
these little self-driving ass cars, because they don't leave the human factor in there.
Very ill.
Because if I'm drunk and I'm going home, who's going to wake me up in the way home? When you get drunk and you get into an Uber, the Uber driver wakes you up and they say, hey sir, you're at your house. You know who wakes you up in a waymo? The Tempe Police in Phoenix, Arizona. That's where I went to sleep in a waymo. And these niggas were nice or kind at all.
So what happened?
Take it from one example. One time, I'm a heavy sleeper. That's why they was mad at me about waking me up in a waymo. They say they could wake me up for 30 minutes.
And his mother, my wife,
One lady one time tried to wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She took my phone, unlocked it with my face, and then called my mama. Nigga, I was up. Nigga, I woke up immediately.
they worried about the game like
And I was like, I'm so sorry. I started cleaning because, like, when I was a kid, when I was a kid, and your mama started whooping your siblings and you cleaning, she not gonna whoop your ass too.
he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos.
And so I woke up, just started going push-ups, cleaning, and then she was like, hi, daddy.
They're not worried about playing Shabbos. Instead, they're focused on
And the next day, I had to go to that same Uber lady place
very
and then
similar
cut her
Shabbos.
grass
So
and then
worst
wash
case
her
scenario,
car.
maybe you're going to
That's my time. They got
so
so
the very
I
rare Shabbos, that could be a serious
2 minutes of material, tons of punchlines throughout, cleansing the room of the debacle of the past 4 bucket bowls. I'm so sorry. What are you apologizing for? The bucket bowls. Oh yeah, exactly. Great work, Ginger. That really happened, didn't it? Yes, it did. That sounds real. So I texted the Instagram the night after that. I apologized to the Timmy police. And I was so scared the whole time because it was like, when you're drunk and they wake you up, you're still lying. When you wake up, you're like, oh, I should have been lying this whole time. And the whole time I was like, I'll be fine. I'll just call Joe Rogan. That's right.
So better to go ahead and go with that.
Tempe police launch Joe Rogan. They do. They told me that when they was walking me to the Omni where I was. I just did a sold out show. I felt so bad. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Timmy police to the 2 officers that I don't know y'all names. And the Instagram asked me that to this and what officer. I said, nigga, I told you I was drunk. That's amazing. That is incredible. I've never really thought about that. Well, like sleeping away, but there's no real. I heard that they start playing music. I don't know. Slept through that too. They don't have good music. That's what fucked me up because I had went. I was living in Rochester, New York, and I had a 5 a.m. flight, so I stayed up, went to that flew, did 2 hours in Tempe, Arizona, and I was expecting to see my grandma, but my grandma was down there right now, and she lives in Tempe, and so I didn't know until after the show, so I got drunk, and I started hanging out, and I started getting sad. I said, you know, I'm gonna leave, and then I got in the Waymo, and the Waymo, they have suggestions for music, but none of them are good. Music that you listen to. Dr. Philman's vertical horizon. Sure. I'm Shania Twain. Don't play with me, baby. Shania Twain, Mark Twain. Listens to it all. Sure. Well, maybe next time I'll flip around the Waymo with you.
And what's the reason of that look is that when somebody can pay them,
We're
they're
not.
not
We're
even
just
allowed to
going to be
come
a
within
super
crowd
crowd,
out
like,
6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and be back to forward. Now, the keepers are not even being back to forward.
Is there a specific song that would be on a Waymo if you needed music to wake up a white person that fell asleep in a Waymo? As our senior black correspondent, what song would you get? Too short.
They're keeping a distance of Dalai. So when he has a person who is on his left leg was not expecting this philosophy. And therefore, again, they come from a distance. Up to our lab, but the other system, what's the other? There's so much shifted out to this and but if the whole world is against you, what he does, you have to make self-check. And you may be wrong. Now, that's not always true. For example, the world is against us, as well as us, and yet again, we know that we do not back down to what we are. But we do always tell itself, if you're the only island, and everyone else says one thing, right, and you hold these something else, chances are, you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough inner strength to be able to understand that maybe it's without you visit my sheep as
That would be a great sketch on Impractical Jokers. Just see you guys going around the streets of Atlanta telling each other what to say. Say hello, my friend. You have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right now.
I'm
No, but I'm about to, motherfucker. I'm playing both roles. Dedrick, what is one of the more dangerous things you saw in your days in Atlanta? Oh, man. Besides my best friend getting shot in front of me, this was clip. Oh my goodness. So alright. The police don't come that fast in Atlanta right now. So, go ahead. I saw with my own eyes, this is crazy. I was at a bar and one dude walked up to another dude and asked that nigga for a chicken wing. And the dude was like, order your own chicken wings, because he was like, yo, I paid $25. I can get your chicken wings faster. That doesn't work either. You didn't take your pole ass over there. And then that dude, I swear to God, this is the first time I've ever seen this entire life. He had a sock, but they had it so straight. It was like a piece of string with a knot on the end of it. He started swinging around like it was a nunchuck. There was something in the sock. Yeah, that nigga was like, but if you're defending your wings in Atlanta, that's the law. You know, like, asking for a hot wing in Atlanta is like asking to fuck somebody's wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. And this nigga pulled out a 10-inch wings on a sock with something in it at the end of the string. You weren't little Reed. You know when Sarah Rock came out with that little chain thing that nigga said, and they were fucking up the hills was the Lord of the Wings. To summarize, the two craziest things you saw in Atlanta was your best friend getting gunned down in front of you, and someone eating someone else's chicken wing. So there's a string, and there's a song that's exactly strings, and he has to like look into like a bigger thing. Wow. And he has like a knot. It looked like a, I don't know what you call it, because I'm not from the medieval times. Right. No asking for wings in Atlanta.
Listen, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life after we work. We convince ourselves that what? I'll get to it later. And you know, that's not how life works. Often we don't take advantage of the life opportunities, that opportunity is passing. So there will be opportunities down the road. The ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, the ones that you say to the other abandoned. When you don't have time, you people can live a life where the soul is very
Actually, talk about that book, chapter 35. Black people have quarters.
not like you took it, killing you, like you're putting it, like that one, like, but like you've lost that one. And that's open up your whole life as well as trust and work. Onto that, just understand every single time. There's stuff in my life opportunity because I told my kid they have like and you're using this and this life opportunity. But maybe otherwise, but once the opportunity dies,
I was like, my bad, I'm sorry, oh my God. She said, no, Jerome, it's okay.
So what happened? So now that the resident's about to die, the resident himself is about to die, what does he do? You know what those things are also? Maybe that's how he does. So this is time to know. Once it takes 2 hours, a little bit of it crossing really great to his chest. Amar, all you left hand stays well, sign, shape the face, sit and Torah, shape them. So most of these arms, that are like speech and Torah, that are really rough. This is an easy very preferred. If you look at his arms, like the 2 times that it takes, like pressing over his chest. When you say most of these secret Torah, they are rolled. Now, Rashi points out when a secret Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the letters. Look at the edge of is lamented. This is like, yeah,
Great set.
I had all of this, right? I had this secret Torah. I had all of this, all of this. I want my secret Torah in me.
Just hit 3 years
Yeah, what's that?
Today's your 3-year anniversary. How about that? Amazing.
When a person uses this Torah, sometimes the thing that keeps them the things that there was not every day I work like 10 hours. You know, the person's on the deathbed. No one ever
goes to bed.
what about all
New job, right? New job? Nah, I used to work at Apple or something.
like, oh, same thing with baby food, and Iris was baby food. And this
The other
ever
day,
on the deathbed of the next.
amazing. Never get hit on when you're doing electrical work in Ivy's house. No, I do like industrial shit, like
They were mentioned the opportunity
data
to
centers and shit.
to like that.
It was one time.
Failed to do so.
I went to
Because that's just one of the ways that you
she tried to see
that's what
me
you're
and
looking
my
for.
coworker.
Is lamented. These arms, this sacred Torah, is rolled up. What good is a rolled sacred Torah? What good is rolled sacred Torah? What good is rolled sacred Torah? You can kiss it,
You work at a
you can
data
hold it,
center.
you can't look at
Yeah, I
it.
went to uni, so I just get moved around. They just move me
So
around.
the Rebbe says referring to himself as that rolled sacred Torah. So much unactualized potential. How did they grow up? The medicine, the how they grow up new medicine. I learned so much, and I taught so much. And I said, right? It's interesting, by the way. So how did that fit? He said that he was like the rolled sacred Torah, which means the first thing to say. But then he says, I learned so much, and I taught so much. I love this thing very profound. Yes, I did a lot of it. I learned a lot of Torah, and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have done so much more. And that is the biggest expectation for the person to face when we are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have done more. I could have learned more. I could have felt more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on and says, how did God help people know Kasati Lia, Basati Likita from the Layam? I learned so much from my life. And the truth is, I think to
Tai Che, your mom's that's what they call targets.
laughing in water from
Tai Che.
so God says, God says to the river.
I bet nobody says that correctly. Right? It's possible though. That's based off of this spelling. Taik. Alright, Dr. Phil.
You mentioned the
premature
ejaculation.
so much more to drink.
When did
How
that
they?
begin?
Well, you might
And
have
how you drink?
Alex in the coffee
Because I would have ventured to assume not many women receiving that information are fired up, right? And I know you know how I'm finished.
That's 6 months of my day in.
So you're probably really used to hearing, right?
I gave so much to my students that it was just beyond the ocean. We're all old, not only that.
What
So
I
let's
mean by that,
this is
Taiwan is there something that you do to compensate, right? So if you're going to get your books, you're going to pour it outside, right? And the girl's still laying there like a dead fish, being like, where's my fucking,
rolled up.
where's
I
my,
can't see the
however
point.
she says it,
I go to the grave with the pain of
What
knowing
do you say to make
I
her feel
could
like
have
it's
been
not a
more,
waste of
that my
time?
life could have been
Hey, I gotta
more. He goes
get
on
out
and
of
says,
here.
"Oh,
Alright,
I was trying to show the socialists how your house for the highest
That's what your
myself.
white
Well,
father
how
said.
you against the community behind government?
So
Is it
heads
further
up,
north?
you can
I know
last longer
200
using
halachos
YouTube
with the
Gold.
Bahalas
Use the promo code
What's
TONY
Bahalas?
at
What's the
YouTube.com. Get 10% off. That's
what means right. So
YouTube.com.
I realized what this
I love it.
I even had very specific knowledge.
You really are like a union guy. You just
And no one
leave
ever
before
asked
the
me
job
about it.
is
No
done.
one ever asked me about it. You know, I like some insurance, most of it's halachos. And then it's also all of them
And this tonight's Frito-Lay joke of the night.
Well, how you Adam Shalani behind government?
Amazing.
What's
Taik. What else do you do?
And I know you have done when it comes to cucumbers, we'll see that in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything.
Oh shit! All right. What's his phone number?
No one ever asked me anything about second computers. Why? What's the sense of your people? And I realized I was
What's he for work? What does he do for? Yeah, I think he like a librarian. Some bitch.
So there was
Okay.
one
Hell yeah.
time that the people were walking on the road. I'm not leaving, and then the people said to me,
Well,
Rabbi,
he hangs
I'm
around
dealing with
libraries
the
a lot.
kiosk issue. Teach me about the levels of sorcery when it
Amazing.
comes to
Taik. Some
What's
pictures
like,
that he
my
just
teacher
brought
asked,
his boyfriend
so
home
what's
for
the
the first
word?
time. Oh, let's talk about that. Now, he brought him to your mother or to your white father? To my white father. Okay, how did white dad take that? Well, I mean, you know, we'll be white dad.
How exactly is it promoted?
How did white dad handle that?
He very supportive of the shit.
He's supportive. I was mad. I was
entire
What do you think of black? What does it say
It's
about
Yosef. The amount of time you have to
Mama said, I got a sister, she can.
tell me how to harvest
Oh
this.
shit, but she
So
just
I'm not to cover
yeah. My brother on my dad's side, he like,
and all of the cucumbers that
Flamboyant.
okay.
I'm a
He's
roll.
a tiger?
I'm a roll. So I get that. Just understand. That's the whole point of
He's
this.
a tiger.
Remember, in the Mishnah, God,
Was your brother's boyfriend a big fat white guy?
about
No, but more like
sorcery.
Tony's
The
dude.
Gemara was asking,
That's right.
you know, the Peter was
164.
it seems to me so that you actually learn this.
I was mad because that nigga was
That's the whole
ugly,
point of
bro.
this study.
That's
And that's what was just
he
the
mad
whole.
at us.
So Muslim
Yeah,
said, this
because
person
I
can
don't
never
care.
jump
Yeah,
stop.
you like
The other
ugly,
rabbi,
you know?
sees
You
that
gotta
he's
get him
holding
to the
a
same
cell
standard.
glory.
You know what I'm
So therefore
saying?
they want to use this
Yeah, he looked like he bites
opportunity
me.
to a variety of questions. I
I'm
love it.
for
It's
real, he had a
a
fucked up
HaKadar,
career.
the almost got the
Maybe your brother likes to last longer in bed, and it's easy to do with an ugly person. Thank you. Yes, some of my tricks when I want to last long in bed. I hook up with an ugly man.
So literally I get a ball, it actually says over here.
This show's out of
Away from
control.
me as an amulet.
Did you get a big joke with last night? Oh, you're getting one tonight, Taik. There you go, buddy.
Or a weight. So listen, these are all things that you
Keeps
can
on rolling.
leather.
On
Filled
to the
with
next
something
one.
else.
That's the
So
great
the says,
GC1
Simon,
set.
what's the last
On
video?
to the next
Power
one.
question.
Your next bucket hole goes by
I'm
the
gonna
name
move.
of Greg
I'm gonna
McCowan,
move.
everybody. Here
Which
comes
I lost
Greg
some dimension.
McCowan.
Again, I'm going to speak some halachas of pulling power. Fine. Minnow shall God be at Enos now.
Yo, what's going on? Yo, Tony.
That is still on its
Yo,
own.
recently I've been trying to date, but it's been very hard with an Android phone because for some reason, iPhone users always discriminate on me based off the color of my text messages. You know what I mean?
That's what they
It's always
said.
weird. Like every time I'm in a club and I try to talk to a girl, I feel like Martin Luther King. I'm like, I have a dream that one day green messages and blue messages will one day come together. You know, it's great. Like, I can imagine I'll have like a group of Android supporters behind me leaving the club and be chanting shit like green or blue, we don't care. Let us see your underwear like your underwear. Shit's crazy. Across the street, you know what I'm saying? You'll see like the Android supporter, I mean the iPhone supporters, they'll be saying shit like, well, he ain't blue and he can't come through or shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's his closing line there. Great,
Spanish guy.
Great. How you doing? Is this your first time on the show?
This is my first time on the show.
How long have you been on stand-up?
About 2.5 years. 2.5 years.
Taik is your brother? Is that correct?
I knew he looked familiar. You know, it's long lost, you know.
That's right. Great McCowan. Okay. 2.5 years you've been on stand-up. All here in Austin.
No, originally from Dallas. Originally from Dallas.
All these people have fake-ass jobs now.
And the matchup with Soto
Currently on
actually
the
demonstrates
When's the last time you had a job?
people are striking
last year, 2025, last month.
closest to
December. Yes,
To collectively get it.
last month of 2025. I think 2025 was in December. It landed on December 25. Sometimes it's February. You never know when the last month's going to be. What was the job that you had in December?
I worked as a customer service rep for like Spectrum. Basically, I was just calling people about their bills, trying to help them out and shit like that.
I'll be that kind of seller for us. So
Dr. Phil.
ultimately, again,
I've recently been used to
that's what I said when he said, I'll be my father. That's how you solve how I felt. Ultimately, again, he's trying to get this now, and he's nervous. I think
Your
Matt
phone's
is
ringing,
again,
Dr. Phil.
he was very excited and he put it in his life. That's his father.
Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling. This is Spectrum calling about your bill. It's been overdue for about 3 months now, so we're calling because you have missed your payment, and we're trying to give you a
The English will come out so
We're basically trying to give you a heads up to let you know that we'll be done with some of your bill. If you don't even collect it right now, right now, you know what I'm saying?
First of all, how'd you get this number? I star 69 here.
You start 69.
all of us like
We got your number on file. We saw that you have been missing a lot of payments for a lot of households. Apparently, you just haven't been paying. I don't know how you're not paying your bills.
I know it's been a rough. Ever heard of COVID, motherfucker?
You know what? I got you. That's what we'll do. Well, if you go ahead and pay 100 right now, you ain't even got to worry about the bill, dog. Don't even worry about the shit.
All right, let me call my friend Brett real quick. See if he can bend over.
But I don't have the money to what is the money to and then all the money to the same.
So he's the one we gotta get the money from. So me and him are against you.
That's a three-way call. What is happening right now?
And you got to be real.
Hello?
There's a fourth caller?
Sorry, this is
You have to be all over the knowledge and figure out
fucking one-on-one and shit. I got a whole court ready to play, motherfucker.
not really utilize
24-hour fitness. Now just show up.
How exactly did you lose that job?
how do I
Basically paying off a lot of people's shit, like just pushing through and shit like that. Just, help some people out.
Okay.
They didn't like that shit. They didn't fuck with that shit at all.
Okay, so how much money do you have in your checking account right now?
About $10.
Again, you get information.
What's your living situation? Currently, I live at the homeless shelter that's like right down the street from you. And all right. This guy
Well, it
looks
doesn't work. You
homeless.
know people. It's just a certain information.
Having an Android phone.
How long have you lived at the shelter?
I've been in Austin for probably like 5 months now, so it's a month. Okay. How are we going to, when you moved from Dallas, so you had a living situation in Dallas, you're sacrificing it all for stand-up comedy right now. Okay, how much material do you think you have altogether? If you were to do your longest set, just saw your Android material. Probably 15. Okay, so what can you do? Like, what kind of job can you do?
Right. I'm going through my whole list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, you stick to me the right things. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, this magic, home, Caruso, all these things. It's everything.
That happened on this show.
I have all the points.
I'm about to have to hire a brand new keyboard player, dude.
I don't know, I can do somewhere. I don't know.
Seemed pretty solid back there, dog.
I'm kidding. He's not hard. How do I set myself up for success?
Shit, literally. They sound like scrubbing it every day, you know, like something they do a little chicken bolognese, you know, some type of chicken bolognese. Amazing, I've never even heard of that recipe. That sounds like when you notice that shit it's like the dollar stores with you. It's chicken and mayonnaise shaped into a ball. It's
Incredible. Okay, by the way, wholesale. What do you see here? That the people are getting changed, just become a marriage, you understand? Who usually is from, and the other one. I'm a related, I'm a related. Gobla. Which is much you like. I'm a related. The most stuff. How do you come on the 2 hours? The answer is but I want how nice you can understand it. And then you go to get from your swamp, and this thing is incredible.
Occasional fights, you know, a lot of crackhead energy. You
That was another nuance that, whoa, who held up in this how exactly is that the others are allowed to go ahead and use socially, to go ahead and use with e-commerce and then make them collectively in the future. Which is where the one of them also makes the fire in this moment. Right? Also makes the fire. So look like that. Yes. Things work in order to be able to process. And therefore you have to learn it. You have to learn it in order to understand it. I'm saying you have to learn it in order to understand it. In order to get the capacity, talvez essa área está menor, nós somos las do not learn in order to replicate or to mimic that distributions of the world. Not a social again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that distributions of the world. At the moment, the covenant is a again, for myself, a person is going to like to learn social and other or anything else in order to do it for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, teach it, that's the idea. Teach them what to do. You know what? Listen, if they're going to understand that I don't mean the job needs to teach it, right? In other words, like, I want to understand it, right? I need to understand some numbers. I should become proficient. Right? But right, what it means is like this. Somebody who is about this, you should understand the mechanics of shit. Like you can't trust him if you don't understand it. So you have the other you need to trust him and get out of the environment. You need to understand how it is working. And that's what you try to give up, not for the purpose of going to heck. Okay, what's that? I just point out.
Let's do that. Let's go with one more. We'll take a winner's receiver. Waiting by contest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the breaking minutes from Jack Shaw. Everybody here in.
Let's go. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Go right, push, right, now move on. Let's say some of the cuts are just together. That's the great metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life. You're on the belt, and you go out and you accomplish something. You see this, right? You win the Super Bowl. Oh, what are you going to do now? It was understand. They're like, okay, now you have a break. Now you do this, and you do this, right? Then you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment. What do you do? Next moment, move on. Move on, right? Give yourself a shot, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. Once I say we go, some of us say 6 years, then so knows the more. And once I say, now this is our next cutter. Very not this. Let's learn again, just kind of like
I realize there's a lot of similarities between autism and Judaism. There are, like,
so this is something we're going to remember the child. He's not a child.
I mean, we're both loud, we're prone to nervousness, we're very socially shut the fuck
in order to go out and purchase meat and
we're very anxious people. That's what I realized. The number one difference between autism and Judaism is that Jews don't like trains.
At first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe, but it's the warrant execution. So what we see, of course, is that they say that more that is being executed not as much for what he did, but for what representation is going to be post. And he represents the profound threat to the community, and therefore also knows to be executed before the people after. And again, it's just absolutely problematic, doesn't seem to make over the circular double over this. But also like how they get like you just put it in the people. So they saw the Mora. They listen after they saw the Mora. When to the child before they saw the Mora, from what age? It's another 3 hours. The actual look is something. So really, I guess the time they take 2 hours, which is a sign of implementation. Actually, not if I got them. That really something because the fears still rock. That is mostly because by the way, Costco's a lot of
Joe Rogan told me to do some props. So
hello, so this is the number one thing. I don't spoke, you know, in a similar way. I was beginning with this. The child ultimately again is after the child came before they saw them, right? So the time out, so the ball with this exercise because the pattern hasn't yet come to the responsibility of this. And therefore the pattern can be pattern, so let's do the last thing. The school will pass the honor pattern, so to have each daughter to play time the first one in one second.
He's doing the
It sounds like
props.
it's a little bit money that's explicit.
This is a drawing by D-Madness.
Not such a representation anymore. It's just like this. Why do you ever think that a pattern is subject to solar and in general?
Great
A
stuff.
pattern is always
This
exempt
is health
from
insurance for
everything.
healthcare CEO.
So I don't need this specific but a pattern is exempt. Which you know it says, I don't have to tell you, but this is what I need to say. I'll keep that solar motor off that over my life. I'll say solar motor. So it's like you're going to discuss. Okay, solar motor, why is it executed?
Alright, well, we have an expansion back with Donald Trump and Bill Clinton.
That's because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into what is the solar motor. What is he done? He stole money and he bought new things to drink water. Not good. Like,
Yes,
not
he was
good.
there.
That's
God
really
damn
not
it.
good.
Alright, well, you know, we tried it.
That's right. Jack Shaw lives in LA, so they will never let it go that Trump was never on Epstein Island. Just a fun fact. But he was never there.
myself,
He's almost Canada. He's a little like carrot style.
we are concerned about the potential of menace to
Dude, that's
society
what I wanted to
that he is
ask
going to
Karen. I
become
was
when he
hoping
gets
Karen
older.
would be here
We
so I
would like
could
to
ask
keep
him
on
for some
the house of
mentorship.
Onera,
So Karen
at
top
the
I'll be Karen bottom right here. Whoa! You were ready for that. That's amazing. Hey, you want this?
It really can say Onera is
That's a
not as
lot
much
of.
about what he is,
That's a lot of
but
red
rather
view.
about what
You can't have it.
so
Alright,
maybe
trade
you
you.
should execute people in Kaufman for exhibiting this type
There
of
you go. You
bogus
can use
features
you can
which
use
is
that.
very much more than
You can believe
much
in yourself.
institutions like Rafael myself.
If I scrunch it down enough, that's fine. You can just put your whole body into
Then,
it. Yeah. Put it over my head.
then below each cover muscle. So furthermore, again, was like, you have what you then below each then below each
Jack, it turns out we love good and bad props here. I loved it. Make some
I'm
noise one more time
the
for Jack Shaw.
then. As it says, if a man will go ahead and have a son, then as somewhat would be lost in son. So it becomes a very sort of Morak, a Ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting about that. So there's similar Morak has to be an adult, and again, he's a recently bar mitzvah adult.
Last Christmas,
Ben
Chrissy
is
Corner was in
somewhat
court
Jewish.
for having
He became
intercourse
an
with corpses.
recently, but he's still
They
a
said it was
Ben.
the best
So he's
sex
a
ever.
young ish,
Magically.
who is just relatively
Ever
recently
do that for
entered
anyone?
into Jewish adulthood.
That's
Incredible,
what I
it's
call
just a
Netflix
little
and
bit
chill.
like that. So Achi Yoki, Zokanatachton, so
There's a
Tanya,
very plot twist. The
Achi
offender's
Yoki
actually a woman.
So also,
Thank
so
the Lord for
remember
Air
all of
Force.
this discussion about Zechar, about fear,
She testified that her favorite movies are Die Hard and Rise of the Living Dead.
about physical maturity,
He related this.
so the
The local
Gemara
drive-by
Achi
shooting had
Yoki,
12
Zokanatachton,
casualties. That means she was down there gangbanging gangbangers.
so there's air
It was crit, scam blood everywhere. No regard for human life.
Kapas kid,
Because there wasn't any.
Kapas dates. Okay, so
She
this
also
is
faces
what's
sexual
interesting about
battery charges.
Charlie. A tremendous level of specificity regarding pedophilia, right? Right, so
Here's
nice
the real
again,
shocker.
Gemara
She only
says
got caught for
it's
the
not
shocker.
testicular hair, but
The
rather
dumbass was out
again,
there raw
it's
dogging
pubic hair that
zombies.
surrounds
She should
again.
have been using the Twilight Burger
Okay,
Stroke.
I want to explain why you do.
That's when you bang only vampires.
You will not
It
get
works.
that separation, right?
Vampires
As I
can't
said, I
decide
couldn't
anywhere
promise
without
it
permission first.
you want to do yourself like a really like a lot of it. So it's
Okay,
just understand.
PhD Tommy.
These guys reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talked about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to things like execution,
There was a lot
what's the
there.
general approach? General approach.
I
We
mean,
don't want to do it.
that may
We
have
don't want to
been.
do it. And therefore, again, you will make it
There's so many.
difficult
You had so many
for a
attempts.
Daisy to
You had
execute
so many
someone.
jokes.
When you see
And
this
you
level
know
of
that one at the end. I
specificity
don't know
regarding
what the
pubic hair,
12 people
what's
who
the
laughed
takeaway
at that
message?
one
And this is
saw the
right?
vampire
What's the
thing.
takeaway message for
They
this
got
level of
several
specificity?
handouts on
They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. Right? So if you're getting into this, that would mean they make use of continuously pubic hair. Right. We're making a penis in this. Like, what I'm doing, what that shows you is the system does not. And therefore, again, you will essentially make it as procedurally
It's part of a bigger set.
that's the
It's not
takeaway
quite
over
a
here.
minute, so I just try to.
So you must almost start cutting shoulders, even or not seven soda more. Let's try to get
Well, I mean, the only thing
father's
that's about my
child,
own, I love
that
my
offspring cannot become a ben soda.
Oh,
Anyway, this is not still the ish then, the ish then below the then.
Leases last
Let's say,
February.
so
Okay,
this is the
chasing
concept that
this
still ish
selectively.
equals what? Adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a soda in the middle. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately, again, that child cannot become a ben soda in the middle. Which the next time, if I were to the middle out. One second, we got those. And we know about it. We know about that. We know about such as. In the name of God, she has been leashed. Possibly just said, if a man will have a child, or if a man, right, but then always leashed. Mike here leashed, then, why does it say like, if a man will have a child, here leashed, then it's supposed to be leashed? Not enough, if he lets this stuff. Ultimately, if he starts to look this stuff, if a minor child, like part of a child, fathers a child, then offspring can become the same way.
I the aim of Kule, the often with the also, I was ready to try to pass the just for oh, if you name a crop, then ish. The Senate is short form of then ish. My ish then, ultimately, again, once it comes to defense, down. Ultimately, they're working work out, like you can really have both of these halachas. Like number one halacha, when I say that again, halacha when I say. I love the race that has to be in charge. That's I love the race that has to be the dead. That's number one. And the other halakha that if a child finds a child, that's also is not sense that people are left with concerning. That's so right. And also, so we're talking about that today. I just want to get it. So I don't want to watch it the whole story more because the next time you'll see this on future doctrine. There's a whole thing that is interesting to look at, right? If you notice, there's a lot of what was he lamenting? And you know that's what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the low state of Torah. Like he was lamenting the fact that there's so much potential that remained unrealized. It's incredible because they show it more. Because it's the opposite of that. They show it more is notice about potential that wouldn't be realized. But they show it more as you also realize you don't actually be executed because of what you really do. So they show more with concern about the potential you will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greatest strategy. So that's what we're working with, is lamenting unrealized potential. And then solar and more is executed because of potentially realized potential, potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential. There's solar more negative potential. Revelation working with lamenting positive, unrealized positive potential. They kind of insult this hiding from the south. Like how can you insult speak about that? Loyal is actually based about gracious. The greatest real life of leading this world as a rolled up sacred Torah. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. Those are the each of us has that rolled up sacred Torah. And so tomorrow we're going to see who can change his ways. Who can teach you about the U.S. potential and the manifestation ways. If the goal won't be again, make sure you watch the potential. Put yourself in a trajectory. And if you're so careful when that's not corrupt that potential, and not to the life of you. Well, there's a couple of different today. A lot more concerning doctrine, but I know we're going to ahead of ourselves. Just stay up, everyone.
Some people just try. Some people just hope for the best. You gotta try. If you don't ever succeed, well, maybe figure do something else.
All right, we'll say good morning. We'll go to the off. I'm great to close walk. Hashem.
Your next fucking book goes by the name of the Lord. So Tyree.
Yes. Today's done is Sunday. Class 68. 16. For this morning is dedicated by our annual from the first month to the first Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the students Russians this year. As is of course, for the Torah troubles for all of Am-Yisrael. However, should be a week of Mel and Carrie around.
I also hook up with the girls on 6th Street and she takes me home.
What if I did this? She actually knows about going to go to the phone house in Rio and the phone meeting with us. We hope that this is the news more about us to just come home. All these soldiers are successful, but all of the city they were. You should just be so familiar with the breakfast, you should listen to the phone. And with that, let us begin. Today's not the Sunday Fest 68. I read this up and notice we're actually at the top of Sunday Fest 68. The Lord holds the section from Rabbi Akiva. Remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentioned in the Mishnah about the collection of tissue and the collection of cucumbers or boards. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnai lokim tissue, sometimes things can go ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes the person can be tired, sometimes the person can be hungry. And the Mishnah said, what does that mean? So the person actually harvests the cucumber, and you can tell it for the Shabbos. And if you engage in the operation, so then you will be taught this. So we want to know about that. The Gemara says,
Moses Bahar, top of some 68. Bahar, Rabbi Akiva and Yeshua Dominant, Rabbi Akiva and Yeshua. Now about time, this is an incredible story. By the time the man tells the story, you should call it Rabbi Eliezer. Yechnusu, Rabbi Akiva, the Kader of Bachler. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so Rabbi Akiva and his other companions, colleagues, thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer. Listen, you didn't see the context of this story in just a little bit, but it's quite dramatic. The window should be full of shalom. He is in trouble. So Eliezer was like in his bed. He was very ill, definitely ill, about to die for some time. And he was like serious kind of people. So he was in his bed under the canopy, and Rabbi Akiva and the other Rabbanim were outside, literally chattering with like in the antechamber. They were visiting with him in an antechamber, the hallway. But also the Erev Shabbos, and it was our Shabbos. It was Friday afternoon. So what happened? The Mitzvahs, Hercules, last host, so Hercules, so this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son was Hercules. This was Rabbi Eliezer from Hercules. He had a son who named after his father, Hercules. Then if you have time, we'll talk a little bit more about the Eliezer and Hercules himself. Was a disciple of the Yochanan ben Zakkai. Okay, so what happened? So his son Hercules went to his tzitzit. So again, remember, Eliezer, the father, very old, son comes in on a Shabbos, and his father's from the Shabbos, so God both the Yatzav and the Zifa. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at his son. Started yelling at him, and literally again repeated and Hercules left to him. Amar Lahem Avilav, Shemedima Ani Shadaito Sha'adam Yitzchak. So Hercules sees the other Rabbanim especially doing the right now, also visit the and Hercules to the son says, my father is not going to help him understand. After chasing me out, the human has to do me. Look at my father is not going to help him understand. So what happens? And then here's this Daito is basking on each other. So when Eliezer says, I'm fine, I'm not the problem. But rather again it's my son Hercules and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are mentally not lacking in clarity. Why? My mission is a skill of the ultimate is the stress. There's little choice. How could it be that they are not careful with the issue and they're worried about the end of the story. So when we're looking at it, interestingly enough, Eliezer is going ahead and rebuking his son and his wife, the Eliezer wife, for not properly preparing for Shabbos. If he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they were properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern. The fact that they come to Shabbos, so they're not worried about praying for Shabbos, instead they're focused on thinking about Torah. So everything is like this. You're very Torah on Shabbos, so worst case scenario, maybe you think it's a Rabbi. But preparing on Shabbos, so that would be a serious issue for everyone. So if you look at this, it's the first short one. I'd look at the Hatmanas goes in the Dabar She'ino Ela Isra Shlos. The Maniach Tefillin b'Shabbos in time. Shabbos in time is Shmolach Hakim Yisrael Shtrab and Tadak Nabosi. So what Rabbi Eliezer was upset about was he felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt he focusing on all the wrong things. He focusing on getting that phone on Shabbos. So what was the worst case scenario? Like, go ahead and let's go to Shabbos. So what? I'm mostly focused on Rabbi. So better to go ahead and don't worry about this Rabbi or worry about preparing for Shabbos properly. So again, so what was the Shabbos? So my Shabbos earlier, my Shabbos says, right, they had the way to prepare for Shabbos wrong, because they were caring for their father, not because they were preparing for their father. So the Eliezer is a strong personality. Very strong personality. So the mice, again, he's so probably praying for Shabbos. Gave a shrug, Shaddai from the Shabbos Allah. So now at this point in time, Rabbi realized that Rabbi Eliezer was a son. I think he was fine. But he was fine. He wasn't sound mind, he was totally with it. When the other Rabbi realized this, so he comes into the Nevada over. The Yoshua Hanot, the Rico Tower Amos. And the sand was safe 4 Amos away from Rabbi Eliezer. And listen to what's happening here. So now we're just taking this to really take from Rashi. Rashi says, believe from Abrahamos, immediately should have put them up also commercial of Rabbi Messiah. So saying that this is the famous story of commercial of Noah. Commercial of Noah was saying that this was the famous fallout between Rabbi Eliezer and the Rabbinic community. There's a big progress about, again, in others, like what you refer to as right, and other made up of multiple parts, and because I mentioned it's not focused about ritual status. And power. So then the entire Rabbinic community passed in one way, Rabbi Eliezer passed in a different way. Rabbi Eliezer would not back down from his position. As a result, he was putting for it. He was putting for it. He was putting for it. The lesson that teaches you left our local is that when someone is in Canaan, you're not even allowed to come within Kaladamas, 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and be back to forward. Now, the truth is they're not being back to forward. What they really come to do is to any additional Torah knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, he's still asking people. That's why they're not coming to his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Diane. But Eliezer, even on his bedside, was not retracting his halachic position. And therefore, again, they come a distance. Amar Lab. So Eliezer says that. Listen, there's so much just about this entire
metro, walking around, you don't know what metrosexual is, just watch who's
sometimes in life, it's the story of the way.
Says Ion Lazar. Sion, where are you from? I'm originally actually from Texas, but the most of my life,
you have to do a self-check.
the
And you may be wrong. Now, that's not always true. For example, the world people obviously, as well as and yet again, you know that we do not back down to being what we are. And we do Kalisar itself. If you're on any island, and everyone else says one thing, like when you're having something else, chances are, you won't. Chances are you have to have enough humility and enough to soul to be able to understand that you use the right to revisit my sheepos, my lifestyle. But I mean, you would not back down. You would not back down. So what is it happening?
You work on it, you know, it's...
I'm going to have none of us. So the Lord says to me, Akiva and then Akiva Skade, and why did you guys come? Amrlo, Lilmod Torah Beit. That is the King Torah. What's you have to understand something?
The accent you have now, what you're saying...
Once upon a time, Shal Shabbat was Baka. Like the old tradition was Mamish Baka, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happens? Any older three tribes that you can not share, went into the which is why often in the Gemara you find that when a great sage is on his bedside, he's coming of suffering with that because the focus is whatever last minute Torah that has to be built is true. So now, Rabbi Eliezer wasn't stable, and he's about to die. And the train to get to the come, the people is ready, we're here for the Torah. You must get every hand before you die. This is Rabbi Eliezer. Anyway, that Akshay Rabbi Eliezer. So why haven't you come into it? Okay, let's just move. Where have you been this entire time? Why are you only coming today? They said to him, the higher run of tonight. Wow. We didn't have enough time. We got busy. I'm not supposed to listen to this. All about him. So listen back to them. Mia and me, Musu, Misas, I wonder about you guys, if you will die a natural death. And there was also self-prophetically accusing the rituals, unfortunately, to the meat about it here. And then again, and all these other Rabbanim were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer says prophetically, I see that unfortunately you're going to be prevented because I'm going to be Akiva, Shemimah. Rabbi Akiva specifically asked Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my future? And then that is Shafar, touching the Shabbat. Your end is even more difficult. It's even more difficult than everyone else. So listen, there's a lot of emotion involved in this tomorrow as well. Rabbi Eliezer was working with feeling that he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. And again, because of his own decisions, everyone going through his own unwillingness to that guy. But also, this exchange is so incredibly difficult. understand that. But they had to ask me Rabbi, why haven't you come to me until now? And they said, oh, we didn't have time. And the answer says, I can't tell you, if you live a life where you don't have time, because to me, I mean, in the missing this then I would be shocked if we only got the experience in this world. We wait to read that pages. And then I would be shocked if you're Muslim and you start so the only guy of living like that. What is anyone saying? The people go to life and they have plenty of opportunities. But how do you justify not taking the opportunities, not taking the better opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time you use that kind of opportunity because you don't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. You fail to take advantage of your life opportunities. Also, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities because we convince ourselves that what? I'll get to it later. But we know that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity is that there are already other opportunities down the road. But the ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, so Rabbi Brown to say to the other Rabbanim, you tell me you don't have time. For people who live a life where their common refrain is, I don't have time, just understand, every time you don't have time, and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like, you're just like, I'm killing it. Like, you're killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like, you've lost out on that. And that is, that ultimately, again, that is a great trust, and once success, you cannot be open. It's like, this is one of the most important blessings. So many of us, we go through life, and there's opportunities, whether it's opportunities to speak up and see, or it's opportunities for learning, it's opportunities for helping yourself, it's opportunities for chesed, it's opportunities to go to shalom bayis. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, I'm too tired, I'm too this, I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity because of quote-unquote don't have time,
So you teach English in all those different places, and you kind of just go wherever you want.
And there's no chance to life opportunities. So maybe other ones, but once the opportunity dies, you just keep running away and going to use forever. Overwhelming demand. So what happens? So the one thing now, the legend is about to die. The blows themselves about that. What does he do? Not those days were also, they need a highly done. So that's it. This is that. This is it. Highly tomorrow. Those who takes 2 arms, a little young, crosses it against his chest. Amar, oy lachem shtei zra'ol sign, shem kishtei sifrei Torah shenigdorim. So most of these arms that are like 2 sifrei Torah that are rolled up. Plus, this is imagery is very important. If you look at his arms, like the 2 columns on the same place, crossing it over his chest. And he's saying, most of these sifrei Torah that are rolled.
So what up?
Now, Rashi points out that sifrei Torah is rolled, you can't see the arms. But the essence is the anointing. Is this idea of unactualized potential. I had all of this, right? I had this Sefer Torah. I have all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remains close. You know what I'm saying? It's such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest rush, you know what I'm saying? You know what? You know this. You know, when a person's on the deathbed, no one ever says, oh, you know what? What about all the places I worked to be China now? And I never got. Like, oh, Cancun was waiting for me, and Paris was waiting for me. And this, no one ever on the deathbed laments the vacations they do. I always know it's not thinking people does that. What do people lament on their deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do so. Because that potential goes with you. And that's what is lamented. These arms, this Sefer Torah, is rolled up. What is rolled Sefer Torah? What is rolled Sefer Torah? You can kiss it, you can hold it, you can't look at it, because you can't see anything. So the answer is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, Lamarati, the Harbe Torah Limarati. I learned so much, and I taught so much. And I said, like, it's interesting by the way. So how does that stem? He just said that he's like the Lord Sefer Torah, which means you can't see the print. But then he says, I learned so much and I taught so much. And that's what he tells what he found. Yes, I did a lot of life. I learned a lot of Torah and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential truth that a person face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. And those are when he says, I learned so much from my rebellion. But the truth is, I didn't take more than that, but like a dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like the dog goes over to the river, he starts drinking water, he doesn't diminish the water. So again, I learned from my rebellion, but there's so much more I could have learned. Like the dog drinking water from the river. I drank, but there's still so much more to drink. Hard day. Torah Limarti, ולא חיסוני תמיד האלה כנקפה בשפטרס. I taught so much Torah, and my students didn't take anything more from me to make a true connected application. In other words, it's the same idea that I took so much from my day, that was like a drop in the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just a drop in the ocean. Not only that, so again, this is lamenting an unfulfilled life, unless we think we couldn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My personalistic sense of Torah is rolled off. You can't see the print, and I go to the grave with the pain of knowing
I have been single now for like 13 or 14 months.
He goes on, he's like, oh, I know 300 halachos with the Bahalas Hasa. What's Bahalas Hasa? So Bahalas is a type of saras. Hasa means bright. So I even had very like specific knowledge with a specific type of saras, and no one ever asked me about it. No one ever asked me about it. Allah shani shlosh was halachos, and then shlosh halachos. B'netias kishim, or haya adam shalani b'ayim davar me'olam. Chutz me'etzivah b'yosef, and I know 300 halachos, and 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, a lot of halachos comes to cucumbers. Listen to this just a moment, and no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva. Akiva ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Yosef. I'm just like, what's the story of Rabbi Akiva? And Eliezer ben Hokinos, and cucumbers, listen to this. I'm Achos, and even with my half and I eat a day. So Eliezer ben Hokinos tells this story. So one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Rabbi, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, Lamdeni b'netios kishir. Teach me about halachos of sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First white line, I'm married to over Echad. So I said one word, and it was a short silent word. I said one word of kishuk, the smaller cholesterol kishir. And the entire field filled with cucumbers. So that's pretty incredible. Obviously, we're talking about how exactly is it permitted that was going to look like is engaging in kishuk. Is engaging in stress for we're going to discuss that. I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. Rabbi Maratani, Nitiyasa, Maratani Akivasan. So he taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery, taught me how to harvest it. So Amarti cover Echad is got to put it in that level. I said one word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area of the field. Incredible. So again, just to understand, that's the whole point of this story, right? Remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yeshua about how the Gemara was asking, did Rabbi Akiva learn this Rabbi Yeshua? It seems from this way that Rabbi Akiva actually learned this from Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point of this story. We're not going to in just a moment. So at this point in time, now the word comes back. The other Rabbanim who are coming to this over there, they see that he's holding a sound mind. And therefore they want to use this opportunity to ask him a variety of questions. Amrullah, Rabbi Eliezer, HaKador, V'ha'amos, V'ha'tamira, Utzrar HaMagalos, U'mishkomesh Kitano, Mahi. This is interesting. They asked Rabbi Eliezer and Hokinos, a question regarding Tumah and Tyler. So literally I get a ball, and Rashi says over here, a weight, for me as an amulet, Sam, I hold you a pouch for gems in the shoulder, or a weight. So let's say these are all things Rashi points out that we get that are made from leather and filled with something else. So the Gemara says, Shiloh, what's the, you're asking me a Tumah and Tyler question. Hello, aim it name, Utaylosan Benashet. Again, I've opened up and speaking the halachas of Tumah and Tyler. Fine, mineral, Sha'agadia Imas Mari. So then they ask, what is the halacha concerning the shoe that is still on its form? In other words, what's the lesson of the shoe, and the shoe being fashioned is still on its form, what's its halacha regarding Tumah and Tyler? On the one hand, Futar, ultimately in a star. Why? Because it's not a completed piece. That's what I said. And the rest of the Yasa Nishmasa Vitara. The last word that the lesson of the said, the last word he said was Tal, was pure. Those are the last words out of his mouth. Amar of Yeshua, Rabbi of the Amar, Putra HaNeder, Putra HaNeder. So Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately again we release Rabbi Eliezer from the excommunication. So we lifted the Rabbanim assembled, lifted the excommunication from the Muslim Orthodox after the Passover. Incredible. That's when we put her on that, put her on that. So the Gemara says as follows. The Moshe Shabbos, now again, so those who work in this night, I'm going to say incredibly enough, the last thing that he said when he died was Taik. That was his last word. So the Moshe Shabbos, talk about Rabbi Akiva, he started with words. I'm sorry, the Rabbi Akiva, so now, this remember when he started, this was starting up in the private. Remember that's how he started, but it's working his king until he moved his king, it was out in Shabbos. So the Rebbeinu was on Moshe Shabbos. It was on Moshe Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva's apparently, it must be according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi Eliezer died. And Rabbi Akiva therefore goes into the field procession on Moshe Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession from Caesarea to Lod. And the Makkah B'Sharo at Shedamu shows his laws. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was striking himself until he started to bleed. Tosis points out that here, Tosis says that Rabbi Akiva wasn't masquerading himself over the death of Rabbi Eliezer. And what he was doing was, he was mourning the loss of Torah. So directly, you're not allowed to masturbate yourself as a mourning for the death. He wasn't asking himself mourning the dead. Rather, again, he was just could not take the pain that of all the Torah that was lost, which was the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So Amar, Avi Rachav Yisrael Parasha. So ultimately again, when he said the Parasha that actually Elisha said about Noah and Noah never died. Rachav Reich said to him, he said, Avi, my father, Rachav Yisrael Parasha. Ultimately again, chariot of Israel and its riders. Harvey
the flower hasn't
also again, he was hurt because he was hurt as his father, and as a child. So just like the child, gets the rider from location and tells you that he wasn't someone who
I'm extremely blessed. It's the reason I can afford
like Kiba says, how they know it's PhD, the English look funny behind says, ultimately I guess I have so much money, I have all these coins, but I had no money change. I had no money change to show me how to talk about it. But like, this is really terrible to say. Where I say sometimes, the Mishnah tells us, I say look alive. All of us in life, like we need a rabbi. All of us. By the way, a rabbi doesn't even have to be like a rabbi. A rabbi just means in life you need someone who can help us with perspective. Because a lot of times, I have all the stuff I need. I just don't know exactly how to reach it in a way. So that's the next level of personalistic success. Like, it's interesting that the Akiva is not saying, you know, what is he saying? I have so much money, but I don't have a money changer. What does a money changer do? What does a money changer do? I guess this how much money changer. You bring all of your clothes, right? And then what would the money changer say? Here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changer is showing how to take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. Right? You keep saying like this. I need Rabbi Eliezer, not because I need his knowledge. I have the knowledge. But he helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to bust the outside. And it's like, sometimes in life, our greatest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the clusters that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it, right? Because it's interesting, especially like applying this concept. You live in an age where it used to be you needed a levy for information. I need a for information. I will say, today you need a levy for information. No, really, right? You get the 8-minute dot, the second dot, the 25-second dot, like half a dot, part of a dot, the whole dot, right? You get any medium you want. You do not need a levy for information. You don't. You get information, however you get information. What a levy does for us, for all of us, is not one of us who doesn't need someone. And it doesn't be one of us, we multiple people. It's okay, so I get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in the right framework so I can be successful? And I feel that sometimes, like, this is one of the biggest challenges I've got, right? Because, it's just kind of like, there's like all the yogis, right? It's such cute. Right? It's a picture, and what happens? And you're doing that, and you're doing this, and you're doing this, and everything's simultaneously. You gas it 5 minutes later, when you're thinking zero, right? I'm going through a whole list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the mistakes you make in life is, where it's really organization, where do I cut it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, basically, as this home, Chavutz, all these things, it's everything. Tzedakah, Shalom, bias. I have all the coins. I have everything. But I don't have arrange it. And that's the everybody, including what the mention. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer that gives us the information. I have the information. But what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need when I get the thought. It's amazing. And then Rabbi Akiva lost that. Rabbi Akiva lost that. You lose your relative happiness. He's overwhelmed. He's overwhelmed. Who is going to help you make a statement in your life? Who's going to help you create a vision and a way forward and a process and a framework? Who's going to help you with that? And you can see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. Overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. Okay, by the way, full circle. What is he doing there? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, I'm sorry, Rabbi Eliezer. Blah, blah. Which the Gemara is right. Rabbi Eliezer, the most suffer. Hadar Gamar Rabbi Yeshua, the Asbra
You just have to go live twice a month.
Originally given for the Lazar, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned to get to Rabbi Yeshua, and this time he understood it. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara goes like this. Now the Gemara says, whoa, we hold up, it was just a second. How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then make them collective? Isn't that Kisha? To which the Gemara says, Banan Tzman, Ha'osa Ma'isechayim L'Islam. Like Ha'osa Ma'isechayim. So look how you like this. Isn't that she's all right to translation Kisha? To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic trend. I was saying sometimes again, especially someone like Eliezer, has to understand how things work in order to be able to pass things. Right? So therefore you have to learn it in order to understand it. I say you have to learn it in order to be able to understand it in order to be able to pass things. I listen about it, I'm about those similar masses. Paul tells us, do not learn in order to replicate or to mirror that which the nations of the world do. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and limit that which the nations of the world do. So let's say, so ultimately, again, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other or anything else in order to do for themselves. the person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it. That's where that now is. You know what? Listen, it's important to understand that iris. I don't mean the job you people, right? In other words, like, one to understand it, like, I used to understand some non-essential job, not to become proficient. No, right? What a reason like this, that somebody who needs to ask you halachas needs to understand the mechanics of things. Like, you can't ask him if you don't understand it. So, Rabbi Eliezer, who needed to ask him on different situations regarding Pesach, needed to understand how it was working. And that's why he qualified Yahuwah, not for the purpose of going to hell or performing. For the point ultimately again of going ahead and understanding the dynamics of these things. Okay, let's say I just point out something amazing. I will say it. How's your last one? Lisa, so let's say tomorrow. How's that? Was the balance? Right. Let's pick up this first part of the choice. Yes, I said the first one. Let's have it. All right, so let's start with celebration. Let's go. All right, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. We'll move on. Let's say Sonic Tesla is that's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life, in the bells, where you go ahead and you purpose them. You see this, right? Like you're in a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you going to do now? Right? It was understanding, they're like, okay, now you have a parade, now you can this, and you this, then you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment. What do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a straight 5 seconds, just understand, and then move on to whatever is next. So also, here we go. Sonic Tesla race here. Ben Solar Remote. So now this is our next product. Sorry, supposed to know again, just kind of like a quick overview. Ben Solar Remote is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, you remember the child, he's not a child, he's an adult, but he's an adult. He steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachos, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And Torah says that Ben Solar Umora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that Ben Solar Umora is really executed not as much for what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents a profound threat to the community, and therefore Allah allows to be executed before he can become an actor. Now again, which is hashkafically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into with this. But after our topic of halacha, let's begin first with the details. So Ben Solar Umora, they listen, and so Ben Solar Umora, when did a child become Ben Solar Umora, right? From what age? So literally again, from the time that he brings 2 hairs, which is the sign of physical maturation, actually that literally sounds like from his beard, this beard fills out. That is commercial, because in Ballet, a cock code, but it doesn't mean that in his Facebook, or rather again, it means physical maturation. Like you guys, hello. So this is from the Russian Ikea. Chazal spoke in a way, right? So they didn't want to be explicit. But this story is ultimately against the pubic hairs. They didn't want to be explicit like that. Therefore, they said it in a little bit of in a nice Shnei Kiala ish ben Lobas, as it says, and the man will have a rebellious son, first of all, a son, and not a brother. Interestingly enough, there's no Das Solar in there, right? There's no female equivalent. Right? Furthermore, Ben below ish. Furthermore, again, it's a Ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as well, Ben below ish. Katan, Katan, Shalabana, Katan is Katan, right? Because ultimately, again, a Katan has not yet come to the field of mitzvahs, okay? So therefore, that's the question that's on. Just give us 1 second. Katan, we know in the Katan. So where do we know that a Katan, that a child ultimately, again, is after the child can become the time off, shall apply with mitzvah, because a katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility of mitzvah. Again, it's happening in Potter, which says, the Sur Echa Ashkefan, the Anash Hakaslav, the Havi, Dava, the Boy Khan, 1 second. It sounds like the Gemara says the Gemara needs an explicit teaching to teach me that a Katan is not such a halachas ben Sarah Mora. But that's obvious. Why would we ever think that a Katan is subject to the halachas ben Sarah Mora? In general, a Katan is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific positive teaching that a Katan is exempt? Here's the Gemara says, I'm not a hockey player. This is what I need to say. Ati ben Sarah Mora aftet o neherad, ashen sobo neherad. So what says we're going to discuss about Sora Mora, why is he executed? He's not really executed for what he has done, right? Because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into it yet. What has been Sora Mora done? What has he done? He stole money, and he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good, like not good. That's certainly not the executable offense. Right? You can't say, so why is he executed? He's executed because we're concerned for what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned about. We're concerned that maybe that when myself, if he's exhibiting these types of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he is going to become when he gets older. So we want to repeat them to our suffering narrative of people compromising. No matter what the sins we kill him, for what he's going to become, maybe he's helpful to the child, and it really been said in Mora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute even a Katan for exhibiting this type of totally egregious behavior. I'm not sure Mishnah teaches us that Allah on myself, a Katan is not totally countable for his action. When a Katan goes in the old, then the Ish. The old, then the Ish Katan Mashma. So furthermore, again, we'll say, the halacha verse says, then the Ish, we're going to see the halacha verse that sneezes, then the Ish means, then the Katan. I'm not going to go with that. So let's call it the Ish, then. As it says, a man will go ahead and have a son, then a son will come to the it becomes a Ben Sora Mora, a Ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting, by the way, that a Ben Sora Mora has to be an adult, and again, he's a recently Ben Mitzvah adult. Because it has to be a Ben, a son of the Ish. He became an Ish recently, but he's still a Ben, so he's a young Ish. Who is just relatively recently entered into Jewish authority. We can also start with like this. The Achiyoti is second attack. So we're telling them that you're Achiyoti Takaya. So you remember all of this discussion about here is the euphemism, not for his face, but rather again about physical maturity, strategic maturity. So the Achiyoti is second attack. We're telling them here, Achiyoti Takaya. Okay, so there's here that one of the words that we want to discuss that Papa's teeth, hello, Papa's Vincent. Okay, there's what's interesting about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding right? Right, so nice again, the Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again, it's pubic hair that surrounds again the male members. I want to point out this, right? You're not going to test it, right? As I said, I couldn't put it anything. You went to yourself, right? Listen, so just understand. This is very reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talked about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to things of executing people, what's the general approach? We don't want to do it. And therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a Beis-Din to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? Right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. So I said, if you're getting into this technology, then they keep it curious to pubic hair. Right. They make it curious in this. Right? What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, you will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway over here. So the Gemara says, I'm going to stop. Katan Shaholit ain't been on Nasa Ben Solomon. Let's by the way, if a Katan fathers a child, that offspring cannot become a Ben Solomon. How do you know? Ishmael, Kiel Ish, then Ish, then below the then. So that's an interesting reference because it says Kiel Ish. Ish means what? An adult. an adult fathers a child, that child should be called a son or mother. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a base son or mother. Which will not count if I really think of the law. What that means, that things, and we know about it. And we know about that, we know about that house. Into the name of God, you have done leave. Not to put it just that, if a man will have a child, or if a man, like, the very always is, might be a ish, then, why did it say that if a man will have a child, you understand the concept of then ish? None of y'all, if you like this stuff, ultimately, if you start off with this stuff, but if a minor, if a child, like you tell if a child's father is a child, then offspring can become their son. The aim of Kulo, I was really good. Into the name of cross, then ish. There's set it in the short form of then ish. My ish, then. Ultimately, again, once it comes to Jesus, ish, then. Ultimately, again, once it says, you can learn that both of these halachos. Like the one halacha l'maisa that again, halacha l'maisa that he has to be a child. Right? Halacha l'maisa that halacha is saying that you get out. That's number one. On the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not subject to the halachas concerning as so that So okay, so we're covered there for today. I just think it's significant. So I don't want to work with the whole Mitzvah more because the Mitzvah saying we'll see this on future documents. But I just want to point out an interesting yesterday, right? If you notice, the beloved have been working us. What was he lamenting? When he was only what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the Lord's sacred Torah. Right? He was lamenting the fact that he had so much potential that remained unrealized. And they didn't realize it. It's incredible because Ben's Torah is more. It's almost the opposite of that. Ben's Torah is what we learned is about the potential that will be realized. But there's so much more of it. So also the Legal Exchange he is executed because of what he will become. So there's some more we're concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So resident witness is lamenting unrealized potential, and then solar and more is executed because of potentially realized potential, potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential, and solar more negative potential, positive, unrealized positive potential. So kind of when you start this is how you're going and the chakras. And how can you start to look and speak about this like Julian is the lawyer and the Shakira. Right about the greatest real life of this island is potential. The greatest real life of going leading this world as a rolled up sacred power. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. The ones that work with us. Each of us is that rolled up sacred power. Even though it's so Mora. And so Mora, we're going to see who could change his ways. Who could choose to go and realize the potential in dramatically different things. But to go ultimately again, make shapes and leads the left to the potential, left to the potential, to put yourself on a certain negative trajectory. And if you still keep on going with corrupt that potential, and that's the way the life will come to you. Well, we're going to stop over here for today. A lot more to say in the back end, but I know we won't get out of ourselves. Stay up, everyone.
One more time for Timmy No Breaks, ladies and gentlemen. And how about Actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas? One in Houston, February 28th. One in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Okay. Every single week I took this Mamma Jamma. Doesn't get, I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Greg Fitzsimmons. Oh my God. Yeah, baby. Greg Fitzsimmons. Sal Volcano. Oh my God. Very exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Sal Volcano is on tour. SalVolcanoComedy.com. He's doing the Ryman Theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of The Impractical Jokers coming out on TBS Thursdays. On TBS and its podcast Manouche is available everywhere. Great Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's history, touring Fitzdog.com. He's in Philly, Lexington, and Houston. Coming up very soon. How you guys feeling? You excited to be here?
So excited.
Perfect.
Hell yeah.
I'm fucking excited. Are you guys excited?
Hell yeah.
Let's go, Tony. Are you guys excited or what?
These sick Latinas love the Impractical Jokers. This lady's screaming Sal's name over and over again. Little fucking, the Tortas love you, Sal. You guys know how the show works. 300 plus comedians are stacked on top of each other in a bar right next door. And if I pull one of their names out of this bucket, our trusty assistant goes, grabs them. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. Their time is up here, the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. You have a good afternoon. I was conscious for this morning, Dr. Taik, our annual common conference. We're talking about, hey, thank you for having us representing everything in justice this year. And we're supposed to continue to show those programs to the audience. I'd like to know that we're going to be the situation of people that the world because it's turning it down. One of the pieces of text, yes, one of the liberating thing I know. Is really so that 2 hours of other people on you. There is no spectacular. Please use the light and the colors in us.
Bang, bang, bang.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the 2024 Guest of the Year. Dr. Phil is here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Dr. Phil is throwing out Magnum condoms.
Might be open. I got more than the Delta Lounge.
Dr. Phil live in the flesh. Literally recognized as one of the greatest guests in the show. What was that? Oh my goodness gracious. We didn't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get that? Wow. It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
We did it. We We're going to Australia and Canada next year.
That's right.
Sorry, this year.
The Who Is Me tour. Wow. That's a wild thing that's happening.
I'm excited. Well, I guess you don't even know.
Wow. It's wild, Howard.
You do. But we're going to keep it right here.
All right. This is very exciting. Dr. Phil is here live in the flesh with Greg Fitzsimmons and South Canada. This episode is brought to you by Shopify. My goodness. I mean, what a start to this show. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
You got fucking Joe Water?
Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. We shake them up before the show to add vibes and energy to the show. It's also working and it's working. That's what we call that. So what's amazing is that while this is perhaps one of the greatest starts of the show ever, why don't we take it one step further and have the first comedian be the record holder for all-time appearances, normally the closer of the show. One of the new living members of the Kilphony Hall of Fame. Some people call him the Midget Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla.
I guess you don't have these emotions. So I kind of in New Jersey, it's incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. Now, as a result, I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. When I moved to stick up in the upstairs, it was morning. So as I said, we are picking up.
My mother was watching the news the
So
other night, and she heard people talk
I'm
about
dedicating
doxing one another. She goes,
retail
honey,
value,
what is
99
doxing?
cents. But again,
I said,
but
oh, it's
tremendous
when two
guy after
guys
it
get
was
in
a lot
a
of time.
radio with each
So
other
again,
with their
we are picking up
kids.
in your session Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. The work is pretty much like as follows. Amarava. Okay, you can see the incredible. 9 lines up from the bottom, 65 descent of heavens. Amarava. Bo Sadiki, Bo
Imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore. I'm just gonna walk this way and I'm never gonna stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction. So you're in a hot air balloon and you're like, guys, you're never gonna believe this. Okay, that's my time. Because the earth is round, so you guys are going to show up from the other end, right? But that would mean that it's not flat. Right, it would mean it's round. It's proving it safe to his friend, and it's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. It's kind of like a passion play. Yeah, seriously, going up first, I love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous right now. It's really, I'm up there to hang out and whatever, and oh my gosh, here we are. So I love it. Yeah, what's not your comfort zone? Proof that you can do it all. You got the show starting with the bang. And Tony, I do have to say, I finally met a horrible boy. I'm still actually having fun getting my brain sex started growing again.
I set the bar very low. So really, like pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Russia, definitely fantastic. I love you. Like, I love you. It's beautiful. So let's say, okay, also, all correct. Which also begins to
well, it's just great that you're I know you guys have a
all
lot of history of that as well,
all
but it's good
excellent,
to see
but
that
not
you're
wrong. So what I'm going to say is, some of those guys, what are you like that? One of the interesting things that we see is that everyone's different. Right? Learn for that. It doesn't make no sense. What really told it does
it is not going good. That's part of why I'm in my funk. I messed up, but I was in Vancouver last year. I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass, literally with my ass. Seriously. I know, it was fun. I was kind of in a funk. I've been having these bad months, and the puzzles don't help. Nothing really helps, but when I was having sex with that guy, it was crazy. Oh, that was fun, right, man? What was that noise? Yeah. You want to be making in the corner, right, man? When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been, just in the corner wearing your fucking tank top. You fucking nasty weirdo. Your little blue tank top. Yeah, have you ever seen it, Tony? You ever seen a little blue fucking tank top with these little swim trunks? You have like a little bad boy. You show everybody pictures of his fucking girlfriend's feet. That's your bad style. Stop doing that. He's doing that to the fucking
so that's what I was saying. What is it that you should have the ability to become valuable? And because you have the ability to become valuable, for what? He both said he did for an album. Those said, when you become, once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show you?
Wow, this is not a great start for greatness. There's certain things that stay in the grain room.
Says I can create and
we were able to take you to the grave room, man. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Now I have to cut them off.
I don't have to be the same.
Oh my goodness. I just love it. Williams. Growing again.
If I want, Sadiqim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rabbi says Sadiqim realize that they have the ability to create worlds. The Lord says each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, we become Sadiqim, and if we become Sadiqim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing ever heard?
So you're doing a really good job. The Lakers are always the taking away from you. Having a moment of
Love of Baragasa. Love actually created something. Love created a person. stories of like going on that. Those stories are not content and not allowed. The stories of people, like Rabbi Little Baragatra, he created the person. Look at that. Rashi says over here, right, Baragatra, are you the simple Yitzira, Shalom Yitzira, so really there was a simple Yitzira, which is a book that contains the same and Rabbi literally went ahead and he created a person. What happened? Shadzik when they hit Rabbi Zera. Spent the guy, Rabbi Zera, have a kind of straight bag, Rabbi Zera started talking with this person, but have become a habit. But ultimately, again, apparently, the version that Rabbi created wasn't just kind of, it wasn't engagement in conversation. On the leg, Mikhavi Ak, Amirei, Mikhavi Ak, Hadil Akra. So before he wasn't happy, okay? He said, you didn't like to take care of Mikhavi Ak. I mean, going out of that Havari Naka, like you are someone, like you are someone who's been created by someone else. Like, get out of here. Like, Hadil Akra. Go back to your desk. Go back to your desk. So they'll say, what's the show? Why did I be doing going to this right back to your desk? Because remember again, this weirdo was unable to interact. Wow.
Well, William, you got the show nice to me. You got the show started with a fucking bang, my
If you
friend.
don't know how to say it,
Right about the
if you
great
don't know how to give
William
others
Montgomery
feelings,
showing
if
us
you
how it's
don't know
done.
how to give a
And we go
word
to the
of
bucket,
visit,
everybody. Oh,
my
goodness.
so that's your desk. The word doesn't mean you. Drum so doesn't mean you. If you don't know how to interact, how to be what it is you are. Incredible.
You are a marketing
אני אגב לרוסיה, אני יעשו כמה לשבסה, וזה אלצ'אביס כמרה. And Eric Travis, how ridiculous. 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. Great, look at the decade. But don't get caught up in the details. Right, so keep up on it. Rabbi Hanina, Rabbi Joe, were sitting on Eric Travis. The Oski was safe in Yeshua. And they were learning safe in Yeshua. That's it. People were doing very well now. That's what I point out there, right? So we get to a little later on. Right? All of Eric Travis, they were learning safe in Yeshua. And Mibbu, the root in the and what did they do? They created themselves. And so that got hard, so I got these shoes that make me 5'3". Doesn't mean a third or a cap that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the shoes, like tall and starting to hit, it's so hard to hit on. So they created, like I was hitting on this one super tall girl, she was like 5'5". From sleeping, broccoli leg, and they ate it. She looks at me and she's like, boy, you're so short, you have to go look on it. The point is, again, so I'm like, that's a weird way to ask, but you can have the ability to create. I'm like, I wouldn't think I wasn't a shirt for it. I'm trying to eat my way here hard. We're on the same note. I hate calling you and saying, you was for short years ago in the men's restroom. Because like now I'm over here having a tippy toe and fucking putting my chimichanga on the foot on the rib. Like how am I gonna explain to a girl that I got grabbed from a men's restroom? That's the hallmark of a savage. Savage recognizes the creative powers he possesses and utilizes that faith and nuclear stand-up comedy. That's what I think. So the mother says, turn around on us. You must moan him, so back to sorcery. Go to moan him. And the human owner, Zahamad will shiva mine zaka ala'ai. So this is someone who takes seed in 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, you start realizing you can't see it. Right? I was just saying, right, so Rabbi again puts on his eyes and a property that allows him to be able to see things. But from the say, Zaoki is high night. You know, this is somebody who engages in deception. Right? Like a magician. Like someone who goes ahead and deceives people by making them think that he's engaging in some type of sorcery. The people says, Zam actually did the shows. The people says, who's the Ma'onim? Ma'onim is someone who believes in superstition. Yeah, what does that mean? Romer, Hayom Yopalote. Today is a good day to embark on a journey. Lamacha Yopalita. Tomorrow is a good day for purchases. Limude Arde Shvius eating Yopals. Or someone who says, Erev, we thought that's when the wheat is best. Kure Kiknios and Yos Raos. So again, what's the shot? What does that mean to say? I'm the only someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. Why does that sound so bad? What's that open like? Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment perfect. See, the Ma'oni is so believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go out and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? When's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Certainly not now, right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's cloudy, so probably not tomorrow. Right? Someday sounds good, but someday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime in the next decade. Oh, and when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to close something, right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. That the Akiva says, we call that? We call that a ma'od. That's the issue of the rights. It's the issue of the rights to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment in life to make things happen. In order to become excellent in, to become proficient in, you know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. You understand, right? Not that. Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend their entire life waiting to make things happen. And the Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called ma'onim. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. Another title. You must turn up on Menachis, what's Menachis? So let's say, Menachis is the person who believes I can hold this. Zell over people not from the other. Repeat. Like the person, oh my blood fell out of my mouth. That's about it. Not blown up from the other. My staff fell out of my hands. Horrible Ma'achoro. You know, my son caught me from behind. These are things that people think are bad omens. Only Corridor, the raven called out to me. See, his seat over there. Here, ran right in front of me. Not touch me, you know the shore on the snowball. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one maybe you did it. Right? If you have that, right? But the nice thing is, these are all things that people hominize. Yes, right? They hominize.
I do. I'm downtown. What have you been doing exactly? Explain to some of these people out here how they can lose weight.
Life is supposed to be first.
I quit
I'd also
alcohol,
start a
so that was a big one.
and then one falls out of the tree.
But on St. Patrick's Day, I dress up like a leprechaun, so like, I'm going on the way and I can drink it.
Okay, anyway, right, but it was a new thing. The whole time, I never have to wash my back for it once, but
Back to mention 245. That's cool.
Okay, the Gemara goes like this.
Yeah.
You can speak enough about your date from last week. The rest is as follows. Right, show me solo. Top of something on 66A. Our task will be, or let's say a person in the collecting taxes, the person does the tax collector. Don't start from me. Like Shabbos, goes Kodesh, Matzah Shabbos. Or you know what, again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning. Like, I can actually wake up and paying your debts. You know, again, these are all people organizing things. I tell tax collector, it's not a good thing to start with me. Or I don't want to pay I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's those Kodesh, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, the person organizes all of these things. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in that. So okay, again, a local mindset trying to accomplish it now. You're trying to take care of your debts is now. You're trying to take care of your responsibilities is now. Hold on, hold on. No snap. And also, anything don't do on the opposite, the bulldog, the opposed to the devil. You should take the people who do all types of sorcery and divination, ultimately again, with weasels, with birds, and with fish. Okay, they organize all these different things. Good. The Lord said, Mister, Hamakaros HaShabbos, the David Hayavan Al-Jadon HaKalos, actually does it. So what's that you can when a person violates Shabbos, right then, Halach HaLamaisa, the person goes ahead and violates Shabbos. So it's something that the way, so again, if you're the colors, if you were to do so without law, from Halach HaLamaisa, if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an Avera, ultimately will be tied to Shabbos. You went to the club, you eat the meat, you go to Shabbos, you tie up in the law, you go to Shabbos, you're wrong, you go to Shabbos. So that's to say that there is some type of cruel Shabbos. But if you were to go ahead and do it unintentionally, if you would not be tied for Shabbos, or you wouldn't be tied for Shabbos, what would that be? You must assume by you that we have Ultimately, the single God is the a lot from that time. Listen, and the color of it, you might be right actually telling you so. Listen, that's you see this reference pretty long. The person's the only power of the person that is the actual name of our public policy. Still on the community, if a person goes ahead and purchases his parents with some type of nickname, right, or descriptive name of our public policy, what's the name of how the nation is valued, they're not coming to us. They're coming to us with the idea that we are sensible, or let's analyze Minecraft, and we work on the Nacham Yossi. Nacham Yossi, besides us, Rabbi Nacham Rabbi Yossi, the Nitbo King Beach. Because of the articulate the name of Hashem, it's ultimately one of the things not Hamalama, so the Lord says, not Hamalama, saying, you know how much Halam, other than you know, Ha'il actually Halalim is the reason for the one person one is not Ha'il, the person who has, and that's one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of Hashem. It's not about it. Not Hamalama, what is right, not Hamalama. Not coming over the Rabbis got 16 guys and even if one's parents is a kingdom and a sword and closeness. One might have felt out love and nice under their circumstances. Not high to much along and the other difference is one is higher to go, one is higher to person. Actually, it's how level others so will curse his father or his mother. Amy and the others really low, so I only know from the process of the mother and father together. All his shalom, emo shalom of his I don't know that I'm high to the person one of my all good kilo even though it's said as mother and father, understand it as other kilo, emo kilo, especially one of the parents ultimately makes you tired of the radio. Much names that, but we must up with the Axmo, as we go to talk about the possibility of the one in the possibility inside out, it's not just about what you see, it's about total physical and mental blue chew will dissolve right out of your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. And trust me, the happiness. You will always be tied unless the person is determined. So the public says explicitly it's only tied to the person together. Most you must, persons will be put to death for stoning after the school in the Alabama African Community Town with the use is maybe for the other types of death penalties mentioned. Nama Kona Dama Bo, the Nama Lahalon, the Mayhem Bomb. It's like over here, Dama Bo, and it says later on, by Obi Udoni, the make ball. The Mayhem Bomb. What do I learn from this? Mala Haron, just like that Obi Udoni, I'll come to see it, so keep a question of parents, ultimately you as well. Says the Mara Onet, Shamanu Asal Nari, so now I know the punishment of evil. Where do I see the warning for what's limited in the way of but every checkout is your has to have a warning and also the order. Now it's the owner. Where do I see the warning? Elohim or Elohim Moses away. Which literally again also see exactly what that possibly means. In Haya, watch it. First white light. In Haya, other giants. One's father was a Italian. Mother says, "Are you moving around Elohim most of the time?" So we don't understand the rationale of Elohim. Elohim refers to the judge. We not first the judge. So now we must reason that let's say again, like Judah as a father Yaakov, and Yaakov is Italian. So Judah refers to his father, and not only is Judah tied to his father, but he's also tied to the judge. Then how you argue Nazi, and if your father was right, Judah's father was a Nazi,
Hurry who be allowed the Nasi the uncommon stuff. This is mean up as a prohibition because the diet is a prohibition because the leader. So if we don't follow Yaakov with the dying in the eyes of the Elohim Los Sakalos, if he was the Nasi, he'd be trying to Nasi Los Sakalos. What happens? Dying below Nasi, but how do I know that if he didn't hurt his father, and his father is not the dying, and his father is not the Nasi, that he is still going to be third white line. Are after done being out? So the people cleaning up the creative paradigm. What's the paradigm? Here we go. Slowly be Nasi to the dying. So Nasi is not like a dying. So Lord is dying to the Nasi, and the dying is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lord is dying Nasi. Why? So are dying after Mitzvah? Al Hora also. Kiroi Nasi Shikiyata Mitzvah Hora also. So what's that? Is like this. A dying, if a dying, right? Let's say dying. This is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and failure to adhere to it to actually result in a death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same law doesn't apply to a Nasi. Like violence in halakhic meetings of a Nasi, that doesn't necessarily tell you that it's death penalty. I'm sorry? Right, you should touch it. Oh, that's all. That's not the question of something. Lowly Nasi, Kiroi Dayan. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a Dayan also. Shanosi Asa Mitzvah Hamra also, Kiroi Dayan Shieta Mitzvah Hamra. So Nasi and a Dayan are two forms of leadership. A Dayan is halakhic leadership. And therefore, if halakha Lamaisa, the Dayan is teaching halakhic ruling, and you violate that can result in death penalty. A Nasi is not halakhic. And therefore, if a Nasi is halakhic ruling, you not death penalty. On the other hand, if a Nasi claim to give like a directive, thank you, like a directive, right? So then again, he's the leader, you gotta follow it. If you violate it, you have Nisa. On the other hand, if a dying gives the directive, you don't have Nisa. Two different forms of leadership. Yeah, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, I'm sorry, what's the common denominator between them? Getting the Amchot, that they are both members of Klal Yisrael. What is the common denominator between the Nasi and the Dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse people. That's the common denominator. So if you create a paradigm, what's a paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father. Even if the father is not a Dayan, or the father is not a Nasi, you still can't curse him. You must, remember, this is the Aspara. People are looking for the warning. So the word Mala Tzala Shabbat Shemayim, because he's a Rasan Gambala. Why does it say another amazing reason to come under the Nasi and Dayan as well? They both occupy, they both have greatness. The Lomar goes to Karo here. So it also says, don't curse the person who is deaf. So what do you see here? The Lomar Sheba Unprocessed. So we're talking about using both or not. But again, the maybe that's exactly what I was getting to next. You're good at spotting and the Nasi is dying. They usually tell me pretty quickly the conversation. So it turns out that really we have three things that we say. A Nasi, a Dayan, and a Pirish. And the two things, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? Za'atara, Shabbat Shemayim, Shem Ba'amcha, Va'atam Musa Atila. What's the common denominator? Common denominator for a Nasi. Dayan. And the Pirish, what's the common denominator? They're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse. On the other question of Amcha, you have to Musa out to the so common to the father, and the father also is used also as part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse. Mala Shata Shabbat Shabbat between Muslims. Those are again, maybe they tell us Shabbat Shabbat. Is that again, Nasi, Dayan, and Pirish all have some unique difference. Into Mishto Cross, all
Elohim V'Keresh, or Nasi V'Keresh, Elohim Ulamim. So most of the that's what these why only the Elohim. And Eno Inyan L'Gufo Tia Eno L'Ahim. Also, what you make it out, if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use it for power. That's almost like things that the opinion of a paradigm. So you can see Nasi, Dayan, and Keresh. Okay, I'm going to give all those three rules for what? And I love the most against someone who is unfront, someone who is part of your people, ultimately, again, ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. They will say, what a beautiful and divine display. What's the criteria for the Akhbar? Or at least, what is the criteria for not mistreating someone if they're unfront? If they're not the problem, so you have to love them. They don't say, we both drink until we can't see. Then my friend leans over and he says to me, hey, I love you, man. That's nice. You're my bro. And I'm like, yeah, bro. I love you too. The part that's weird for me is he's telling me this while he's rubbing on my knee. And you're like, wow, my name is Mario. What's the point to understand that every year is right? And it's a uniform element of no matter what the actual uniform, the physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform is that every single uniform is the same. Again, because of that transport, because that's the member of the story, and because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, we'll start at least. Right? The baseline is don't face it. Right? The baseline is don't mistake it. The baseline is don't check someone who's been negative the middle part of it. But that's where it starts. And that's what you get on from there to the actual goes like 100 for $9, Elohim Kol. By the way, this all works well if you understand that the concept. Elohim Lo Shekalo is not Elohim God, but rather again Elohim is a branch of God. Not anything that now you can apply to the Father. Elohim the Amar told it to make it but according to the opinion that says no, it's not Elohim God, it's not what it is. It's Elohim Hakam. This is the reference to Hashem. Then what is it? The sign off. Elohim called it Rabbi. Elohim is possible. It's not God. Elohim refers to God. But yet people over Elohim called that. It refers to God. The kind of religion that the Omer has heard of our from living to the warning against cursing of the Baruch which our Lomar Elohim most Hallel. Which you might be non-Gomer Elohim called Gomer Kodesh we call. The one who says that Elohim in this context is called holding is not God. According to God, but ultimately again we learn out just like this is the concept of Baruch when the prohibition is the curse of God. Remind the Omer Elohim Kodesh Gamina called me Kodesh. But the one who says Elohim in this context is the Baruch is we derive ultimately again the prohibition is the curse of God from the prohibition is the curse of Baruch. So we shall remind them Elohim called Gomer Kodesh we call. According to the opinion that says Elohim means a judge. I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Allah has part of the time of Kodesh and you're not allowed to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elohim Gomer Elohim Kodesh. Gomer Kodesh. According to the one who says Elohim is God, that he derived it to curse the judge from the fact that you can't curse God, to which the Muslim Domo, HaKodesh Asar, HaKolo Asar. Maybe after the King is only warning us against cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is not warning us against cursing the judge. In pain, Mitzvah Tzah, Losaka. If that's the piece of evidence that's written in the short form, on Losaka, don't curse. My Losakala. Why does it say don't curse unless it means you on the form? Namina, Archie. It comes to be just two things. What are the two things? Number one, don't curse a judge. And number two, don't curse a judge. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go like this. Thank you, Mama. I'm born out of Murasa. Don't say the first one. I'm going to change it out of us. You know, you can have it. You're very specific. Not specifically. What it is.
walking around. So now that I'm Russell is a girl who's clothes, seriously, like a not in sin. So she's married. Therefore, her man has relations with another man who listens to her that she goes to. What's unique about now that I'm Russell is that she is single out or unique, so she, and the matter of relations with her, singles out to single. This girl is a concept kind of. So now that I'm out of Russell, ain't no Taik actually takes it. So listen, all of these Taik ultimately against the now and rest of the skill. Remember, so you Taik, normally adultery is kind of strangulation. So here, this is singled out for skill. But in order to fit the criteria of Nala, I see the following criteria. Number one, ain't no Taik actually takes Nala. The girl has to be a Nala. Number two, this is one. Number three, no Rasta, and number four, to use the base Avila. And ultimately, I think she's still living in the father's house. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get unique punishment of Skila Mura. Boa, that's now you take 2 minute conversations with her. Right? Then what? I read from the Skilo, that's saying the prayer. Then the first one is the Skilo. Remember again, the first one is the Skilo. The second one is no longer the Skilo. And therefore, you punish in a regular case of adultery by fire. That's kind of okay. So the Gemara goes like this.
This is my absolute first time in front of a crowd and a microphone.
So it happens to be over here.
All right, great. You're 60 years old. What made you want to start comedy?
I went
broke.
So being technically speaking, physiologically,
Okay, relax. Did you hear the last
you would have thought that physiologically since she's still at the Sula. Therefore, again, Allah for the nice, maybe even the second guy should get Sula. Much more looks like much more, the Torah recognizes 2 forms of Dia. Dia Kedarka and Dia Kedarka, and they're both on the legitimate forms of Dia. Therefore, again, after the first time I was relations with her, even though physiologically when the students are intact, she's considered to be a law, and therefore the second guy gets connect, and ultimately again that's very interesting. And that's how it's interesting. But again, but interesting nonetheless. Alright, so where goes like that? Tanabano. Now, so right, this is one of these things. Somebody else has this right? This person doesn't have to so now the law Bulgaris. Okay, so it says Nara. So again, now we're going to go to the Nara means the Nara, not a Bulgaris. What's Bulgaris? 12 and a half years old and above, right? Below Bulgaris, the Sula, so that's the Sula, below Bula. And here, let's sort of point out, remember, even if a girl doesn't fulfill these criteria, you're still trying to go through. We're talking about the specific focus from Nara Murasa, which carries the penalty of Skiva as opposed to Chana. So, in order to be high for this again, the Sula, below Bula, Nu'ula, that's the innocent, below the Sula, the base Avila, in her father's home, Shah,
I'm not sure about
where the father had already given her over to the shooting of the child, which she was being given over right to be taken to her husband's home. And Mara says, good, I'm not so good. I'm ready to go to Amarav. She did Rabbi Meir. He's the only one to Rabbi Meir. I've come to say, now I'm going to so I feel this to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms. Come to say that now I'm going to say, even what? Now I'm going to say, even be a kind of, I'm going to ask him to get to another open mic. You might give us this kind of energy, then we can take the kind of money. I didn't know that I knew that, because Rabbi Meir. I just want to explain it. According to our Mishnah, now I'm going to say, Gata and Nara and Nara. We're going to get us to see that. Maybe it's the point of that, maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude a Bulgaris for Nara. Amalei, I ain't no Taik actually to Nara, the Sula, Ma'orasa. Taik, Ella, Al Nara, the Sula, Ma'orasa. It should have said, that's what you just said. Nara, the Sula, Ma'orasa. The Sula, maybe, there's nothing more to talk about. It just solidified the fact that, again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara, Ma'orasa, that's the for Nara.
dealing
not
with
a
some type of
kitana
trauma or
and not a
something like
bogeres.
that? Or
When
are
we
you
are back by
like,
Admiral,
what? Can you give us
Ba ala
is
kitana
something
lula,
that
so
goes
that
on
I
like
may
about
not
your life? You have 60 years to
what
reference
happens?
here.
What happens if another man, in other words, not the
Well,
husband,
that's
another man
February the
did have
10th.
relations with the kitana who's in our roof? What's the halacha in that situation? Well, according to the mayor, what's the halacha? You must be gammon mandishma. Is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Or is it or maybe it's just coming to a student from Stephen. So anyway, the Stabra is still a man. No. It's still probably the adultery. It's just excluded from the prohibition or the punishment of skill. Rather, what will it get? What kind of instead? The Rothschild, the Mason gun Schneer, actually Schneer Shovel. There's the problem. The classification of adultery says the Mason gun Schneer that they were both bad, which seems to indicate to us that despite the equality in both of the parties committing adultery. On both sides, if the Kitana engages in adultery, what's the halacha? She's not chayadas. Why she's not chayadas? Why? Kitana. Kitana's not chayadas for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shosakrat, Rab was silent and didn't know how to respond. Well, my time is Shosakrat. I don't say Rabbi this time. The name of it, Umei Sa'ish Asher Shachadi Malabano. There's another pasuk. Then the other pasuk indicates to us that the man will be executed because he committed adultery. What do you see here? There's a case ultimately again where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case when a man is singled out for execution and the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with the kitana. So again, she's going to be killed. Why? She's kind of. He's going to be tied to that. Which is where it says kitana. Reality is, also this point is in fact in a high kitana. Well, this is going to explain the pasuk in both of them put together. As you actually say in some of Yosha. And Yosha says in order to execute a couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with kitana, she's not put to death. He's not put to death either. The Yonason says, the Mesa is Asher Shachadi Malabado. But Yonason is not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? Kitana Hamurasa. So she's not going to be executed because she's a child. Like what the man says, he will be because he's an adult. What does the Yoshi do with that? What does he do? Oh, basically understand. Sorry, basically understand my Dutch today. What does the Yonason do with the pasuk that says we basically understand? It seems to indicate that again, there's got to be an equality and liability.
This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. Take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it easy to start. Better mental health leads to better health overall. Just like your physical body needs exercise, your mental health needs maintenance and attention. Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Our therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in your life, helping improve your coping skills and self-awareness. Like it's all about how you're in a relationship with one another. Communication is key. Talkspace can help you identify obstacles and create new meaningful connections. Talkspace makes it help you keep easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay.
Let's say again,
I love Talkspace. I think they provide some of the best mental health treatment out there. I can't recommend them enough because therapy is like
so then they have a little bit of
transformation.
So again, physiologically,
And as a listener of this podcast, you get $80 off your first
now
month.
what is the liability for those men?
Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code
The
SPACE80.
first
That's
thing they're all liable to steal. I will say now why are they all liable to
licensed
steal?
therapist today. Go
Because
to
the halacha teaches that all of them had
enter promo
relations
code
with a
SPACE80.
na'ara under
Hello
the
there,
rest.
my dear friend.
Because since
Favorite
she's
human
the
being,
alliance
very
with
nice
the
guy who
Sula,
cares about
there's
everybody.
all
This
chayat
podcast is
Rabbi
sponsored by
says
Taik.
no.
Anywhere worth going is
And
worth
from
going
the
into.
Sula,
Let's find your perfect
not
Taik.
true.
They're
The
good
first
for
guy
him,
is
for
chayat Sula, because he had a relationship with an Aram Russia. But again, he knows this look down so looking like this look down as a value from a deal. Therefore, acting as first act, therefore, what is no longer the Sula. So the rest of the guys are chayat. What are they chayat for? What are they chayat for? Adultery. Like a chayat for regular adultery, regular adult. right? So in type of regular adultery, which is not punishable again by skila, only punishable by incredible Rabbanon, Ubas Ishkoi, Hallucinos, what's the choice that went out there, what we spent a significant amount of time speaking about again about Torah. So the Torah says, Ubas Ishkoi, Hallucinos, as I mean, in the Kabbalah, but it's just really able to see this. A unique punishment for a ultimately again we the verse in Ubas is going to say Hallucinos, everyone already says he lost some. So Rabbi Omer he lost. What do you want to go back to just a moment? Right. So Rabbi Omer said Lashon Tila over the Parsha. So Rabbi says, Rabbi says that her liability is Tila. The Gemara says, what does that mean? Omer says, my God, what does that say? And the thing is, Rabbi could be Shlos with it. Rabbi was going to be Shlos. What does it mean Shlos? And the Amar, Arusa, Yatsa, L'Seifa, below the Shua. So it is only in Arusa Bastan, it is only in Arusa Bastan. Ultimately, again, the subject of Sleifa, not on the Surah. Not on the Surah. The Hakita Rizal used to say, in Tilas, the Sleifa, the Idak, the Hana. So we'll say, if the Bas point is in Arusa, has a relationship with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's what he is Sleifa. And his subsequent acts of relations, ultimately, again, will be the Hana. So again, what's that case? That's when we can maybe see what we got there. So the first man that has relations with the Bas point, he's going to be punished by Sleifa. The rest of them, even though she's supposed to be physiologically a female, will be treated like a regular piece of adultery, and therefore again punished. So you know, some other thing, what's the thing? You know, it's just some mahas from the Kiras here from the Stashba, just like first shot you out of there, and it's after Bia, how can I be Kiras Bia and the time it's well. So to be here, so we're talking about an initial act of Bia. I'm going to leave a BB by a Baye, not a little hockey, right? So we look at Baye, my Rabbi didn't say this, and who's Rabbi's referring to? That's Rabbi Meir, right? So Rabbi Yosef. What did he say? Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yosef, the Amar, he says, I'm in absolute. He saw some kind of ultimately again, because Rabbi Yosef does how how can you ultimately again? How can you have so Rashi points out so those are Rashi says over here, Rabbi Meir, the Amar, Das Cohen, Yeshua, Yekasha, Yisrael, Av Amisis, Bachamir, Absula, which was Rabbi holds the power. You see about Rashi, 2 lines of the Bible again. The Bas Cohen, right, that when he's there, straight up by a Bas Cohen, so only if he's married to a person who is kosher. However, again, Aval says the Achamir, Absula. She was telling the Shafis, right? But let's say a Bas Cohen is married to a apostle, to a fool. Not married to a mamzer. Married to a mamzer. If she's married to someone who's an apostle, therefore, what did Rashi? Since Kalom and Mishas Yisrael, Shud Eina Ela Bechena, by Tila B'Kama Rabbi Yavi. So what's the Rabbi holds it right there? What does the Meir say? The Meir says like this. The Meir says, when he's there, a unique punishment for Arusa Bas Cohen only when she's married or has innocence to someone who's kosher. But if she didn't innocent to someone who's kosher, let's say again, she married a mamzer, in which case what? She's already quote unquote what? Been profaned, so therefore again the unique punishment of Slicha to a Bas Cohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says it's the Chenek, and therefore again it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. But there is to say in Tilas Achalasa Biznos B'Sreifa. If Halacha L'maisa the first time she was profaned was to the act of adultery, then there's a fee of Sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already profaned, how? Through an illegal marriage, then a man who has committed adultery with her will only be Chayiv Chenek, not Sreifa. The Idak. So we'll say the Idak and the other, right? The Idak, the Chenek. And again, we'll say ultimately again the other case, right? The other person, the Chenek. So we'll say ultimately again what
that show
case
when
of
he just
what's
lied.
Jesus, and you look at that, he's talking about Kapit El Akilas, Velo Akilas Biyah, Vahasam Akilas Biyah Nami Kapit. So again, Allah said, what is the difference? What is that coming to? Still number Allah. Also, again, there's a thing about the other things that we say now, what is it, look at that. So what's this? What it comes down is this. Interestingly enough, and the case ultimately again of now, so what are the two things together? So Nara Murasa, that's the end of the Nara Murasa. So what do we have in Nara Murasa? Right, singles that Nara Murasa for a unique energy of what? Of Silo. Right, a man has relations with an Nara Murasa, a girl, betrothed to someone else. Even though what adultery normally carries with the loss, the penalty of Nara Murasa is unique. But again, let's satisfy all these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Murasa. Number three, Base Aviyah. Right, Allah again, if you have those criteria, then Allah it's Siva. Anything else is going to be correct. What else do we learn? We also learn that Allah if there's an act of Diakidanka, then it's Siva. Therefore, if again there are multiple acts of adultery, let's say an obvious Diakidanka, the first guy will get Siva, subsequent people will get Siva. Interesting enough, the Gemara reverts back to also to Bas Kohen. When is a Bas Kohen Chayes or adultery or Chayes? Only once again, only if it's innocent, only if innocent, and again, only the first person to have a relationship. It's the same thing. If there's Diakidanka with a Bas Kohen, so the first guy will be Chayes Seifa, subsequent people will be Chayes Watch, and then people will be Chayes Kana. But interestingly enough, another detail by Bas Kohen is very important. When is there a dinner Seifa? Only when what? When that first act is what the thing is. But it's already profaned. How is she already profaned? Illegal marriage. She's married to a manager. And our local mention dinner Seifa doesn't apply. Rather than these two different regular acts of adultery and the commercial like that. Right, what's that? Go ahead. So what's that? Let's breakfast. 9:30. Let's do 9:55. 9:25 minutes of breakfast. 9:55 back here to the message.
She went for the kiss, and I had enough time to kind of think about it, so I looked back a little bit, and then I just looked away. Her eyes were closed, so I just looked to pretend I didn't see it, and then I looked back. I was like, oh, hey, what? Great meeting you.
All right, so it's like, good morning. Let us begin our first of Jesus. So that's getting Shalani Kodesh. Thank our sponsors for this morning. We got to thank our annual Kamatora sponsor, for Touchton Taik. It's also Mishpach Haveris is dedicating all the Sherman Drushes this year. This disorders to be able to see. I was thinking about this a little bit as comparing the dots. One of the pictures that I had, and it's reverberating to my mind. Were it not that you told gave me delight, I would have perished in my suffering. We're just so overwhelmed by everything that we see unfolding right in front of us. So overwhelmed by all the circumstances. Husband, these difficult circumstances. Storm of the land of its tender soul and every side. The fact that the body identified doesn't seem to be overwhelming of the enemy circumstances. And we use the just use themselves. And
I think all the reason we got these little self-driving ass cars in Austin is because there's not enough people to go.
Is what allows us from falling off. Prevents us from falling off the side of the
I hate these little self-driving ass cars because they don't leave the human factor in there. Because if I'm drunk
the car that keeps
and
us
I'm
tethered to the
going home,
emotional elements.
who's gonna wake me up in the Waymo?
Suffered so much in his life. So the emotional element were not
When you get drunk and you get into an Uber, the Uber driver wake you up when they so yes sir. You know what wakes you up in a Waymo? The typically sweet Arizona that rises in a Waymo. And then these niggas were nice or kind at all.
You can leave everything else
Take it
in
for
the sun.
one example, one time, because I'm a heavy sleeper, that's why they was mad at me about waking me up in the white mountain. Because they couldn't wake me up in 30 minutes.
It's beautiful and holy waters the sweet of soul.
One lady one time tried to wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She took my phone, unlocked it with my face, and then called my mama.
So she is dedicated by knowing and learning Ilay Nishma, Mordechai Ben
And I was like, I'm so sorry, I had to clean it because, like,
so
when I was a kid,
let's begin. A lot to do today. We've got
when I was a kid, if your mama started whooping your siblings and you clean it, she not gonna whoop your ass too. So I woke up, just started doing push-ups, cleaning, and then she was so happy. And the next day, I had to go to that same Uber lady place and then cut her grass and then wash her car.
Every single morning
That's
trying
my
to
time.
figure
They
out
also
where
had
we're
that
up to.
flat.
So I guess you don't have to do both ways. So I think the first is incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. Now as a result, I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. When I moved the sticker from yesterday to this morning. So we are picking up.
That sounds real.
So a strap to the device on dedicated post-its, retail value, but again, but tremendous strap, and I say this a lot of time. So again, we're picking up in your section,
When you wake up, you're like, oh, I should have been lying this whole time. And the whole time I was like,
9 lines up from the bottom. So listen, so the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi. This is an incredible number. 9 lines up from the bottom, 65 Rabbi. That's how incredible it is. So Rabbi says, so you can want to, they can completely her entire world. So you are so powerful that if you want to be a Shinamar, Kevin Second, how you must do it. So this Rashi says over here. Rashi says first why might be both and we knows the key of the call. Now, so here's the thing like this. If Sadiq wanted to be the entire world, how could Sadiq
I was living in Rochester, New York, and then I had a 5 a.m. flight, so I stayed up, went to that, flew
and once
2
you
hours
yourself from
in
sin,
Tempe, Arizona,
there
and
is
I was
no telling
expecting
what
to see my grandma, but my grandma was
That's
dying right now.
it's interesting.
And she's
So
from,
he
she
always
lives
had
in
to buy
Tempe,
album.
and so I
So
didn't know
he
until
wanted
after
to
the
put
show,
the
so I
work
got
into
drunk, and I started hanging out, and I started getting sand. I said, you know,
So
I'm
so
a
what is he
leader.
here? So it's two
And then
things
I got
here.
into the
Number one,
Waymo, and the
what
Waymo,
is the
they
definition
have
of a sound?
suggestions for music, but none of them are good.
What's the definition of a sound? So we know, by the way, what's not the definition of a
Music that
sound?
you
What's not
listen
the
to.
definition of a sound?
Dr.
Like,
Phil
what is that?
Vertical Horizon.
A Russia, excellent, well done, well done. That was, by the way, after operating on the system as a regular speed, I set the bar very low. So like pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Russia, strike up some of it. Another. Sound beautiful. It was like, okay, also all correct. Which you also need to see. All excellent. And so that's what I was going to say is,
You needed music to wake up a black person that fell asleep in a Waymo. As our senior black correspondent, one song would you pick? Too Short.
But what you told it does is opens up your neshama to all kinds of possibilities. You want to get a wish of the time that we're not inside controls of going out of Russia. True, that's kind of like our baseline. Like you're not inside the fourth time because someone will help someone doesn't just think about himself and know that's how it's right. And I think what you actually get to see is someone who realizes and has the ability to see that as you spoke about in this is that reality of cognition is never enough. I sound like there's someone who understands that he has the ability to
They should have a hits playlist to wake
because
me
being
up.
about
I'm
sure the
living.
names that I recognize, I don't have to
Knocking
be
on
the
the
same
window.
person.
That don't mean
I don't
nothing
have
to
to
me. I'm
name
from
the face,
Atlanta. We go to
one
sleep
of
to
the most
gunshots.
incredible
Nigga, that's
things that you recognize. The most incredible places. So, you need to realize you don't have to remain the same. Change. Whatever change you want to affect yourself, whatever change you want to affect your life, do it. So that's what I was saying. Noticing Sadiqim have the ability to become Bali Shiva. And because they have the ability to be there for what? Eat both say if we call it also say when you become once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show you? That you have the
Say hello, my friend. You have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right now.
because change says how you create and recreate as many times as necessary. I don't have to live in the same world. I
What
don't
is
have to live
one of the more dangerous things you saw
my
in
life
your
doesn't
days
just
in Atlanta?
have to continue consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I was Sadiqin, definition of a Sadiq is about Shubha, and Rabbi says Sadiqin realize that they have the ability to create world. And also each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of Shubha, we become Sadiqin, and if we become Sadiqin, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? You know, you have to think to yourself, I'm too tired to lift my head, right? And let alone feed a world, okay?
Yo, I pay me $25. I can eat your chicken wings for
whatever you have to do to tap into this.
That doesn't work anywhere.
Whoever says Sadiqin means like that, he says Baruch
Take your po ass over there. And then that dude, I swear to God, this is the first time I've ever seen this entire life. He had a sock attached to a string. It was like just a string with a knot on the end of it. He started swinging around like it was a nunchuck.
The stories of like the Golem that we select, those stories are not those that are not allowed. Those are people like Rabbi literally borrowed Gafra. He created a person. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, right? Borrowed Gafra. I'll give you secret. So literally there was a Sefer Yetzirah, which is a book that contains the Sefer Yetzirah. And Rabbi literally went ahead and created a person. What happened? Shouting his Hamid, Rabbi Zera. He sent the guy, Rabbi Zera, had a study that day. Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. And what happened to him, but ultimately, again, apparently, the person that Rabbi created wasn't responding, wasn't engaging in a conversation. Amalei, Minchadriat, and as Amalei, Minchadriat, Hagel Akbar. And the therefore he wasn't happy with him. He said, you can, Rashi says, or in the Kavriya, and they brought Ayadeh Chavar in that, like you are someone, like you are someone who's been created by someone else, like that, that's not, Hagel Akbar, go back to your God, go back to your God. So let's say, sometimes you might say, what's the challenge? Why did Rabbi Zera go and send this guy back to the God? Because remember, again, this creation was unable to interact with Rabbi Zera. Listen, if you don't know how to say Shalom Aleichem, if you don't know how to give Abbas Shalom, if you don't know how to give a word of vision, go back to your dust. The Lord doesn't use you. Love Yisrael doesn't use you. If you don't know how to interact and how to be there with people. Incredible. Listen, listen to this. And you know about Oshia, how the Yassi Kamali Shabsa was an Erev Shabbos Gemara. An Erev Shabbos Gemara. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 years cycle. 7.5 years cycle. It's not going to get things up, but don't get caught up in the details. Right now says, listen to this. So this is two Rabbi Hanina and Rabbi Oshia were sitting on Erev Shabbos. Va'aski the Sefer Yetzirah, and they were learning Sefer Yetzirah. That's what these were doing during Ramadan. So I point out about it, right? So they go later on, right? All of Shabbos were learning Sefer Yetzirah. And what did they do? They created themselves Ibn Tosa. There was no Ibn Tosa. Doesn't mean it's third form or doesn't mean a calf that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best meat. The best meat, like the most tender meat. So they created like Ibn Tosa from the Sefer Yetzirah, broccoli right, and then so what's the point of this? What's the point of this? The point is again to show the creative power of Tzaddik. So we can have the ability to create, but again, it was like come full circle. What's the definition of Sabbath? Sabbath is someone who recognizes that he has the ability to create himself. If you realize that you have the ability to be about Shabbat, to create yourself, to recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you could accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible disorder is that you can create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative power he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate himself so many times as necessary. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says, she must ma'onein, so that's to sorcery. So that's a ma'onein. We should know, right? Zahamavir shiva mine zafer ala'ai. That's interesting. So this is someone who takes seed in 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, you thought opening your eyes with that seed is about, right? I was just saying, right, so I'm going to again, push on his eyes in a property that allows him to be able to see things. But come say, okay, this is Hainai. No, this is somebody who engages in deception. Right, like an illusionist, like a magician, like somebody goes ahead and sees people and makes them think that they're engaging in some type of spiritual. The Kiva says, Zamakashi in the shows. Let's listen to this. The Kiva says, who is the Ma'onin? Ma'onin is someone who believes in suspicious times. Now, what does that mean? Gomer, Hayom Yofalotis, today is a good day to embark on a journey. Tomorrow is a good day for purposes. Limude Ardi Shalias Keeping Yaffles. Or someone who says, oh, we thought that's when the week is best. So again, what's the shot? What does the people say? Ma'onin is someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So why does that sound so bad? What's that whole thing like? Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment. See, the Ma'onin is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go ahead and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? I don't know when, but certainly not now. Right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's Friday, so probably not tomorrow. Like, Sunday sounds good, but Sunday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime in the next decade, or when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to pounce on it. Right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. Like, because we call that? We call that a moment. That's what this is the rice. It's the rice, so right to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment will like to make things happen. In order to become excellent in, to become proficient in, you know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. That's what it sounds. Understand, right? Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they can spend their entire life waiting to make things happen. Rabbi Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called ma'onein. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. Murder's like that. You might say, Menafish, what's Menafish? So Menafish is a person who believes like Muhammad. So I guess we can knock on the other. Repeat. It's because my bread fell out of my mouth. That's about all. Maklo knock on the other. My staff fell out of my hand. Horrible ma'aforo. You know, my son caught me from behind. These are things that people think like a bad omen. Only Corridor, the raven calls out to me. Svi Mexico Badera, deer, ran right in front of me. Nafash Mino Bishua Mismovo. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one didn't even you had that, right? But the nice thing is, these are all things that people hominize. Yes, these are hominize. Right? And it's one, and it's one. Well, you're sitting around and put it together. My first football, life is taking first. I'm about to start a football, and the iguana falls out of the tree. Right by the football. I'm like, this can't be good. Right? But anyway, right from this new thing. The whole time, I never had to watch my back for iguanas. But this should happen. Okay, the iguana goes like that. You can speak to us at the rest of the story. But, all right. The verse says as follows. Right, show me small. Top of something like 66A. Our test will be, I was going to say, when you collect these taxes, the person says the tax collector, don't start from you. Right, Shabbos, Chodesh, Matzah Shabbos. Or you know what, again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning, like I think that points out that we are paying your debts. You know, again, these are all people feminizing. I tell the guys, like, oh, it's not a good thing to start with me. Or I don't want to I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's Rosh Chodesh, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, womanizes all of these things. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in that. Okay, again, Allah for the most time to accomplish is now. The time to take care of your debts is now. The time to take care of your responsibilities is now. Allah B'Allah, Lo Sinachashim, Lo San. And if you go in Menachashim, the Hulda, the Opos, is a debt. But it's the people who engage in all types of sorcery and divination, ultimately again, with weasels, with birds, and with fish. Okay, they organize all these different things. But I was saying, Mishra, on the Paras HaShabbos, the Dover Sha'ayavin as the Dover Karis, how she does it. When a person violates Shabbos, so again, Allah for the Mesa, if a person goes ahead and violates Shabbos, so if something that they went ahead, so again, if you would be if you were to do so without Hasra, then Allah for the Mesa, you be love if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an Avera, ultimately will be Chayav Chatos. Which means in the Flag, the Ika Miki before Shabbos, in Chayav and Ravash, and Yosef Chatos, Yolah is one of us. So is that to say that there is some type of full Shabbos, but if you were to go ahead and do it unintentionally, that you would not be Chayav for Chatos, or you wouldn't be Chayav for this, what would that mean like? In Marcus, we've seen this reference earlier on. If a person curses his parents, he's only chayav if he curses them with the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person goes ahead and curses his parents with some type of nickname, right, or descriptive name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so what's the halacha? Remember the chayav there's the chayav. There's a common portion. There's a common solution to again that you are present. Says the Gemara, let's analyze my chachamim. What the chachamim? Nachum Yossi. Nachum Yossi. Desanya. Rabbi Nachum, Rabbi Yossi, the Nikfo Shem Imas. The Torah says when you articulate the name of Hashem, it's ultimately one of these put to death. Not Hamadom. So what is this coming to refer to? So the Gemara says, not Hamadom, Shem. Dinei Hamakala, other the Imo, Shem, Chayav, Akshiv, Kalalim, Hashem. So we teach us that if one curses his parents, one is not Chayav for cursing his parents unless one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So turn around on an ish, not Hamadom ish. What is right? Not Hamadom ish. Not Hamadom ish. Ish, the rabbis pass Kimtum Ba'adrashis. So I think this never comes to include that even if one's parent is a Kimtum and a moral greatness. One might have thought that Allah for myself under those circumstances you're not chayiv to curse your parents. Kamash Malan, whoever the parent is, one is chayiv to go, one is chayiv to go to Allah is Abid to guys who will curse his father or his mother. Amy Allah Abid, even though, so I only know from the pasuk, and I was listening to the pasuk, I'm going to talk one of them chayiv to cursing mother and father together. Abid Shalom, you know. Emo Shalom, I don't know that I'm tight even for cursing one of my parents. I don't know how Abid Vikino Kilo Damad Abid Kilo Kilo Peter of Yosha says again, even though it's said as mother and father, you understand it as Abid Kilo Kilo, cursing one of the parents ultimately makes you tight as Rabbi Yosha says. Much listening to Echad, much more Echad b'fnei atzmo, Atshlicho b'chad kosev yachad. The pasuk really gives two instances. On one hand, the pasuk gives the instance of cursing and over at the same time. The pasuk also goes ahead and is for cursing individually. And Allah says in a circumstance like that, you will always be chayav unless the pasuk cursing individually, unless the pasuk says explicitly that you only chayav for cursing them together. Most you must, for instance, will be put to death for cursing your parents.
stoning Adam in Eleva Abbas from Mrs. Hamlet Torah. Jesus stoning, maybe it's not stoning, maybe it's one of the other types of death penalties mentioned in Torah. Ne'emar Kon Dama Bo, Ne'emar La'aron Demehem Bo. It says over here, Dama Bo, and it says later on, by all these don'ts, the mayhem bomb. What do I learn from this? Mala alone, just like all these don'ts, after this, essentially by personal parents, ultimately skill as well. Says the Yimara Onesh, Shamanu Ashar I now know the punishment of Siva. Where do I see the warning? Because one of the things is that every death penalty has to have an Ashara, a warning, and also the Ashara. Where do I see the warning? Elohim or Elohim Mosik Halah. So literally again, let's see exactly what that possibly means. In Haya Aswat, let's say first white line. In Haya Aviv Dayan, one's father was a Dayan. The Gemara says, Elohim Mosik Halah. So we don't understand right now how Elohim is Elohim supposed to judge. Do not curse the judge. So now you must do that interesting. Let's say again, like Reuben is talking about Yaakov, and Yaakov is dying. So if Reuben curses his father, so not only is Reuben kind of cursing his father, but he's also kind of cursing the judge. Then Haya Aviv Nasi, and if the father was Reuben's father was a Nasi, or Haya Reuben Rav Nasi, but I'm not going to say. So this is interesting enough as a prohibition to curse a dying. There's a prohibition to curse a leader. So if Reuben's father Yaakov was a dying, he'd be kind for Elohim Mosik Halah. If he wasn't a Nasi, he'd be kind for Nasi Losa, or what happens? Ain't no dying below Nasi. And how do I know that if Reuben cursed his father, and his father is not a dying, his father is not a Nasi, that Reuben is still going to be fired? That's a third white line. So, Minai Amrit, Hare Asa Chan Binyan Al. What's the paradigm? Here we go. Lord in Nasi Kiri Idan. So Nasi is not like a dying. The Lord is dying Kiri Nasi, and the dying is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lord is dying Nasi. Why should Hare dying Atam Mitsuva Al Hara Aso? Kiri Nasi should be Atam Mitsuva Hara Aso. So it's like I love it like this. Dying, right? Let's say dying on his judgment as a method. This is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and dare you to it to actually result in a death penalty. Interesting enough that something doesn't apply to a Nasi. It's interesting, right? If you violate the halakhic readings of a Nasi, that doesn't necessarily carry you into the death penalty. I'm sorry? Right, this is special. Oh, that's that's incredible. Parshas Mishpatim. Like, how many Parshas Mishpatim? Thank you. Lo Yinosi Kirei Dayim. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a Dayim household. Shanasi Ashta Mitzvah Hamra Aso, Kirei Dayim Shieta Mitzvah Haaretz. So a Nasi and a Dayim are two forms of leadership. A Dayim is halakhic. And therefore, if you go for the Dayim issues a halakhic ruling, and you violate that can result in a death penalty. A Nasi is not halakhic. And therefore, if a Nasi is halakhic ruling violating, you're not high death penalty. On the other hand, if a Nasi kind of gives like a directive, right? So then again, he's the leading that follows. Violating can be high Risa. On the other hand, if a dying gives a directive, you're not high Risa. So two different forms of leadership.
How long have you lived at the shelter?
Yeah. What's the halacha? The Gemara says, "Hatzara Shabbat Shabbat." What's the number between them? Shein ba'am ucha. That they are both members of Klal Yisrael. Ba'atam musa al kilavas. What is the common denominator between the Nasi and the Dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse. That's the common denominator. Af ani avi adicha sheba'amcha. V'yatam musa kilavas. What's the paradigm? What's the paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father. Even if the father is not a Dayan, or the father is not a Nasi, you still can't curse him. So you must, I must remember, this is the Askala. This is what we're looking for the warning. So the Gemara says, Malat Sala Shabbat Shabbat, Shekeni Rasa and Garba Lahem. why don't you, on the other hand, maybe the comes under between Nasi and Ryan is what? They both occupy exalted positions of leadership. Right? In other words, they don't have to do that. They both have babies. Now, the Lomar was the power of faith. Also, Torah also says, don't curse the person who rejects you. So what do you see there? The Umlom Sheva Amfa Kasim Adar. So we're talking about even people who are not in the elevated positions of greatness. Malachirish, the king, Karishasek, Ramalov. Nasi serves, but again, maybe a village. Maybe it was something that was a civil thing of respect in the village, not hurting the village, because he's at a disadvantage. So Nasi the guy in the village. Now the Nasi the guy in the village. The last thing I'm alive. Every should be out. The contract then lower executive is that. The lower executive is that. So it turns out that really we have three things going on. Nasi, a guy in the village. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? Is that Tzara Shabbat Shabbat Shem Ba'amcha Va'ata Musa Al Kudalash. Come denominator for Nasi. Daniel. And if there's one who has come denominator, they're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. And after the Kosher Ba'amcha, you have to Musa Al Kudalash. So taught them to the father, because the father also is a Yid, also is part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse. Ma'avad Sata Shabbat Shabbat Mishunim. So maybe this out of Shabbat Shabbat is that again, Nasi, Daim, and Fingers all have some unique difference. Into Lichtov Kra, O Elohim Befirish, O Nasi Befirish. Elohim Ulam. So we'll say that's what he's what are the Elohim. And Eno Inyan Lugufo Tnei Himla. Ultimately, we're going to say if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use this for God. So we'll say it turns out that you have a being on a paradigm that is unique between Nasi, Dayan, and Firish. Coming under between all those three is that what? That Allah promises against someone who is uncalled, someone who is part of your people. Ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. Then we'll say, what is beautiful and profound to say? What is the criteria for the after or the after? Or at least what is the criteria for not using someone if they're uncalled? If they're not in the province cell, you have to love them. They'll say, no,
no, actually, they didn't kick me out. I just kind of just left on my own, just like, I'm just going to do it. I'm all in for it. How old are you? 29. I just turned 29 on the 31st.
Okay. You know what's interesting? So, what is it that he's going to do?
First year.
Simple. He's wearing the whole uniform.
Does the shelter do anything? I think it'd be like a cupcake or something like that.
He's a guy who's messing with us for clubs. You feel a tremendous sense of honor.
So
It's important to understand that every youth wears his uniform. Right? And it's the uniform of Solomon. It's the uniform of
This is going to be one of the saddest endings to an interview in the history of the show.
She felt different is the love you have to wear, and you have to bring privacy. No matter what the actual uniform, physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same.
I'll tell you what, you have a lot of work to do, so here's a big joke book just to fill it up.
And again, because you got this unquote, because that's the word selling there, because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, let's start. And the baseline is no person.
Morning, Mr. Curtis. How are you? I'm lovely, thank you. You ready to take on the day? All right. God willing, I'll be here when you return. I hope everything goes well with Papa and your day. You're welcome, Adam. Absolutely.
I remember Amar Kodesh might be better than that. But according to the opinion that says, no, it's not Elohim, judge, rather what it is, it's Elohim HaKadosh Baruch. This is a reference to Hashem. Then what is there to say? Besides Elohim called Rabbi Yishmael. Yishmael says Elohim is Chassid. He's not God. Elohim refers to judge. But Yakiva Omer Elohim Kodesh. And he says, no. it refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The kind of the lesbian Yaakov Omer, as hard as the Baruch Hu Shemim Ayin, and where do we see the warning against the person of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Kalomar Elohim, Moshe Kalel, which the Gemara Man Gomer Elohim, Elohim Kol, Gomer Kodesh Mikol. The one who says that Elohim in this context is called, that means it's not God. It's to a judge, then ultimately again you can learn how the prohibition to curse against Baruch from the prohibition to curse a judge. Man Gomer Elohim Kodesh, Gamina Kol Kodesh. But when he says Elohim in this context, the first part is Baruch Hu, is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to curse a judge from the prohibition to curse a judge. So we should remember Elohim, Kol, Gomer Kodesh Mikol. According to the opinion that says Elohim means a judge. So I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Allah has told us how the Kosher can not allowed to curse a Baruch Hu. Elohim Gomer Elohim Kodesh. Gomer Kol Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so can you derive that you can't curse a judge? So the fact that you can't curse God, to which the Gemara says Domo, HaKodesh Asar, HaKolo Asar. Maybe HaKadosh is only warning us against cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is not warning us against cursing the judge. MK, let's go pro, lo shaka. If that's the piece of Torah that just written in the short form of lo shaka, don't curse my lo shaka. Why does it say don't curse unless it's on the record? No, I come to you just two things. Number one, don't curse the judge, and number two, don't curse HaKadosh. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go like this. Says the Gemara, Hakwa Nara Murasa. So it's like the person has when they change it to Nara, but it's Nara Murasa. It's going to be Nara. Nara is a very specific age. What age? 12 to 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed in the city. That is not in the city. So she's married. Therefore, if a man has relations with another man, has relations with her, that's adultery. What's unique about Nara Murasa is that she is singled out for a unique well, she knows she and the man who relations with her is singled out for skill. The skill is supposed to sell it. So now, about Nara Murasa, Eil Chayiv Ashay Taik. So it's all of these Chayiv ultimately against the Nara Murasa skill. It is really possible. Woman's adultery is punished by strangulation. So here, this is singled out for skill. But in order to fit the criteria of Nara Murasa, number one, in a type of tipping Nara, you don't have to be Nara. Number two, Kusuma. Number three, Murasa, or Yusuf. And number four, the youth remains Abiyah. And ultimately, again, she's still living in the house. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get the punishment of stealing Nara Murasa. For Allah, the female had relations with her. So that was accepted, right? Then what? Alicia the Skilo, God showed you the Torah. Then the first one is the Skilo, remember again, the first one is relations with her, relations with the Skilo. The second one has relations with her, she's no longer the Skilo, and therefore he's punished in a regular piece of adultery by Chana. Okay, so the word is like this. The word is like this. But so it happens to be a Ikea, Rashi points out that the finish of Ikea is the following, that even if the man had relations with her, so the issue of Kidarka, technically speaking, physiologically, she's still a Basura. So you had to put that physiologically, since she's still a Basura, therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, maybe even the second guy should get split up. Much more, you know, the Torah recognizes two forms of Biyah. There's Biyah Kidarka and Yeshua Kidarka, and they're both are legitimate forms of Biyah. Therefore, again, after the first time, even though physiologically her receiving organs crack, she's considered to be a law, and therefore the second guy gets connect, and ultimately again that's very interesting, very interesting. And not Shabbos to be interesting, but again, very interesting nevertheless. As the word goes like that, turn out on us. Now, log. So this is one of these things. Somebody else says it, it's the first thing that's announced. So now, below forgets. First is Nara. Now we're going to go to the Nara means the Nara, Nara forgets. What's the Vulgaris? So 12 and a half years old and above, right? Global there is law, the doctrine of law, the law. And there was some sort of point that remember, even if a girl doesn't, even if it doesn't set the criteria, you'll still apply for vote. We're talking about the specific provision from Nara Murasa, which carries you to the penalty of skila as opposed to fun. So in order to be tied for this again, this skila, but ula, nu'ula, start that to the thing, along the shua, a base akiha, and a bow's home, flat, Yishemasa ha'ad yishkiki ha'ba'ad. This comes to exclude this ultimately again, where the father had already given her over to the shulchan of the husband, where she was being given over rights to be taken to her husband's home. You know, it's good. I'm ready to go. He's already there. He's the only one that's already there. I've come to say, now I'm the Rasa. I do the Kikalam and Nashma. They'll come to see you. And if they come to say that now I'm the Rasa must like to be even what? Now I'm the Rasa could even be a Kitana. I'm going to have Achim Rabbi. He might do nothing. When you take Kitana and I didn't know that Mishnah is already there. According to our Mishnah, a Nara Murasa is Dashka and Nara and not a Kitana. Maybe it's comes to the Rabbanon, and maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude the whole Geras for Nara Murasa. Amalai, I in your fire, I say to Nara, Bisula, Ma'orasa. And Kai Ella Al Nara, Bisula, Ma'orasa. That's basically what they said. Nara, Bisula, Ma'orasa. Bisula, because there's nothing more to talk about this. We just solidify the fact that again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara Murasa is Daka for a Nara, not a Kitana or not a Bodaris. Going to the Daka by Admirab. Well, I like Kitana Murasa, but I mean, what happens? If another man, in other words, not the husband, another man did have relations with the Kitana, he's not Musa. What's that rough in that situation? According to the mayor, what's that rough? You must be damaged by this loss. Is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Oh, this Skila man. Or maybe he's just going to exclude it from Skila. So I'm going to stop on the Skila man. No. It's still present in it's just excluded from the prohibition or the punishment of Skila. Rather, what was that? That's kind of instead, God, you must be the hawk sit, and they sit down shivering. Actually, shivering shovel. Here's the problem. It's much better that adultery says, and these are the thing, but we will both die. Which seems to be to us that there's got to be equality in both of the parties committing adultery. Now, both said, I'm not engaged in adultery. What's that like? She's not Chayabes. Why is she not Chayabes? Why? She's not Chayabes for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So we're shut about. God was sorry you didn't have a responsibility. How much more might have a chance of that? I don't think that might be something. And when set you start I'll be mother by no. You might say there's another person. And the other person indicates to us that the man will be executed because of the result of what he's doing here. This is the case, ultimately, again, where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case where the man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not? In the case of a man who is adultery, which is kind of under lust. So again, she's going to be Torah. Why? She's kind of. He's going to be tired of that. Which is not especially tonight. Reality is, one thing this point is in fact in our focus tonight. Well, this is understanding the consequence both women with the dad. Actually, stand Shabbat Yoshua. And Yoshua says in order to execute a couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery, kind of, she's not put to death, he's not put to death. The Yonason says, the Yonason is not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? Kitana so she's not going to be executed because she's a Kitana. Right? But the rest of you will be because he's an adultery. What does Rabbi Yoshua do with that? What does he do? Basic understand. Sorry, basic understand my Dutch, okay? What does Rabbi Yonason do with the passage that says in basic understand? Which seems to indicate that again, there's got to be an equality and liability between the parties. And the level of the that comes to exclude, let's say again, an act of intimacy that's not intercourse. So again, it's nice to Any other form of reason that's not intercourse, Allah Hamas has found out again, not good, right? But the mice again, not liable for death penalty if one does that. The mice if you even love him, the other part was of course not. Don't need a passing to the mice if you even, and that's intimacy. That's not intercourse. That's not, I'm not thinking that's not nothing nice as anything. I didn't need a passing to exclude that. You know what it says? The I live out there, my God. You know, what we're going to be doing to live out there. So we decide your more or less, other guys you see those interesting things over there. Let's say again, 10 men have relations with another mullah. So much is going to be so how does that happen? Again, we saw the doctor. So 10 men have relations with another mullah. So again, physiologically, for the semen are intact. Now, what is the liability for those men? So the verse says, the first thing he says, they're all liable to steal. I won't say now why they're all liable to steal. Because the halakha treats it as if all of them have relations with a na'ara or a rasa. Because since the line to be steal, there's all kinds of steal. Rabbi already says, no. I mean, from the steal, it's really kind of natural. The first guy is kind of steal, because he had a relationship with a na'ara or rasa. But again, even in Yusuf so recognizes Yusuf as a balance of the therefore, after that first act, therefore, what's no longer the seal. So the rest of the guys are high. What are they high for? What are they high for? Adultery. But the high for regular adultery, regular adultery. Right? So the high for regular adultery, which is not punishable again by skilo, only punishable by incredible. But the bas point you see, at least not also the first time we have out there, was we spent a significant amount of time speaking about again the bas point. So the Torah says, the bas each point you see from his nose, as I think we have a lot of each piece of knowing that also you see this, and you need to for a bas point, ultimately again, it's to be this straight. Because the bas is going to say, now this knows very already says, he lost some. So let me almost give us a little deal with that just a moment.
Your next bucket will go by the name of Lorenzo Tyree, everybody.
Right, so Rabbi Omer, so Rabbi says, Rabbi says that her liability is with Tila. What does that mean? Omer, what does Rabbi say? I'm going to put it in the Yeshua, Rabbi to be Shmos. Rabbi also to be Shmos. What is to be Shmos? And the Omer, Arusa, Yatsa, L'Sreifa, Lo Yisra. So what's that? It was only in Arusa Baskin. It was only in Arusa Baskin. Ultimately, again, it was something to Sreifa, not in the Surah. Not in the Surah. The Hachikam is what it needs to say. In Tchilas, we have this Sreifa, the Idach Bechana. So let's say, if a Baskin who's in Arusa has relations with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's the Sreifa. And his subsequent acts of relations, ultimately again, will be the same. So then what's that case? That's when the case will be the first man who has relations with the Bas Kohen, the Arisa Bas Kohen, he's going to be punished by Sreifa. The rest of them, even though she's not physiologically a Yisrael, will be treated like regular people, and therefore again sinner. So you want to see my thing, well, what's the thing? So you want to see us not Hassan, yes, we are from a strange job. Just of course, talking about a various active job. Often, now we just feel as Shia, understand this well. So to the way towards talking about an initial act of Amalei, Rabbi Baratayim, Mar Lo Hafiyah, so you said that I is my Rabbi didn't say this, right? So I'm not Rabbi Yosef. We didn't say it. Rabbi Yosef, so Rabbi coming there, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi, the Amar, he says, he saw some kind of, so ultimately, again, because Rabbi says, how do you ultimately again? How do you have so Rashi points out to go to Rashi? Rashi says Rabbi knows the Amar Bas Kohen and Suah Mikasher B'Sreifa. Al Anisas Dachamid Apsura, which was the case. Rabbi holds the following. You see, Rashi's 2 lines of the Bible. It's a Bas Kohen. When is there? Sreifa by a Bas Kohen? So only if she is married to a person who is Kosher. However, again, when you say that I'm not assuming, she is probably Shas. But let's say a Basque is married to a Kosher. So let's married to a Mamzer. So she's married to someone who's a Kosher, therefore, figure out she is probably Shas Nisuin, Shuv, Enya, Ella, the Kodak, by Tila, the Kama, the Yabikoda. So what's it? Let me pose it right now. What does the mayor say? The mayor says like this. The mayor says, when is there a unique punishment for Arisa Bas, only when she's married or has innocent to someone who's Kosher. But if she didn't innocent to someone who's Kosher, let's say she's married a non-Muslim, in which case one, she's already quote-unquote lost, for fame. So therefore, again, the unique punishment of skin like Labas Kohen doesn't apply. So he says to the Chenek, and therefore it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. All the other things to say, in Tzilas, Achalas of Biznus is Sreifa. If Halacha makes the person she was profane, was to the act of adultery, then there's a fee of Sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already profane cow, through an illegal marriage, then a man who commits adultery with her will only be highly punished, not Sreifa. Don't say Yidah, and then right Yidah, and again, we'll say ultimately, again, the other case, like that's what you do, from my defense. So we'll say ultimately, again, what's the case of, what's the case? So don't say, so again, so what is the difference? What is that ultimately, again, with the thing that the other case of Islam is in wicked action. And with Tfilas, Shum, Gadol HaKoshim Medaber, with Tfilas, Kimo, with Really Haba. So this is what a third kind of group, Jesus meaning that 20 different cases. In the case ultimately again of now it's supposed to have 10 groups together. So now I'm Rasa. That's separation. Now I'm Rasa. So what are we doing now I'm Rasa? So I tell singles that now I'm Rasa for the unique quality of what? Of speech. Right? A man has a relationship with now I'm Rasa with a girl betrothed to someone else. Even though what kind of adultery normally carries on the blood, the penalty of, not everyone else is unique. But again, it's all these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Nurasa. Number three, Base Aviyah. Base Allah again, if you have those criteria, then Allah anything else is going to become. What else did we learn? We also learned that Allah if there's an act of Yekidaka, then it's Yekidaka. Therefore, if again there are multiple acts of adultery, it's unless they all be Yekidaka. The first guy will get Shkula, subsequent people will get Shkula. Interesting enough, the Gemara reverts back now also to Bas When is a Bas Kohen, or adultery, or once again, only if it's innocent, only if it's innocent, and again, only the first person has a It's the same thing. If there's Bishop of America with a Bas Kohen, so the first thing will be Chayiv, subsequently will be Chayiv, ultimately will be Chayiv, But interestingly enough, another detail by Bas Kohen is very important. When is there a Bishop? Only in what? When that first act is what profaned people. But if she was already profaned, how was she already profaned? Illegal marriage. She's married to a mamzer. And Allah allows to give us something for her father. Rather than be treated as a regular act of adultery and commercial adultery. I can say, right. So I'll say, let's wrap this. 9:30, let's do 9:55, 25 minutes of breakfast, 9:55 back here in the Medrash, till 11 o'clock morning stage. I don't know if you guys heard, but Dr. Phil just said he thought it was one of those gas station doorways. Stood there waiting. Let's reset. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Kiltony debut, I do believe. One more time for Sion Lazar, everybody. Well, I just came from Shanghai. I'm sorry if some of my humor doesn't land, but I'm used to talking to people who don't speak English. So if you don't mind, I'm going to talk a little bit about some Chinese problems that you people think that they don't drive well over here. You should see how they walk. There's this one guy, he walked into me about 10 times. It's kind of like those
remote cars when they bump into something. They don't even look up from their phone. They just keep on bouncing into your ass until they just burn out. The other problem is they got a lot of metrosexuals out there. Does anyone know what a metrosexual is? If you don't know what a metrosexual is, calm down, Americans, calm down. Stand on your head and calm down. Like the police say, put your hands in the air, stand on your head and calm down. Calm down, sir. You need to go. No, what they do is in the metro, if you're walking around and you don't know what a metrosexual is, just watch who's bouncing off the pedals.
Scion, where are you from?
I'm originally actually from Texas, but most of my life Mediterranean.
The Mediterranean Sea?
In the Mediterranean area, yeah, Greece.
How old were you when you moved to the Mediterranean Sea?
19.
19. And how old are you now?
I'm 34.
34. So, oh my God. In 15 years. Okay, guys, Jesus. I see why you've been to the Mediterranean. German Latinos everywhere. So in 15 years, you're saying that accents are real?
Well, you work on it, you know, it's not perfect. You polish it and you sleep on it, and it is what it is. I don't know what to say.
No, I think you're reversed. I think he's saying that the accent you have now, what you're saying, oh yeah, he thinks you think that he's saying that you're trying to achieve a better American accent, and you're working on that. He's saying that you lived here for 19 straight years first, and definitely didn't speak the way you're speaking now, and then you picked up a heavy accent from the Mediterranean over the last 15 years, which is peculiar. This is like me coming back from the 2-week vacation I took last year to Rome and me coming back like, how's everybody doing? Oh, I don't even know what you talk about. It's good to be at home to America. Benvenuto Americanci.
He's like, how you say cucumber? If you understand me, I don't.
You hear Lisa metrosexuala? I've been in the Mediterranean for about 15 years. I was born in Texas. Can you hear the Texas in my accent?
I'm from Texas, and we like a thing to me. And I'm an English teacher, by the way.
I was born where the barbecue flies like a wings. You never smell the man for his wing.
Go get the bed. Fuck the dog. Whoever the owner. And then it bumped into something. What the fuck was that? The only accent they know is Italian. It's strange.
Well, I mean,
if you got a rhythm, continue, gentlemen. I'm enjoying myself too.
So the accent you would label that more as Greek?
No, probably more Israeli actually.
Okay.
I speak Hebrew. I speak a little Greek and Turkish.
Okay.
Didn't take him long to bring it up, did it?
Baby. It's dog.
That is tonight's Honey Nut Cheerios joke of the night.
So, Scion, I gotta give you credit. Out of all the interviews out of the bucket I had tonight, you do seem like the most interesting at answering the questions. It seems as though you have some life experience. What have you been doing over there? What made you leave Texas and go to the Mediterranean?
Oh, well, I teach English. I focus on the adjectives more than the nouns. If that makes any sense.
This is incredible.
But not the pronouns. Over in America, things are very strange pronoun-wise. Go on.
Tell us about that. Tell us about that. You have global knowledge. It's good what you're saying so that Americans can hear it. Go ahead.
Well, so you see, you have the he, and then you have the she. But sometimes
In certain circumstances, the sheep, or we should, will decide he would like to try the other side. So, he looks at the doctor, and the doctor says, turn around. And then he examines the size, that's the first thing. And if it's too large, then he needs special equipment. But sometimes it's common. And in that case, he just says, continue with what you're doing, put on the lipstick, and you're good to go. Anyway, to the bride and groom. Yes. The worst wedding speech of all time. Can you imagine your best friend's getting married and he's up here going, hey, let's get the toe, let's go to meet Zelda in the parking lot for some rub and tubs. What the fuck was that?
I'm sorry, I drank a pitcher of a tequila pineapple. And it's true, it is not the direction I thought things were going to go, but I found it hypnotizing. So you teach English in all those different places, and you kind of just go wherever you want.
Yeah, well, yes, that's the way it is. It's kind of addictive, actually. Once you start traveling, you just can't stop. You just keep running away forever. And you convince people that this is the way Americans speak. So wherever I'm teaching, they're going to talk like me.
And wherever you're teaching, you're going to talk like them.
You have to assimilate. You have to assimilate.
I don't want to be saying this is the one contestant tonight. Panelist cast, what do we call it? Bucket pool that looks like he gets pussy. That is true. Or dick. You do well?
I've seen five movies.
You present like everything you're saying is so much more important than it really is.
You might not think it's funny. I'm going to go over
You got me hooked. I'm like, what happens to the eating shape?
It comes from Genesis chapter 6. And they knew that they were naked. And they hid themselves in the garden.
God agrees. We are getting word that God agrees with you.
Christians, where are you fucking Christians?
Zion. Go ahead, Doug. Do you do drugs?
Excuse me?
Do you do drugs? Like, are you a casual weed smoker?
No, I live in China.
You live in China now, too? Yeah, I live in China now. Oh, I live in China so long. I don't like it now. I need English.
What's up?
Can you imagine? Have you ever heard a white guy with a Chinese accent? This guy was born in fucking Texas. It could happen. And I wanted to do it. What'd you say?
If there's any Chinese people, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we don't. We're very small Chinese.
How dare you say there's Chinese people in Texas?
I talk about that
Not here. Actually, is this a clan meeting? What the?
All right, Simon, relax.
Excuse me.
Take clan meeting, perhaps. Okay, so Scion. All right. What does Scion mean?
Sion is like Zion in English.
So, you are Jewish?
Okay,
that's enough. There you go.
You said buckle up in Hebrew.
Tomato, tomato, Romano. You know what I'm saying?
If I killed your God, don't mess with me.
I'm glad that in this movie.
All right. So if we killed God, seriously, do you want to mess with the guy who killed God? I'm just saying.
Is that what you use on a first date?
Yeah, you've seen two pussies. If they come at me with you killed God, I'm like, so why you want to fuck with the motherfucker who killed God? You know, it's pretty badass, if you ask me.
All right.
Sorry, like you put it on me. You put it on me. If I'm God killer, I'm gonna put that on my fucking sweatshirt.
Here you go. Here's a medium-sized joke book, Sion.
Oh, thank you.
Sion. There he goes, everybody. Here he goes. Thank you.
Thank you for the conversation.
Those doors will open up automatically. You can just stand in a lot of handshakes. All right. There they go. Thank you. One more time for Sion, everybody. All right. Okay, we have one last bucket pull. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Layla Ingalls, everybody. We know Layla. She's been on this show before.
Hi guys. Hey mothership, it's good to be here. I've always had a nervous energy about me my whole life, but stand-up has helped me a lot. It's been a huge confidence boost. Sometimes after I get off stage now, people come up to me and they'll be like, "Oh, you look pretty sad." And that makes me feel good because they're just hiccups. Sick. A little bit about me. I can't watch Kevin making movies with my dad. He's also with my dad. I have been single now for like 13 or 14 months. I don't remember exactly. I'll have to recount the slits on my wrist. It's been 14. I was with a guy for 6 years, and then after 6 years, he told me he needed blonde hair and big boobs to come. And I was like, "Oh, you can dye your hair." Okay, thank you.
How's it going?
It's going good.
Why do I need that third car?
Were you going to say something else there?
No, it's going good. I just wish I had time to finish my joke. I'm sorry.
Want to do it?
Oh,
Let's do it.
really? It's kind of long.
How long is it?
It'll be no more than 40 seconds.
Okay, there you go. All right, sure. Let's do it. What do we got to lose at this point, Layla? Go right ahead.
He told me he needed blonde hair and big boobs to come. And I was like, "Well, we can dye your hair." I felt like the meow and everything. But, you know, quiet now.
There's something in the air tonight. All right, Layla. That's one way to do it. Layla. Okay, welcome back. It's been a while since you've been on the show. About a year, right?
I think it's been 2 years now.
There you go. How's life been going? If I remember correctly, you live in Ohio?
Yes. I still kind of live there, but I'm more like a vagabond.
Look who it is. What up, baby?
Can we try which one you first?
Oh, that's a good question. Perhaps if we can switch dimensions. Are you ready to lose?
Is it true?
Yeah, theoretically. Are you ready to lose?
So this is literally how it works. You go ahead and summon up the spirit of the dead.
Dude, I'm gonna beat you so badly in this that you might cry.
This is someone who summons up the dead.
Zoot, did you watch Bad Bunny? What were your thoughts? You didn't watch Bad Bunny? Zoot, did you perform on Monday? Oh, are you fucking serious? Zoot, did you perform on Monday? How'd you do?
I was just okay. Something too bad.
What do you mean filler? And you didn't use my joke? Dude, I don't understand why you don't use that joke. It's fucking hilarious. One of the greatest water bombs, perhaps. Oh, are you fucking serious? Zoot.
I talk about conspiracy theories on this stream because I don't want to get Charlie hurt, but I found some pretty fucked up conspiracy theories that aren't being talked about much.
Alright, dude, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the fact that you performed on Monday and you said you were going to bomb. Did you bomb? Why won't you tell my joke?
I told you know how we were talking about Avatar?
Yeah.
And no one remembers the name, character's name.
Right.
I told that joke. Someone, then they started listing the people in the front and just started listing the names of the Avatar characters, and I was like, I wasn't expecting that, and I got a huge laugh out of that.
Good job, dude. That's funny. What are the names of those fucking things?
And then they laughed because I said, I forgot the main character was a wheelchair.
Was it an illusion? Or was it a wheelchair?
The first movie is in a wheelchair.
Right. Alright, I mean, that movie sucks.
That movie doesn't suck.
It's boring. I don't know, maybe it's not. I couldn't get into it, but maybe in the future I will.
I think the problem with Avatar,
Zoo, tell me what you think the problem with Avatar is.
James Cameron is taking a huge risk to tie all the 5 movies together, and he doesn't know if he never knows if they're going to make enough money so he can make the movies, so he's not really prepared to make.
Dude, he knows that they're going to make money. He just says that to build a hype. Get up. Get up.
You know the other issue is?
What's the other issue, big dog?
When the Avatar movie is done, he would have spent the last 30 years of his career on that franchise and not made any other movie.
Alright, but he'll be a billionaire, so does it really fucking matter to him?
But he is stuck in that franchise.
Alright, well, he's kind of okay with it.
I guess he gave up Titanic.
Yeah, I mean, like, how much bigger do you want him to be?
But Transformers as well. Not Transformers, Terminator.
That's true.
James Cameron Transformers movie.
But that's Michael Bay, big dog.
Yeah, Michael Bay's great.
Why do you say so?
It was an excellent class.
Okay. Well, dude, I have a question for you. When are you going to tell my joke? Dude, when are you going to tell my fucking joke? Where the fuck is that? Dude, what are you? Who the fuck is Abby Chatfield?
Like
an extreme like liberal feminist in Australia.
No. Again, one does not teach any kind of mindset like that. I'm sorry.
She's the most pagan woman in Australia.
Yotzam the Gade Kubal, right? Yotzam the Gade Kubal, Homi Boyle. Hello. In the cat of the shade. Okay, so what's actually what the case of here? The case is where you're actually offering incense to a shade.
Do you think you're gonna do well?
I'm offering up incense to a shade.
Looks like your shot sucked.
Well, actually, the woman who got pregnant by 11-year-old is the teacher who got pregnant by 11-year-old head of person in Australia right now.
How hot is she? 0 to 10.
Oh my god.
The teacher, dude.
She impregnated a 12-year-old. 11-year-old.
How is she able to impregnate an 11-year-old?
Right, so she got impregnated by 11-year-old.
Right, how hot is she?
I am not attracted to her.
I didn't say you have to be attracted to her. Rate her from 0 to 10. I don't give a shit if you're attracted to her.
I'm not.
I know. I don't care if you are or not. Rate her objectively as best you can. How hot is she?
So what we have over here is O, summoning up the dead through the armpits.
Right.
Yigdomi, summoning up the dead through the mouth, although we see it's a bone in the mouth. And apparently Chover is summoning up groups of
That's great.
It's not creepy at all. You can say that she's a bad person, but she's attractive.
Apparently, again, this act of summoning up a group of shade.
I can say that she was my age to that age. Could have happened to me.
So she's super hot.
So this refers to covered godel. What's a covered godel? So Rashi says over here, this refers to someone who uses some type of.
So this bitch is like an 8.
Animals, right? Like an animal whisperer, right? Someone who's gathering up groups of animals through some type of incantation. This is covered godel, or even if you're just summoning up a small group of animals, even if you're summoning up snakes and scorpions. Rabbi, man did summon Zibura Va'akrava, Atagap Kamachavin, the Risku Asr. So therefore, even if someone who goes ahead and uses sorcery to go ahead and gather together Zibura Avim and scorpions. Now, why am I using sorcery to gather together these and scorpions? Because I don't want them to harm me. So here, my kavana is not really for sorcery purposes.
Have you tried?
No one knows who that is. Zeus, did you watch Bad Bunny?
So I'm using some sorcery to go ahead.
Why not?
Because I'm dying.
Why are you dying, dog?
Everyone's dying.
Not necessarily. There might be some people out there who aren't dying. They're actually getting stronger and healthier. Dog, that was some bullshit. I can't believe you tied it again.
I don't want to put myself in dying, but I think that could be fucking awesome.
Okay, I mean, that's a cool story, but that's a shitty shot. I'm telling you right now, that's one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. But look how good this shot is, Zoot.
But rather, it's about what's occurring inside of your heart. Greatest
mystery in life.
why you take so fucking long to play shots. That's the greatest mystery in life. Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, I just ended it. Champion. Zoot, champion. I hit it at the buzzer, baby. It's over for you. Oh, I thought the game was over. So do I. Thank you. Thank you, dog.
So because the ikar of Megade is really what's happening in your heart, and the verbal expression is kind of just the
No, you fucked up. You're gonna fuck me. If you don't hit that corner. Dude, that was an amazing shot.
In the world of myself, action really has to be something significant.
Why not? Because I've got the lead. Oh, that's a big shot, Zoot.
And the verbal expression is just like the icing on the cake. But in general, you need a little icing. It's like, there's a tremendous. There's a tremendous
Zoot. Zoot, you have 7 shots. Hit it in the water. Hit it in the water. Hit it in the water.
You need a myself. You need a myself. You have to do.
Was Chelsea there Monday night?
What you say.
She was?
What matters?
Was your pussy wet? What kind of shot is this? Dude, you're fucked. Dude, it's over for you, son. Terrible shot. Dude, you're done, son. Dude, you're done. You do the best shot ever. It would have been better to just kind of pitch out. You're done. You're done. That's not good. You're done. Oh, you could have hit the tree and went in. But you didn't. Dog, yet another fucking win. Yet another fucking win, dude. Yet another fucking win. Zoot. What happened, baby? Oh, so your ex-girlfriend came? Oh, that's tight. Are you happy about it? Okay. You gonna munch your box? Are you going to munch her box? Are you going to perform cunnilingus on this bitch? Okay. I mean, on what are you waiting, baby? Yeah. Why is she in a tough spot, big dog? Oh, she's transitioning jobs? Okay, what does she do for a living? What does she do for a living? What? Oh, okay. All right. So what's she transitioning to? So what is she transitioning to? What is she transitioning to, dog? Well, don't you think that'd be a good thing to learn?
No, she's transitioning from perception.
She's transitioning from receptionist to what?
From
She's transitioning from what? She's transitioning from what to what, Zeke? Hold on, baby. I will. I'm just a little busy doing something right now, but you're gonna have an invite really fucking soon. Are you fucking excited? Have you ever been more excited in your entire fucking life? Okay, what's the most you've ever been excited in your entire fucking life? Dog, I just asked you a fucking question, and I haven't heard a fucking answer. What is the thing that for which you've been most excited in your entire life? Yeah, dog, that's what I just asked you.
When I go, what movie came out in 2012? Big movie coming out.
Yes. What? I heard you say something about 2012. What happened in 2012 that made you so fucking excited? Dude, are you ready for an invitation? Right. I bet you thought the world was going to end. Dude, you have an invitation.
This was New Year's 2012.
Dude, stop. Accept my invitation and then tell me the story.
And then I was 16. And this girl just randomly comes up to me near the water. This girl just randomly comes up to me and was like, "Do you want to be my New Year kiss?" And I was like, "Yeah, why not?" And then I did that, right? And I fucked up though because I had the house. I fucked up, not invited her. And then I go down like the pier, get with another girl, and then on the way home on the tram, I get this other. I see my friend going to like so
don't know, 10, 11, she comes up and hugs me. And then I met her friend, and then I kissed her friend, and yeah, I kissed three girls in that one night in 2012.
And is that how you got super? Is that where you were patient zero for super gonorrhea? When are you gonna, Big Dog? When are you gonna get tested for super gonorrhea? What's that, baby?
I cannot remember a single one of those girls' names.
Okay,
I can't.
and they gave you super gonorrhea.
I could not. But yeah, I had like three girls on that 2012, so it was cool. So I can't remember any of their names, and I had the house to myself, and I was not smart enough to invite any of them over.
Okay, and you contracted super gonorrhea.
Yeah.
Zoo, when are you gonna get tested for super gonorrhea?
Tomorrow.
Are you really?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
I don't have it.
Dude, it's not that you don't have it. You created it, son. Dog, you created super gonorrhea. Dude, what are your thoughts on being the founder of super gonorrhea?
Do you want to create
No, that's not something that I want to do.
I'm not. It's kind of something I don't do.
No. Okay, I mean, that's a cool story. You know what would be even cooler if you hit this fucking ball?
I mean, you probably could as well.
What would you call your STD or STI? I'd call mine swamp crotch. Your pelvic area smells like a bog.
But if you summon up to get to a skull, Ola Kidako, the spirits come up in the normal way, the Ola Shabbos, and ultimately again, and they come up with Rabbi.
What up, Zoo?
You said traumatic memory.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's known as memory erasure.
It means again, ultimately, that dead entity communicate in a normal way, and also communicate with Shabbos. Okay? So once again, we're telling an incredible story over there. So once I turn this Rufus.
Zoot, are you ready for one of the greatest?
Right? Also went ahead and reached that all.
Would the memory be stored somewhere or just completely
It depends how the system is set up. No way you make this. No way you make this.
Says you Jews say that Shabbos is a unique day. What makes Shabbos so special? What makes Shabbos so special? Today's Amrlo, you might get me good. Then he keeps it to
Here's the problem with that, right?
What's the problem, Zoot?
You're asking why Shabbos is more special than other days.
What if people start confusing someone just what their memory
And that could happen.
My ruler appointed me as a fresh of a person. That's what makes me Jewish Rabbi Akiva responded, Shabbos Nami Imaritzah. Okay, so your ruler said that you're kosher, that's why you're kosher. So our ruler said that Shabbos is kosher. Because our ruler said that Shabbos is kosher, that's why Shabbos is kosher.
Oh no, Zoot. Zoot. Water. Easily in the water. Oh, get in.
How do you know? I'm on the little listen to this verse. Shabbat Kiva said like this. Sorry, Kiva.
That's the storyline for Psycho Brother, like from Australia. And there was a guy he was like attempted murder, but he got amnesia, so he got away with it.
What's this now?
Disciple from Australia. Storyline was a guy had amnesia,
Right.
but he was attempted murder, so he got away with it.
Okay.
And then his memory came back later and killing people.
Why would you not try to score, dude? Try to score. Just terrible. Terrible shot choices on your part.
I feel that people staying trials there.
I mean, it's like a mental issue. You could be found not guilty by reason of insanity, perhaps. I mean, that's what you call it in the United States.
You have to be insane, but when you committed the crime.
All right, baby. I'm just telling you what it's called in the United States. But look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that, baby?
Has anyone gone to trial? Has it?
Yeah, I'm sure a ton of people. So look at this shot.
Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
Those were for 30 seconds, like did not know who I was.
Okay. That's a cool story, dog.
Do you want to know what?
Yeah, what was it like, big man?
It was like 30 seconds, so it's like I knew what SpongeBob was and I knew what Bart Simpson was, but I didn't know I was trying to work out I knew who Bart Simpson was and who SpongeBob was. You had to look.
Who's Bart Simpson? Who's Bart Simpsons?
Bart Simpson.
Oh, okay. You were saying Bart Simpsons. Dude, did you know you just lost yet again, son? That's 3 games in a row. All right, dude, give me a moment. Go ahead. I mean, scale of 0 to 10. How cool was it?
7.
All right. How could it have been cooler? You wanted your amnesia to keep going? For how long? You think that amnesia builds character? Dog, are you fucking serious? Why do you think you have to figure out who you are? Why do you think you have to figure out who you are?
You are what you've done in the past. You gotta work it out.
Was it the coolest shit of all time?
Imagine you wake up with a major anywhere, then you learn Rabbi. That you're the most flawless trainer of all time.
Well, I mean, that's obvious. Now tell me something I don't know.
But imagine you wake up and it's like, wake up and you're like, what was I doing for the last 5, 6 years? And you're like, oh shit, I'm dreaming my life. Alright. And then I come into the chat and I'm just like, what was I doing for this? Rabbi, you know what cool if you wake up with a major? You could strain the whole thing.
Yeah, do you think that'd be baller as fuck?
That's when you just wake up tomorrow and you think, hey, get him ready. And then you just remember, you can go through the whole thing and remember everything.
Would you be happy? Would you be happy with that? Why do you think you'd be confused?
Because you won't remember it.
How do you know you wouldn't remember it? Because you have amnesia. Alright.
So you don't remember everything. So you just watching the stream like you.
Okay. Now, are you absolutely positive that that's how it works? Just everything that you're saying. Like, are you sure that with amnesia you forget everything? Why are you so sure? Why are you so sure that you forget everything?
I think you forget certain things.
Okay, like what?
Just memories.
Okay, would you forget the names of people?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Why are you so sure?
Because when I experienced it, I had no memory of my own name.
So you're absolutely positive? I mean, couldn't you just have, like, selective amnesia? Couldn't you just have selective amnesia? What'd you say, Pimp? I mean, who knows? You're the amnesia guy. Do you think that amnesia is? Alright, you think it's rare. Do you think it really exists? Okay. Are you absolutely 100% sure of it?
Yeah.
Have you ever been more sure of anything in your life? Right.
There's different types of amnesia.
Okay. That's cool. It's whatever you want it to be, baby.
And there's Alzheimer's, there's dementia,
So do you remember that you've lost 3 straight games? Alright, you ready for your invite for number 4? Okay. So you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation.
Alright, you could say ADHD on top of that.
Okay, cool. I mean, couldn't you say it's a type of anything? Couldn't you say anything's a type of anything? Oh, that was so close to not being good.
You can't say God is like God is young.
Dude, I'm gonna knock your ball. Maybe in the water? Yeah, baby.
Is it wrong to tail list biblical characters?
Like, no, not necessarily.
Hashem bring them home to Shalom and the Karo, and the Schos of our holy soldiers may be successful.
Dude, what are you gonna do? That's a terrible shot.
Alright, the most like, let's begin. Today's daf is Samech Dalit. Right? Yeah, Samech Dalit. Good. Correct? Good. Alright, fantastic. Alright, so we left off. I don't know, when was the last time we did about a week ago? Feels like, alright, you're right, Baruch Hashem on, okay. Alright, so it says we're picking up on the bottom.
Yeah, baby, go ahead. Don't make this shot. That's a terrible shot. Too hard, too fast. Wrong angle. That's a miss. It's a miss. You mean like in what year?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, Torah, generally seen, it's the end of Devarim, Deuteronomy, and it's when Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses dies, right before the Jewish people go into the Promised Land. So, if you want to know a date, it's about like 1,000 of the before the Common Era.
So why did they worship it?
About 1,000 of the Common Era, of the before the Common Era. Look at the shot, dude. Look at, oh, are you fucking serious? That was garbage.
What is the fundamental difference between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? We're going to treat idolatry and the service of Yiddishkeit, the Avodah, is to make ourselves in Hashem's image. Avodah Zarah.
Well, before the Common Era would be what you consider BC. Common Era would be what you consider AD.
And then create a framework which
no, it means it's Latin for Anno Domini, which means in the year of our L and then O and then R and then D.
So they create a system.
L and then O and then R and then D,
which allows them ultimately to do the things that they want to do. The whole concept of Avodah Hashem is that life doesn't begin by deciding what do I want. Life begins by deciding what HaKadosh Baruch wants. Ramchal says in his introduction, Ramchal says that there's a fundamental shayla that a yid has to ask himself. What's the fundamental shayla? Ma chovaso ba'olam.
So did you know that you're down a lot?
Not what makes me happy.
So the Torah
what do I want out of life?
Yeah.
What is my obligation Because as a Yid, I have a very simple obligation, which is to serve the Ribono Shel Olam, and to fit myself into his box, not to go ahead and fit him into my box. Fundamentally, so it says in the name of Rabbi,
Where? Right before entering the promised land to the land of Israel. The exact location is not known, but it's assumed near the Jordan River and perhaps just on the cusp of what is today modern day Israel.
Now comes Master Misharshia. Misharshia is the Kasha.
But if you're looking for an exact location, it is not known. But it is known that it was not in Israel. So it was not in today, what's today modern day Israel. It was outside of that.
So that's a pretty intense connection to have all those
Moses trying to change your age.
Absolutely. He was essentially adopted by the daughter of the Pharaoh.
It was just a matter.
He was found in a basket of reeds. Oh, fuck you, Zoot. Fuck you, Zoot. I shouldn't have helped you there. I should not have helped you there. I should not have helped you. Is Australia in the Bible? No. Neither is North America. Neither is North America, neither is South America, neither is Antarctica.
Helping out those who were voted by family in Yerushalayim again was plagued by famine this year. We are under siege.
Dude, don't fucking mess this up. Don't mess this up. No.
One time he came across a child, and the child never was
No. Dude, fuck you, Zoot. Fuck you. Are you? Antarctica's not in Torah, dog.
You said North America. North America.
No.
Eliyahu says to the boy, he says, tell me, if I'm willing to teach you something, like that will save your life, are you willing to learn it?
Dude, I have a very good question for you. Do you know anybody who's been to Tasmania? Yeah, do you know anybody who's been to Tasmania? What do people do in Tasmania? Have you ever are you familiar with the comedy of Tasmania? Have you ever known a comedian from Tasmania? Yeah. Is he funny? Do you think he's funny? Is it good? Dude, I have a question for you. And this might be one of the great questions in the history of humankind. Why didn't you watch Kill Tony this week?
As we said before, originally, when we first started with our I was going to justify their lifestyle.
You were busy.
We got into it, and ultimately, again, we clung to it, we leaned to it.
You were not on Kill Tony this week. Don't BS me, dog.
How does it refer to LDO here?
Does Kill Tony have a show?
Yep.
That's not the normal operation, right? Normally it's LDO and
You think they will?
Again?
Obviously, calling someone that's not
Yes.
So what's the shot? What's the shot?
Tony Hinchcliffe was married to an Australian woman.
He's helping another Jew.
Where did they go in Australia?
But it's even greater to be a
Um,
and how do you become a son?
Melbourne, definitely.
That's
And I think Sydney.
people often think that sickness means to work on yourself, sickness means to go out and work on your own nucleus. That's really true. Every person's working on their own nucleus.
Yeah.
But if you don't have nothing,
You mean is it available on YouTube? Absolutely, big dog. Why haven't you watched it?
Kill Tony series.
Exactly. Why haven't you watched it?
Take the time to help out the other. Incredible.
Zoot, share your screen. I'll watch it with you.
We get that. Oh my god. How long did you own this dragon for? About how do you feed a dragon? It's like 6 years ago. What do you mean you played 7 years ago? How long did you play drum?
Dude, do you hear me? Let's watch Kill Tony together, baby. All right, well, turn on the whole episode, dog. Why not? Why don't you want to watch it? No, you couldn't have.
Yeah.
They came to Australia before you were 21, maybe. Oh, okay. So, okay, you were 23, dog. Well, maybe, I mean, do you really think that you would have done well? Yeah, back then.
And they said, the only reason you visit suffering upon us is to give us the scar. You know what? You keep the suffering, and you keep the scar also. You gave us the same Sahara for Avodah Zarah.
Oh, shit.
Dog, you're shit now. I know, and that is absolutely fucking shocking to me and the rest of the world.
Was a second white line. So Chazal, they decided that the Sahara
Yeah, do you know? Some unfunny schmuck? Someone who's unfunny?
What did it say on the note? MS. Which was a way of saying
My job was 20 years ago.
What you're saying is good, and understand that it is time to remove
Do you think, is she Indian? Is she, scale her from 0 to 10.
What you're saying is good, what you're saying is correct.
No, how hot is this bitch?
So what happened? Here we go.
Okay, that's legal, baby. Not really. Okay.
So remember, you have to understand, this was during the times of the Beis Hamikdash. So first of all, just in general, how incredible is it to learn a Gemara about the Beis Hamikdash when we sit here together in Yerushalayim Kodesh, just a few steps away from where the guy is appreciated.
Scale of 0 to 10, this bitch. Okay, and I'm going to tell you if she's hot. And then I'm going to look up the teacher. I don't care. That's totally fine. And she would want to fuck if we met. And it would be legal and there'd be nothing wrong with it.
I think I'm good at 2020.
Okay, well, you're not going to have the same opportunities that I will. All right, baby. Okay, well, that's basically on you. What's this bitch's name?
Cushy and Cuff.
Fiery Lion Cup. Fiery Lion Cup. And that Fiery Lion Cup.
Is it Kushie?
It's right after the Holy Police.
And then how do you spell her last name? Oh, I found her. Dude, she's super cute. She's super cute. She is Indian. So she put you through? All right. Dude, she's cute. There's nothing wrong with her. We just know that her taste in comedy sucks. But she's a good-looking girl. Shout out to her. See a picture of her mom. No one knows. All right, now what's the name of this? What's the name of this Australian teacher? What's her name?
Just a second. It doesn't matter. It's okay.
Dude, what's this bitch's name? Dog, you even said that she's the most hated person in all of fucking Australia. And that you would have fucked her when you were 11. You said you would have been tempted, or you probably would have done the same thing as this person.
Those things are coming, and we think that those things come from an impure place. They don't. They come from the Kodesh HaKadoshim. They come from the Holy of Holies. Kodesh HaKadoshim gives us our struggles, not to bring us down, but just the opposite, to give us the opportunity to work on ourselves and to lift ourselves up. Your wants, your desires, your lusts, your proclivities, your Saharas, those are Kodesh HaKadoshim, because it's those struggles that will make you the greatest version of yourself. It's the ability to transcend those things.
Dog, what is this bitch's name?
You know what life without struggle is called? Life without struggle is called? Death. Like, you're dead. You're dead. Like, if you're not struggling with something, chances are you're dead.
Dog, you sound like you're in a fucking pipe. You sound like you're in a fucking pipe. Dog, her name is Miami Craig? Omi Craig? Naomi Craig. You think she's hot?
Just don't fight hard enough. Just get in. Just get in. Or when the battle becomes a little bit too acute, you just yield. You just surrender. You don't have to surrender. You never have to surrender. We're so much stronger than we give ourselves credit for. So you need Sahara, like every single other Yitzhak that we possess. Doesn't give you Gehenna, the reason we call this Hadassah. Because the challenges we have at the Father gives them to us only to allow ourselves to become the best version of ourselves. And that's what I will say. That's why when they're wrestling the lion cup, so to speak, the lion cup of the Avodah, and the little hair falls off, and they're worried about the having Rachmanis, because the emotional loves being Sahara. Sounds strange. Why does love being Sahara? Because he keeps us moving. Because he created it. Because he was like, the Sahara is the Ribono Shel Olam's greatest creation. Because it is the Sahara that is the engine of growth. So in that moment, the Yitzhar is.
Dude, you think Naomi Craig is hot?
So it's almost as if Chazal is concerning the
Yeah.
Okay, wait, you just said yeah, dog. Now I gotta check this bitch out.
They're not working against us. They're working for us. Those challenges that are
Oh yeah, dog. You just said that this bitch is hot. Dog. I'm gonna look up this bitch right now. Okay.
Gets me to do stuff that I shouldn't be doing. But he's really my best friend in the world because if I can conquer him, which I can, if I can overcome him, which I can, that's when I encounter my greatest self. Most incredible human. Incredible Lord. Listen.
Zoot. I can't believe.
Just take it.
I'm about to look up this bitch.
Just take it where we are.
And if she's not hot, everybody's gonna laugh at you. But if she is hot, oh yeah, she is a bad person.
So 10 years in jail, so that'd be bad, because then he gets out, Charles, not be fair, like fair. There's no situation like that. But
She's all right. Did she actually have the baby?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wild shit.
So I said,
Yeah, that's a fucked up situation. What are they doing in Western Australia? That's a fucked up situation. What are they doing in Western Australia? I mean, why did they let this shit happen?
Good. So the Gemara said, good. It's also like this. All these lots of and now that we see that
How did they find out it was the kid's child? Oh wow, that's fucked up. I mean, I get it. That is a fucked up situation, Zoot.
We can't relate to it because the Sahara for this Avodah Zarah was removed from us. That's how it was removed. So that's how we can't relate to it in the same way.
You didn't even know that you could get someone pregnant? It's a fucked up situation, dog. All right, well, thanks for telling me that. I appreciate all that unnecessary information, Zoot. Oh, definitely unnecessary, big dog.
So here was the issue. The problem is, once they
I just didn't know that you could get pregnant.
all kinds of basic desire also for just reproduction,
All right.
procreation. You couldn't find a chicken that was willing to lay an egg. So that's what he said. Let's remember again. All of these pushes and pulls.
Zoot, what's your favorite? Zoot, what's your favorite Beatles song?
Is a corruption of a natural desire for intimacy, a natural desire for reproduction. So when you take that out of the world, you take away the negative stuff, but you also remove all of the positive as well. So they could not find an egg. It was like, how do you imagine?
I know it is.
You can't find eggs.
That's why I asked it, baby.
Guys going after that. Now you don't say someone nice again. They couldn't find an egg. So the Gemara says,
okay, that's a good one. Why haven't you been on
That's not going to work, right? That's not going to work.
Twitter Spaces recently.
Have of the Yetzer.
What you're trying to figure out is a better question.
Whatever he wants. Okay, he doesn't.
Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
So the Gemara says,
Well, we're pimps, dog. We have similar taste in music.
They blinded the eye of the Sahara for last morality, and at least they had a partial benefit. Always a partial benefit, though, right? That a person doesn't have a desire for incest. Okay, it's helpful, right? This is one of those things, like right? And one of the great things.
What's my favorite star sign?
Most of us, we see that here, but we say to ourselves, I feel like I got this one down, right? Like in other words, like, okay, well,
what do you mean? Like,
not that. So why is that? Because Chazal was successful in being able to remove at least that base of the basis level of immorality. That a person desires a whole bunch of stuff. At least when it comes to incest, that's not something that we desire. Incredible. All right,
Dude, what do you mean?
This is incredible.
No one knows what you mean.
And this goes back to what I said before. Every Sahara that we have has the ability to derail, but also has many positive uses. And go ahead and desire immorality.
I'm not funny, and here's my proof.
The natural and healthy and proper and published desire.
Dog, that's fucking hilarious.
Some way that at least remove the basic urges of that.
Dog, how funny is that?
There was a story of a non-Jewish.
What'd you say, Pimp?
What did she do? She made a Kabbalah. That will say, by the way, it's not point out how incredible this is. See from here again, the importance of making Kabbalah. So she made a Kabbalah.
Yo, Pimp, what'd you say? Who am I? Am I following what? Am I following a what? No, nobody follows that.
So they got the Baal part, right? So she's making her rounds, but she she's making her rounds. And she says to the Christa, sorry, tell me, how do you worship this idol? So what happened? Amrullah says, I said to her, Okrin Shradin, the shows from Shekar, so you eat beets and you drink beer. So apparently that's a combustible combination, right? When you do that, you take from a candy for some, because they got tell, right? So nice again, beets and beer, and that's gonna cause the bowel to So it's interesting enough. So we talk about how many.
Oh, easily James McCann. Easily James McCann. Because he's like the only one I can name. Because he's like the only one I can name.
What's the right on Lush? What is hot secret Labor Day? Like when it's like a shtickle eruption.
He's big done.
So again, if you could walk in there after eating beets and drinking beer, and you manage like erupt in front of the idol, that's like that's giving and stuff. So this lady hears this, and after all of her Abozar drink, she says, right? So she said, you know what? No, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass on this one. I'd rather get sick again than I can have to worship Abozar like this. So the Gemara says, how can this Yisrael Inon came and it's spoken about so again? So ultimately, yes, I just want to point out. Just see if we know about this. Where does a form of worship like this come from? Like, in other words, Abozar, you can hear it. Okay, we can't relate to it because the Yitzhak is unique to us now. But my Sapal part of all the Abozars we've encountered, really get so close. I just want to point out this Soloveitchik makes an interesting observation of it. Soloveitchik says it's not so crazy. He does say, you say a bracha after you use the bathroom, right? You say the bracha Asher Yatzar. Why? Because we recognize the godliness and the ability for the body to work the right way. a person goes and uses the bathroom, you recognize, again, if something that's open closes up. Right? Something that's open closes up. Something that's closed opens up, right? It's as simple as that. If something was to be open and it's closed, something is closed and open, all again, right? So when I say again, we also make a bracha. So again, Avodah Zarah, if you notice, by the way, every single Avodah Zarah really is a very nuanced corruption of actually some important yesod that we have in Yiddishkeit. At the end of the day, the woman, it says, like, I'm not doing this. Gemara says, Atan Beisisrael Elokeim, and it's smuggling about hard, Semet Pasra. The Aten Atlekim Hashem Elokeichem, the Shtei Tmaras Adbukos Kisubizu. So we'll say, so again, but you probably are not like that. Rather, again, even though you worship Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, you weren't so attached, right? You were just generally attached to Baal Bahar. When it comes to that, when it comes to that, again, you claim like two gates, like two gates that came to each other as well. And it's whether about hard, and some it how you do Isha. And then I think about more things than keeping about it. So what's happened? You were trying to tell them this. Even Israel worship idolatry, you're never fully bought in. You are attached. Like the only wears the bracelet, so the bracelet is on the wrist, it's on her, right? But it's not totally attached. So that was like probably called that old Israel. In other words, so we're there, when we're doing it, we're not doing it. Some stuff from Shparafu, that came out of this, even when he did worship Avodah Zarah, and even when he did goes off the straight and narrow, at the end of the day, whatever else we're doing, it's dependent on dabbling in it. Our devoutness, our clean, our connection to our Kodesh Baruch Hu is always the primary part of our relationship. Is a person's name. There was a guy by the name of Savta ben Ilam. He rented out his donkey to a non-Jewish woman. So he rented out his donkey. So what happens? So the lady's traveling. She gets to Baal Ba'ar. Amrlo, she said to him, Hamtein Adshe Kerens Ve'etzeh. So she says, I don't want to make a detour. I want to worship some more on the way. Right? So just wait for me over here. Okay? Amrlo. So she goes in, she comes out. Then the Jewish guy who's leading the donkey, he says, so he says to her, you know what, you went in the bar, let me make a quick pit stop. By bar also. Right? What happened? So she says to him, she says to the guy, to the donkey driver, aren't you a Yid? Someone says sometimes we need other people to remind us. But if we got to aren't you a Yid? How are you worshiping Baal Bar? So he says to Amrullah, mind your business. But I said, what does it matter to you? So I said, watch this. So what happened? The Jew goes in, he does his business, right? Baal Ba'ar, defecates on the idol, and listen to these headings, just in kunz. The kinoch, the chotmo. Then I was like, okay, he wiped himself on the nose of the Avodah Zarah. Right? So again, a little bit of mitzvah over here. And I was like, now the Pashtos, he was actually trying to do something disrespectful to the idol. And what happens? The priests of Ba'ar are there, and they're like, oh, mamish, look at this guy. You've never seen someone who has worshipped the idol with such srizos, such ankos, right? Such islavos. He wiped himself on the nose of the Pakistan residents over here, right? When I say they could not believe what they were seeing in front of their eyes. Incredible. So what's now basically the Gemara says that so apparently this Jew was actually trying to debase the Baal Par. But the Gemara says it doesn't work because again, if you defecate on Par, even though your intention is to debase the idol, but because that is the mode of worship, you're chayav for Avodah Zarah. So you can't do that. Similarly again, Hazorik Ibn Markulis, Haresa Avodaso, Afagav Mechavi Lemergime. So for example, say in Markulis, how do you worship Markulis? You throw a stone at it. So if you throw a stone at Markulis, but your intention is to debase the idol, so again, you're still thankful for that because that is the mode of worship. Rabbi Menashe had a ka'azor of Beit Torsa. Amrullah Avodah Zarah who became Hapa. So what happened? Rabbi Menashe one time went to Bar Tarsa. They told him, "Oh, there's an Avodah Zarah here." So what did he do? He said, "Shadabei." He took a clod of earth and he threw it at the idol. Amrullah Markelus. So he said to Rabbi Menashe, "It's Markelus. You just threw a stone at Markelus." Now again, Rabbi Menashe actually was what to debase the idol. But it turned out that what did he do? He actually worshipped it, and not intentionally, but he worshipped it. Amar Laru, Azraik Evan Levak. He was Tanan. Hatchasim was also Shalom Mitzvah. So Menashe ran to the base. What should I do? Azraik Evan Levak. He was Tanan. Afagav Mechavim Mirkamim. Menashe, you're like shtickle trouble over here. Because when I say we understand your intention was to debase the idol, but when I said at the end of the day, you went ahead and you worshipped it. He said, "Okay, no problem. I'll go back and I'll remove the stone. I'll remove the stone that I threw." So I'm going no. You can't remove stones from Markelus either. Because if you remove stones from Markelus, then what? Then the Lemaisa, if you remove it, you make room for more. So apparently part of the avoda of Markelus was to throw the stone, and then again after a certain point, the stones accumulate. So removal of the stones is also part of the avodah zara. So you can't do that as Rabbi say. So what is here? What's the most high skill in this? What's the most high skill? You have to use those words. Because sometimes once you throw stones, it's a little bit difficult to take them. I would say, and again, with the sugi, how we began and how we ended was the same way. Avio, what is Avio called? Avio was called Avio at Tzadik. Why is it called Tzadik? Because the greatest citrus is when you reach out to your fellow Jew. How does the sugi end? Be careful when you throw stones. Because once at the end of the day, when you throw stones, you often can't take them back. Once it's thrown, so let's say, I'm sure everyone picked up on answering a buyer Russia rice. Again, clearly he has his feelings about certain segments of Klal Yisrael that say having empathy for the hostages or for the soldiers or for the war. I will say, but in general, you have to be careful about the stones that you throw, whether they be actual stones or verbal stones. Because once you throw it, or once you say it, it's virtually impossible to look it back. So Shlomo says, Ace. I guess Ace the Shlomo have one of the Ace. We can also have one of the get one from help. Shlomo has this question as well. There's a time to throw stones, there's a time to collect stones. Be careful how you throw the stones, whether actual or verbal, because once you throw it, you often can't take it back. Incredible. Mishnah. And those things are the moment. So let's go back just for a few more minutes. And those things are the moment. So let's say person now again, you have all these on Molech. Molech, the one say was child sacrifice. So now again, we're going to get into it over here. I know this thing is out of the Molech. The person who's over children of Molech, Eno Chayiv Hashim Tzil Molech, V'Yavir Ba'ish. The only Chayiv until a person gives their children literally over to the priests of Molech and walks them in the fire. Masal Molech V'Lo Herav. If a person needs a child over to Molech, but a child wasn't walked through the fire, or had your days cover most of the Molech, or given over to fire, or wasn't given over to the priests. So that's not in order to the Molech be average. So apparently, in order to be by which the Molech can use it. Number one, Molech was done with children. Number two, you have to give over to the priests of Molech. And number three, the child has to walk through the fire. Now again, that process is really coming up with another kind of Molech. That's interesting about that, because on one hand, we talked about Avodah Zarah, and now Molech is being singled out. So why is that? Molech lad Avodah Zarah. So we can check that Molech is not Avodah Zarah. That was now what does that mean? Yisrael. After the Molech, after the child Avodah Zarah, right. So that's interesting. So whether a person gave his child over to Molech, because it's not Avodah Zarah, it's going to be power. The Molech Chayiv, the Molech. So let's say, what you should do how that is like this. The only time that giving over one's child is in form of Avodah Zarah is dafka from Molech. So giving over one child over, let's say, to Baal Pa'ar, that's not Avodah Zarah, because that's not the way that the idol is worshipped. I'm not buying. الرجل الشمل لم يبنى التدريس أم دبر أحد الرجل الشمل خدع بس الرجل الشمل was saying this is the again Mola Pesimita or the Zara that is worship through giving over of one's children. If a person gives over their child to any other idol, something that's good, like but the mice that's not about the Zara. Any of them are giving it, any of them are giving it Omer, that they not obstacle Hashem Mola. Why does he push on Mola? What is Mola? What does Mola mean? So the Gemara says, Kol Shinifu Aleh. If you do slur, so we'll say, so one violates Mola by going and accepting anything upon themselves as a deity. So we'll say this is a different understanding. But even as it is, has a different understanding of Mola. His understanding of Mola is if you accept any object as a god, like Mela, on you, that is the Avodah of Mola. Even a slur, even a pebble, even a twig. Rabbi Amar Mola Adai. Rabbi says in reality, whether or not there's such a thing as what we call a temporary or episodic Mola is the point of contention between them. When it comes to Mola, we'll say one is only chayiv if he gives his child over the actual attendance, right, to the priests of Mola. Whereas we'll say there's a process. So let's say if a person just gives their kid over to Mola, that's not the Avodah Zarah. It's giving your kid over to the priests of Mola or Avodah Zarah. Shneimar Mizaracho Dosite Lahavir Lamola. Hang on, Rabbi says support this. Yochel Haver Maser. You might have thought ultimately one passed his child through the fires of Mola, but didn't actually give his child over to the priests of Mola that he would be chayiv. Amalomar Dosite Maser Lamola. You have to give over your kids to the priests. But what happens if you gave over your child but he didn't actually pass him through the fires? Maybe you think that he'd be chayiv. Master the Haber Shalom Mola, you might have thought that Allah said you give over your child to the priests and they pass him through the fire, but not the Mola to be chayiv. The Mola, Master the Haber Mola. What happens if you gave over your child to the priest, but he passed him through, but not through fire? You'd be chayiv. Never come out here. Never on the Halon. The Lamar Lahalon, he must have come out here of no Bishalash. Malaran Baish, Afghan Baish, Imakran Molet, Afghan one Molet. So, bottom line, by the way, what the Martin Torah says, in order to be chayiv for giving your child over to Molet, you need three components. Number one, you have to give over to the priests of Molet. That's number one. Number two, ultimately, again, there has to be fire involved. And number three, the child actually has to be walked through the fire. Now, what that actually walking through fire actually looks like, and Yetz Hashem will see a little bit. Let's say, if you pass all of your children through Mola, your partner, why? Shenehamar Mizara. But the version of the pasuk is ultimately again you pass your child from amongst your offspring, not all of your offspring. Below Kozar, actually said, what happens ultimately again if a person went ahead and has a child who's blind, and they passed their child who's blind through the fires of Mola. What's that about? Or Yoshin Mali. What happens if the child is asleep? So let's say, again, in these situations, the child is not aware of what it is that's occurring. They're blind, they're asleep. Are you chayiv from the left mouth? Ben Beno, Ben Pito mouth. What happens if you pass your grandchildren through Mola? What's that about? So keep showing me Chado. We can answer on this one of these. Kisanyo, Kizaro Nasal Lamola. The pasuk says you give up your offspring to Mola. Not Hamalom. Rabbi said, what are we learning from this? The fish name Rabbi must have come out there to know Vito Baish. Amy Ella Beno Vito. I only know son and daughter. Ben Beno Ben Vito Minai. I don't know your grandson or granddaughter. Hamalomar. The Sito Mizaro. So listen, you see from the earth that if you give any of your offspring, whether it's your children or your grandchildren, Allah can say you're chayiv from Mola. No. Pasuk the Mizaro, the Salek the Sito Mizaro. Josh Achri, so also Simon says it begins with Mizaro and it begins ultimately the Sito Mizaro. Different versions of Sito Mizaro. Any other Mizaro question? So also the Pasuk tells Mizaro. I only know that you're chayiv for percussion offspring. Zero costing. I don't know that even if a person has his without offspring, true movement, then it's still going to be chayiv. I remember the Sito Mizaro. I'm going to read it. Actually, have you ended that at so you this is like this. So only chayiv will say if you go ahead and ask your children to get a color. Actually, we're going to do this. Stop all this for today. Stop for today. So this next sugya, we'll say, this next sugya ultimately again teaches us how Molech was actually done, how he went ahead and it was passed through the fire. So we'll say, and again, hopefully tomorrow, we'll have a little bit more time, Hashem, to be able to go. We're not also going to learn more today. We're not finished. So also, if you want to take your practice with me, we still have to get some Simchas Hatzadik and Yetz Hashem today. So we'll do that quickly in the next version. Stay a little bit in Yetz Hashem. And again, use this time. Usually when it comes to Daf Yomi, we usually don't have a lot of time to be able to chazer. But now that we're in Yakin Kav, there's an opportunity to chazer Daf, especially tremendous Yisodos from today's Daf, even more than there, so we'll get to further shots. Tremendous with all the Yerushalayim breakfast. And I guess Zebner is outside. Okay. So I think our goal in Yetz Hashem is to leave at what time? 8:30. Okay. So breakfast, Yetz Hashem stays in All right, good morning, such as close to Hashem. It's already got together in Yerushalayim. I should begin by thanking our sponsor for this morning's share, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tzolsin Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Sherman Roshos this year. As a Zufus, for Besoros Tavos Am Yisrael, however, you should see in Yetz Hashem that Tocha being Skying in Yetz Hashem the color. So also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Day 65. We are actually picking up on Samech Dalit on the day 64b, and we left off Amar Yehuda, which is about I would say about 20 lines up from the bottom. Right across from closest to the Shlosha Olamos. So if you see I focus on the right, just move your finger towards the left, and you'll see exactly where you are. Amar Yehuda. So we're speaking about Molech. So we're speaking about Molech. So remember again in the Avodah Zarah of Molech. So this whole Avodah Zarah is all about going ahead and taking one's child sacrifice. So it's taking one's child and passing it through fire. So now we're going to see interesting focus exactly how the Avodah Zarah was performed. The Gemara says, how exactly or what does the Avodah Zarah actually look like? You want to Rabbi, Shraga the living in sea, Yurame Haigisa, the Yurame Haigisa. Sabai says like this: there would be a fire on two sides and a pathway made of bricks. And the idea was that a parent would pass through a child. They would remember, as we saw yesterday, that you give over your child to the Avodah Zarah, and the Kol the priest of the Avodah Zarah would lead the child through the pathway between the fire. So a brick path, fire on both sides. That was the Avodah Zarah. Rabbi says no. Kimashvarta de Puria. Rabbi says, no. Molech looks like, literally again, the way people jump on Purim. I said, what does that mean? You take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Rabbi Amar Kimashvarta de Puria. It's about 5 lines up before it gets wide. Eno ma'avir baraglov, ela kolfetz baraglov, kider shatinokos, kolftzin inei Purim, shahaisa chafira ba'aretz, va'ish boerbo, who kolfetz misafa misafa. It's interesting enough. Rabbi says, Molech wasn't walking on a path between two fires. Instead, what Molech was ultimately jumping over a pit. Then the pit was fire, and he would jump over the pit. But if he made it, he didn't. See, so Rabbi compares it to people who are important. Something what happens on, I guess, one of the Purim pastimes. Like one of the Purim pastimes. One of the Purim pastimes was, jumping over a pit, or jumping over, seeing how far you could jump. So Rabbi compares it, that's the most. Exactly what Molech looked like. So literally again, a brick path in between two fires. Rabbi jumping over a pit of fire. The very sense of Rabbi. Ain't a fire out the end of Derech Habara. So Derech Habara. And Christ supports Rabbi. The halacha again, you're not tied until you go ahead and you pass over the way that people normally pass over Molech. Alright. Havira Berega Potter. Interestingly enough, if you go ahead and let's say a parent carries their child, let's say again, a parent carries their child through Molech, ultimately again Potter. So again, it was because we spoke before that the only way to go ahead and violate Molech is in a very specific way, giving it over to the priests of Molech, and then ultimately again the priest bringing the child or causing the child to go through the parent carries the child through Molech, then ultimately again one is Potter, meaning that that's not the form of Avodah Zarah. So it's the interesting about it, that it's not Molech if you carry your child through. In other words, it's only Avodah Zarah if the child walks on their own. There's tremendous lessons to be learned from Avodah Zarah as well, which Lamaisa, you only transgress if the child walks on his own. If you're going to carry your child through life, they're not going to be successful. In other words, it's only called Avodah Zarah if the kid walks on their own. Whatever is true for Avodah Zarah is true for the rest of life as well. As parents, we naturally want to teach our children, we naturally want to do for our children, we naturally want to be for our children. And that's beautiful. But at a certain point in time, it is incredibly important that we teach our children to walk on their own, that our children are able to move forward on their own. Because if we're always supporting them and we're always holding them, then at the end of the day, sometimes we're enabling their non-growth. A child always has to know that the parent is there. But a child also has to learn to walk on their own and to be successful on their own. So you know that like Taik, Ella Ayoti and ultimately again, one is only tired. One is interestingly enough, Molech is only done with one's own children. Interesting. The Gemara says, Hakeitzad, you know, Ubito Taik. If a parent goes ahead and links his son or his daughter through Molech, then you're chayiv. But ultimately, again, if you bring your parents or you bring your siblings through Molech, then you're potter. Have your small potter. Similarly, again, if you take yourself through Molech, you're also potter. Then again, I want to say, obviously, it's not good. But what I'm saying is, in order to transgress the Avodah Zarah of Molech, there's a specific and a scripted way in which one transgresses. For Rabbi Elazar B'Shimon the Chayav. Elazar B'Shimon says, no, if you walk yourself through Molech, ultimately again, you are Chayav as well. So the Gemara says, Echad the Molech, the Echad the Avodah Chayav. So ultimately again, we have also, interestingly enough, whether you go ahead and pass your own child through Molech or any other Avodah Zarah, you're Chayav. Elazar B'Shimon Omer, the Molech Chayav, Shelo the Molech Pater. Elazar B'Shimon says, no. The sort of offering up one's child is only a din in Molech, not a din in any avodah, not a din in any other avodah zarah. Amar Ula, my time never Elazar B'Shimon. What's B'Shimon Elazar's logic? Amar Kral, Lo Yimatzei B'Cha, B'Cha Ba'atzmecha, Rabbanan Lo Darshi B'Cha. So we'll say, what's Elazar B'Shimon's logic? He said that even if one offers themselves up to Molech, so to speak, that one is chayiv. Because tell you the notion of B'Cha, and the Rabbanan don't darshan B'Cha. They don't darshan B'Cha. What about the following halacha? Avidas ba'avidas chaviv shelo kodemes. So let's say, interestingly enough, let's say if I lost something and my father lost something, the halacha is that my lost object takes precedence. In other words, that I have the right to seek out my lost object before I look for my father's lost object. What's the reason? The my time, FS Kilo Yebecha Evion. The Torah says that there should not be anyone who is an Evion, anyone impoverished in you. Shalom Kodemes Yishal Kol Adam. Ultimately, we'll say this is an incredible idea. Your lost object comes before anyone else's lost object. So this will say. So again, it happens here. First, let's look at the halacha. So the halacha itself is that if I do something and my father loses something, so whose object should I try to seek out first? So the tempting to say, my father. After all, again, kibod dava'im, honoring parents. The Torah comes along and says, Efes, lo yebecha. There should not be anyone or indigent, impoverished. Like there shouldn't be anyone impoverished or poor in you, which means that ultimately, again, your financial status or your financial well-being comes before someone else's financial well-being. So therefore, again, if it's a question of finding my own lost object or someone else's lost object, even if someone else is my father, my lost object comes first. My financial security comes before anyone else's. To which the Gemara says, Hassam me'afes. That's because Torah used Lashon of Afes. So again, so I just want to point out something very interesting over here, which is this idea that Avedasa va'avedas fati. So when we spoke about this, I think even like our opening night of Yaakov Kallah, that we all have things inside of us that are broken, and we all have things inside of us that are lost. But there are other people around us also. There are things that are broken, there are things that are lost. The Gemara is telling us that halacha l'maisa, first repair that which is lost and broken inside yourself. Deal with that first before you deal with the world around you. Because if I walk around as a broken person, it's going to be much harder for me to repair the things that are broken all around me. But if I fix that which is broken inside of me, if I find that which is lost inside of me first, then ultimately I'm going to have the ability to help repair that which is broken around me and to help to find that which is lost around me as well. But if I never take the time to repair myself, if I never take the time to go out and find that which is lost inside of myself, it's very hard to affect change all around. I must say, it's like this, there's this incredible tension for the Jew about being there for myself, but being there for other people as well. And on one hand, sometimes the best way to repair yourself is through helping other people, but sometimes there's this recognition that as long as I am in a state of disrepair, as long as I have not yet found my Aved, or what's missing from me, it's very hard to affect change. So there's this dialectic. You can't just be there for yourself. You have to be there for other people as well. But yet, I really can't be there for other people until I know that which is broken and that which is lost inside of me has really been truly repaired and has really been found. Incredible Gemara. All right, let's go back then. Says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Chaim. Shalosh Krisos Babel Bizarre Lamo. So we'll say, why is Karis mentioned 3 times in the context of Babel Bizarre? Which the Gemara answers, Afas Tikidarko, Afas Shalokidarko, Afas Lamola. So one is teaching that the prohibition is to worship Babel Bizarre in its normal fashion. The other is teaching about worshiping Babel Bizarre even in an abnormal fashion. That means, again, even if it's not accepted mode of worship. And the third is for Mola. So let's say, remember again, we see a theme over here. Molech is Avodah Zarah, but interestingly enough, Molech is almost put in its own category of Avodah Zarah. Okay? Well, the Mandara Molech, Avodah Zarah, but according to the Deen, it says that Molech is treated like any other form of Avodah Zarah. Kares b'Molech Lamani. Why do I need that third Kares by Molech? The Magrib V'no Shalot Kedarko. Ultimately, they're going to teach me that if I offer up my child, Shalokidaka means to another Avodah Zarah, even besides Molech, that there is still going to be prohibited. Well, the Mandar Megadef Avodah Zarah, he Kares Megadef Lami, and according to the one who says that Megadef, blasphemy, cursing at Kodesh Baruch Hu, is a form of Avodah Zarah. So why do I need Kares by Megadef? The Kedisanya, he Kares Ba'olam Hazeh, Tikaris the owner of the Hakbah of Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva says ultimately again that for Avodah Zarah there could be Karis in 2 worlds, Karis in this world and Karis in the world to come. So Amr the Amr Rabbi Yishmael, Va'alok Va'nemar, the Nicholasah. I have the pasuk already says the Nicholasah. If he Shlosha Olam in Mish, I don't understand. So what does the third Nicholasah come for? Otherwise, if there's already Karis in this world, already Karis in the next world, so what else do you need Karis for? Elo, the Nicholasah Ba'olam Hazeh. Tikaris the Olam Haba, Tikaris Dibra Torah Kalasha Menei Adam. So now we have 1 Karis is for this world, 1 Karis is for the world to come, and ultimately then the third option of Karis is because the Torah speaks in the vernacular of man. Incredible. All right, we'll say top of Samatei, the 65.
I think I meant to say bag of holding there. I made it sound like vagina bondage.
Right, we've done Mola. Now we're moving on to over and we've done
situation?
So,
I know where the
so what's
shows are,
old?
so I just travel as many places as I can, and as many shows as I can. And then when I am in Ohio, I'm staying at my mom's house. And then when I am in Ohio, I'm staying at my mom's
These
house.
are all different forms of
So where do you
sorcery
stay
that
when
are
you're,
designed to
say,
communicate with
here?
the
You have like
So about all
friends here.
that
I'm at an
people.
Airbnb.
and the daughter is Shabbat. So once I saw old, this was to someone else making again communities with the dead through his context. There's not the Rashi. Pidon Shena Mefashek, Hamadara Meshifyo, Mala Asamis Mina Oretz, Moshe Meshifyo Tachas Lo Osov, or Medabra Meshach. This is how it works. You go ahead and summon up the spirit of the dead, current spirit of the dead, and the dead can speak to the spirit of the individual. Alright, that's all. Really going, what's he going? Zechman and Nagan Kid, Yamdavid. This is something that summons up the dead, and the dead
holding on by a
through the
thread
mouth
over here.
of the sorcerer. We're going to see
So, Layla, you're on OnlyFans.
involved than that.
Yes.
Okay.
So
What do you
Rashi
do
says
on
over here,
OnlyFans?
you don't even have it with it. Kid Mefarish
Oh,
Gemara,
God.
Chaya
What types of
Achos,
things do you do? One of the
Shishma
panelists, I'm
Yadua,
not going to say
Umachnis
because they want to know if
Gemara,
there's
Esamosotiv. In fact,
perhaps some
whatever
pics of your
happened
feet
over
on
here,
there.
is the Yoni that put
No,
a phone in
I'm
his mouth, and
I'm
ultimately
not
get
going to
the
name
thing
any
to
names.
communicate through the phone. Okay? So he
Well,
was
I'm really
Vanisha,
insecure about my
Vahara Elu
feet this
Beskila.
year.
And then over Yidoni, Control Baskila, Vanisha Bahan Ashkara. And ultimately, again, if you consult the other Yidoni, that is allowed. So not only is the sorcerer himself, Taik, but ultimately, when he consults the other Yidoni, he's in violation of Allah as well. Alright, says the Gemara. So my Shnach of the 20 power over Yidoni, my Shnach of the Kisos, 20 power is Shari of Yidoni. Last week's Rashi, so here in the Mishnah, Mishnah mentions both over Yidoni. In reality, what occurs
I
is
would
the same
post
thing.
in the
They're
woods,
both
you know, like I would just run jokes by
That's the
OnlyFans.
prohibition over here. That is taken all does it through the market, Yidoni does it through the mouth, but it's through the mouth.
But I would just post
Both
stand-up
over
clips.
Yidoni, and yet again, I will say another price up, but my pieces only mentions old, doesn't mention Yidoni. So what's the chat? What's the chat? All the shame, but not that I don't know. Look, this is the same lie. So you don't really need to mention both, you just need to mention one, and the other one is automatically included. Like you said, you don't need to
No,
see shit
I've
in
always thought it was so
myself.
weird that OnlyFans wanted to rebrand when it's
enough.
they
So
want to do like a
again,
sports
the old is
channel.
mentioned,
They
the
want
old
to
is
get out of
mentioned,
porn
but the
business.
zone is not mentioned. Why? Because he has no myself. There's no myself that's there. You look at Rashi, right? So there's not just only the zone, but how people can hear on the hustle, you can back you, other than the other nothing, not back by the loop, but we should in the whole myself. So this is interesting. So Rabbi wants to
So is it just your stand-up on
doesn't
OnlyFans?
It
have
really
any
started
action.
that way.
Since the
I
Yidoni
was getting so
ultimately again is
discouraged.
just
Every
word
comment post I was making, it was just really toxic.
so you know that Yochanan, nice profile of the
I was surprised that
ultimately why is it that over mentioned in that second is that he says and the is not? You see the concept of what is mentioned first in the concept. So that is my I'm not saying Yochanan. Why doesn't he come to Yochanan? And the Papa looking in the Misa. Because ultimately again the argument is separated in terms of the Misa. Yochanan. We got the last Machanikov, we should have Machanikov. But Yochanan will say ultimately again when you're distinguished by Allah. That's called the distinction, but a distinction by me says not called a distinction. But Yochanan, my camera why did the Yochanan? I said, I'm going to come and listen to pieces of Yakiba Ita Amar, nobody on myself. The Mishnah ultimately again like pieces of text of Yochanan. And the people hold that he was out of myself, that is actually his liability. But it's lucky if the people of boy that Yakiba myself about, myself super boy. Even if I said Yakiba, if you have Yakiba, you don't need to brand myself. You don't need to significant myself. But you still need something like myself. So the Gemara says, Megade, my myself. It's actually true that you need a myself. You need actual or general liability. So then how are you clarifying the baggage? Right? The baggage is the blasphemy. Or the concept of the Torah. What is person involved? What's person involved? Right? So what's the myself? What's the action behind the baggage? So now it's ego, Akimas, my myself, Akimas Sasa, having myself. You have to look at Akimas Sasa means articulation of the lips. That's the articulation of the lips. That by itself is the myself. By all my myself. So let's say by the old. What myself? Remember again, the old. the guy is saying so what mice is there by all? You can't touch us. You're also must touch us other nice us. Apparently, in order to make this work, you have to flap your arms over it. You know, so it's like, so the mice are like that, you know, right? So the mice are, oh, that's better. So the mice are, that's the action. That's the action. Clapping of the arms, that's the action. That kind of I got to teach for myself because he grew up in Koreans and his grandfather. But I must say the Bryce says it's probably time. No, one is only time. You know, you have, for example, swallowing animal, incense, validation, prostration, running, who is the opinion that says prostration? Like the even the robot in the myself. But if people also don't hear myself, so what's it? You know, understand that about prostration itself is not even such a myself. But the Open says, no, you take what I'm on. He has Thomas Rabbanon having myself. The act of bending the myself or prostration, that's considered to be a myself. Actually, it's like he has Thomas even bending there, a prostration is not considered to be a myself. Now, contrast is also the bow off.
I don't want to say, like, I don't want to say I'll never do anything because I've already done way more than I ever thought I would.
Like what? Right. The shoulders are like the Akiva. The Akiva seems to say you only need just a very minimal myself.
What have you done? What could someone say?
No. But for the Rabbanon, ultimately, again, one does not do anything with myself at all. I'm sorry. Like, Rabbanon, you need a real myself. Not from the guy that you talk, right? Not from the guy that you talk about. In the conversation.
Got a little wild after you started reading what you were
Yeah.
What's the most extreme thing you've done?
That's what he's thinking myself.
It's really not bad. It's I was just wearing a nice dress, you know, really nice dress, much like you, the ladies here. And I was.
Is that considered to be about the other?
And then
Remember the scene before about serving shade, like offering up incense to a shade. Is that considered?
I rolled a blunt on my bed, kind of lit on my shirt.
In the
And then once the blunt was rolled, I put a jacket on.
So ultimately,
And I went
what's
outside to
happening
smoke
over
it
here?
because it was cold
You're going
outside.
ahead and you're
And then I
offering
went
up
back in my room,
incense
and
in order to
then I took the jacket off, and then I took everything
I
off.
was saying, if you look at Ashur for just a moment, Rashi says what's not there. It is sometimes at the bottom. And you know, the contour of shame
And
of
then
the
I kind of
coast.
just like
Oh, yeah,
rolled around on my bed, like,
now
oh,
so much
I'm
shape
really
of the
sexy.
contour
And
of
then
shape of the coast.
I
So
just
this is interesting enough. What's happening over here is as follows. What is offering up incense in order to go ahead and conjure up a new question. Apparently, again, that is going to be problematic. I'm gonna abide it. And the contour, lechaber, chover, chover. So this is another thing. Interesting enough, in the same section of old and
well, yeah,
young
I mean, it's
is
literally
also
the reason why I'm able to
chover,
like get
chover.
better at stand-up and
Right?
stuff.
So what we have over here is
I can wake up and
old,
write, and then
summoning
in my every night
up
do
the
shows
dead,
as much as I can, and like
Yitoni,
don't have to worry about
summoning
money.
up the dead
So
through the mouth, although we
I'm
see it's
using
a
it
bone
to
in the
chase
mouth.
my
And
passion.
apparently,
You
chover,
just have to go
chover
live twice
is
a
summoning
month.
up
Is
roots
that
of
That was
shade.
when I was on the
Roots
contract.
of
I'm
shade.
not on the contract
Okay,
anymore, so I
Gemara
can
says,
post as
so
little
chover,
or as much as I
chover.
want.
So Gemara says,
Right now, I post like twice a month.
so apparently, again, this act of summoning up a
He
group of
ranges
shade.
from like 35,
It's
like 30 to 35 for posting
What's up, man? Cover. So what is a cover? Echad cover goggle. The echad cover katan. So it's a deceit thing. Now the Bryce understands what
my
it's
name, yeah.
So what is cover cover? So this refers to cover goggle. What's a cover goggle? Rashi says over here. This refers to someone who uses some types of sorcery to gather up groups of animals.
I appreciate
Right?
it. It just mind fucks me because
Right?
for
Someone who's
about a year
gathering
now,
up,
I've been in the top
groups of animals
0.51%
through
of
some
all
type of
content creators
incantation.
on OnlyFans.
this
It
is
affects
cover
me now
double,
because it's like
that's
really
cover
the top
total.
porn stars.
Or even if you're just summoning up a small group of animals that feed the crushing that level. Even if you're summoning up snakes and scorpions. I'm not buying it. Therefore, man could summon Zigula and Ta'aklava, Ha'Bagav V'Kanachadin, these two also. Therefore, even if someone goes ahead and uses sorcery to go ahead and gather together Zigula of bees and scorpions. Now, why am I using sorcery to gather together bees and scorpions? Because I don't want them to harm you. So again, that Kabbalah is not really for sorcery purposes. But rather, again, my Kabbalah over here is to avoid any type of damage. So I'm using some sorcery to go ahead and gather up the bee and the scorpion. It's still awesome. It's still awesome because you actually using sorcery to go ahead and gather any kind of animals. He's going to Kabbalah. I'm not going to match the Tikas Promesa, Rabbi and Hadimasa, that Kimas Spasama, that are going back to the so we're saying, why is it? According to his understanding
Is it
of the
Friday,
Rabbi,
Saturday?
the act of castration is a myself, the act of movement of lips is not a myself. Also, castration is a myself, movement of lips, not a myself. What's the shot? And the Rabbi, shining the Gavi, all of the years go with it. So what's the Gavi is different. The Gavi is different. My blasphemy is different. Why? Because the ikar of blasphemy in general is not even as much about what you're doing with your lips. But the ikar of blasphemy is really about what's occurring inside of your heart. Look at Rashi, the last one showing the back. Rashi says, "Hold the yesh no believable." Ikar kiyam abba Allah covering the lips. But also when it comes to blasphemy, right? The real issue over here is not even what you say with your lips, but rather it's about what's occurring inside of your heart. So it's having the Baruch Hashem, person has in mind the first HaKadosh Baruch Hu Shalom, Shachim Baruch Hashem Kol Hayom, Be'im Bolivo Prapi Mailo, Ela Shemas Hashem Yudava Achar, U'Mechaneo B'Shem Amika, U'Mechaneo U'Mischayim. It was in such a way interesting. The only thing with God is also, that's the cultural person goes ahead, and this is the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But in his heart, doesn't have Kabbalah to do so. Technically speaking, it's not suggesting it's not also the ikar of the Gabi, the ikar of the Gabi is only when you have this very intent social responsibility in your heart, and when that intent manifests itself in some verbal expression. But if the verbal expression is there without the intent, that's not the Gabi. That's not the Gabi. So because the ikar of the Gabi is really what's happening in your heart, and the verbal expression is kind of jazz, the actualization of the act all you need is a verbal expression. So the movement of the lips is enough to make you cry. But in general, we'll say that a maisa really requires something more significant. So listen, in the world of maisa, action really has to be something significant. To the point that even prostration, according to many opinions, is not really a significant action. The Gabi is actually because blasphemy, the real what's happening is what's happening inside of my heart. And the verbal expression is just like the icing on the cake. But in general, you need a real man. So it's like, there's a tremendous, I'll see if it's just a second. There's a tremendous mental health skill. That's a tremendous mental health skill. Listen, in general in life, what do you need or sometimes in life, or all the time, listen, what do you need? What do you need in order to affect change? What do you need? You need a maisa. You need a maisa. You have to do something. What you think doesn't matter. What you say doesn't matter. What matters is what you do. And listen, this is such a tremendous thing, because we go through life, we have beautiful plans and goals and dreams and aspirations and what we call Kabbalahs. And listen, at the end of the day, none of it matters unless it finds its expression in dynamic action. A life filled with dreams, goals, aspirations, and thoughts is dynamic. In order for anything that you do, that you inspire, that you think about doing the Kabbalah to be meaningful, it's not fun, it's constructive. dynamic experience. Life of Yid is a life of action. It's a life of dynamic activity. Yet, what you think and what you feel and what you do is so important. Because at the end of the day, that's the basis, right? That's the foundation. Whereas action doesn't just occur by itself. Action often is the result of what you're thinking about, what you want, so that's the
I've been practicing for quite some time.
goal, the aspiration for another important.
Originally, it was psychotherapy, and then just social work stuff, just kind of parenting.
Another gynecologist.
Dreams,
You
goals,
fucking gay.
Kabbalah, you have to people and
That chick got way big and pop. What the fuck is going on? I call him gay.
But even in that dynamic
I have
activity,
seen a couple.
what's the definition of activity for you? What's the
Your
definition?
wife's, right? Show you
So
when
it's kind
you
of just
Wife,
something
and
to know.
every
See
4th
over
of
here,
July, we try to smash things up. She brings a friend over.
it's not enough.
Usually somebody I
A nice
follow on
soul
OnlyFans.
Anyways, what else is going on?
Something
I was just gonna say a
nice
little fun
requires
fact for
something
you kill Tony
something
Diehard
about
fans out there. This is the first time in which
listen, when you bow down, you bow down just a little bit, you bow down a
on the
lot.
same show
It
at the
might not
same
even
time.
be that
This is quite the
noticeable.
eclipse.
A nice soul to be you, a nice soul.
Something like that. Two all-time greats.
Mas é que ele vai ter. Começa a dar um dinheiro de caixa. Já que
I'm doing
find
good.
myself, so that again, my contact over here is that the hidden
Hey, I'm
zone,
making money. I'm doing
our project and project. I just have to recover why? Because there's no myself. So there's no myself. That I'm not wrestling for living. Right? Ultimately, remember that hidden zone. They'll say, how does a person provide even, how does a person come into his zone? How does he ultimately again? Right? So when I say again, how can you see that it's not that? How can you see that it's not about so I'm not arrested the late? I'm a
sweet boy. He yells and waiters for me. This is my driver.
love myself. So I said,
I don't know who the
because
fuck that guy is,
it's
but
just again, through this speech,
Johnny Drama.
Everyone's
speech is that
except
I have a
for
heart, but that's true. That whole, that voice is not a lesson. It's not the call, and you don't
teaching English in
But
Atlanta.
when you're on those questions, you're not allowed to mess with it. Let's have some tradition. Right?
Well, anyways, we wanted to do a quick rant, and that's okay. One likes to hold off on the doing the music.
So let's say, select in the end of this question, and I yell at it. Zoe, sometimes I guess it's people just to call it. You write something nice, it's a lot to do. Something like that. Sometimes I guess if you yell and that, right, you just get under this and that's what's smart to call. I'm muzzling the animal with my voice. Or let's say for that matter, okay? Let's say I go ahead and I put two different species of animals under one yoke. And I say, move. I say, move. I say, the nice again, either I muzzle the animal with my voice, or I move them together as fast as I can. Or second, I've only done it actually with my voice and nothing else. Yes, you see that is what is but again, that is the effect by your call. Right, and I said, so we write the voice activated. So you see that call, open up the again. What's going on?
That Asian guy?
Yeah.
What does he do? Teach English in Atlanta?
Well, anyways, you want to do a quick rant, and that's okay. Okay, so hold off on doing the music.
Instead of being myself, instead of trying to watch it, not myself. Always says about that. Because like you said, you actually know it's not a myself. I'm a lot of shiny people and all the young children. And then she's already getting these women to the side. They're saying, ages in general, saturated. Ages in general is not really about what you said. Or rather, what is ages really about? What is ages really about? What you see. Right? And everyone agrees that seeing is passive. Seeing is passive, right? There's no nice involved in the video. So it's fascinating. So when it comes to eidos, the essence of Eidos is really passivity. Passivity. And therefore, Allah for myself, there's no covering conscience by even though we like that. So I will say also, the other thing in this right? In life, so often we see things, right? We see things, and we become inspired by the things that we see. But it's important to understand that when you become inspired by things that you see, that is passive inspiration. What happens to passive inspiration? God's passive inspiration, you all know this. It becomes right? Passive inspiration comes in. I see something amazing. If you don't do something with it, it happens. So look, if you decide that when you take it, this is a very that when you see it, describing passive inspiration. When you see something in life that inspires you, it also says you have to take that inspiration and plug it into something excites you. And the third that says, even if you just open up a book and you just read, Rabbi Hashem Amot Shalom, taking that passive inspiration, right? Because when you see those something passive inspiration, and you plug it into something. That we now have that possibility. You take something that was passive inspiration, plug it into something incredible. That's what I thought. What's old? The right is what I did. What's old? So that all of this is necromancy, right? All of this is communicating with the dead. So how does the old communicate with the dead? So ultimately, again, it speaks to the dead. Now, this is interesting. They're not talking, so they're not talking on the joints. So apparently, again, so they speak to the dead from the joints of the body. Knees, the elbows, the knuckles, that's where the spirit rests. Okay? Or right, but the nice is either through armpits or through, look, I kind of point out, we laugh at this. There was something. There was something, right? Because again, the colors like out of its way to prohibit this type of teaching. Sorcery, which means at some point in the world, this power did exist in some way. Right? Bidoni, what's Bidoni? Hamania acts and there's rubbish. Bidoni puts some type of bones in his mouth and communicates with the dead through the bones. My love and the Christ you are. Okay? So I'm going to look at you ask the prophet, is it not that the old communicates with the dead from the grave? In other words, that the dead is coming from the grave. The Gemara says, go to the Christ and the Christ, my love and the Christ you are. Say, no, the Sarah is not the way I'm talking to say. No, we're talking about the dead back to the joint and the other and what was that? Touch marks. Come on, you say, so, Shaul went to one of these necromancers to raise the spirit of Shmuel and by the way, it worked. So this necromancer, so the woman says to Shaul, I literally again, I will see that you see in the eyes. I saw literally Hashem, the spirit of Shmuel rising up from the earth. My love is like that, okay? Was she not communicating with the spirit of Shmuel from the grave? No, the rest of not touching on this guy. No, the spirit of Shmuel rested on the joints that this lady continues to be listening. Okay, what does this do, guys? Hold on. Follows, how did old see the Greek? The mother's effort and the Aleph is below. The effort and you talk to the below. Alright, so this is an interesting one, right? I'm not sure you got an idea of this one, right? But for myself, so apparently there was the ability to go ahead and raise the dead to yourself, to the Makomila, to the male members, right? That's how you go ahead and communicate. Everybody's got a comment. Right? So the nice stuff, why do you go ahead and you communicate with the dead like this? I'm not sure how you discover that, but the nice stuff is good. So the nice or whether you speak to stories, right? So again, you communicate again through the muscle, or you can go ahead and communicate with the dead through the skull. What what did you start? Right? What exactly is the difference between you and the ship and the others? Right? What's the mindset? The mindset is not the mother is that right? Now look at you know in the owner of that home, they're in the owner of the shop. So again, if you really care, your own body, that doesn't come up. Spirit doesn't come up in the like the guy. They don't come up like this. Right? They come up like this. People again, right? You shall be the lowest, but if you sign up to get the soul, all of the God, the soul come up in the already, but all of the shadows. And ultimately, again, and they come up on shadows as well. All of the lowest, what are you talking about? You're talking to us. So it's like they're going to be. And the only that you got for the oil, you know, you need to install, you need to go and get extra information in a normal way. What's the universal going to go over? The option is a show translucence. So what's a translucence? Translucence was a tremendous job. Right? Also went ahead Greek general. So I was concentrating on the come along. Do not roam says. When this is asking that you keep the following shayla. He says, you Jews say that Shabbos is unique. What makes Shabbos so special? What makes Shabbos so special? I'm alone, do not get any movement, but he keeps us to this. What makes you more special than other people? Why last week, why Shabbos is more special than other days? And that's when you finish with this. Why is it that you are more special than other people? I'm alone. The Mari Sabi. The Torah says because the Caesar, right, my ruler appointed me as a person. That's what makes me future Beekeeper. Founded Shabbos Nami Mari Sabi. Okay, so your ruler said that you're kosher, that's why you're kosher. So our ruler, like the Baruch, said that Shabbos is kosher. Because our ruler said that Shabbos is kosher, that's why Shabbos is going to be kosher. I'm not a healthy coming with a There's good as no, that's not what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying. I'm asking as follows. How do you Jews know that you have the right calculation? How do you know that the day you say is Shabbos? Maybe you got your count wrong. And maybe tomorrow Shabbos, maybe yesterday Shabbos. How do you know? I'm on the rules. Listen to this. Now the Sabbat Yom Yokia. So he says the Sabbat Yom River proves it. The Tank actually points out that we are the Sabbat Yom River is a very turbulent river. And on Shabbos it's tranquil. This is very incredible. On Shabbos it was tranquil. Right? Dal Ol Yokia. The Ov also proves it. Why? Because the Ov should summon up the dead 6 days a week, but the Ov can't summon up the dead on Shabbos. Kibro shall Ov Yokia. Shabbos. Your father's grave will prove this. Why? Because he says, no truth is, go to your father's grave every day of the week. Your father's grave is smoke emanating from your father's grave. Why? What's the first thing? Lucas's father was a big Rasha, and he was burning in Gehenna. So there was the halacha is that Gehenna, right, those were in Gehenna, so they suffer in Gehenna Sunday through Friday. But on Shabbos, everyone gets a respite from Gehenna. Because the first look is go to your father's grave on Shabbos, and you'll see the smoke is not coming up. The smoke is not coming up from his grave. On the row, the church Lucas was very offended by this. He says, Biziso, Baishto, Yitzhak. You have embarrassed my life, you have degraded my father, you have embarrassed my father, and you cursed my father. So what is interesting enough, the eternal sleepers is very offended by Rabbi Akiva's statement. I think Rabbi Akiva's statement, and I love for myself, speaking about that. Alright, Shoel Old Gershon. The Gemara says, isn't it the same thing? Shoel Old Gershon. Isn't it the same thing? Dorish for this into the Sangha. The Dorish Armacy, what is Dorish Armacy? They have now smoke the whole from the Safaris. So they should teach the Allah Rahman. So what says the Dorish Armacy is someone who starts himself and goes to sleep in the cemetery. So why does he do this? In order that the spirits will rest upon him and be able to go ahead and have a little bit of a power of kishuf. So this is apparently how people try to acquire powers of sorcery. Sorcery is incredible. If you're trying to be a kid, my dear limit is that. And when you're a kid and you get to this concept of Dory Shalom Nisim, he was cried. How you both? And we say as follows. If someone who goes ahead and deprives himself of physical enjoyment of eating and goes to sleep in the cemetery, can have this access to these impure power. So Marib Atzmo, first of all, Marib Atzmo Kedisha Kishalav Yachara, Alachas Kamad. And we keep this saying, this is what we keep saying. The deprivation allows one to access all of these purposes. Then imagine what deprivation does to allow us to access the what are we going to do? What should I do? Because at the end of the day, our ideals create the distance between ourselves and our so Rabbi said, this is incredibly profound. Also, how do you access the program? You go to yourself at some food. You go to sleep, right, to find yourself at a comfortable bed. You go to sleep in the cemetery, and suddenly you're able to access all of these protocols of Tumah. So you keep this here was like plug over. Whatever is true for Tumah is always true for Torah. So the keep it says a little deprivation allows us to access the protocols of Tumah. Allah has come with the coming. A little deprivation allows us to access the protocols of Torah as well. But what can we do? Because we're so distant from our control that somehow confusion becomes so inaccessible and possible. We'll say, and we keep teaching you something incredible. If you want Kedusha in life, what do you do? Listen, there's one thing you need in order to access Kedusha, and that is sacrifice. Sacrifice. You can't have everything. So what am I willing to give up for the service of HaKadosh? And listen, this is true on every single level, right? I can't have Tefillah B'tzibur unless I'm willing to give up sleep, right? I can't have shir unless I'm willing to give up time from work. Anything you want, but there's a phrase like, I want my cake and eat it too, or cake and eat it too. That was coined by the guy, right? Why? Because Yidden don't believe in that. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can have your cake. It's like in life, right? You can't have your steak and have ice cream for dessert. You have to make a decision. You have to choose a team. Life is filled with a series of sacrifices. The greatest disservice that we do about say is, a lot of us, I kind of don't want to make a commitment. Why? Because I want to leave all of my options open. Sometimes if you think about it, our greatest challenge in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we'll say, what do we say, right? If we had to look at the conversation we have with God, how does it go? It goes something like this. I love you so very much, but, what's the but? I'm not really ready to settle down. I have commitment issues. I think we should see other people. Right? In other words, it's not you, it's me. I'm not ready to commit to you. Why? Because commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes with a whole series of sacrifices. And I'm just not willing to sacrifice. If you're not willing to sacrifice, there's no Kedusha. If I'm not willing to give up certain things, then by definition, I'm going to be unable to advance my life in general. That's how Rabbi Akiva cried. If we only realized the sacrifices we need to make in order to become the people we are capable of becoming. But yet, Rabbi Akiva says, we're just unwilling to make sacrifices. And it's right. Because if we would just be a bit more, if we would just be a little bit creative, if we would just be able to do things that I know I need to offload, in order to acquire the Kedusha that is truly waiting for me, there is no telling who and what I could truly become. Let me keep it crying, because listen, the ability to sacrifice, or at least the benefits of those sacrifices, It's an opportunity that is waiting for us to be created. Just have to find the courage. We just have to find the ability to identify the sacrifices, make the sacrifices, and be ready to embrace the division. So that's our starting here for today. Stress everyone, tremendous
Michael Gonzalez, not just Belgrande. We have the great Dave Scher playing guitar for us here tonight. John D's on the keys, and that's D Madness on the bass guitar. Everybody, they have a new.
All right, so it's like good morning. Such a sports rock session to you. It's already back together here.
Episode of the number one live podcast in the world is brought to you by Quote, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. How you guys feeling
Begin by
tonight?
thanking all of our sponsors for today. Our annual accountability sponsors for Touchdown Pay Hey.
Sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping
Those who talk about it, are dedicating all the streaming to our shows this year. As exclusive to service our Dachshund sponsors for today, Iron Miriam Grossman, in honor of the SOTC Arctic Howler Trip Paris. Texas Grossman, Houston, Elvira, and I said with that, right up here, currently the technical power learning.
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show?
Shalom and the color, and it's just about how the soldiers need to be successful. The call of man say,
Ladies and gentlemen, two of the biggest comedians in the world, two of the funniest human beings on planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you two of my favorites.
Let's begin. Today's daf. Today's daf is Summit Valley. Right? Yeah, Summit Valley. Good. Correct? Good. All right, fantastic. All right, so we left off. I don't know, when we last off, we did that week ago. Feels like that. All right, you guys got custom on
Freebird is out now.
So it says we're picking up on the bottom of Summit Jewel on the base.
Planet Earth. Welcome back, Bert Kreischer.
We left off.
I've been here all
Left
fucking week.
off. I'm going to do the Umbrella, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. Let's say some really incredible humorous story. I'm going to do them around. Here we go. I'm ready to do that. Yotin Hayu Yisrael Babonis Kohayu Shelim Banash. Cloud Yisrael always knew that Avodah Zarah, there wasn't going to be anything to it. There's a
new special crowd pleaser is out on the Comedy Store YouTube now. Rick is one of the funniest fucking human beings on planet Earth. Rick was the guest. Fun fact for those of you that consider yourself Kill Tony fans, Rick was the guest on episode 1 of Kill Tony.
So why do they worship Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah was saying it's a match. Avodah Zarah was what enabled Klal Yisrael to go ahead and, in this case, engage in morality. But it's still a little bit different. The Taik is the fundamental difference between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem. Very nice distinction here. Idolatry and the service of the Rebbe Shalom. The Shalom says something amazing. He says, Yiddishkeit, the Avodah, is to make ourselves in Hashem's image. Avodah Zarah is make God in your image. What Avodah Zarah says is, decide what you want to do in life, and then create a framework which justifies all the different things that you want. So it's like, that's not a
note on the show where over 300 human beings signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. They're all stacked on top of each other.
They want a different code of morality. They want to engage in all the different things. So they create a system.
That they get pulled out of this bucket. I'm gonna let
They create a system.
First name out of the bucket. Congratulations.
They create a system which allows them ultimately to do the things that they want to do. The whole purpose of Avodah Hashem is that life doesn't begin by deciding what do I want. Life begins by deciding what I should call it.
We go wrangle that first comedian, and you guys are almost like in 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Not what makes me happy. How do I feel like what I want out of life? What is
special
my
treat for you guys to start tonight's show. A regular we haven't seen in quite some time, master of the interview portion of the show, and the great return of the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, if you know the word, sing along.
The entire purpose of Avodah Zarah was to justify a whole system of other behaviors. So I will say, the whole fact is, you can never really believe that Avodah Zarah. Everybody wants that's not what they wanted. Right? At the end of the day, what they simply wanted was our lives. They just needed a system which would allow for them to go and do what they want. So the Shasha is the Kasha. This is going to end is the Chosam. So here's the issue. Yes, again, the Chosam describes the Jews' connection to Avodah Zarah, and the way it describes it is the part of the name is the Chosam. But it also says that Jews love Avodah Zarah, but the father loves his son. So that seems to be a pretty intense connection. It's like Avodah Zarah. So what are you talking about? And there's this minimal busted guy who can You're right.
But I understand, can you imagine the shape you have to be in to deport black people?
Avodah Zarah is only a mechanism to allow us to do what we really wanted to do.
I'm actually training for that green gun
It was just a matter of how to do. Then what
So you
happens?
shoot a pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun, and an agreement. Just in case I get carjacked and it's
The Basar Da'atiku means after you became attached to Avodah Zarah, then unfortunately, again, we really actively
Alright, that's my time. Thank you so much.
that's how you can get back to the I'm not even outside. So listen to this. I'm like, if you're outside, you can transfer out to the production. So if you're outside,
I just, I haven't been able to laugh at this live situation. So it's nice to talk about.
if you're outside, is going ahead and literally helping out those who
Fun set. I agree with almost everything that you said. I didn't understand the three gun competition
all of
thing in the
those
end. Just that maybe even happened.
Yeah, that's a typical competition. Since we get to shit around, shit felt like a very specific type of racism that we know about. But even Asians, so that's the highest level of racist.
Not a lot of people know that Asians are the least racist people. I thought people knew that when I made fun of an Asian back in 2021. Turns out nobody fucking knew it somehow, or everybody forgot it all at once. And I got in big trouble. And I needed to find an Asian to come in and be my token Asian. And this wasn't the Asian. No, that's the Asian that I got to replace the old Asian.
So he always says to the boy, he says, tell me, if I'm willing to teach you something, like that will save your life, are you willing to learn it? Of course. He doesn't want to leave. Amar, before you also, Amar before you, Shema Yisrael Shema Kira Shema. So Imran Nabi says to the boy, he says, all you do is every single day, say Shema Yisrael Shema. Just say that every day and you'll live. Amar Lo, top of some crowd. Amar Lo Has. So the voice said to Gideon, listen to this. The voice said to Gideon Nabi, Has to be quiet. The voice didn't want Gideon Nabi to say the name of God. The voice, he didn't have Avodah Zarah. He didn't want anything other than Avodah Zarah. Shala Haskir B'Shem Hashem, Shala Lindu Aviv V'Imo. So ultimately again, so can you imagine what's like? If Gideon Nabi is telling this point, he's
So
dying of hunger.
meditative.
Right?
What else did you do on
Child,
camping
I'm going to teach you
logs?
something simple.
I smoked a
It's
joint.
like Shema Yisrael Shema.
Did some mushrooms.
By yourself.
That if you already said Hashem, the boy didn't recognize the name. He said, that's not our God. We do worship the different God. So he started with the Almighty. What did he do? Miyad Otzi also the faithful in the platform of Mensch. The little boy took out the Avodah Zarah from his shirt, and he began to go ahead and
How long were you camping out there by yourself for?
So ultimately, again, he died from famine. Literally
How often are you
translated, his
jerking
stomach
off in this
exploded.
situation?
Right, his Avodah Zarah fell to the ground,
Really
and he
cold.
fell
So
down top of
it
his
kind of
Avodah Zarah. The time Hashem and Asati Tigrechen, Tigre Gilulochem. So this is again, you see from here that again, the Jews were very careful to Avodah Zarah. So I can see that we can put the Avodah Zarah into its own thing. So we believe in it, which we might say, no, Buster
Jerk off
died.
in all 4 days?
As I said before,
once.
originally when we first
Explain to
started
us how
Avodah
that
Zarah, it was to justify Aaron's
Can you
lifestyle.
imagine
But once we got into it, and ultimately again, we became
and
really
you
clung
come
to it.
across, or when at first
We
you
became
assume it's a
personal. We
Sasquatch,
actually began to do it. What's actually
only to
something
find out
very
that it's an
interesting.
Asian guy
If you notice, by
masturbating
the
on
way,
mushrooms.
how does it refer to Elyon? The
You
first
expect
thing
that
is
in Oklahoma,
Elyon
but you don't
and
expect that
Sadik.
here.
It's not the normal appellation, right? So nobody's Eliyahu Hanavi. So what's the check? Let's say, obviously, calling someone a Sadiq is a higher level than Navi. So what's the check? Because what is Eliyahu doing there? What is he doing there? He's helping another Jew. So it's great to be a Navi, but it's even greater to be a Tzaddik. And how do you become a Tzaddik? When you help your fellow.
Amazing.
That's what it means to be a Tzaddik.
Why was he away for
People
a
often
while?
think that sickness means to work on yourself, sickness means to go out and work on your own weakness, which is absolutely true. Every person has to work on their own weakness. But Eliyahu Hanavi becomes Eliyahu Tzaddik. When he sees a child in distress, he stops everything and he lends a helping hand. The path to personal piety, the path to righteousness, the
Did you
path
see
to
anybody
sickness
else out there when
is
you were
not one
camping?
that is paved by working on oneself. I can't. The path to sickness is paved when you take the time to help out the other. Incredible. Tashma. Vayizaku b'kol gadol Hashem Elokeinu. My armor. So listen, the pasuk says they call out in a great voice that they start to their God. What is being said? Rabbi Yehuda, he came Rabbi Yonasan, die. Was a disease. Listen to this. The Klal Yisrael called out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They said, die. What's die? Die is oi. Woe to us, woe to us. They were lamenting the Yitzhak. And they were saying that the Yitzhak is so incredibly overwhelming. So overwhelming. And it's almost as if they don't even have any ability to stand by it. I need the Akbar in the base. It's this Yitzhak that has destroyed the base of the Kadosh. The Kayela Hekale, the Kakina Mitzakitin, caused the death of Tzakitin, Vagruni Yisome Arayu, have been exiled from our land, Vagayim Huliraki Daylor. And still this Yitzhak Mamish is dancing between us. Klum, Yabisalan, Ela Kabule Be Agula, Lo Ihu Ba'inon, Lo Agre Ba'inon. So listen to this. So Chazal Dad, the only reason you gave us the Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah is to get schar. So Hashbach, you know, make you a deal. Make a deal. You keep the Yitzhak and we're willing to forego the schar. You also see this, by the way, you see examples of this. We saw like more than this in the brothers. If you remember again, where ultimately again there were tzaddikim who were suffering, and they said that the Shmarach, the only reason you do this suffering is to give us schar. You know what? You keep the suffering. You keep the schar also. You gave us a Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah, and to get schar. Why don't you keep the Yitzhak? And the truth is, again, we're happy to forego the schar. So the verse is Basar Da'adiku, Yes, it's Lasi Amakayisa. Boy, Rachami, enough of the Pisca Milikia to have a Kasav Ba MS. Was a second white line. So Chazal, they decided that the Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah had just become too distracted. And to that right, they fasted for 3 days. And after the fast for 3 days, a patak, a little note came down from Shamayim. And what did it say on the patak? What did it say on the note? MS. Which was a way of saying that the Baruch was saying to the rabbis who were davening, I heard your request, what you're saying is good, and I understand that it is time to remove the Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah. I'm not coming up, Shmami no, but someone shall HaKadosh Baruch Hu MS. See from here, ultimately again, the signature of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's MS. So we're going to show again, what is MS? The Baruch is saying down this word from MS, meaning, okay, what you're saying is good, what you're saying is correct, and now at the end of the Baruch is going to give in to their request. So this is what happened. Here we go. Nafak, Kevoria, Yura, Yitzhak HaKadosh. Yitzhak HaKadosh was very good. Yitzhak Avodah Zarah. Yitzhak Avodah Zarah came running out of the Holy of Holies. This was brilliant times of the Beis HaMikdash. And I say again, just in general, how incredible is it to learn the Gemara about the Beis HaMikdash when you sit there together in the Shalayim HaKodesh, just a few steps away from the Divine issue. If you just have a couple of hours of sleep before
That's exactly how you made the chicken salad. Give us your recipe, Big Goody.
I had half a rotisserie chicken.
you understand what it means to be one of
The other half was dinner last night.
what Jews have asked for your language, what Tashkent to do in this spot. He said, a name with the shoot on Sion Bracha. how many tears of cloud you have to eat and then not only are you seeing it, not only are you seeing it, so that then managed to be like what happens when God is in the Torah, what about the Zon to be removed. So you tell about the Zon to do this. So you tell about the Zon, God's going to be multiplied. What happens? It took on the form of a fiery lion cub. Fiery lion cub. And that fiery lion cub ran out from the Kodesh HaKadosh. It ran out from the Holy of Holies. I'm going to say, I'm going to do these, I'm going to do these now. And you just spread the apple with the Torah. That's it. That's it. I don't care that fiery lion cub. That is the Torah of the Holy Torah. That's it. That's it. Grab it. The Gemara says, Ma'adi de Katatzila, Ishtamit Ben Senile, as they arrested, the fiery lion cub. So what happened? The hair came off of the lion cub. The other color, the Agamir Arsi. And again, the lion cub began to cry. Began to cry out. Amru, so now Chazal said, what should we do? Because again, it's not like that and everything. Zoma, maybe I can start taking compassion on the lion cub. Because it's in pain, right? One of his parents that are going to take compassion on it and release it.
What a bar, right?
Shajua to do it, the Abra. If you have an Abra, the Shayat color. Quick, grab it, put it in a cauldron of lead, cover it with a covering of lead, because that will mute the cries of the lion cub. It said, V'yomer zos harasha v'yashlech osa otol ha'ifa v'yashlech esabena ha'feres ha'piyah. So let's say, so possible just a second. Let's say, there's absolutely no one who does this. It doesn't matter. It's okay. It's not a rush. We always make it through. So let's say, so here's what I understand. Where does the Sahara for Avodah Zarah reside? Where does it live? It lives in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Because we'll say at the end of the day, sometimes all of us have our yitzaros, right? We all have our wants, our desires, our proclivities, our wants, our inclinations. And we think that those things are coming. And we think that those things come from an impure place. They don't. They come from the Kodesh HaKadosh. They come from the Holy of Holies. Because the Kodesh gives us our struggles, not to bring us down, but just the opposite, to give us the opportunity to look at ourselves. And to lift ourselves up. Your wants, your desires, your lusts, your proclivities, your desires, those are Kodesh HaKadosh. Because it's those struggles that make it's the ability to transcend those things that makes us us. Do you know what life without struggle is called? Life without struggle is called? Death. Right? You're dead. You're dead. Right? If you're not struggling with something, chances are you're dead. Right? Or just totally asleep on the wheels of life. Right? Same idea. Either way. Right? The nice one is like, our Yitzhak is Kodesh HaKadosh. The Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah, it doesn't live in Gehenna. Right? It doesn't live in Golos. It lives in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Because of the holiness of it. Because it was a eternal desire that gave us the opportunity to see the challenge of our Yitzhak is that, let's say, if we're honest, we don't fight hard enough. We just don't fight hard enough. We just get in. Or when the battle becomes a little too acute, we just yield. We just surrender. We don't have to surrender. We never have to surrender. We are so much stronger than we give ourselves credit for. So you say, like every single other Yitzhak that we possess doesn't really get anything. It lives in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Because the challenge we have a Torah who gives them to us only to allow ourselves to become the best version of ourselves. And that's why I will say, that's why when they're wrestling the lion cub, so to speak, the lion cub, out the Avodah Zarah, and the little hair falls off, and they're worried about the having Rachmanis, because the emotional loves the Yitzhak. Sounds strange. Why does love the Yitzhak? Because it keeps us moving. Because he created it. Listen, the Yitzhak is the emotional Olam's greatest creation. Because it is the Yitzhak is the engine of growth. So in that moment when the Yitzhak is being wrestled, and we're left out of fire, so So it's almost as if Chazal is saying and allow it to come back to its full glory. Everyone say the things we contend with, they're not working against us, they're working for us. Those challenges that are there are only there to make us greater. And all we need to do is get our stuff together. Work a little bit harder and recognize my Yitzhak is my best friend. He's really my best friend. He kind of gives me a wink because more often than not, he gets me to do stuff that I shouldn't be doing. And he's really my best friend because if I can conquer him, which I can, if I can overcome him, which I can, that's when I encounter my greatest self. That's an incredible thing.
Can I ask you a really serious question? If someone gave you, say, like $500,000, said you invest this in cards, what would you
Just take it in.
Oh, I can make that into like how long are you
That's
talking
really
about?
Probably a foot and a half Italian sub, full rotisserie chicken. This time with the grapes, because when you got that kind of cash, you don't care about the sugar.
There are overwhelming differences. There are downs.
They talk about investment versus annuities.
It's not just the hardest to develop. So enemies, it's sadness. Something that Rabbi says, the greatest challenge in life that we face.
Looks like I'm gonna have to fight in a boxing ring in a few months. You were the first book in full of the night. Here's a little jump for you. There you go. You gotta start somewhere. Big Benny, everybody.
Whether it's Yeshua's in the palace, or whether it's Lavalius, whether it's the Soros, or whether it's the Shali's, whatever it is, you got it. Whatever it is, we're going to just do it.
Hello, everyone. I'm proud to say that this episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. The game is almost here, so cash in during America's biggest sporting member, Prize Picks. We're always
here in Eretz Yisrael.
That also means it's your last chance to get in on the ball action before next season. Close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5.
Tony, Prize Picks is the best. Let's go like this. Says Gemara. What happens? Good. So the Gemara said, good. Omri. So Chazal like this. Oil-based vaccine. Now that we see it,
So exciting. It gives us all gamble.
Chazal like this. Now we recognize
You can find your community on Prize Picks with a new social
like why
media
do I
feature.
why?
You can share
Listen,
Prize Picks
I
with
sort
your
of
friends.
listen. Somebody understand what to talk about here?
Or use
Because
them
this
as
is great.
inspiration for your own
The whole restaurant will
Prize
design
Picks
just
now has early
that's right.
payouts.
It's not so bad when you do a piece of work, it's not like you're like, what's wrong with you? Why are they running to worship everything? We can't relate to it because the higher for this Avodah Zarah was removed from us. That's the whole topic was removed. So that's why we can't relate to it in the same way. So now, because that's okay, run and roll, we got this. So now we remove the Avodah Zarah, some of the whole days, we buy that and then you say, let's go, let's do this. Let's remove the morality. Right? Why not run and roll? Right, let's remove the Yisrael for immorality from us as well. So what happens? The Gemara says, so they did so. Why not? I mean, let me study our diet. I'm sure it's Rosh Yama. So it's what happens. They did it. And they were successful. They moved the Yisrael for immorality from the world. And you know what happened? The Gemara says, so I'm sure it's Rosh Yama. You brought the Asaba Slomo, the Polar, the Ashton. There was the issue. The problem is, one can remove the desire for morality was like they took out all kinds of desires. Basic desire also possessed reproduction, procreation. We couldn't find a chicken that was willing to lay an egg. So that's what he said. Let's remember again. All of these pushes and pulls, all of these, like, you know, understand immorality is a corruption of a natural desire for intimacy, a natural desire for reproduction. So when you take that out of the world, you take away the negative stuff, but you also remove all the positive as well. So they could not find an egg. And listen, can you imagine a couple of going to breakfast and you can't find eggs? The sky's falling. The sky's falling out there. I know, say so. When I say again, they couldn't find an egg. So the Gemara says, "Well, I people only make you know. So what should we do? What should we do?" The Gemara says, "We buy powder, powder, and a share by up. So what should we do? to have half of
What
the
you gotta
Yetzer
say,
removed
fellas,
from
it's
us,
the best of both
that's not
worlds. You know,
going to
I
work,
come
right?
home
That's
from
not
work,
going to work because, again,
depending on
after
my
the Torah
mood,
doesn't
make love to
remove
her, or
half
finish
of the Yetzer. That was a stick
how do you get away with it? Man, no, officer, she
Whatever he
wanted to
wants.
make up.
Okay, he doesn't remove half of the Yetzer. Whatever, we'll come back to it in just a little bit.
Get away with it. It's amazing.
So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, look at all these. Kaflinu le'inei, ahani people, ignition should be kavasa. So what they literally, again, they blinded the eye of the Tzahara Paras and morality, and at least we had a partial benefit. What was a partial benefit? You know what I'm saying? That a person doesn't have a desire for incest. Okay, so, right? So nice stuff, right? So that's so in other words, this is one of those things, like we read these ayahs on Yom Kippur, right? And one of the great things about the Piyana on Yom Kippur afternoon is most of us can see Yom Kippur, we really say to ourselves, I feel like I got this one down, right? Like in other words, like, okay, well, that's I desire a whole bunch of stuff. Not bad. So why is that? Because Chazal were successful in being able to remove at least that base of the basis level of immorality. The person desires a whole bunch of stuff. And at least when it comes to incest, that's not something that we desire. Incredible. Already we go out. Nice of enough to sacrifice. So what's this? So that's how they desire. This is incredible. This is so interesting enough. And this is what we were saying before. Every Sahara that we have has the ability to derail. It also has many positive uses and applications as well. So they couldn't go ahead and remove the desire for morality. But instead of that, we can therefore help you conquer public desire for intimacy. But they were able to promote it in some way that at least remove the basic urges of that immorality. For instance, okay, so we know what nice of it, there's not much nice of all of you say, there was a story of a non-Jewish woman who was very ill. Amro, in Tamar and Egypt, they call it, to have a look of the Dutch of all of them. So what did she do? What did she do? She made a Kabbalah. She made a Kabbalah. That was a matter of point out how incredible this is. See, the way I get it, what's the Kabbalah? So she made a Kabbalah. And she said, no, it's true. If I get that in, I promise, I will worship every single Abba Zara in the world. Now, wrong kind of Kabbalah, right? But definitely good intentions. Good intentions. So what happens? So you must be Baruch Hashem. I usually find out that some of us are on the of the phone show. She was healed, and she ended up worshiping every single Abba Zara in the world. Even she did a car, when she got to Balfour, Shalom the Tomer, and get them out of the zoo. So they got to Balfour, so she's making her way. And she says to me, please stop, tell me, how do you worship this idol? So what happened? Amrullah says, Amrullah said to her, Oakland Shadri, the show's the Shafar, and you drink beer. So apparently that's a combustible combination, right? When you do that, you switch from the brains right? So a nice again, beets and beer, and that's going to cause the bowels to remove. Reason they find out. So it's interesting that she's all about plumbing friends. So apparently, apparently, Alcohol was that one day that she looked at like defecation on that. Currently, so there's defecation, but like his good mitzvah for alcohol was like. What's the right one? Ladies, when it's like a stickle eruption like that, it's like I can't be actually given this. So again, if you could walk in there after eating and drinking beer, and the amount of like eruption from the idol, that's like that's given this one. So Allah, so this lady hears this, and after all of her Avodah Zarah, she says, "Mikhail she'hatzai yishav l'choyah, v'latama v'latama." Right? So she said, you know what? No, I'm not going to, you know what? I'm going to pass. I'd rather get sick again. I can have to worship on all those other things. So look how well that's already happened. I tell you, she start interviewing and it's talking about so again. So actually, this is significant. Where does almost worship versus concept? Like, I mean, I don't think Zara, you can hear it. Okay, you tell me, you tell me to myself. But the nice part of all the other Zara is concept. really get this. Also, something that is on Richard makes this observation. So Richard says, it's not so crazy. Let's say, you say bracha to use Rashi, right? You say bracha to Rashi. Why? Because we recognize the godliness and the ability for the body to work the right way. But not the person goes and uses the bathroom. You recognize. Again, any Pasha, I mean, something that's open closes up. Right? Something that's open closes up. Something that's closed opens up. Right? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. If something just be open and it's closed, so it's closed and open, all the other places, right? So the nice again, you know something now. So again, I think this guy will say, you notice how everything about the Zohar really is a very nuanced collection of actually so but at the end of the day, the woman says, like, you know what, I'm not doing this. Gemara says, Atem Yisrael Elohim, and it's talking about her, it's Semet Pasur. The Atem Atvikim Hashem Elohim, the Shtei tomorrow is not to be called Shtei. So then the Yisrael is not like that. Rather, again, even though you worship Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, you weren't so attached, right? You were just generally attached to Baal Pahar. And that drives right by Hashem location. You stay tomorrow from Bukit to Bukit. When it comes to Baruch again, I cannot take you. You fully talk about Baruch, like 2 days. That's what I mean. Like 2 days that connect to each other as well. Speaks of Torah, על הספודר והפער, תצומת על ידי אישו. ואתם הדליקים מהשם אלוקים לכם, תדליקים ממנו. You went on worship idolatry, so you're never fully born. Never fully born. You are attached. Like a woman wears a bracelet, so the bracelet is on her wrist. It's on her, like, but it's not fully attached. So that was like how it's not for all these other. In other words, so there, what we're doing is, we're not doing that's wonderful, but I cannot take it. We talk about this, but I want to say, even when you give worship to all these other, and even when you give goes off the straight and narrow, at the end of the day, whatever else we're doing, depends on the God in there. Our forgiveness, our clinging, our connection to our Kodesh Baruch Hu is always the primary part of our relationship. Incredible. Talking about this is a person's name. There was a guy by the name of Sasta Ben Ilam. He here from Moron of Kunos. He went out his donkey for 9 years old.
I was a little bit of a bitch. I can tell you have like showbiz, you have like weird like ShamWow guy energy up here. Like you're very comfortable up here.
So he went out his donkey. So what happens? So the lady's shouting. She gets the Baal Pahar. I'm a low. She said to him, I'm saying, Thursday. He said, you know what, I want to worship some poor on the way. Right? So just wait for me over here. Okay, I'm allowed. So she goes in, she comes out. Then the Jewish guy, who's leading the donkey, he says, I'm continuing. Thursday. So he says to her, you know what, you're in the car, you know, let me just quick stop. By Pahar also. Right? What happened? So she said to him, hello, you with Yaakov? She said to him, aren't you religious? Oh, so this is something that other people to remind us. Well, you got to argue with you, how you worshiping Pahar? He says to Allah, Uma Echpasne, my name. Right? So my marriage is married to you. Nick was to watch this. Nick Ross, Pahar Pahar, so says what happened. He goes in, he does his business. Like Pahar, that's the case on the idol. This is the same place. The keynote, the Pokemon. Then I was like, okay, he wipes himself on the nose of the other result. Right? So again, a little bit in this over here. It was like, now the Pashtus, he was actually trying to do something disrespectful.
Everything else is real.
To the idol. The higher Mishnah said about his own, the closer of the Omri. The older law, higher other Abdul of Abdul's of the what happens? The pieces of are there. Look at this guy. You've never seen someone who has worshipped the idol with such resources, such antlers, like such Islavos, who wiped himself on the nose of the Yakistan residents of it. Right? When I say they could not believe what they were seeing in front of their eyes. Incredible. So what's now basically Gemara says that so apparently this Jew is actually trying to debase the Baal Pahar. But Gemara says it doesn't work because again, if you defecate on car, even though you're intention is to debase the idol, but because that is the mode of worship, you're chayav for avodah zarah. So you can't do that. Similarly again, Hazorik Kevin Lamarcus, Haresa Abodasa, Afagaf Mechadi Lemerkabit. So for example, say in Marcus, how do you worship Marcus? You throw a stone there. So if you throw a stone at Marcus, but your intention is to debase the idol, so again, you're still working for that because that is the mode of worship. Rabbi Menashe had a Ka'azal of Eitorsa, Amrullah Abodazara, who's the Kaihafa. So yeah, Rabbi Menashe, what time went to work Tarsa? He told us, there's an Abodazara here. So what did he do? Shut up, he took the cut of it, and he threw it at the idol. Well, Marcus, they said to him, Menashe, it's Marcus. You just stole Marcus. Now again, the Marcus lost his watch to debase the idol, but it turned out that what did he do? He actually worshipped it in my intention, but he worshipped it on the level. I was very happy about this time. After this was also shopping in Russia, and Menashe right to this one. So what should I do? I mean, I was very happy about this time. I got the Mirgame. And Menashe, you're like super trouble over here. Because when I say I understand your intention was to debase the idol, but when I said at the end of the day, you went ahead and you worshipped it. I'm a little Ezak Ishkala. You said, okay, no problem, I'll go back and I'll remove the stone. I'll remove the stone that I threw. So I'm really Echad, I know for the Echad, I know it's the Chayiv. No, you can't remove stones from Marcus. Because if you remove stones from Marcus, then the mice, again, if you remove it, you make room for more. So apparently part of the avodah of Marcus was to throw the stone, and then again after a certain point, the stones accumulate. So the removal of the stones is also part of the avodah zarah. So you can't do that as well. So what is he doing? What's the most hospital? Be careful when you throw stones. Because sometimes once you throw stones, it's a little bit difficult to take them back. They'll say, and again, it's kind of how you began and how you end the same way. Evio, what is Evio called? Evio is called Evio Tzaddik. Why is it called Tzaddik? Because the greatest tzidkus is when you reach out to your fellow Jew. That is the sugya end. Be careful when you throw stones. Because what's at the end of the day, when you throw stones, you often can't take them back. Once it's thrown, so let's say, I'm sure one picked up an answer in a Bayra Russia Weiss. Again, clearly he has his feelings about, certain segments of Klal Yisrael, let's say, to him after davening, or perhaps having right empathy for the hostages, or for the soldiers, or for the war. But in general, you have to be careful about the stones that you throw, whether they be actual stones or verbal stones. Because once you throw it, and once you say it, it's virtually impossible to let it go. Shlomo says, let's watch the puzzle.
Yeah, it does. It looks like he has
a Shlomo Kaplan, but Ace Nicholas Kaplan has taken what he's got Russian in the house. Shlomo has his question as well. There's a kind of throw stones, there's a kind of collect stones. Be careful how you throw stones, whether actual or verbal, because once you throw it, you often can't take it back. Incredible. Mishka. I know seeing he's out of the mola. So let's go back to this for 4 minutes. I know seeing he's out of the mola. You'll say, person, now again, you have all these arms. You have all these arms, Molech. Molech, everyone said, was child sacrifice. So now again, we'll get into it over here. I know this is out of the Molech. The person who's over the children's Molech. Eno Chayiv, Hashem Yisrael Molech, V'yabeh Ba'esh. The only Chayiv, until a person gives their children literally over to the priest of Molech and walks them in the fire. Muscle Molech will have a baby. If the person gave the child over to Molech, but the child wasn't walked through the fire, or had the age of one Muscle Molech, or given over to the fire, or wasn't given over to the priest. So it's Halacha. Eno Chayiv, Hashem Yisrael Molech, V'yabeh Ba'esh. So this is a parody. In order to be invited by each of the Molech, we need three things. Number one, Molech was from the children. Number two, you have to give over to the priests of Molech. And number three, the child has to be walked through the fire. Now again, the exact process we see in the Gemara. So tell me about the other kind of Molech. What's interesting about that, because on one hand, we talked about Avodah Zarah, and now Molech is being singled out. So why is that? Obviously, the verse is Amr Avin Taik Man Amar Molech Lav Avodah Zarah. Can we just suggest that Molech is not Avodah Zarah? That was what is that mean? Disanyo. Echad Molech ve'echad l'shar Avodah Zarah. Chayiv. So what's interesting enough So whether a person gave his child over to a Molech or to a different avodah zarah, he's going to be chayav. Was Rabbi Shimon Omer, the Molech chayav, shalom the Molech patur. So let's say the Mishnah is really highlighting it like this. The only time that giving over one's child is a form of avodah zarah is dafka for Molech. So giving over one child over, let's say, Shabbat or that's not called avodah zarah. Because that's not the way that the idol is worshipped. I'm not dying. אבל זה משמש רבי חנינא בן התגנס אמרו דבר אחד. אבל זה משמש חזר אבל זה משמש רבי חנינא we just said before that he again Molech is unique. Molech is unique about the Zara that is worshipped being over one's children. The person who is over your child to any other idol is certainly not good. Like performance that's not about the Zara. Xanina ben Antigonus, the son of Xanina ben Antigonus, Omer, that they mocked Hafsa Torah Russian Molech. Why does he use Russian Molech? What is Molech? What does Molech mean? So the Gemara says, "Kol shenichu aleim afilu tzrar afilu kisei." Let's say someone violates Molech if by going in and accepting anything upon themselves as a deity. So let's say this is a different understanding. The Xanina ben Antigonus has a different understanding of Molech. His understanding of Molech is if you accept any object as a god, like Melech, upon you, that is the avodah zarah of Molech. Even a tzimah, even a pebble, even a twig. Rava Amar Molech arai pikaveh. Rava says in reality, whether or not there's such a thing as what we call a temporary or episodic Molech is the point of contention between the other things. When it comes to Molech, we'll say one is only chayiv if he gives his child over the actual attendance, like the piece of Molech. There's a process. So let's say the person that's giving the kid over to Molech, that's not the avodah zarah. He's giving the kid over to the piece of Molech for avodah zarah. Shneimar mizarachah bositein lahavir lemolech. They don't recognize such a person. You might have thought that ultimately one passed his child through the fires of Molech. He gave his child over to the priests of Molech, so he would be chayiv. And the Lomar bositein masad Molech. That can be really quick to the piece. But however, what happens if you give over your child, but if you don't pass it through the fire, maybe you can take it chayiv. And the Lomar lahavir masad the haver shalom Molech. You might have thought that Allah said you give over your child to the priest. You pass it through the fire, but not the Molech. Now we're talking about the Molech. Master, the heaven of the Molech and the body. What happens if you give over your child to the priest? But it passes through, but not through the fire. You never come out here. Never on the Hamon. The Never on the Hamon. Much of the Hamad is no because. Malaram Bari, Afghan days, the Makan Molech, Afghan Molech. Yes, the bottom line. In order to be chayiv for giving your child over to Molech, we need two components. Number one, have to give over to the priests of Molech. That's number one. Number two, ultimately again, there has to be fire involved. And number three, the child actually has to walk through the fire. Now, what they're actually walking through fire actually looks like, it means Hashem will sing a word. Every shows down a putter. Let's say if you pass all of your children through Molech, why? And then you're not used to it. Like the function of the pasuk is ultimately amongst your offspring, not all of your offspring. The Lord calls out Rashi said, what happens ultimately again? If a person went ahead and has a child who's blind, and they asked the child who's blind through the fires of Molech. What fire? Or Russian now. What happens if the child is asleep? Unless it's one of the new situations, the child is not aware of what it is that's occurring. They're blind, they're asleep. I use someone. That's now. Then to know, then detail now. What happens if the grandchildren to know that? What fire? So two shows me up, Tado. We can answer this one of them. You stand up, Yalo Nasa Lamola. The pasuk says you give up your offspring to Mola. Not Halloween. I'm about to read it. I'm going to from not to know each of them. I don't know I didn't know son and daughter. Then to know that you come in I didn't know these son and granddaughter. I'm Roma. This seat on me Taro. So doesn't see from right to give any of your offspring, whether it's your children or your grandchildren. I'm not going to say doing this how you can know that. No. Pasuk Mizalo, Yisrael Kisito Mizalo. Josh asked me, so it says, it begins with Mizalo, and it begins ultimately with Kisito Mizalo, different Joshua, which we'll see. Zaro, Amy Zarakosha. So once the Pasuk has Mizalo, I know that you're hired for percussion offspring, Zara Pasuk. I don't know that even if a person passes his invalid offspring through Mola, that he's still going to be hired. I'm going to be Kisito Mizalo. Okay, I'm not going to go. And the Taik actually at the end of the Taik Habara. So I'm reading this like this. You're any higher, that's like what? If you go ahead and you pass your children through, then actually we're going to do is we'll stop over here for today. Stop for today. So this next sugya, we'll say this next sugya ultimately again teaches us how Molech was actually done. How he went ahead and it was passed through the fire. So we'll say next time again. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have a little bit more time. We're not going to learn more today. We're not finished. So also if you want to take your packets with you, stop getting some sitchas outside and that's Hashem today. So we'll do that hopefully in the base game. A little bit in so we'll say, and again, use this time. Usually when it comes to Daf Yomi, we usually don't have a lot of time to be able to faster. Now that we're in Rapid Club, there's actually because the Daf especially tremendously so nice. From today's Daf, even more than America will get to in further stops. Tremendously so Ryan breakfast. And I guess is that here? That's I think our goal in America comes to either what time? 8:30. Okay. So breakfast, the Meretz Hashem, stay tuned. If anyone needs a booklet, one of the packets.
Philosophically, the kid on a birthday, they are born. So did you not celebrate a birthday for a long time?
No, literally, my mom would be like, "It's a special day today," and I was like, "What is it?" She's like, "You can't tell you check your birth certificate." That would literally be it.
So you didn't get presents?
I didn't get presents or nothing. No, it's just I got used to it. One of the few fucking thing is a special day today, bitch. All right, check your birthday.
When's the first time you celebrated your birthday?
I was 17. A bunch of my friends were trying to make me stop being a Jehovah's Witness. They were like, "Hey, we're all going to be at a bridge somewhere where you can preach to us." And I showed up to the bridge. They had a 30-pack of beers, and they were like, "Happy birthday." What a surprise party starts now. I'm like, surprise, for what? Your birthday? Oh, shit. I'm getting something cool with coffee. Yeah.
It's a great intervention when your friends bring you a 30-pack of beer.
Does your family still Jehovah's Witness? Yeah, but she's still awesome. She's still a great mom. Remember the part where she didn't give you fucking birthday?
From the very actual end of the studio. So we're picking up 4 lines of the bottom.
Feels really cool, man. He had the softest fingers in the world.
So she gave you a Jewish name and no presents.
That's fucked up.
That's incredible.
Yeah. My birthday was pretty weird when I was born.
When is your birthday now?
August 21st, 1990.
This is where I could
Yeah, I was born premature, so my lungs didn't work. So what happens is I'm up on the probably going to die, and she prayed to God,
so something happens to the battle.
She said, if my son lives, I will give him to you. And because I lived, she made me a liver. She made this was
moving for the battle purposes. So there's a whole discussion of how it's not going to be a but the point is that
I've heard of from all this way to see him die on stage.
According to one opinion, I will carry these items to the backhouse. Now,
you did it. It was a rough minute, but then you did a good minute. So it's a medium joke for the time. He's signing out all the almost like getting shots to go right on the chest. God did not help him catch that joke. There goes Alex on everybody. Having fun here. We're cooking. Here we go. 3. Your 4th bucket of the night is Sharon. Hopefully everybody sharing.
You open up the cupboard, you open it in sense, you do a realization, and you do all of
Good
it. So
evening,
multiple
Tony
acts
people.
of service
I'll
of
take
our
you to.
desire, but all
I
the
am
halacha. What
Sharon
is halacha
Hensley,
mean? One
and
lack
I
self-awareness.
have two
So let's
opinions for the male of our
halacha. So
species
okay,
to
so this
better
is the shita
interact
of
with me.
Rabbi. Rabbi
One,
says multiple
if you
avodas, and you
insist
do
on
you're
mentioning
only going to
your
be
coolness,
once.
Tony,
I'm going to buy you a
more than once within a short period of time, I will have questions and or comments. I am not responsible for what form those take. An inquiring mind still want to know your circumcision status.
So
Two,
if
you insist on sending me pictures of said penis, Tony, Zadius, be aware in Texas and a handful of other states it is against the law. I find them amusing, so I will allow it. If and only if you follow his guidelines. Well, head to toe, nude, fully erect, holding a 16-ounce bottle adjacent for size comparisons. Thank you. Well, here's the deal, Tony. After the last time, I figured out that I, even actually born female, cannot ever hear someone say something else funny. So I should say something that would make my life easier when the onslaught of like your 2,000 like your male followers
Let's check in the quick kangaroo here. The first thing is you gotta send her a pic of that thick dick from earlier. We gotta get that. We're gonna have to scan it on a printer because it's not gonna be on an iPhone. There was so much insanity throughout that set. Was the implication that I've mentioned to you my penis?
When I was on last time, you did mention your penis twice, so I think
What was the context of me mentioning
was
it?
how hard you were or not. One time was not so much, one time was really hard.
What were we talking about at the time?
Which the first time was probably my set, the second time was that actually something.
Anthony, huge thing here, a little bit out of context here, but I mentioned my penis very rarely.
No, you didn't.
Was it a hee hee ha ha? Did people go ha ha afterwards? Sharon, did they make that whiny noise that you don't understand how it is? So that thing right there, you hear that? That whiny noise?
I went ahead and changed the subject and asked if you were circumcised, and some people were like, they got it, and they thought it was hilarious, and some people were like, that came out of nowhere, and I was like, no, you mentioned his penis, so I'm allowed to ask if he's circumcised.
Okay, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Did you guys date Anthony? What the fuck is going on? Sharon Rory? So you have 3 words to your name, and it's not that many punchlines at all. This is incredible. When you were in high school, did you like tell people you were like a cat or something like that? Yeah, that's a great question. You do have those energies. I'm not really a cat. My boyfriend's an energy vampire. He's been a librarian for 300 years. Are you doing comedy other places? Yeah, where? What are you doing? How often do you try this? I did comedy in Spain once. Well, they probably couldn't understand you. They have a pretty big English-speaking comedy scene. Actually, you like the last guy? Like, do you have like different jokes that are better than whatever you planned to do here tonight that nobody understood? No, I am technically more of a storytelling comic, and like a minute is kind of hard. Wow, we'd love to hear a 25-minute banger from Sharon. Wow. Like we're gonna have to
The main reason I wanted to come on is so last time, so I have a major anxiety disorder. Last time I almost did pass on stage, nobody could tell. But this time it's not that much better. I was hoping it, like the nerves would go down the second time, but this is really hard.
Yeah, I felt like you were nervous running through that. Yeah. You felt like a hologram.
Well, no, I wanted to get it in my head. Like, I respect the minute timeline. I think
I think you're looking at it probably the wrong way. You have to make it like, don't try to cram it in. I think that's where the disconnect is slow it down and find your pace. It didn't feel rushed. I don't want to be shitty because I've been nervous on stage and touring it too before. But
I'll be shitty. You could have done that. You could have pumped the brakes on that and done it so slow. But it took 20 minutes to get through that, and it's still there's not a funny, unidentifiable moment. No, I did it very intentionally. It is funny to certain people. Who are these people? Where are they?
Can I suggest trying to conform to maybe the Hiltonian?
Maybe that. You know what I wanted to tell your audience from last time? So I am not a person.
What do you want to tell the Hiltonian?
I don't know if you think this is going to get any better. I am not a person who would do well in jail. I do know from experience. So I should not be talking about things on stage until the statute of limitations run out. There's no statute of attempted murder, so I should not have mentioned that last time.
Okay. Wait, so you just thought we could get her arrested tonight?
Sure, you just mentioned it again. No, I know. I'm like, well, I already made a mistake. Like, let me lay into it.
There's something very melodic about her voice when she starts to lose it. It's like, I feel like one of those Spanish people right now going like, again.
You know, and I got your movie. I actually like
Alright, Sharon, you get a little joke book last time. You got a little joke book before I'm guessing. Because of the interview.
because the audience demanded it.
Alright, Sharon, you get nothing this time. They're going to share it with everybody. Tony Phoenix. Very good at joke by great man, everybody. There you go. There she goes, Sharon Rufus for everybody. With the patented one last crazy glare in the eyes. A little eye contact for everybody. Oh my god. That's exciting. Sharon, it might be time for Sharon to take a break from signing up. Alright. We have a regular that's going to sage the room right now. He is the newest force of nature regular here on Hiltonian. Please run for the great Ginger Flynn, everybody. Guys, I hate the Greyhound. I'm so glad I don't go take the Greyhound no more. One time a nigga with no arms stole my wallet. I'll say it again, that nigga with no arms stole my wallet. And the only reason why I called him is because my wallet was in my hoodie because it was cold out and I felt that nigga big toe scrape across my tummy. And then when I woke, that shit was right there in between his thumb toe. I don't know what you call it, but his thumb toe and his index toe was gripping that motherfucker. And he got strong legs, he got nice legs, because you know how like Daredevil, his eyes don't work, so his ears is stronger, so his arms is his legs. So when I tried to grab that shit, I had to like tug him. You know, I had to tug a war with this nigga, then I started wrestling with my wallet away. He talking about, you cheat, because I use my arms and my legs to get it away. So when I finally got it, I stood up with my wallet, and he stood up with me, but his were the hoodie too with no arms. His arm was dangling. So when he stood up, he's like, what are you gonna do, snitch? I was like, no, nigga, we still got 8 hours on this bus. So I can't.
myself.
How dare
One
you
is
get
Taik
the
Rabbi
eight year thing is
even
when I
out of
ride the
myself,
Greyhound, I
even
got
out
my
of
gun
myself.
on me, and they tell you you
Person
can't
goes
ride
up
with
to
your gun, you
and
won't be
said,
in trouble. Go to court.
"Oh my God,
Go to court. If you tell the judge, look right there, no gun. I was like, I want a Greyhound. I got all of my teeth. They'll be like, acquitted every single time. Because if I had woken up and that nigga had stole my wallet or my gun, ain't nobody going nowhere until I buy my Transformers that pro wallet. I got a Velcro wallet because I want people to hear me at least try to pay for something. Everybody within the age of 10 feet, when you heard that shit like he did it just be good. That's what I tell y'all.
Twice as long as Sharon Ruth Hensley did 29 more verifiable punchlines. Absolutely incredible that 17 left Texas. Dedrick, that is fucking fantastic.
Great job. I love Greyhound material. None of the people bring Greyhound to know fucking just how sketchy that is.
Is it a box like, you know, they drop the nukes and they have like a center where everybody need deaths with the Greyhound pigs? You don't know what year it is based on what niggas is wearing.
When you get out of prison, they give you a Greyhound ticket.
Yes, they do.
So you said the majority of the people on that bus just got out of prison.
Yeah.
It's not a fucking two Greyhound from Tallahassee to Tampa all the time. I remember when Biggie's album came out, I had headsets and a tape player or a CD player. And a dude just got out of prison. He was like, what are you listening to? I was like, Notorious B.I.G. goes, can I see your headsets? And I was sitting there with his
That's why you gotta have a gun, Bert.
Hell yeah.
We all get robbed on a Greyhound. Of emotion. Almost getting passed around a Greyhound. It was an experience.
You feel bad that people are mostly vagabonds and privileged, but everyone on a bus, no matter where you are, looks like they're from Albuquerque. Yeah, it is a certain type of bus. Definitely a people from Albuquerque.
As much as they are worshiping God over God, at least what do they do? At least they exceeded that for the show.
So you've taken the Greyhound quite a lot?
Did not know what they had before.
Yeah, we know you're
included that show. And they said again, probably slow.
It hurt in here.
It was
When you get on there and you got more teeth than everybody combined.
That was a piece of saving grace for Calvin's to us. So you know what I'm saying? I remember when sitting with that, which he said, yeah. If a person goes out and pick up and passes together with that people on themselves, you're going to be again a community from the world. It's even worse. It's incredible. Because I do have a desire. What is the upside of being another level desire? It's something that's no question. But what is the upside of being another level desire? What's the upside of it? The upside is you serve the team. Choose the team. Choose the team. Be decisive. Test it out with someone. The worst thing I was the worst thing I must say I can hold still. I'll stay as you money. How long are you going to be starting the fence? If you started the fence, you're starting the fence.
They just have to use that as a commercial. They just have to know who they are and roll with it.
They know. They don't even have an intercom in the Greyhound. One time I went to Atlanta Greyhound, which is the scariest place on earth.
I really cannot imagine. The entire city of Atlanta scares me. It seems like the Greyhound station we do.
And it's right outside of the strip club, so the port is terrifying. And I walked up to a lady, I said, when is the bus to Charlotte? Right, I looked at her and she was looking at me and she went, the bus to Charlotte! What did you say? I was like, don't yell at me. I'd rather be on Frontier, nigga. I hate Frontier.
You know, Atlanta Greyhound Station is dangerous when Tedrick is the safest person there. Everyone else looks exactly like John Dees does right now. You wear your ski mask up when you're laughing. You have it all figured out, John, at a comedy show. You're cracking up with his mask on. There you go. There it is.
You know why he got it, right?
It doesn't work. The joke doesn't work.
Because we told him that if the power went out, we was going to start losing. So we gotta make our kill Tony money somewhere. Like, I don't steal, but I loot. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. There's group synergy too.
Yes, it is.
Wow, you know exactly where the Greyhounds are.
Yeah, I was just there.
And the Greyhounds are
Fucking great.
I know you got money. You just have to be there.
My father-in-law doesn't.
By definition, you never do something in your life. Better to be peace. It sounds fake, but just let us hold it on your mind. Better to go. Here it is.
And Magic City has the best wings in town.
Yes, they do. They're living forever on.
Shout out to Magic.
Shout out to Magic City, Atlanta, Georgia.
Because if
Oh
you're
my
committed
God.
to nothing, it means you lack.
Dedrick, your set was absolutely fucking incredible.
Very good. Very fucking good.
There's
You know, I'm gonna tell you, just like, there's such an energy. It's almost like watching good ice skaters. Like when you came up, you kind of owned it. It was like, you know, when you watch ice skating,
So not enjoyable at all ever.
Hey, Bert, what's an ice skate?
You're the opposite of ice skaters, and then we've all enjoyed it before.
It is better to have a bad team than
Why are
no
you watching
team.
ice skating? I'm
Right?
enjoying
You
it.
know, it's like when you see someone drop confidence, you're like, oh, this is
Some
gonna be
leadership
I'm worried.
is
But when
better
you
than
came
no
out, I was like, oh,
leadership.
not worried.
I
And then
know
when they
leadership,
kicked in the
it always
music,
goes anywhere.
and
I
you
know
go
the
to the
complications.
stage, that is
This is
never
what I'm saying.
take break
Maybe
off.
not
Yeah,
going the
you
wrong
have
direction,
to.
but at least we're moving. Some movement even in the wrong direction.
Also, a guy in a cowboy hat was very excited to see you, which is another sign of a black guy that you're doing it right.
Come on, thank you so much.
That guy rode the Greyhound here. No, he rode the actual cowboy hat.
We're gonna go get you.
I
Catch you.
One time for the great Dedrick Seems like a comedy show again. Let's story about Sharon Reitman's leads. The attitude. Last time I was on, you talked about your penis. Your next bucket will go by the name of Zach Townsend, everybody. Here he is.
How's it going? I'm 35 years old. I used to want kids real bad. I used to want guns real bad too. Now I don't know if I want either one. You know, I kind of see them as the same thing. They're both dangerous. Whenever somebody has one, they're always like, "Do you want to hold it?" And I'm like, "No." No, I know way too many people in jail for touching those things. You know what I mean? I'll get my fingerprints off it too. I feel like guns are a lot like kids too. Because all the worst people I know hold theirs sideways. You know, it's either like giving your fucking money or like baby hanging off the hip at Walmart. You know, some white woman in Cookie Monster pajama bottoms, even though the sun is still up. Come on, you guys have been to Houston before. You know what I'm talking about. Cheers to this. I feel like guns are a lot like kids too. Because whenever I see one out in the street, I'm like, shouldn't you be in school right now? You know, everyone on Facebook has seen a new article of like a female teacher banging their younger male students. We gotta pay these teachers more money, right? So they can afford to go on dates with people their own age. It's super easy to lie to dine a 15-year-old and just fucking say 6'10" while each other their balls a little bit.
Fuck yeah, where at?
I live in Nashville, Tennessee.
Awesome.
What got you down to Austin this week?
Oh man, by Bert Kreischer, actually. I was opening for him at the movie theater on Friday, yeah.
Amazing. I love it.
I was like,
I was like, man, you better
then
get
the
fucking
blood is still before
I love that.
the blood has
It
been
was you,
sprinkled.
Crux, man.
And
I think you're fucking hysterical.
That
Maybe you should tell.
That's absolutely incredible. I had no idea that you had anybody here, that anybody even signed up. We got fucking lucky there.
Yeah, I was supposed to go home last night, and then I was fucking the ice is crazy, and the weather's bad.
After the blood has been spilled by days.
Zach, so have you lived in Nashville your whole life?
No, I'm from Connecticut originally.
Okay.
I started comedy in Tampa. Yeah, Bishop was from Tampa.
Hell yeah.
He's sober right now. He's not drinking. He's getting married.
Incredible.
Well, yeah, I'm also sorry about my career too. But
From where do you know
How long have you been sober for?
a lot about the
since December 2019.
December 2019. Let me ask you this, because what exactly did you do on December 29th? You're going away, last hurrah.
Stop telling me till 2 the lives of the truth. We gotta get which one. What happened on December 29th? Okay, 2 lives of the truth. I went out to a bar with my friends. Or I got blacked out on wine and had my coke dealer come over there and accidentally did ketamine.
You're not really looking at any of these things because it's a generalized lie.
Take us through it, so you got drunk on wine.
Yeah, it was supposed to be just a chill night. Like my friend just had a baby and they came over and he came over too. And he was over too. He was like, oh, picture of me like candy drawing candles. And I was like, oh, they're not like the baby inside me. Like, every time amazing. So then you had a little Pulp Fiction moment. You thought you were doing cocaine, but it turned out to be ketamine. Yeah, well, my buddies told me it was ketamine. How did that make you feel when you told me much about ketamine? What I do know, it seems like being extremely drunk off of holy wine. It makes very modern even fun. Yeah, I don't remember much about being completely honest. Like, I mean, there is like video. I went outside to get cigarettes from my car and busted my ass trying to get back in. There's like video on the record of my fiance being like, "You want to see this?" Actually, I don't want to really hold up my hand as I'm fucking up.
I'm gonna be honest. That bitch didn't get paid.
Amazing. So Zach, you make all your money doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I do stand-up and sketch comedy.
I love it. What does the future wife do?
She's a private. She's like works for like the government.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. They're doing a lot of good things.
She makes all the decisions in the household. Yeah.
Is she in charge of wrangling or anything like that?
Yeah, you should see our crawl space. It's actually quite packed right now.
Zach, you are so funny. Where can we find your stuff?
On Instagram at Zach Townsend _ and Paid Vacation Comedy on YouTube. Yeah. Did a sketch right from the sketch about Gil telling me about the stuff.
Was it the
The video game. Yeah, that was so awesome. Yeah. You guys are all up there. Yeah.
so much? Literally like our favorite thing. We were shooting it. We sent it to each other and everything and all around. Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I think you should make the video game too. I think you're gonna lose money on this. Everybody's
I absolutely agree. You talk about it a lot. Could totally be how long you in town for now?
I leave tomorrow. Yeah, I got shows this week, so I got to try to get back.
Amazing. Well, next time we do the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville and just run on there. So
Absolutely. I would love to do that.
all of the fans, everybody post the
So it says, you are not allowed to mention the name of another God. Can't mention it. Can't mention it. The sign of the Shema, the Shema,
sharing relentlessly and then the tables turn. Let's see if we can keep the momentum. This book has decided that I'm next comes Angel of Diaz,
Yo, fuck yeah, give it up for myself. One time. Hell yeah. I actually have a real life question. Is anyone in here subletting a room? Fuck me, bro. Goddamn. Does anyone see themselves living with me at home? Jesus Christ. Alright, well, I have to leave my apartment like pretty bad. Like, this is a text message thread between like me and my landlord. I had to write it down. I said, Mr. Landlord, no, right? I said, Mr. Landlord, man, I'm kidding. He said, I am doing a live stream set on the radio. Please tune in online, and I will come around 4. You won't believe who the fuck is a DJ. You know what? Yeah, give it up for me.
the old platform of Angel Diaz. He opens a little asshole. I love it. Break the right swagger and confidence and stage presence, unlike almost any movement spin up here.
I'm a good guy. What else the fuck do I say?
Angel Rio.
I just turned 26 last week. Yo, give it up for 26.
Okay, you don't have to give it up for everything. I'm gonna ask you a lot of questions, Angel. This is like a bridge against the shitty ones. The foolish guy. He's gonna make noise for every question I make, and then we're working at a vape store. What do you do for work, Angel?
Yo, I have no job whatsoever. Yeah, I have no job.
How do you survive, Angel? Take us through a day in the life.
So I've been going out of state to go steal shit.
It's a contraction.
Give it up for stealing shit.
So I'm gonna get a text to give a result. There's now which is and the goal is I'm really sure that it means that and the goal slashes. That is both of these are reference to value. So again, what the thing, the concept of knocking out is
stealing shit?
Well, not really, but kind of. If I steal anything, like it's for myself, but like if you need bounty, I mean, I don't know. That's the type of shit I'm stealing.
Like paper towels?
Yeah, it's bad.
Can you give us an example of sometimes that you've stolen something? Like,
well, allegedly,
you are naturally Angel Diaz. I might bring you back in for interviews. What I like is this bounty, which is a way of saying the amount of money for something, but when he actually meant paper towel. Definitely going to California to do this, right?
What if he has one
what was that? The California? I don't know what this guy is telling me. I'm sorry, I can't hear him too well.
You're okay. You're out in California. Angel, so take us through it. Allegedly,
alright, so yeah, so I'll like pick up like maybe 3 things that you want. Am I gonna go to jail for this?
No, you are protected. This is a comedy show and everything is a joke.
And dry off twice.
Yeah, but like,
So you might just
Nothing leaves this room.
That's different. That's what he's doing there.
but like, what if they catch? Like, what if they catch me on camera? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, yo, this is you, and like, this is you talking to me.
Angel, I got good news for you. Everybody that's ever stolen anything looks exactly like you. So, no way you get in trouble for this. Keep going, Angel. Tell us about the amazing work of the bounty hunter, Angel D.
I'll just walk in and then I'll just walk around with a whole bunch of bounty and then I'll sell it to the first person who needs bounty in their house. You know, is anyone subletting a room?
Seriously though, have you really stolen bounty paper?
Well, it's between bounty and prepaid bounty. So I can't. Honestly, I really can't talk about it too much because right now I have over 8
Exactly, you can talk about this. What exactly is the open case for right now?
Honestly, it's for graffiti because I got caught so pretty much it's like this. It's like, allegedly they saw me. I got a
Allegedly.
I'm gonna do the bus stop on my way out, and it better be any. So yeah, pretty much they caught me camera, She was like an old graffiti writer, and they were like, yo, this is you, and this is you in the old man. And I couldn't, I don't know, I have pictures of it. So that's what I got. So what's your name?
Have a delicious water. Angel Diaz, what is your living? Oh my goodness. See, not only that, you already got a wedding. Angel, what is your living situation in Austin, Texas right now? Do you live here now?
I kind of stay with my sister when she just had a baby, so I can't really stay there. Is anyone something? I'm gonna stop staying there.
Seriously, you live with your sister?
Yeah.
She lives in Austin?
Yeah.
How long have you been in Austin?
Since last week.
Where did you come from?
New York City.
How did you get here?
I took a plane, bro. Like, what the hell? I didn't
Well, now, there's been a lot of talk of Greyhound buses tonight, and if anybody that I know from this episode belongs on a Greyhound bus, buddy, it's you. So, by the way, the judgment he showed towards the other Kill Tony guy for being on the Greyhound bus just now, yeah, so fucked up. Tony, who the fuck did the guy have, man? I got a fucking spirit flight down here.
I literally took a spirit flight.
Do you remember your position by any chance? God, that's pretty much honest, right? I can't imagine what the guy behind you looks like. The guy behind me stole my wallet with his feet.
Cash out my girlfriend now?
Yeah, sure.
Shout out your brother, I'm sorry, I should have never said that.
She is now under arrest. Team Madness is actually going to bang her right now. Okay, so Angel, where'd you meet your girlfriend at?
Alright, so I met her at a park, and it was crazy the way I knew even though. So I saw her smoking a whole bunch of cigarettes, and I was like, so I went to the store. Are you okay?
We're watching on my watch Free Bird out now on Netflix. I know, me too.
How much do you cost?
Everybody loves
I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm serious. I'm gonna stop.
I can't wait to see the kind of trouble you get in when you purchase it. For $2,100. Very
Nah, I'm more like 4,000.
He's a tough negotiator. Angel Diaz a master negotiator. Angel Diaz will sleep in the gas tank of your tour bus. Hey, just give me a second. I don't even need the money. Just give me a can of spray paint and paper towels. I'll fucking do art. I'll fucking deck out your bus for. Okay, Angel. So let's talk about what jobs have you had before? I can't imagine you really holding down anything at all.
So I used to work at a halal shop, and then I worked at a does anyone gonna pick that glass up? Like, what is going on? Yo, I better hope no one's barefoot.
Angel, you are so naturally funny. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing it for like 2 years now. Yo, actually, if I had my phone, last time I came to Austin, they were like, yo, never do comedy in Austin. You fucking hate your guts. And I can't even, are you serious?
There's something so magical about laughing at someone and not with them. It's different. His reactions to normal, everyday things are unbelievably funny.
It's like cardboard I've never seen before.
Are you serious? It's crazy. You better hope nobody's barefoot. It's insane. Like, these are things, I mean, Rick is a crowd work god. But I'm not quite sure if he's DXing on Everett. I mean, as a crowd workout symbol, you must admit. I'll say this. I don't think most people should be allowed to do crowd work. But I also think we all have to hope that no one is barefoot out there. And to hear it said, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. This guy's a master. Crushing water, I mean, this dude is doing it. Even the way he hydrates is next level. Hydrates like he's very thirsty.
I am very thirsty right now. I actually do want to walk off.
Why do you want to walk off, bitch?
I don't know. I just want to go home.
Why? What are you going to do when you get home? What are you looking forward to?
So, actually, I gotta watch the second half of Oppenheimer. So, like, I'm excited about that.
ready to watch it, to offer up his son to you as a partner. That was not understand. You should be other than all these are, but the nice you very quick to be so other than all these are, that you will be again, you're willing to go ahead and offer up your son as a partner, is like a different level. Commitment is commitment, right? So Alfred was ready to offer up his son his PO, also with the again as a couple double his own. So you must not have.
I saw the part where they were like, so they were recruiting a whole bunch of guys, and then they were like, yo, maybe you're the one who can like help us really like build this shit. And they were like, yo, so where are we finding again? So they were like, yo, the Nazis, and they were like, alright, man, let's just go find it.
Maybe a movie review podcast. What's a movie that you finished recently, Angel Diaz? What's your favorite movie?
Okay, my favorite movie is the Talahanga Nights.
You love it. Everybody's seen it. The bold Larry Bobby. This is absolutely incredible. Can you give us a little synopsis of Talahanga Nights?
So pretty much it starts off with like a guy that like he's like a race driver guy, and then like fucking towards the end he gets like his bitch took. And then he has to like kind of like stun on her like, yo, I just came in number one, and then like the guy is like his best friend that took his bitch. Keep that in mind. So he's like,
keep that in mind. I was podcast. Thanks for coming back. I'm gonna look at this interview has gone on too long, but I'm gonna ask one more thing that you said. Like with the series, not a comedy, I want something serious. You ever seen Forrest Gump? How would you explain Forrest Gump?
so Forrest Gump, I started off, I was sucking Forrest, but that was bad. I'm actually gonna walk off. I've seen Forrest Gump.
What do you remember about Forrest Gump?
He's a little stupid and shit. He was there for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, it was just like, yo, let's just have like this dumb guy as like a fly in the wall. You know, like that's pretty much the movie.
Angel Diaz, I hate to do this. I've been doing this so often lately, and it's a real fucking problem. The internet's gonna hate me for this, I think. Red Man's furious. He's already groaning over here. But Angel, you are absolutely priceless, and you are indeed the newest Golden Ticket winner. There's the butt slap. Come back again. The whole world needs to see you again. You're about as welcome as it gets in Austin, Texas, by the way, Angel Diaz. Holy shit. Oh my god. He was real deal. Real deal. Or there's gonna be shit missing from now on around here.
Tony, right before he walked off, he goes, yo, can I throw this water on the crowd? No.
He is real trouble. Every once in a while, you need add a little fucking pepper to the mix, a little Diablo sauce, if you will. Angel Diaz is the
newest winner of getting word. The mothership is out of paper towels. Somehow turned him into PCP in the back. Alright, well, my sister's gonna have a fun day when this comes out. Oh, God. Hey, yo, son, check it out. Like, I have a reason to stay now. I'm gonna see my bitch in New York, and the court members are gonna show up the court. I got a whole thing going on now. He's gonna avoid that case in New York City. Alright, your next photo poll. You guys having fun out there, huh? Andrew Lowe, everybody. What's going on, yo? How you going tonight? Yeah. So I was told recently, y'all, that I look like Taik from that 70s show. And, I don't know if you keep up with the news or nothing like that, but, just pretty assistant there. Scientologists, you know what I mean, guys? Because there's nothing worse than that, right? So, I just like to think of the guys I compared to him. Like, I haven't seen him on anything in a while. Like, I love that 70s show. What's he been in? I was like, I don't know. It's hard to see anything, actually. You're probably gonna fucking see it. So, don't really fuck with that. But you know what I do? I have a question, guys. A question for you guys. Be honest. Does anybody out here use Coinstar? Does anybody use Coinstar before? Make some noise. Yeah. So I
punishable by just an angel. Do you like an angel? Yeah, I did request that angel.
What if we had Angel do the same material to you?
Do you have material written down somewhere by any chance? Yeah.
No, I got it.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to have, just like you did this whole thing, we're going to bring an angel down. We're going to have him watch your set, and then he's going to give a synopsis.
This is like one of violations.
Is there any chance we have Angel back there? Is Angel still here? I think Angel left. We're getting already finished up.
These agents have taken him and decided to release him.
These agents love Angel Diaz. He might actually be the one that can solve all of America's problems right now. Is Angel here? He wasn't able to get him?
According to the opinion
Okay,
he
might already be in a fight in the alleyway right now. This is incredible. Andrew, how long have you been doing comedy? Probably like 3 or 4 years. 3 or 4 years.
One thing I liked was you said, I don't know if you guys have seen the news, that you told a joke about something that happened 5 years ago in the news. So that might not be the best. It's going to the high grade thing.
So once again, why single out frustration? Why single it out?
He was?
So the Gemara says,
That was why somebody brought it up.
so frankly, at the end, that's
Okay, I got the
singled
word,
out.
ladies
In
and
order
gentlemen,
to make
they
one
were
higher
able to
for us,
retrieve Angel Diaz, ladies and gentlemen.
It's time for the retrieving.
One of the all-time great superstar Angel. Here's what we're gonna do. I want you to stand back here between Michael Gonzalez and D Madness. I want you to watch Andrew Lowe's set. Give me some notes. And then I want you to give, like you did with the movies, I want you to give a synopsis of what he talked about. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Andrew Lowe, everybody.
So let's really be honest though, because I didn't hear those people make some noise. Because I know, has anybody
Everybody use the fucking Coinstar. Make some noise. Thank you to my fellow road bitches out there. Alright? So if you haven't used the Coinstar, like I was saying, it's this fun little machine you find tucked away in the corner of Walmart, right? You're saving up bucks and coins for the fucking keeping it right. You just walk up, right? And that's the thing. It's so fucking loud. It just lets everybody know in the general vicinity that you know you're not really doing something right. Right? Because nobody's using the Coinstar as like, oh, save those coins. I'm going to get myself something nice. And no, it's me. High as hell in my 90s highs. Just like this needs to be $70. I told this shit out of luck, but it's not. It's like $40 minus 3 because there's a fee. And I'm like, are you kidding me? There's a fee. I'm down this bad. You're just gonna fuck this around here? It's like, well, yeah, because you're still gonna take it just a little points up in the yard. Thanks, guys. It's my time. 2 cents from the intro. Oh, here's the synopsis by Angel Diaz. Angel, step up to that mic. And let's say somebody hadn't seen what Andrew Lowe talked about. How would you describe it to us?
Yo, pretty much this guy is broke as shit. So you said you were collecting coins and taking them to Walmart, nigga? Like, bro, you are broke. Like, it's like at this point, like the only thing you're trying to find is like probably those old coins or something. I feel like that's like your lucky thing, should I feel like no? You know what? I just gave this guy a kiss here.
Listen, I do take that to Walmart. Sometimes they should be in the towns. Angel Diaz. Angel, you know how to play any instruments? I just might make you like be a member full time or something. You know how to do anything? You know how to play like
Yo, actually, I do. I know how to play the.
So the Gemara listen to this.
Yo, I know how to play. The double keyboard.
No, you're not gonna replace one of these guys. They're gonna be an addition to the band. Get your goddamn single keyboard the fuck out of here. I don't know how to play that. The best was the look around, though. What do I play? Oh, of course, the most common instrument played by human beings. Double piano. Angel, you know what we're gonna give you is another can of delicious water. Burn hand in that can of water. They burned it, Angel. Wow. Somehow, a completely uncarbonated can of water, by the way. Somehow, so much bounty. I'll say this too. Angel's is such a good presence that Andrew Lowe said got better and better. Yeah. And we got to hear the whole Coinstar thing, and it made more sense. I'm like, oh, this is really fucking good. We'll never know how many people were laughing at the Coinstar material, and how many people in the room were slowly picking up on that Angel literally has Angel like to be able to absorb. Is that also how you watch movies, Angel?
Yes, I'm actually very blind. I have a 1320 vision. I don't know what that's about. I don't know enough to talk about anymore. I don't know. At this point, I'm just lying to everybody.
The fact that you've run out of material is absolutely perfect, Angel. So glad I gave you a golden ticket. Amazing. It's going to be a real hootenanny next time you're on. Anybody can't miss. You found a full-volume retarded midget. Look at him.
Showed up in the same clothes.
Michael Jordan or something. There he is. Sound effects for days. Every time he does something, something happens. All right, Andrew Lowe, fun times. Just for the sake of your entire set being about, or everyone thinking about Angel Diaz while you're up here. Here's a big joke. There's nothing that can be here or what happened before you.
There you go. Don't go selling them to someone in an alleyway, though. I can tell you're a real hustler, dude. I don't know how you survive. Can I get those cigarette butts? These boys one more time for Angel, Diaz, and Andrew. Everybody. There they go. Where's one more butt slap? There goes Angel.
Shimmy, shimmy. Let's say you, instead of writing the name, shimmy, you write shimmy.
All right.
Shimmy.
This has been a long episode, so this will be your final bucket full of the night, and he goes by the name of Spencer Food. Everybody, here comes
Okay, so the law would be writing shimmy. What would be an example of...
I like hot dogs.
Yeah, so for instance, okay, just see
My mom has a tramp stamp.
We might actually apostle. So let's say again, for Shabbos violation, how do you violate
my mom was
Shabbos?
44 to 34.
So again, how does a person violate Shabbos?
I don't think I should ever remember my mom coming home with a tramp stamp. I definitely should have been old enough to drive away from the situation.
A derivative of that. So shame, just like tremendous. Hey, no.
A lot of people jerking off with cartoons these days. I don't like it. It's weird. It's weird and it's gross. Why are you doing that? Stop. Like I went to art school to draw cat ears, and I don't like it. I'm bad at drawing hands. They're nailing tentacles.
Which could result in multiple layers of liability. For example, Zodon
I grew up loving the
Shabbos,
Goofy movie.
Shividas Malachos. So let's say this is
It's a great movie.
So Zodon Shabbos,
I like hot dogs.
I know that it's Shabbos. I know
I
that
like
it's
hot
Shabbos.
dogs. All right, I'm
But I
sorry,
don't know
big
that all of these acts that I'm engaging in are Malachos. So I know that it's Shabbos. But what did I do? I think, oh, it's Shabbos. I checked
I
the
like hot
calendar.
dogs fits the face perfectly.
Yeah,
And the body, and the audio, no doubt about it. Spencer, how long you been on stand-up?
Over 6 years now. 6
years. Where at?
Last 3 years I started in Virginia.
So to speak,
What do you do for work?
so I know that it's Shabbos, but I don't know all of the Malachos.
Next year?
Yeah, there's one right here on 6th Street.
Right down there?
Yeah, across the border.
That means that was multiple
I need to go in there.
Yeah, we got a bigger one in South Florida.
Hell yeah. I love that. You must get interesting people. Anything crazy ever happen there?
I have liability for every
Man, a lot of dudes with autism coming in.
Yeah.
We also sell like toys and figures, so it's like Ninja Turtles and wrestling figures and stuff like that. We beat all sorts of toys. Toys a guy walking in like, I like turtles.
So
I'm
that's
like,
energy.
I got you.
Again, singular liability. So
How long have you worked there?
that's because
I started working there in
there's a difference over here.
Okay.
When I know that it's Shabbos,
Hell yeah. That's all the dudes who come in and ask or say they like turtles. How many of them would you say are virgins?
Oh God, sadly it's usually dudes with families. But it's not a lot of virgins yet. It's like dudes who love their kids are like, we all love turtles. It's a family affair. Shit on collecting shit they don't need. So you have to know about all this shit to a degree. It helps to like know about movies and music because we have bands ranging from classic rock to like death. So it's like it's also a merch store, so they're more familiarized with it easier.
Conversation.
Okay. What do you do for fun, Spencer?
Got a lot of rock concerts. Concerts of bands where just live music in general. As far as like which genres, which that's kind of hard.
Really, anything was your favorite live shows? I'd say.
Acacia Strain.
Wow, they're here in the audience, ladies and gentlemen.
It's my favorite metal band. I mean, last year I saw Taik. That was awesome. Wu-Tang Run the Jewels.
All the people from Albuquerque listen to Run the Jewels is the shit live.
Yeah, they were awesome. That was right there in Phoenix.
Two rappers at once. Turns out it's like twice as entertaining as one rapper.
Yeah, the Wu-Tang's like 7 dudes. You're like, fuck it.
Absolutely. I know when I'm surrounded by 7 dudes, I get fucking Sharon Ruth Hensley would call hard as well. Okay, so Spencer Sims, you went live.
Why not?
Okay.
Why can't you use the same
Briefly dated a girl
concept
for a
that
couple
we
of days,
just
and then
How did that end?
just wasn't feeling the vibe. You ended it. It was mutual. You noticed we kind of like on the relationship. At least I wasn't really kind of felt into it.
What is going to be like?
You say you fell into the effect. Is that
I worked it up more. Maybe that'll show.
yes.
You know, you meet a lot of other girls.
Okay. Now they say, what do you Smoking is doing his growl. For those of you that don't look like you're wondering what we're talking about, Red Band is a thing. If anyone wants to talk, it doesn't have anything to say. We're just going to we all hear it up here, but the mic's not near him, so you don't know that he's doing it. Like he has a thought about something.
Nobody requires
Goth girls horrible hygiene, usually, right?
So let's say aquas is the actual shape of real aquas would be
Yeah, we're stereotyping.
the primary categories is key for new surface shop level. Primary reflection of both. For example, slaughter is incense, wine plantation,
Latinas. What do you notice the difference between Latinas and goth girls?
There's a big Latina golf. Yeah, they take it too seriously. Morrissey fan. That is the most fascinating thing in culture. The Mexican community attaching itself to Morrissey. It's like mind-blowing. I'm hoping that'll happen to me somehow. That like I'll show up and it'll just be paralyzed people. What did I do to get just between the two?
Incredible. An example of a singular act which can result in multiple layers of liability. For example, Zolo
That's never crossed my mind. It works.
So what's that be an example of?
No one can do that now. If anyone does it, they just say they're red. They say
But I don't know that all of these different things are problematic forms of worship. So for example, I know there are worship of Zara.
Well, I'm sure you found out whenever I started releasing groundwork clips. Angel Diaz is going to be releasing a couple of these ago. We love Angel Diaz. There's one lady literally having an orgasm over there.
All the jokes you're telling, when you get better at comedy, will be better. Just keep writing, and then revisit these when you're better at comedy. And because like the idea of your mom getting a trash can, and you shouldn't be able to drive away from that's funny. You just have to figure out the right. And they're also short minutes, so what it's like, more details on that.
So, how does the tramp stamp joke go? If you don't mind me asking, unedited, unplugged Spencer is bring your mom. Feels like this should be a comedy duo. I bet mom crushes. Yeah, mom, a funny lady. Where's she at? Is she in Virginia still? She's in Virginia. So, like, your home in Virginia is a very small population.
Yeah,
Tell us about it.
It's a farm county. I think the whole county has like 30 miles.
Are you anywhere near the, what's that one family called? The famous Angels? No. I got to West Virginia. The whites, the wonderful whites.
It's a Virginia. I think that's where West Virginia is. I'm like the Shenandoah Valley.
35,000. What did you do for us when you were there?
I used to work in a t-shirt factory. Used to make things that was
Spencer, you're a very funny guy. Congratulations. Great times. Great times. There you go. Good deal. Okay. All right, Amy, we're getting word that Angel Diaz has brought his notes. How did you get those? In the bathroom? You ran into Angel Diaz in the bathroom and he gave you his notes. All right. Well, it actually does say, me, can you please come tomorrow between 10 a.m. and maybe 1 p.m. and fix the AC unit? That's his text. And he said, I'm doing a live deal. Wait, you read this? Oh, they're kicking you out. There you go. That's what happens.
That's the exact kind of foreigner we need to get out of this country, goddammit.
The guy's just drunk enough to know that Angel did this show. Or not know that Angel did that show on stage. Was he British? But we should keep that. Hold on to that. We're going to put that in the Kiltony Museum one day. It is incredible. His handwriting is very youthful. Incredibly. I don't know if you have a shot at that. Childlike wonder. You would think a graffiti artist has better handwriting, but no. All right, everybody, here's the reality. William Montgomery is sick again, everyone. That's right. The most vaccinated person in the show's history somehow gets sick once a month. What are the odds? Ari Maddie got snowed into Estonia, everyone. I know, the controversy is wild. But I do have one remaining special treat that you guys might like. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Here to close us off, make some noise for the one and only Martin Phillips, everybody.
And then I say, swipe right if you want to see how it turned out. Like, oh my God, what happened? It's been 30 years again. And then you'll never use it. Flashlight. I didn't know what happened, you know. I was doing it and I was like, this hurt. I don't know if I'm on the con button. I might please.
Consistent as it gets. The most wobbly, rock-solid comedian in the world. You did it again. Amazing set. Rick, is this your first time seeing Mark?
This is my first time. Fantastic. Mainly I would just say straighten up, do what you gotta do. Okay, but you know what? Maybe do a little coke or something to see if you can calm the nerves a little.
You have the sweater of Bill Cosby and the movement of a lady that just got a drink from him.
It's like he's standing on ice right now.
How is this weather treating you? How are you surviving here tonight?
If you bow down to a statue out of Apple, so what is it?
The most wobbly, rock-solid comedian in the world.
let's say, let's
You
say,
did it again.
there's no
Amazing set,
prohibition,
Rick. This
there's
is
no
your first time
prohibition
seeing Mark.
This is my first time.
about the Zohar in the Torah.
Fantastic.
Imam thinks that that's not beautiful relationship.
Maybe I would just say straighten up, do what you gotta do. Okay, but then you know what? Maybe do a little coke or something. See if you can calm the nerves a little.
You have the sweater of Bill Cosby and the movement of a lady that just got a drink from him.
Taik is standing on ice right now.
How is the sweater treating you? How are you surviving?
Shows in Florida, maybe he's like a 1940 and shakes on
Did you get that sweater over Christmas? It looks great.
Shirt off guy, put a shirt on,
Oh, Martin, tell us about Florida. How did it treat you? Where were you at in Florida?
So bottom line, is that interestingly enough, there's a similarity between Shabbos and ROTHSCHILD. ROTHSCHILD, which makes it better. The similarity between Shabbos and ROTHSCHILD actually is quite physically. So what we call Shabbos is as if he's worshipping ROTHSCHILD, right? Shabbos is the mitzvah that solidifies and concretizes our belief in God as a creator. Without that, the primary essence of the Rebbe Shalom is as historical and contemporary. Shabbos is the degree that solidifies that.
a little bit let up right now, Bert. Jesus Christ.
So therefore, the failure to observe Shabbos is tantamount to worship of ROTHSCHILD. The Gemara now takes that comparison step further, just to teach us about some two different sources. That just like Shabbos, the Torah goes out and singles out human in order to show you that there's individual liability for every act of Shabbos. So the Torah singles out prostration by a holy God. It shows that there's individual level of liability for every act of worship of the ROTHSCHILD. Okay. So let's take us.
Describe cerebral palsy to the rest of
Did you get to see HBS Taik?
And there's the Kumra that other mitzvahs have over Shabbos. Okay, here we go. Kumra Shabbos, Kumra Shabbos.
You can't have to see the whole thing. He's talking
Shabbos, Shem Shabbos, also Shabbos to have that, right? So now we'll read it because we're going to follow terms in a little bit.
Oh my God, Martin, I love you so much. You're so fucking sensitive. You're so fucking so powerful. Catch him everywhere. from the killers that killed Tony in his own tour. Guys, how loud can this place get for the great Rick Ingram and Bert Kreischer, everybody? Go to the Comedy Store YouTube page and watch it immediately after this please. And then, or before, or in any order, go to Netflix and watch Free Bird. These guys have unbelievable things out there right now. This episode's been brought to you by Qual, the ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. Did you guys have a good time?
Check out the secret show every Thursday, sunsets for DTX.com.
We are going back to Los Angeles, where it all started in May, to the Intuit Dome, the largest ever venue that we've ever done. Bigger than the O2 Arena, bigger than Madison Square Garden. To do a little show that started in front of 12 people. 2 of those 12 were Lainey and Jerry in the Comedy Store Belly Room, which all started with the first guest ever on the show. One more time for Rick Ingram. One more time for Bert Kreischer. We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Right? So if you do an act without any level of intentionality, Shabbos requires intentionality. So by other mitzvahs, if you perform an Aveira, even without intentionality, you can be higher. By Shabbos, you only chayiv with intentionality. So let's analyze this. So the Gemara says, for example, let's now dissect this. Chomer the Shabbos, so what's the Chomer of Shabbos? Shabbos also shtarim. So what we just said. On Shabbos, if you perform 2 melachos, the ha'amamechad in 1 lapse, then what's halacha? You're chayiv for each and every melacha. Okay, so you might think like this. This is fascinating. Okay, so let's say on Shabbos, maybe you have and you buy a research Shabbos morning, right? You went ahead and you harvested the you harvested and you ground wheat. Right? So those are 2 different melachos. Harvesting and grounding. So let's say you did both of those things. Some people don't do anything that's about to do on right? So you go ahead, you harvest and you grind up wheat. Like 2 different melachos. The Kabbalah says Rabbi Shammai says, so what will be a comparison, let's say, out of the Shabbos? What will be a comparison? For example, the Achal Chilek of the Dam. So let's say again, the power of this you ate forbidden fat and blood. Okay? So just like by Shabbos, it's Sira and Tefillah, 2 melachos. You're doing those things in 1 lot. So just you're eating forbidden fat and blood. Okay? So you might say, what about touching the fire? What about touching the fire? Right? In both those cases, it would take us every day. You might say before, that Shabbos of the Chumrah over America, how so? So by Shabbos, if you perform 2 acts in 1 lot, you hire it twice.
Feeling on the electric guitar, John D is on the keys, and this is Steve Madden's line in the
By Shabbos, let's say I go in and do
here
Comedy Mothership. For another episode of the Never Alone Live podcast in the world, where I try to choose Shopify top space and to-go boost. Great episode lined up for you guys. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus. Ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Hilltopia show to Houston, Texas, February 28th through Dallas, March 20th. So JHLF.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Hilltopia show in great state of Texas. One of Houston, February 28th, 23rd, March 20th, JHLF.com to get tickets. You guys ready to start this fucking show? I mean, what can I say? Every single week I put this mammoth jam on it. I don't think it gets much better than this. One of the guests I wanted on the show for its 13-year existence. He is all-time one of my favorite comedians since I was a kid in the Judas. The other guest is one of my best guests in the history of the show. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, present to you, Freestyle, and the other guest tonight with Time to joining the great Jim Brewer and Sam Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Brewer, Jim, have a seat. What the hell is Sam doing? He likes to add, Sam likes to band. Jim Brewer, your first time in the Kiltony universe. Let's fucking go! Jim Brewer, I'm so excited for you to be joining our silly world that we have here. Hell yeah, it is. We're gonna watch some comedy together. It's gonna be exciting. Sam Talent is back with us. And the show's It's just about to get started here. Jim and we are about to have a goddamn blast. Jim is super sexy right now. Over 250 innocent souls are stacked in a disgusting bar next door. And they're all crammed in there together, and they're all hoping that this guy with the red hat, no glasses, famous for yo-yoing and having fingers skateboards, comes over and says, "You are next. You're going to be on the biggest show in the industry." Over in fucking 60 seconds on it. That's it. They're waiting for this guy. Somebody was ordering red band steaks. All over this guy. He's got the headset. This one looks like the ball boy wants to pretend to be the head coach of the football team. Here at Game It's incredible. Look at he should be coaching Indiana in the national championship right now, and instead he's violent. Anyway, we'll see about the 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know, the time is up here on the side of a key. That means I have to wrap it up then, or else they bring on the anchor. It was totally unfair. Great at his job. It was so good. Very good. Great stuff. I want to figure that out because that's their only job. Hey, Magnus, the time is while we go wrangle that Canadian with our next store, we have our newest golden ticket winner here to make just her second appearance ever in the show's history. Her first appearance was New Year's Eve in the sold-out Movie Center Arena here in Austin, Texas. This is her first time on the show at the Mothership. Make some noise for the Mothership debut. This is Ciao, everybody.
Thank you. How we doing? Yeah. A fun fact about me, I was adopted by a few white guys. Ever since I came to the United States at the age of 20.
For a particular individual. So once again,
Most comedians call themselves comics. I just get called a commie. As an immigrant, the first question people ask me is, "Oh, hey, are you here for yourself? Do you have family here?" And when I tell them, "No, I don't have family here," they always panic. They say, "Oh, I'm sorry. Are you alone?" I mean, yeah, that's exactly why I'm here. You think I flew 13 hours all the way across the world so I can see them again? I'm here to get away from them. Hello, America. Thank you.
Excellent job. Is always a very simple question. Are you fired once or did you fire multiple times? That was the question.
First set of evolution, we learned a lot about you. Did you really? How did you end up here? Did you really come at age 20?
Oh yeah, I came here for school.
Where did you study?
I studied music.
What did you study? That is surprising. Violin or something? When did you study music?
Yeah, I like to sing and play some instruments.
Really? What instruments do you know how to play?
Guitar. Well, I'm not too good at that. I'm not more like keyboard. I think you were stalking me on Facebook. You were stalking me on Facebook.
Did you get a degree in music?
No, I have a license.
You dropped out the rare Asian journey.
I know what I'm doing, but I don't know that
I
it's
love
awesome.
it. So, how long did you go to school?
I was a year in Ireland and a year in Florida.
What surprised you about American culture when you came over here? What surprised you?
It's people,
Do we eat a lot?
they need people in the Walmart and people wear chairs and things there.
I forgot that there's saliva in my mouth. I thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. I have absolutely no problem for anything with consumption. That's fine.
You look like you could be in a wheelchair now.
This is the lucky. You might remember eating the Shabbos. So let's say Shabbos is going to be potter. You don't have carbon for that.
Delta said it's more about
For example,
so your parents are in China.
Yeah, and they don't know I found it.
They really don't know.
That's like Shabbos. I go out with a cucumber on the ground. So I want to make a salad.
Why are they broke? What do they do for work?
And I figure turns out that cucumber is detached. And because it's detached, they call it also figures. It turns out I pick it up and I end up plucking it out of the ground, which is one of the locals. So what's interesting enough on Shabbos, you are potter. You are potter for that. Now why? So okay, so you're going to see there's lessons. You have not been on the field. So what is the law of For example, by the relocation that we just saw, there's a piece of hair in my mouth. I totally forgot about it. Totally forgot about it. I just let it saliva. I swallowed. That's a piece of this acid. As far as I'm concerned, I am ready to go ahead and do something totally permitted, but it turns out to be something permitted.
So you really know how to sing?
Can you sing us something? Let's hear something. Something not YouTube copyrighted. You have any like originals or something like that?
No.
But do you have a traditional Chinese song?
Chinese song.
Yeah, can you sing a Chinese song?
Some confluence of events.
That's what we
And
do.
having
Do you like
relations with the system.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for singing the
Absolute exemption. That's why when you go pick up the cucumber, you see that the cucumber wasn't detached. And it turns out that you lift it up and all, you just pluck it out of the ground. There's no liability for that because you know that's not shallow. So those are so interesting. So we'll have to stop over here today. What it turns out is how often I saw these fascinating distinctions. So first of all, the one thing that you just commonality about is that it is really liability because the Shabbos, they also have that liability zone. What's the difference between Shabbos and something by Shabbos and the zone is that you can be paid for multiple individual liabilities. And
you are a great addition to the Kill Tony family. Thank you.
Even
What a way
lack
to
of
start the day.
intentionality results in liability. Now, Shabbos, only with intentionality is liability. Everyone's excited for today. Also,
I'll meet you later.
I'm calling to Solomon Hashem this afternoon for tonight. Flight is tonight. So I'll be there to show, but the shir will go on. So we'll be broadcasting the shir back here, and I thank Avi Fogel, who's going to be taking over our technology logistics over here while our logistics team is on site in Eretz Yisrael. So the shir is going to be broadcast here every day. Meretz Hashem, it's not Shabbos, but we'll still keep going strong in Meretz Hashem.
What's up, babies?
One here, one here. So how All
right.
We'll be talking about Meretz Hashem to join together for shir.
Where's your projector, big dog? Why? They ran 24/7.
No, so that's the difference. So no, you're not allowed to use it because it's a result of malacha, but there's no liability.
No one really knows for sure. Elu, Divri, Elkim, Chaim. This is the easier way than life. Really? You do whatever the fuck you want, dog. Do as thou wilt. Just don't fuck up. Really? Really? How many days is it? 46 of these bitches? I don't get enough random about stuff. 21. B. Alright, now what? So no more asshole up there? Not up there, but up there. Not fucking. Do you think that projector is good quality? Yeah, it's just been $20 on for years. Right. This is a really cool story.
All right, Nosai.
I
Good
wonder
afternoon.
if
Such as Baruch Hashem to be able to begin.
It's the 23rd of Shabbat, 1978,
Son of Gimel. Like Shalom just said, it reminded of the word of Rabbi Nachman. And Rabbi Nachman says that when a Yid closes his eyes and he yearns to be in Eretz Yisrael, the neshama, only the body is confined by physical limitations. The soul is not. So the neshama can be anywhere you want it to be. So the person closes his eyes and he says, I want to be in Eretz Yisrael. the neshama is automatically transported to Eretz Yisrael. So Allah has come to the Kama. We've begun our trip. Mincha, Ashrei was the Haskalah. Ashrei was the beginning of the journey. What are we to begin the journey? Ashrei Yoshevei Beisach. Praise worthy of those who sit in the Baruch Hu. Then we're going to sit for in this home of the Ribono Shel Olam. Then we're going to be sitting for a very long time. After that, Hashem in different mediums. All of it on our way to Eretz Yisrael, Hashem, and again we begin this beautiful journey with Gemara, with Torah, with the Gemara. So what's with that? Let us begin today's daf is tomorrow. Tuesday's daf is we left off today on the bottom of some of page 62b. I realized that I left off like about 2 lines from before the actual end of the sugya. We're sort of picking up 4 lines up from the bottom. The Yochanan goes pretty quickly. The Yochanan says the Lomoki Masnisa Isha Taika B'Seif Taima. Rabbi Yochanan himself doesn't like to establish a brayso reflecting 2 different things. Rabbi Yochanan says, whoever can interpret your meaning, brayso, Mishnah, of clothes. Now we're not going to get into this, but Rashi is actually a fascinating case. Rashi deals with this case. This is where I deposit a barrel for Reuven, and Reuven goes ahead and moves it. So what happens in the course of moving it, so something happens to the barrel. So there's a whole discussion about what's the level of liability. Well, it depends. Is Reuven moving it for his own purposes? Is he moving it for the barrel's purposes? So there's a whole discussion of all of it. But the point is that Rabbi Yochanan does not like establishing a right according to the opinions. Rabbi Yochanan said, whoever could interpret for me the entire Mishnah of Chavis, in accordance with one opinion, I will carry his items to the bathhouse. Now, carrying someone's items to the bathhouse is like a form of shibud, like a form of servitude. Right? So that's like essentially, if you go ahead and you answer this up to me, I'll be your butler. Okay, good. So let's go right there. Gufa, the Gemara says, Gufa, Amar, top of some people, 63a. Amar Rabbi. It's an interesting case here. So this is Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says that halot l'maisa, if you serve avodah zarah and you go ahead and give
just a shortening, dog.
So busy, you offer up the carbon, you offer incense, you do a wine libation, and you do all so multiple acts of service of avodah zarah with all the helamech. What does helamech mean? 1 lapse of awareness. What's that? This is the shita of Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says the multiple avodas committed the helamech, you're only going to be chayiv once. I'm not Rabbi. Rabbi said, "What's Rabbi Ami's logic?" I'm not God. The pasuk says, "Lo savte." Torah says, "Don't serve avodah zarah." Hakosav hasan kulon avodah akos. Torah makes all of avodah zarah into 1 avodah. So lo savte means don't serve avodah zarah. So whatever you do for avodah, in other words, everything involved in the service of avodah zarah, by definition, is under this 1 umbrella, and therefore, even if you do multiple acts of avodah zarah, the helamech and the 1 lapse of awareness, you only need to be chayav once. Okay.
Bigger is mother. Many see the years where it's a built-in insult. It's built-in insult, but in Jewish tradition, it's forbidden to call one's grandfather named brother. They respectfully refer to his mother and father, honoring our parents is actually one of the 10 commandments. So right up there with revering God's name and not mother. Reverence extends to individuals who are called shviger. Mother-in-law and shver, father shviger. How do we know this? We take our cue from King David. His father-in-law and primary tormentor was King Saul. David called Saul my father. David called Saul my father. The generation of worship-belt mother-in-law jokes and the insulting ring of the women have conspired to make shviger anathema to many English-speaking women who just can't imagine to understand. Note that shviger bears no relation to shvig, the Yiddish word for be quiet. For that matter, neither does shver have anything to do with its homonym shver, which means heavy or difficult. So even if you have a mother-in-law you wish who you wish would be quiet and a father-in-law who is both difficult and overweight, rest assured that you're not alone. This has nothing to do with their Yiddish title, which can still bear with pride. On the subject, here are the Yiddish terms: brother-in-law, shvager, sister-in-law, shvegerin, son-in-law. The only one not to begin with: daughter-in-law, schnar, in-laws,
you're only chayiv once.
Mechut
Rabbi
Tony.
Abaye, on the other hand,
The
holds
term
that
has two uses. Narrowly defined people whose children are married or even engaged refer to those. People whose narrowly defined people whose children are married or even engaged refer to each as Mechutonim. The male is a Mechuton, and the female is a Mechutanist. In the broader sense, entire clans that have been joined through matrimony. In a broader sense, entire clans that have been joined through matrimony can be called Mechutonim.
So the Gemara says, one second.
Yeah. What did your mom call her in-laws?
She never had the idea that you're not allowed to worship the bow down to an idol when that is the normal form of worship. We learned that out from a different type of
she never had they died.
The doctrine over Rabbi Kala are ridiculously amazing and ridiculous.
Mom and dad.
I see like
Really?
a lot of words
His parents had died, and
about
I
like
think
is this
he connected.
like,
Did they have a good
is this what
relationship?
we're doing for the next week
I thought
together.
that they
So
had
first of all,
a much better
you know the
relationship
part
than
about being with the Gemara that
I
you love,
ever.
the people that you love,
My
it doesn't
dad's
really
really
matter
the
what you're
person
doing.
from the
As long as you're doing it together, the rest of it really makes absolutely no difference. But
Agreed
that being said,
communication.
I was going to tell you, there's this
Mom.
divinity Gemara ahead of us. But again, to reap the benefits of Agadatho, you have to put in the time going to the Shakla Taibis. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says for Kedarka, we learn from different pasuk. Necha yadu agoyim ha'ila nafko. Ella, rather again, the Gemara says, Rabbi says, Ella achas Kedarka. One mention of Ishtachava prostration. It's a teaching that you're not allowed to bow down to an that's the normal way to worship.
Really?
This Shalom
Yeah,
Kedarka.
that's there's some.
I'm sorry, achas
Good.
Kedarka Shalom
And
Kedarka.
didn't love his
What is the
parents,
teaching
but
about the prohibition to bow down to an idol? That's
my
the normal
dad
form of
took
worship.
care
And
of
even if it's not the normal, in other words, Noah said it's like an in-between. What does that mean?
in-laws.
So there's like three,
Like they were his
we'll call it buckets.
Yeah.
You can have an idol
Brought
where
him
the
in
only way to
home,
worship
made
it
sure
is
they went
bowing down
home,
to it. An idol where
took them
you
to the,
never
had the
bow down
absolute
to it.
best
And an idol
care.
where
The best
sometimes
care
you do,
in the
sometimes you
United
don't. So the Gemara says that's one drasha.
And
The achas the shalokidako,
dedicated
the achas the
everyone
chalik. Okay.
to
So we'll say, so
allow
bottom
my
line,
mom
by the way,
to
what
be
we
with
begin
her
to see over
parents.
here is like Shabbos, where there is individuated obligation or liability for different malachas. So too again, when it comes to Avodah Zarah,
Right.
there's also going to be
Closer down.
individual liability for multiple
So your dad
forms
was
of
much?
Avodah Zarah. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. It says in Muhammad Kablo Allah Ve'eloka Ha'Ve'eloha Ha'omer Lo Eliyah. So remember again, the Gemara says the person goes ahead and worships Avodah Zarah. How does he worship it?
He
He
was
says,
much,
I hereby accept Avodah Zarah as my God. Right? Or I say to the Avodah Zarah, Eliyah,
Really?
you're my God. So
They always get along.
Chayiv for love.
Not the
Not
care,
chayiv,
like
we
always
say
gets
chayiv for
along.
love.
But
So the Gemara says, Amar Nachman,
the relationship that they had was
Eliyah, when you say to
And he had
Avodah Zarah,
sacrificed
you're
a
my
lot.
God.
In fact,
So the Gemara says, chayiv. But what do you chayiv
he
for?
even had in mind
So it can't be for
the
that.
idiom
It can't be
requirements, and
why
I talk about
angels
them a lot,
say,
but
if you go and
they're
you're preparing
important
your
in
allegiance
Israel.
to
You
an
need
idol,
rants.
so what's your liability? What's your liability?
But
It's a love.
he
So it can't be
even
mitzvah.
ensured
So
like
it's el
the door frames were wider in our house
accidentally, right? He did this
because he envisioned having his in-laws
thought it was murder. So he went ahead and he said to the Avodah Zarah, you're
so
my
that
God. Now, is your chayiv a
wheelchairs would get through easier.
Is that truly your right to the Rabbana? Not chayiv. Let's listen to this. Eino chayiv al davar sheish l'maiso. Listen to this. I'm sorry. Eino chayiv el ad davar sheish l'maiso. Avodah Zarah. You're only chayiv if you perform an
I mean,
act.
like
You have to do something. You have to do a maisa. You have to do a maisa.
my
For
dad and
example,
grandpa
Kigon,
did things together.
Sipuach, the Kitor,
Not like-
Nisuf, Vishtachava.
They weren't like
What are
buddies,
example of
but
actions?
they were like
Slaughtering,
3 generations.
incense, libations, or
And
bowing down. Ramesh Lakish says, Man
we have a
Taik
picture of us,
Now, I want to point out something very
my
interesting.
grandpa and my father.
If you look at
and
that
stuff,
list,
and
right, which one doesn't belong? Which one doesn't belong? Zibuach, Kitor, Nisuf, Vishtachava. What doesn't belong? What doesn't belong? Vishtachava. Bowing down. Why not?
we were close.
It's a shtick maisa. Like, in other words, it's not
How
really a
about your
maisa.
dad?
Like, in other words, slaughtering is a maisa.
She's a really
right?
hard person.
Libationizing,
I mean,
is
she's
a maisa, right? Incentivizing is a maisa, right? All of
Taking care of
these
my
things
grandfather for me.
are actions. But ishtachava,
She was kind of sick of
ultimately, again, going ahead and bowing down, Pashtus is not a maisa. So who
Right.
says that ishtachava? Who says that bowing is a maisa? Rabbi
given,
Akiva, Rabbi Akiva. The Amar lo ba'inan maisa klal. Must be Rabbi Akiva, because the truth is Rabbi Akiva holds that you're chayiv,
We
he knows that you're chayiv for Avodah Zarah, even without a maisa. Now, what does that mean? Now that's tremendous because
So you want to do that with your in-laws. You don't want to just put it on
then what
if you
does that
can
mean?
avoid it.
That means
You want
even if
them
a
to
person
be
says, Eliyato,
with you
Avodah you're my
if
God,
possible.
that there would be
Spend as much time
liability
with
for
them
that,
as
which would be
possible. Have your
tremendous.
kids in
So again, if Rabbi Akiva is the disputant, and he's saying that Avodah doesn't require a Maisa, the Rabbanon must be saying that Avodah does require a Maisa, to which the Gemara says, no, Ki Kamarav Nami Rabbi Akiva Kamar. And Rabbi is saying, Rabbi Akiva Pshita, Hainu Megadif. So according to Rabbi Akiva, so we'll say, so obviously again, you don't need a Maisa.
I don't even fucking
Where
look
does
at
he learn
it,
that out from?
I just don't like it.
What's Megadif? Megadif is the blasphemer. What is blasphemy comprised of? What is it comprised of? Speech. Right? And halacha l'maisa again, there's liability. The Gemara says, Mal tema, what would you have thought? Mal tema, ad kan lo mechayv Rabbi Akiva karban, el lo b'megadi.
I talked the other day when I was talking about Nita, and I was talking about this quarter that was at my school, and I didn't talk about all these boys tried to pick it up, and they couldn't. But I figured out how to do it. We took a thumbtack and put it just under there, and then kicked the thumbtack, and it just slid, and we all fucking ran down the hall. Really? Anything else you want to say about that?
So we'll say this is Shitas Rabbi Akiva, and this is really dramatic. Rabbi Akiva holds
we did the Rabbi yesterday, which was cool.
Even without a Maisa, which means what?
Hey, maybe
person goes over to an Avodah Zarah and says, Eliyato, you're my God. Halacha Rabbi Akiva says, that's Avodah Zarah. And that's tremendous, because that's a contradistinction to the Rabbanon, right? Because the Rabbanon will say that you need a Maisa.
Kabbalah says everything says. Why?
That Avodah Zarah is without a Maisa. Why? Because Rabbi Akiva is one who holds that Halacha L'Maisa, even the smallest action in the realm of spirituality has the most dramatic impact. Like Rabbi Akiva was the ignorant shepherd, but what did he see? What turned Rabbi Akiva around? I was going to say so that was what turned Rabbi Akiva around? What turned Rabbi Akiva around? What turned him around? Right? Is the drop of water. Rabbi Akiva was one who discovered that the smallest drop makes an impact. So remember again, whatever is true in the realm of positivity is also true in the realm of negativity. If a drop of Kedusha can fundamentally transform a person, then a drop of Avodah can fundamentally transform. In other words, energy is energy, and the impact of it is that a drop, the smallest influence, can have the most dramatic impact. So if a drop of water can transform you from an ignorant shepherd to a drug of Hadar, then unfortunately, again, even a group of students of Avodah Zarah will take the highest of Shom and bring it to the lowest of the low. It's incredible. Amar Yochanan, let's say, thank you. Amar Yochanan, the Moli Vav Shebehalucha is Chaybu Rishaim Shel Yisrael Kaliyah.
Hopefully this is that long.
So, okay, transitioning over here to the Chet HaEgel. So remember again, Klal Yisrael said when they built the Egel, Eile Yisrael, Asher Ha'elucha Me'eretz Mitzrayim.
Never remember anything from me, kids. Remember, time heals all wounds. That's like really important.
They brought you up.
When you're pain or anything, just time heals.
Okay. So we read this phrase, right?
Have a breakup or
literally translated, these are the gods that brought you up from the side. What's going on over there? Essentially, what the Yidden are saying is,
I can't say that. When I close my eyes, sometimes I don't think of the most embarrassing things I've done. Like, I should hate that about. I wish I could have some memory eraser.
Had they not made a
that,
plural,
but nothing.
what is
or
that?
even as much shitty shit has happened in my life.
As much as they are worshiping Avodah Zarah, at least what did they do?
There are things that I feel like affect me still that I'm surprised they still affect me.
It was the eagle that brought
But
us
nothing,
but at least they included Hashem.
I
And
mean,
they
there
said
are
again,
some memories
Klal
that
Yisrael,
really? Yeah.
Elo Elokecha.
Do not
It
think
was
of like the
HaKadosh Baruch
embarrassing
Hu
moment we
and
had
this
this.
eagle that brought us. So at least they included HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the equation. That was at least the saving grace for Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara says, Amar lo Rishon Yochai. Rashbi said, what? Halvalo, Kol Rashati Shim Shmaim Dava'akar Nekam in
Maybe there's a hot chick.
If a person goes ahead and includes HaKadosh Baruch Hu together with Avodah Zarah,
Bitch is gonna have us making.
from the world. In other words, it's even worse. To include, see, But see, here's what's
Can't
incredible.
do none.
If you're an Ovid Avodah Zarah, what
Fire
is the
sale.
upside of being an Ovid Avodah
Wax
Zarah?
or some shit.
But what is the upside of being
Whoa.
an Ovid Avodah Zarah? What's the upside? The upside is you chose the team. Choose the team. Choose the team. Be decisive. Right? Cast your lot with someone. The worst thing, like, look, the worst rebuke that another video gets by saying, "Oh, worst rebuke is Ad Masai Atem Oskin Asheasitim." How long are you going to straddle the fence? If you straddle the fence, Mishtaher, you can't do anything, right? If you know, it's like the big fallacy of being like, everybody wants to do the big fence, everything for everyone. And if you're everything for everyone, then what? You are nothing for no one. You right? You can't make everyone happy. You can't, right? I'm Rabino. By the way, I want to point out something incredible, right? I'm Rabino was one who had the temple on all four sides. It's incredible. I'm Rabino was a unique personality. Like everyone else, if you want to build something, you can't be everything for everyone. It's just not really going to work. You can be something for someone, but you gotta represent something. You gotta represent something. So incredible. Again, I'm sure by a
She's using speedball?
Essentially,
What's a speedball? Okay.
That's disaster. That's disaster.
Don't anybody know
At
that.
least Avodah Zarah, you've chosen a team.
Rabbi touches
You've chosen the wrong
it.
team, but hopefully you can go ahead and you can make a comeback afterwards. So how could he praise?
Really?
The Gemara says, "Shneimar bilti la'Hashem levad, ve'alamat havlo ma'asher alucha, she'ivu Elohus harbe." So ultimately, again, rather, what does it mean? What it means is that ultimately, again, they desire to worship any gods. So again, they didn't actually worship any gods, they desired to worship any gods. Okay, so let's say, first I just want to point out here, the fundamental quotes from Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi. Rabbi Yochanan praised the Klal Yisrael because at least they never fully abandoned they didn't fully abandon HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But ultimately, you're going to Rabbi Yochai, this is what Rabbi Yochai says, if you're going to be an Obed Avodah Zarah,
Gosh,
do it.
Mosh Podge. It's not Mosh Podge. It's Mod Podge.
The worst thing in life is being a non-committal person.
It's Mod
You
Podge.
lack commitment. By definition, you never gain traction in your life. Better to
Cool.
it's going to sound strange, but just let it swirl around your mind a little bit. Better, here it is. Better to be committed to the wrong thing than to be committed to nothing.
This bitch isn't doing this already. You take these things, you put them in warm water, and let them soak. And that will make it really a lot easier to remove the shit. She's gonna have a piece of water. It's gonna have like that fucking side. It's like
cultivating the need of commitment, which means that when I get my act together, I'll find my way to go ahead and get on the right path. You know, listen, you see this? The Sefer Chinuch brings down on the mitzvah of Som Kasim Alach HaMelech, create a king. Get ready for this. Sefer Chinuch says, it is better to have a bad king than no king. Okay, you hear that? Why? What's the shot? Because at least some leadership is better than no leadership. Like no leadership, no one's going anywhere, right? No one's accomplishing anything. Bad leadership, okay, maybe we might go in the wrong direction, but at least we're moving. Some movement, even in the wrong direction, is better than no movement. Those are, that's why we know for ourselves. Those things, what's better?
Which she tells us that.
To sin or to ultimately, again, flatline, be Arab and apathetic? What's better? What's
better? The game room?
Yeah. Listen, the truth is, it's going to sound strange. Averos are better. I don't fill in the blank over here, all right? I calm down. Again, they're in the direction. Now, again, don't use the halacha, right? So we're speaking in theoretics. But at least I'm moving somewhere. The worst thing in life is stagnation. All right, let's go back there. So it was like,
That's just true.
Again, a person hugs and kisses or speaks before, like, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. It says in the Gemara, he also got the Rabbi Loser, Akulum Lokez, Chutzne Hanoja Bishmo, Ramakayim Bishmo. So the Gemara says, listen, so Rabbi said it's called the Rabbi Loser. For all of these things, you get Malchus, with the exception of, right, making a neder in the name. God, if you need to cover it, if anyone needs, there's 6 take practice. If anyone needs, the Gemara is over here. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, "Al kulam lo ke putz mi anoda b'shmo v'letayim b'shmo." So ultimately, again, so for everything you get malchus, with the exception ultimately again of making a neder in the name of the Avodah, or ultimately again making a Messiah needs a shvua. So the Gemara says, "Lo logi." So the Gemara says, "Why? We have
What
a
would you do?
mice."
I might have
Interesting enough, why? Because taking an oath or swearing is a lot.
I have big hands, and it's like
right? It's a lot without action associated with it. So the Gemara says, "How do you not? You're not sure the both. The other ones are general laws, and in general you don't get much. We'll say a lot of the both is allowed. That is learned out
like
from
the
a general statement. So the Gemara says, "They look on the follows the sanyo. Listen to this. Minayin she'aloch amina behema kodesh k'mitzin afshal shubalo sasa." How do you know that if you eat from an animal before it's totally dead? Now what is that? An animal has shita, but it's still what's the word? Flailing, moving around. How do you know that Allah Ta'ala says, "Yeah, you're over on losas"? Amulomar losoku aladam. Interesting. Soku aladam, in other words, do not go ahead and you know the animal's dead, right? You checked it already, but when it's moving, it looks like it has life.
Do you prefer candles or wax?
Losoku aladam, losoku basarakai. Another interpretation. Don't eat on the blood. What does that mean? Don't eat. When ultimately again the blood is still
before the Rabbi, everybody should have their own fucking.
But those he says we how do you know that we don't have a sudas havra? As my cousin says, after a person dies, the Avidim come back and they have a sudas havra. And you're from the community. So how do I know that Allah somebody's executed by Din? There is no sudas havra. So don't go ahead and have a suda after the blood has been spilled by Din. Okay, Rabbi Kiva says, how do we know that if Sanhedrin executed someone that they don't eat for the rest of that day? Incredible. Rabbi Yochanan says, as far as Sora Marminayin, from where do we know a prohibition, a law about Ben Sora Moret? The pasuk says, "Lo sofu adam." Now, what is it?
I didn't know that was that fucking easy.
Sort of more last line.
Did you give it to her?
Don't eat the type of meal or don't eat the type of food that you're going to be executed about. So then remember, again, steals money to purchase meat.
Not too shabby. Is it called not too shabby?
Okay. Fine. The Gemara goes right there.
Not too shabby, that time. This motherfucker's being Yankee.
You're not really looking at any of these things.
Tomato, drunk, Yankee, paddle bomb, breakfast on and high.
Generally, only when you get malchus is what? If you take an oath by the name of the Avodah or you swear by the name of the
Jimmy, drop, Yankee, paddle bomb, breakfast on and high. I love
Why
you,
not? Why don't you get malchus?
Really? Bracky.
The holiday lot and the clothes. I mean, it's considered to be a generalized lot.
Forehead, Sarah Lighter,
to which the Gemara says,
Rabbi,
that doesn't have a Maisa, you still get Malchus
Glad
for it.
Enterprises, SD,
Torah says,
Design,
over from the carbon until morning.
fucking
Gemara says, Torah comes to give a positive commandment after the law. So I say, Amadeus, Lomar Shein Mokin, I love the Rabbi Yehuda. Teaches that you don't get Malchus for this. Yaakov says, Moment I say, yeah, Ellen, you come to Abba Yadad, Shein Bomai.
The fuck is that?
Rashi Mamai saying, Look, I love. So again, Rabbi Shimon says, no, it's Rashi Mamai saying, Yaakov says, Rashi Mamai says, Come Abba Yadad, and then you have Rabbi Yadad, you don't get Malchus as well.
You want to see us now? Army of Hashem? Yeah, dog. What happens when Mashiach comes? Then we work on auto-fellation. Maybe we should talk about that.
We just finished our first
Really? Yeah, becoming really flexible. Are you tired? Yeah.
To really. This is such an opportunity.
Is that like your fucking goal?
Undistracted, to lose ourselves undistracted is not the schedule.
Let's see.
I mean, there is a schedule, but we're not going to stick
Let's see if we can work this out.
It's going to be so many things that are happening over here.
What?
literally again to
a
put the
situation where you had
the body's always in charge, your mind
open
is always in
Jewish
charge, your
relationship. It's
phone
not
is always in charge, your schedule is always in charge, everything else is on. And the neshama is never in charge. For the next couple of days, Mirat Hashem,
Yo, dog,
it is
we know that it's against orthodoxy
when the
to,
neshama's in charge,
in Judaism, to have
always finds
open marriages. That's just not a thing. But still man it so that somebody could make the argument that, like, once Mashiach comes,
says the Gemara,
so long as someone's not cheating on someone unknowingly, open relationships may be permitted. Still man this one. I want you to make it like, there could be a situation where men are able to use some kind of sex robot to get higher pleasure than they would with their wife. But the wife needs that physical connection with someone, and perhaps it's their husband, perhaps it's some alpha male, maybe it's even Mashiach. And for the good of their marriage, if they're going to be with each other for long periods of time,
you are not allowed to mention the
there
name
may
of
be
another
the
God.
opportunity
You can't mention it.
open it up in an exceptional case.
Do not mention the name of another God. Listen to this.
Is that a thing? God, you're asking for a steel man, not a sock halakhic ruling, and you already acknowledged that this runs against Orthodox consensus. So I'll do this clearly. The strongest possible argument someone could make, even if it ultimately fails in normative halakha, doesn't yet. I'll frame it carefully using internal Jewish categories, not modern libertine language. First, the baseline everyone agrees on. Orthodox Judaism rejects open marriage, no category for consensual extramarital sex. Adultery, intercourse with a married woman, sexual acts without exclusive marital sex. So the only way to even attempt this argument is to say this is not a deal, this is not ideal, not normative, not encouraged, but possibly tolerated in an exceptional, damage-minimizing scenario. That's the steel man land. Other one, marriage is about shalom bayit, domestic peace, not maximum erotic fulfillment. Judaism is very pragmatic about marriage. The Torah frames marriage around responsibility, provision, and stability, not romantic exclusivity as an abstract value. Shalom bayit, peace in the home, is so central that God's name is erased in the Soda ritual. Rabbinic law bends repeatedly to avoid domestic collapse. A still man argument would say if strict sexual exclusivity in a particular case destroys the marriage, while a tightly bonded exception preserves it, then exclusivity is serving the wrong master. Illusion, the husband's sexual obligations are asymmetric. Classically, a husband is obligated to sexually satisfy
your Akum business partner is going to say, okay, you say you don't owe me any money, swear by my idol that you don't owe me any money.
The wife is not symmetrically obligated to fulfill every desire of the husband. The asymmetry matters. This asymmetry matters. The steel man could argue if the wife's primary need is embodied intimacy, emotional presence, and being desired as a woman, and the husband's erotic fulfillment can be displaced elsewhere without depriving her, then the core halakhic obligation, his duty to her, remains intact. This reframes the issue as, is the wife being deprived or stabilized? Failure 3. Halakha distinguishes between ideal sexuality and damage control. Judaism has many precedents of this is wrong, but less wrong than the alternative. Examples, structurally, not sexually. Concubinage in Tanakh, polygamy historically permitted. Yifat to our captive woman as a concession to human weakness, rabbinic tolerance of lesser violations to prevent greater ones. So a steel man might say, if the choice is marital implosion, secret adultery, or a reluctantly structured exception with full knowledge and consent, halakha historically sometimes tolerates the least destructive option, not endorses, tolerates. Pillar 4. Consent and knowledge radically change the moral category. Judaism treats deception as a separate moral violation. Geniva da'at, theft of mind deception, is itself a serious sin. Betrayal isn't only sexual, it's epistemic.
splashes.
So the argument
Both
would
of
insist no
these are
secrecy, no
reference to
humiliation, no coercion,
diarrhea.
no undermining of the
So
wife's
again, what this
dignity.
is, the
Without
pasuk
those,
is mocking
the argument
Avodah Zarah.
collapses
See
immediately.
that the Avodah Zarah,
Pillar
right,
5.
is like
Technology
can't control
complicates
the
sexual
balance.
exclusivity. Here's where your robot example actually matters philosophically. A steel man could say halakha already distinguishes between sexual release, relational sex, marital intimacy. Masturbation is discouraged but not equivalent to adultery. Non-human sexual outlets do not trigger ni'uv. So the claim becomes, if non-relational sexual outlets can absorb excess male desire, while relational intimacy remains within the marriage, exclusivity is functionally preserved even if erotic monopoly is not. That's not controversial, but it's internally coherent. Pillar 6. The wife's agency. This is the make or break point. The strongest version insists the wife is not being discarded. She is not a passive victim. She is choosing between bad options and selecting the least harmful. Judaism does recognize women's consent, women's preferences, women's lived reality. Without genuine agency, this turns into exploitation and fails instantly. Where the steel man still breaks, and you should know this, even at its strongest, Orthodox halakha would still say there is no formal mechanism to permit this. It risks normalization of adultery. It destabilizes lineage yichus. It erodes the covenantal meaning of marriage. So the conclusion of the steel man is not this is allowed. It's in a tragic edge-case scenario, one could argue halakha historically sometimes tolerates deeply non-ideal arrangements to prevent total collapse, though no rabbinic authority would want to institutionalize this. One sentence Steelman summary, Rabbi Clean. While normative halakha rejects any form of open marriage, one could argue that in rare, fully consensual cases where strict exclusivity would destroy shalom bayit, Judaism's tradition of pragmatic damage control might tolerate a non-ideal arrangement to preserve the marriage, though it would never endorse it as legitimate or desirable.
Yeah, it's just like
Alright, so imagine like if Judaism continued to have just the normal Jewish marriages, that issues like
the ability to take anything that is serious and make it not serious. And that is a very serious thing. That's a very significant transgression.
Other specifically Jewish issues could arise. So in order to preserve the lineage of Judaism, that it might be okay to have
and if a person, so a let is someone
what would normally be a prohibited relationship if the man was okay with raising the child of another man.
That's a problem.
In order to preserve the strength of Judaism long term. Meaning, like, we could go extinct otherwise. Okay, I hear what you're doing. You're pushing a survival of Judaism statement, not asking for approval. I'll stay in that lane, but I'll be honest about where it absolutely snaps. The core steelman is if demographic collapse threatens Jewish continuity, could Judaism tolerate otherwise prohibited sexual arrangements, including a married woman bearing a child from another man, if the husband consents and raises a child as Jewish, in order to preserve the people long term? That's a serious question that deserves a serious answer. First, the strongest possible argument someone can make. Judaism prioritizes peoplehood survival, not abstract rules. Judaism has reportedly been adapted or rechanneled practice to avoid extinction. Rabbinic Judaism practices Temple Judaism. Rabbinic Judaism replaces Temple Judaism. Oral Torah replaces prophecy. Diaspora law replaces land-based law. Conversion expands when birth rates collapse. The steel man could argue, if the alternative is demographic death, the system must choose continuity. If the alternative is demographic death, the system must choose continuity over ideal form. This is not wild as a philosophical move. Jewish lineage is matrilineal, not patrilineal. This is the most important technical point. A child born to a Jewish woman is Jewish regardless of biological father. The rule itself is arguably a post-biblical survival mechanism. So the Steelman says, if Jewish women remain within the Jewish covenant, The people survive even if biological paternity becomes flexible. From a cold demographic standpoint, that's true. Judaism already allows non-biological Jewish fatherhood. Judaism does not require genetic fatherhood for name, education, inheritance, rabbinically adjusted religious identity, adoption, step-parenting, levirate, adjacent logic all exist. So one might argue raising Jewish children matters more than whose DNA is involved. Again, internally coherent. Consent eliminates betrayal, but not prohibition. You're trying to remove deception, humiliation, exploitation, and say, this is a tragic, transparent, communal survival strategy, not hedonism. That's the cleanest possible frame. Now, where Holocaust absolutely refuses to this is where the statement fails, not emotionally but structurally. Adultery is not negotiable, ever. Intercourse with a married woman is one of the arayot, forbidden sexual unions. These are Yahareg Ba'al Ya'avor and classical logic, die rather than transgress in theory. Proposed nefesh saving life does not override arayot. Demographic fear does not equal immediate lifetime. Holocaust does not treat future extinction as grounds to violate arayot. Mamzer destroys the exact thing you're trying to say. This is a fatal flaw. A child born from a married woman and another man is a mamzer. Mamzerut is permanent and inherited. Mamzerim cannot marry into the general Jewish population. So instead of strengthening Judaism, you create a growing permanent underclass, pure marriage options, more fragmentation. From Holocaust's own logic, this accelerates collapse rather than prevents it. Judaism prefers conversion over sexual violation. Judaism needed numbers. Historically, they chose conversion, absorption, lowering barriers at times. They never chose relaxing adultery laws, redefining arayot, sexual utilitarianism. That's a massive signal. Marriage is covenantal, not instrumental. Holocaust does not view marriage as a tool for demographic production. It's a Brit, a covenant. Once marriage becomes subordinate to population math, Judaism ceases to be Judaism. It becomes ethnobiology. That's not rhetoric. That's how the system self-understands. The deepest reason Judaism says no, even in apocalypse mode. Here's the quiet part. Judaism would rather die faithful than survive by violating its core sexual boundaries. That's not unique to sex. It's true for idolatry and literature. In halakhic terms, survival is equal. Covenant fidelity is a condition. No covenant, no Judaism worth preserving. Where Judaism might redirect your concern and said, if the concern is extinction, Holocaust historically responds with encouraging marriage, not opening it, encouraging fertility, not bypassing it, encouraging conversion, encouraging communal support for families, accepting childlessness, without redefining arayot, painful, slow, frustrating, but eternally consistent. One sentence statement plus refutation. Rabbi. Well, one could argue that Jewish survival might justify extreme flexibility in family structure. Holocaust categorically rejects violating sexual prohibitions to achieve demographic goals, holding that covenantal integrity, especially regarding arayot, is itself the condition for Jewish continuity, not a negotiable obstacle.
But then it shouldn't say the people who serve will kiss the calves.
Let's talk about polygamy
calves will kiss the people
in
who offer themselves up.
Israel, and how that could come back in the future. Perhaps, if a man were able to support his wives. I know that it's not that way for Ashkenazim, but it wasn't one time for Sephardim, and that doesn't mean it can't be that way
You would
again.
be willing to offer up your child to the Avodah Zarah. That was like Kodesh
All right.
Kadosh.
This is actually a much stronger lane than the earlier one. Polygamy is inside the halakhic universe, not a violation from the outside. Let's do this clean and real. Baseline facts. No myth making. Polygamy. One man, multiple wives is explicitly biblical, practiced by patriarchs, kings, regular Jews, never prohibited by the Torah itself. The ban most people think of is Rabbeinu Gershom's ban, Cherem de Rabbeinu Gershom 1000. Applied primarily to Ashkenazim, time limited in theory, often cited as 1,000 years, though that's debated. Accepted by Ashkenazi communities as binding custom Mikra. Many Sephardi and Mizrahi communities never accepted the ban. Yemenite Jews produced polygamy into the 20th century. Again, it's a polygamy, it's polygamy. So you're not fantasizing, you're talking about something Judaism already did. Israel specifically changes the equation. Here's where it gets interesting. Halakha versus Israeli civil law. Israeli civil law currently bans polygamy, but existing polygamous marriages, many Bedouin, some Yemenite legacy cases are sometimes recognized. Rabbinical courts operate under halakhic logic, not liberal Western philosophy. Civil law can change, halakha doesn't need to. If conditions change, polygamy is halakhically revivable. For a man to take multiple wives halakhically, all of this must be true. He can financially support all wives. He can provide onus, sexual obligations to each. He treats them equally in dignity and resources. The wives consent. No communal decree prohibits it in that community. That's a very high bar, but not impossible. Why polygamy is categorically different from open marriage. This is a key distinction you were circling earlier. So polygamy is covenant-based, public, structured, lineage clear, biblically rooted. Open marriage, non-covenantal, hidden or privatized, ad hoc, lineage computing, biblically forbidden. Judaism can work with additional covenants. It cannot work with sexual freedom. Could Israel ever re-permit it? Could Israel ever re-permit it? Re-permit it? Yeah. Could Israel ever re-permit it? Halakhically, yes. Politically, very hard, but not impossible. Scenarios where it could re-emerge. Demographic pressure, war imbalance, more women than men, cultural crisis around marriage rates, desire to increase Jewish birth rate. Historically, polygamy often returns in exactly those moments. Limited regulated permission. Think special rabbinical court approval, financial proof, psychological screening, explicit consent of first wife, rare, not normalized. Judaism loves exceptions with people. Non-Ashkenazi precedent has leverage. Israel is not Ashkenazistan. In the future, baby, a future argument could say we are not reinventing, we are restoring a suppressed legitimate tradition. That's powerful. Theological break. Why it wouldn't go wild. Even when allowed, Judaism never loved polygamy. Torah warns kings not to multiply wives. Rambam strongly discourages it. Emotional harm is taken seriously. Jealousy, neglect, and abuse are real halakhic concerns. So the likely future is not harem. It's rare, constrained, plural marriage, if at all. One paragraph Rabbi claims polygamy is not forbidden by the Torah and was historically practiced within Judaism, with Rabbeinu Gershom's ban applying primarily to Ashkenazi communities. Therefore, under changed social and legal conditions, particularly in Israel, it is theoretically possible for regulated consensual polygamy to re-emerge within halakha, though it would likely remain rare and tightly controlled due to its moral and emotional communal risks. And then, what about the concubine system? Oh yeah, pillagage. Concubine is the forgotten third line of Jewish marriage, and honestly, it fits your thought experiment way better than people realize. Let's unpack it cleanly. And per your preference, Hebrew term with English in parentheses. What is pillagage, concubine, exactly? A pillagage concubine is a woman who has a recognized sexual domestic relationship with a man without full kiddushin, formal marriage, and without a ketubah, marriage contract. Key features: permitted sexual relationship according to some authorities. Public known status, not secret, not exclusive claim like a wife. No adultery issue. She must be unmarried. Children are fully legitimate, not mamzerim. This is Tanakhic, not fringe. Abraham, Yaakov, David all have Pelagshim. Kings of Israel had wives and concubines. So again, not sci-fi. Why Pelagish is halakhically fascinating because it sits between full marriage issue, prohibited sexual relations, harem, and crucially, it preserves lineage clarity while relaxing marital exclusivity. That's exactly what your earlier questions were broken for. The big Machloket dispute is Pelagish still allowed. Rambam Maimonides says no. Says concubinage is only permitted to kings. For regular Jews, sex without kedushin is forbidden. This view became dominant in many communities. Ramban Maimonides says yes. Says pelagish is permitted if the relationship is exclusive. It is public and dignified, no deception or promiscuity, not prostitution, not casual sex. Many later authorities quietly lean Rambanish, even if they won't say it loudly. Why Pelagish? Why Piligish solves problems that polygamy doesn't. No ketubah equals less financial legal entanglement. No ketubah equals less financial legal entanglement, easier entry and exit, lower coercion risk, less exploitation if regulated properly. No adultery ever. It's only unmarried women. No violation of ROTHSCHILD for those who commit it. Children are kosher Jews. No moms are lineage remains clean. Raised Jewish and mothers Jewish or converted. This is huge. Why Judaism quietly buried it. Why Judaism quietly buried it. Not because it was forbidden, but because it was dangerous. Risks men avoiding marriage responsibility, women being used without protection, social instability, abuse without contractual safeguards. Rabbinic Judaism often says, this might be technically allowed, but society can't handle it, so it got frozen, not erased. Could Piligish come back in Israel? Halachically, yes, in theory. Practically, only under extreme regulation. A future model might look like rabbinical court registration, explicit consent, financial minimums, time limits, no replacement of marriage, psychological screening. Think legal but rare, like organ donation or surrogacy. How Piligish differs from modern open relationships. How Piligish differs from modern open relationships. This is critical. Piligish, exclusive public lineage clear, covenantal duty based. Open relationship is non-exclusive, private, lineage chaotic, individualistic, desire based. Judaism can tolerate structured inequality, it cannot tolerate unbounded autonomy. The deepest philosophical reason Piligish exists. Judaism knows humans are not angels, sexual desire doesn't distribute evenly, social order matters more than romantic symmetry. So it created pressure release valves that channel desire, protect lineage, preserve community. Piligish is one of those valves. One paragraph Rabbi clean summary. Piligish concubinage is a biblically rooted, halakhically debated institution that permits a structured, public central relationship without full marriage, preserving lineage and avoiding adultery. While largely suppressed by later rabbinic caution due to social risks, it remains one of the few non-marital frameworks that some authorities view as theoretically permissible under strict conditions.
Here's what we know. Hilchos Shabbos. Where do we learn on Hilchos Shabbos? Where's Hilchos Shabbos learned from? Where's it learned from? Juxtaposition to Mishkan. Now remember, interesting.
Alright, I'll take your most galaxy brain option. You implicitly said yes and meditate. Did modern Jewish marriage accidentally recreate a privileged light system? Short answer, kind of, and rabbis know it. Even if they won't say that loud. Let's walk it carefully. What classical issue full marriage was supposed to be? Classical Jewish marriage assumed lifetime permanence, economic dependence, sexual exclusivity, communal enforcement, real difficulty exiting, get requirements. That structure made sense in pre-modern society where women had limited economic independence, the community could coerce compliance, marriage, the community could coerce compliance, marriage was the default adult state. That world was gone. What rabbis did, instead of admitting it was gone, rather than say the institution changed, Halakha did what it always does. It layered safeguards onto a weakening court. Enter halakhic prenups, no fault yet mechanisms, indirect financial exit clauses, emotional harm language, courts encouraging settlement over coercion. Result: marriage is still tradition in name, but in practice it's far less absolute. Why this starts to resemble Piligish structurally? Let's compare outcomes, not labels. Classic Piligish. No ketubah, lower financial entanglement, easier exit, sexual relationship recognized, children are legitimate, public regulated. Modern halakhic marriage with prenup. Ketubah weakened by prenup.
What does this mean?
Exit made financially inevitable. Sexual exclusivity, culturally expected, but legally thinner. Courts avoid enforcement drama. Community prioritizes harm reduction. Functionally, the marriage behaves less like ancient issue and more like a stabilized, dignified relationship with exit rights. That's Piligish adjacent, whether anyone likes it or not. The quiet rabbinic tell. Here's the giveaway that rabbis know this. They now argue marriage in terms of mutual fulfillment, emotional safety, preventing harm, sustainability, consent, and dignity. That is not how Rambam framed marriage. The language belongs to Ramban, Tanakhic realism, Pelagish logic, not covenant absolutism. Why no one will ever say this explicitly, because if you say modern marriage is closer to regulated companionship than metaphysical fusion, then Kedushin loses mystique, authority weakens, people ask dangerous follow-ups like you are. So instead, the system preserves the language, modifies the function, denies the implication. Classic Judaism moves. What this means for polygamy, concubinage, return. If big if Israel ever permits limited polygamy, if big if Israel ever permits limited polygamy or formalizes non-marital partnerships halakhically, it will almost certainly look like registered pelagish, not biblical polygamy, heavily regulated court oversight, no erosion of lineage rules, no normalization. In other words, the future, if it exists, looks more Ramban than Ramban. One paragraph Rabbi can take away. While halakhic marriage remains formally unchanged, modern mechanisms such as prenups and court-driven harm reduction have functionally softened classical issues, producing a structure that in practice resembles a regular, dignity-based partnership closer to the biblical pelagish model without ever naming it as such.
And sprinkled and libationized, right? And did all of these different things and bowed down to an idol. In one lapse, he's chayiv achos. He's chayiv once. So we're trying to figure out now. Obviously, and Rabbi Yochanan did not take.
Please review Levirate marriage and also
what exactly is it that is unfolding.
How does
So let's give the Rabbi Yosef. So we're suggesting
how specifically does modern
statement itself of Rav Zakkai
marriage in
is
Judaism
subject to machlokes. In other words, just
differ
like
than
Shabbos,
what
you have one malacha that
Rambam
was
thought
singled
marriage
out.
should be?
Why was the malacha singled out? So Rabbi Yossi says, in order to teach you that it's only a love, whereas everything else is commercial by death.
Let's do the straight textual and surgical, no vaginal hand waving. I'll split it into two parts. Levirate marriage, Yibum, what it really is and why it matters. Rambam's model of marriage versus modern Jewish marriage, point by point. Yibum, Levirate marriage. Yibum, Levirate marriage is a Torah institution where man marries his deceased brother's widow if the brother died childless. Source Devarim, Deuteronomy 25, 5-10. Core features of Yibum implies only if brothers live together, same household, estate context, deceased brother had no children, the widow is forbidden to all other men. The brother has a mitzvah obligation to marry her. The first child is legally considered the dead brother's heir. This is huge. Why Yibum is explosive philosophically. Yibum shows that Judaism believes marriage is not only about romance or choice, it's about continuity, name, and responsibility. Key implication: sexual exclusivity can be overridden by covenantal duty. The widow's body is not available but assigned. Lineage can override personal preference. Biology and legal fatherhood can diverge. That alone wrecks modern romantic assumptions. Chalitza ritual release allows both parties to opt out. Over time, rabbis strongly preferred chalitza over yibum. Why? Because intention matters. During yibum, for desire corrupts the mitzvah. Still, the existence of yibum remains a standing proof that Judaism tolerates highly non-romantic duty-based sexual arrangements when covenantal logic demands it. Rambam's model of marriage, what he actually thought. Now let's get precise. Rambam's definition of marriage is Mishnah Torah, Hilchot issued laws of marriage. Marriage is a legal acquisition, kinyan, creating exclusive sexual access, establishing lifelong obligation, structured hierarchy of duties. Romance is not central, stability is. Rambam's assumptions often miss. Rambam assumes marriage is permanent by default. Divorce is rare and socially constrained. Economic dependence is normal. Community enforces norm. Sex is regulated, not expressive. Desire is disciplined, not explored. Marriage is a containment system for sexuality. How modern Jewish marriage differs specifically and concretely. This is the part you ask directly. Here's the side-by-side. Permanence versus conditionality. Rambam, marriage assumes permanence, divorce exits, but is a failure mode. Modern practice, prenups make divorce financially inevitable. Courts prioritize exit over endurance. Marriage is entered knowing it may end. This alone is a massive shift.
You could perform multiple acts and only be chayiv once.
Sexual exclusivity, metaphysical versus practical. Rambam, sexual exclusivity is intrinsic to Kedushin. Sex outside marriage is disorder. Modern reality, exclusivity is cultural, not enforced.
Where does Rabbi Yossi get this
Emotional
from?
betrayal is emphasized over
Where
halakhic
does Rabbi
categories.
Yossi,
Rabbis
where does
focus
Rabbi
on
Yossi
harm,
get this from?
not metaphysics.
It's
Functionally,
Asa
weaker boundary.
Achos
Economic hierarchy versus
Behema.
symmetry. Rambam,
Because the Torah
husband
speaks
provides,
about
wife
liability,
manages home.
says the person
Roles
will
are
perform
asymmetrical
one
but stable. Modern marriage,
me'achos
dual
from
earners,
one,
negotiated roles,
behina from these. The verse is
financial
interesting enough. The
financial
juxtaposition of
independence.
those
Courts
words.
intervene for fairness.
Achos is singular.
Marriage
Hina
becomes a
is
partnership.
plural.
Marriage becomes
So
partnership,
now
not
watch
structure.
this.
Authority of the
Achos,
husband.
Gemara says,
Rambam.
achos me'achos.
Husband has
Behina.
clear legal
So
authority.
sometimes
Sexual
again,
access is
there's
an
individual
obligation,
liability.
but
Achos me'achos.
sexual access is an
Sometimes
obligation, but
it
also a
is
right.
collective
Wife's
liability,
refusal is a
or
legal
I should say
issue.
multiple
Modern
levels of
Judaism,
liability.
abortion is
Hina
taboo.
behina.
Consent
And
is
achos
foregrounded.
she behina, she
Emotional
achos.
readiness
So
matters.
sometimes there are
Rabbis
both
avoid
sides.
enforcement.
There's
Authority is replaced by neutrality. Marriage is discipline versus self-actualization. Rambam, marriage disciplines desire, limits fantasy, narrows options, stabilizes society. Modern frame, marriage fulfills emotional needs, supports personal growth, must work for you, ends if it no longer does. This is a philosophical inversion. Why Yibum exposes the difference so sharply. Yibum would feel alien today because it prioritizes duty over choice. It assigns sexual responsibility as subordinate desire to lineage. It treats marriage as infrastructure. This is Rambam's universe. Modern Judaism still uses his language, but not his assumptions. One paragraph, Rabbi, clean synthesis. Yibum, Levirate marriage reveals that classical Judaism viewed marriage as a covenantal system for continuity and responsibility, not primarily romantic choice. Rambam's model assumes permanence, hierarchy, and disciplined sexuality, where modern Jewish marriage, shaped by economic independence, consent norms, and exit mechanisms, retains the form of kedushin while operating with fundamentally different social and moral assumptions. Yo, dog, when's the last time there was a Yibum in like the diaspora and in Israel? And how would a secular court address this? It'd be like a husband having sex with his sister-in-law.
So let's say again for Shabbos violation.
And how does the wife deal with this?
How do you violate
And how is
Shabbos?
this dealt with under secular law in both
Again, how does a person violate Shabbos? Me'achos, you write the name Shimon. Right? Achos to be Shimon.
Yo, I got you. Let's slow down and answer exactly what you're asking in 3 clean passes. When was the last time Yibum, Levirate marriage actually happened? How would a secular court view this? It looks like incest or adultery. How does the wife deal with it halakhically versus secularly in Israel and in the diaspora? When was the last real Yibum? Short answer, Yibum basically disappeared by the late medieval period, and by modern times it's almost entirely replaced by chalitza, ritual release. Longer, precise answer. Talmudic era, Yibum is alive and real. Geonic period, 7th through 10th century, still practiced, but already controversial. Rishonim, medieval authorities, Rambam allows it, but tightly. Ashkenaz, increasingly suspicious of motives. By the late Middle Ages, rabbinic consensus shifts towards chalitza first. Modern era, Yibum is theoretically valid, practically almost never done. Israeli rabbinical courts require special permission. There have been isolated cases in Yemenite and very traditional communities into the 19th, early 20th century, but today essentially extinct as practice, alive only as law on the books. How does a secular court see this? This is where the real clash happens. When what Yibum looks like to secular law, from a secular legal lens, Yibum looks like a man having sex with his sister-in-law, possibly while already married, with the explicit goal of impregnating her. That triggers red flags for incest, adultery, coercion, abuse of power. Secular law does not care that the Torah says it's a mitzvah. Israel, secular law. Israel is a hybrid system, so here's the split. Rabbinical courts have exclusive jurisdiction over Jewish marriage and divorce. Recognize Yibum only with halakhic procedure. Strongly push chalitza. Would not allow casual or coerced Yibum. Secular criminal law. Incest laws exist, but Yibum done under rabbinic court supervision is not prosecuted. It's treated as a religious exception. Outside that framework, criminal exposure. So in Israel, Yibum survives only because it's quarantined inside rabbinic authority. Diaspora, U.S. year. Totally different story. Secular courts do not recognize Yibum. See sister-in-law sex as incest in some jurisdictions, adultery, grounds for divorce, custody laws, restraining orders. A rabbinic argument would carry zero legal weight. So in the diaspora, Yibum is legally radioactive. How does the wife deal with this? This is the emotional and legal core of your question. Halachically, in classic halakha, the deceased brother's wife is not optional. She is forbidden to all other men. The brother must either do Yibum or do Chalitza. The living brother's wife has no veto. Her emotional distress is acknowledged but not decisive. This reflects a duty-based system, not a consent-based one. That's Rambam's rule. Modern rabbinic canon. Today, courts assume Yibum motives are suspect, emotional harm is real. Therefore, Chalitza is preferred, Yibum is discouraged, wife consent effectively matters, even if not formally codified. So the system evolved to protect her without rewriting the Torah. Secular law responds both Israel and diaspora. From a secular standpoint, a husband sleeping with his sister-in-law is adultery, possibly incest, emotional harm to spouse. Consequences can include divorce with fault, lots of marital assets, custody implications, civil damages, criminal charges, jurisdiction dependent. Even in Israel, outside rabbinic procedure, this would work. The big takeaway, this answers your how does this survive question. Yibum only survives because it is ritualized, where supervised, non-optional, and increasingly replaced by Chalitza. The moment you make it elective, frame it emotionally, detach it from court control, it collapses under secular law. Instantly. One paragraph, Rabbi Yibum largely disappeared as a lived practice by the late medieval Yibum largely disappeared as a lived practice by the late medieval period, and today survives almost exclusively as a theoretical halakhic institution, with rabbinic courts strongly favoring Chalitza due to concerns about motive and harm, while Israeli secular law tolerates Yibum only within tightly controlled rabbinic jurisdiction. Diaspora legal systems treat such relations as incestuous or diaspora legal systems treat such relations as incestuous or adulterous, offering no religious exemption and exposing all parties to severe civil and criminal consequences.
Now, breaking a steak, what does that mean?
What's the shoe thing? And
where the way that you worship it is to break a steak. Okay, if
when
that's the
you
way
have
you worship
Yibum,
it, then that's the way you worship it. So the mice again, even
how does it work in a secular world?
For that form of
Is there
worship,
a
but
ketubah?
that is how the particular idol is worshipped.
And is this then a polygamous
what's an example of a singular act which can result
relationship?
in multiple layers of liability? For example, Zador Avodos Kocham,
How does that work?
Shigagas Avodos. So let's say that would be an example.
And what if you had
let's say again, I know Avodah Zarah is
husband
asur,
who wanted to have a relationship with his sister-in-law,
things are problematic,
and the sister-in-law wanted to have a relationship with the
I
husband?
know that I'm not allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, but I didn't know that I can't bow down.
The wife just
offer up a
basically
give
has to have a
consent.
sister wife?
All of these things, I committed all of these acts.
How does that work?
So I'll say, what's the halacha? There's individual liability for each of those acts. Now remember again, mindset is everything. Because in this case, I knew Avodah Zarah was asur. What did I know?
Let's entangle this calmly and precisely because a few different systems are getting mashed together. Actually, each piece, please make no graphics of just how the law actually works. What's the shoe thing? I mean, I know that's Chalitza, ritual release. What happens? The widow and brother-in-law appear before Beit Din, rabbinical court. He wears a special leather shoe. She removes it, spits symbolically on the ground, and recites a formula. This publicly declares we are not doing Yibum. What it means, it ends the obligation. She is now free to marry anyone. He is forever barred from marrying her. Oh, that's interesting.
I didn't know that this thing wasn't Avodah Zarah, right?
It's not punishment or humiliation. It's form of dissolution.
So again, in that case, there's multiple
when you do have Yibum, how does that work in a sexual world? Important, Yibum is not an affair. If Yibum happens, the brother-in-law and widow become fully married. Sexual relations are marital, not illicit. The relationship is exclusive. The first child is legally linked to the deceased brother. This is not open marriage cheating. Trying something out. It's a complete marital status change. Is there a ketubah marriage contract in Yibum? Great question. And here's the subtlety. According to Rambam, no new kedushin for roval. No new ketubah. The bond comes automatically from the Torah. Other authorities say a ketubah should be written for protection, even if not strictly required. Practically, modern rabbinic courts would require safeguards. The widow's financial protection is a major reason Yibum is avoided today. Is Yibum polygamy? Sometimes, but only technically. If the brother is already married, Yibum creates a second wife. This is polygamy, not adultery. This was allowed historically, but his existing wife has no halakhic veto. Her emotional pain is real, but not legally decisive classically. This is one reason rabbis now push chalitza instead. So yes, Yibum can result in polygamy, but only inside a rigid legal frame. Now your big scare. A husband wants a relationship with his sister, and she wants it too. So the wife is just gets a sister wife under halakha, not allowed. Full stop. Why a married woman's sister-in-law is forbidden? A married woman's sister-in-law is forbidden. Desire and consent don't change it. The only exception is after the brother dies childless, and even then, only through formal Yibum. No death, no Yibum. It's adultery in this period. Under secular law, Israel and diaspora. Israel, outside rabbinic supervision, sex with the sister-in-law equals adultery, possibly incest, civil and criminal consequences. Only Yibum through the courts is tolerated. Diaspora, no recognition of Yibum, seen as adultery, grounds for divorce, custody, and asset penalties, sometimes criminal incest statute. So a consensual sister-wife situation is legally dead on arrival. Why? Judaism draws a hard line. Judaism can tolerate polygamy, structured Yibum, forced duty, pilagesh, according to some. It cannot tolerate desire-driven rearrangement of sexual boundaries, turning incest prohibitions into lifestyle choices, marriage by consent law. That's the red line. Clean takeaway. Chalitza, true ritual that cancels Yibum. Yibum full marriage, not an affair. It can create polygamy, but only through death plus obligation. A husband cannot add his sister-in-law by consent. No, I know. Outside halakhic court, secular law treats this as adultery, incest. Okay, but let's say, give me the background. Why is it a shoe? Why is there the formula? Why the spit? When did that happen? Give me that history. And then also, alright, so say the husband is married with his wife, and the husband's brother dies, and the husband's brothers and his wife were childless, and now you're going to have a chalitza situation. Can the husband have sex with both the wives in the same bed? Or how does it work? Is it in the same bed? Or like, does he have to have sex with them in different rooms? And then how does this work from a legal perspective in secular law?
That we forget that as important as the details are not the ends.
Both in Israel and diaspora.
Are the means to bring my heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ella, so what's the case?
Alright, let's do this from the ground up, historically and legally, and keep the sex legislation non-graphic, instructional, not explicit. This stuff only makes sense when you see why it was built this way. Why is Yibum Chalitza even a thing? The background. The courts were a problem. In the ancient world, if a man died without children, his name vanished, his land could be lost, his widow was economically and socially excluded. The Torah's solution, Deuteronomy 25. The brother steps in so the dead man's name is not erased from Israel. This is not about sex, it's about continuity, inheritance, and social stability. Why is refusing Yibum considered a public problem? Because refusal meant abandoning family duty, letting a lineage collapse, leaving a widow stranded. In an honor-based society, that was shameful. So the Torah does something very Jewish. It forces the refusal to be public. That's where Chalitza comes in. Why the shoe? The shoe is not random. Ancient meaning of the shoe. In the ancient Near East, the shoe symbolized ownership, authority, and right of transfer. Removing the shoe meant renouncing their claim. You see this elsewhere in Taik, for instance, land transactions. So when the widow removes the shoe, she is saying, "You refuse to take responsibility, you lose your claim." It's legal theater, not magic. Okay. Why the formula, the spoken word? Judaism doesn't trust symbolism alone. Words, love, intent, create public record, prevent later denial. The formula makes it explicit. He refused, she is released. The Trinity witnessed it. Why the spitting? This is the part everyone asks about. Important. The spit is not on the man, but on the ground, meaning it's a gesture of public disapproval, not an insult, not degradation. Think of it as this path was available, you declined it. It marks the refusal as socially significant, not private preference. When did chalitza develop into this from biblical era basic ritual already present? Second time period formalized Talmudic era, standardized medieval period preferred over Hebrew, modern era essentially mandatory. So this ritual is over 2,000 years old, which finds to prevent abuse. Another scenario: brother dies, husband is already married. Logically, what could happen? Two options: Yibum, second wife, polygamy, chalitza, no marriage at all. Today, courts almost always force chalitza. Your specific question: sexual religious, non-graphic legal frame. If Yibum were done historically, the widow becomes a full wife. The man now has two separate marriages. Each wife has her own household space, has her own ona, marital intimacy, obligations, has her own dignity and privacy. There is no concept of group sex, shared bed, sexual simultaneity, Those ideas are foreign to halakha. Polygamy in Judaism means parallel marriage is not merged sexuality. Does halakha require separate rooms beds? Yes, functionally. Each wife has her own private marital space. Privacy, modesty is mandatory. Even one wife cannot be present during intimacy with another. This is assumed, not debated. How would secular law say all of this? Israel rabbinic courts control marriage, divorce, allow chalitza to discourage Yibum. Secular criminal law tolerates Yibum only if fully supervised, court authorized. Any sexual contact outside of that. Any sexual contact outside that is adultery, possible incest, civil criminal exposure. Polygamy itself is civilly illegal, though legacy cases exist. Diaspora, U.S., Europe. No recognition of Yibum. Polygamy is illegal. Sexual sister-in-law, adultery, incest, jurisdiction. Consequences: divorce, loss of assets, custody issues, possible criminal liability. So practically, Yibum is legally impossible in the diaspora. The big picture: why this all feels so alien. Yibum comes from a world where marriage, infrastructure, sex equals duty, consent, secondary, survival is paramount. Modern law is built on individual autonomy, emotional consent, sexual privacy, equity. Chalitza exists precisely because those worlds no longer align. In summary, the shoe renounces responsibility, the words legal clarity, the spit public consequence. Chalitza evolves to block abuse. Yibum creates separate marriages, not shared sexuality. Secular law tolerates this only in Israel, barely nowhere else. Yeah, give me which ones are overridable, and then also give me what is the formula that's said in Yibum, and also I know that the husband and the sister can't get the husband and the sister-in-law can't get married after chalitza. But what if they really, really want to, and like 50 years go by, and the husband's wife dies, the original wife, and they're both single? Like, is there any way to reverse this?
The similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, as you Gemara says quite explicitly, whoever is Mechalel Shabbos, it's as if he is.
All right, deep breath. Let's do this clean, exactly practically correct, without sensationalizing. You're asking three very specific things. Which forbidden relationships are ever overridable, and which are absolutely not? What is actually said during chalitza? The formula: after chalitza, can the brother and sister-in-law ever marry later, even decades later? I'll take them in that order. Which forbidden relationships are overridable? First, the rule. Almost on Judaism treats Ariot sexual prohibitions as some of the strongest, least flexible laws in the system.
So therefore, again,
There is exactly one real override, if even that one is there. The one overridable case, brother's wife, Eshet Ach, only in Yibum. Normally, a man's brother's wife is strictly forbidden. Eshet Ach. Exceptions, if the brother dies childless and the woman is otherwise eligible, then Yibum overrides the prohibition. This is not a loophole, it's built-in Torah. It's a built-in Torah exception. Once Chalitza happens, the exception is permanently closed. Non-overridable are never under any circumstances. These cannot be overridden by consent, time, desire, demographics, survival arguments. Examples not granted. Father, mother, son, daughter, siblings, aunt, uncle, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, a married woman, Eshet Ish, same-sex incest prohibitions, adultery and gender. These are the Hari Ba'al Ya'avor categories in classic halachic logic, i.e., theoretically die rather than transgress. So the system is crystal clear. Judaism allows one incest adjacent override and locks it behind ritual and court control. What is the actual chalitza for me? You asked specifically about what it said. I'll give you the content, not just the vibe. Step 1. Brother declares refusal. He says, I do not wish to take it. The brother declares refusal. He says, content-wise, I do not wish to take it. This establishes clear refusal. The widow removes the shoe. Then she recites, so shall be done to the man who does not build the brothers. So shall be done to the man who does not build his brother's house. This is the key line. Step 3. Public declaration. The court proclaims his name shall be called in Israel the house of the one whose shoe was removed. Meaning, this refusal is public record. He permanently relinquishes this role. No, the spitting is symbolic onto the ground, not active. Why this formula matters? Judaism does not allow private refusal, private nah, later revisionist history, words plus witnesses equals irreversibility. After Chalitza, can they ever marry later? This is your sharpest question. Short answer, no, absolutely never. No mechanism, no reversal. Even if 50 years pass, everyone else dies, they're both single. They desperately want to marry. The community supports it. Halachically, once Chalitza occurs, the brother and sister-in-law are permanently forbidden to each other. This is stricter than divorce. Why is it irreversible? Because Chalitza does two things. Cancels the mitzvah of Yibum, reinstates the original incest prohibition permanently. There is no annulment, no appeal, no time limit, no rabbinical authority. This is intentional. Why Judaism is so harsh? If reversal were allowed, Yibum becomes a trial relationship. Chalitza becomes meaningful. Sexual boundaries become negotiable. So the Torah says effectively, you had your one window, you closed it. Done. Compare this to divorce. Important contrast. Case, regular divorce. Can I be married later? Sometimes divorce one plus another man. Sometimes foreign divorce rules restricted. Brother plus sister-in-law after Chalitza. That tells you how seriously the boundaries taken. Clean rabbi grade summary. Judaism allows exactly one override of incest prohibition. The brother's wife in the narrow case of Yibum. And once Chalitza is performed, that exception is permanently closed. The Chalitza formula publicly records refusal through speech, symbol, and witness. And witnesses, and no passage of time, change in circumstance, or personal desire never permit marriage between the brother and sister-in-law thereafter. Alright, well, what if she's like no longer of childbearing age? You still need Chalitza? Like, what if she's like 95 years old, never had kids, and it's well known that she can't have kids?
By Shabbos, if there's no kavanah for the
now you're deep in the practical outcome. This is a classic. What happens when the mitzvah of Yibum is literally impossible? Let's break it down. The basic principle: the obligation of Yibum exists to perpetuate the deceased brother's name and lineage. If the widow cannot have children, the core principle of Yibum is impossible to fulfill. In halakhic terms, the mitzvah is only relevant when children could result.
So the Gemara says, for example,
what does Rambam say? In Mishnah Torah Hilchot Yibum, Rambam is clear. If the widow is barren or postmenopausal, Yibum is no longer applicable. The brother does not perform Yibum in this case. There is no mitzvah to override biological impossibility. What about Chalitza? If Yibum cannot occur, widow is infertile, etc., the brother still must perform Chalitza.
Okay, so the Gemara says like this. What's the case? This is fascinating.
Why? Because Torah frames the prohibition formula. The brother always must either perform Yibum or Chalitza. The ritual formula is disclosure, even if reproduction is impossible. So even at age 95, or if she is infertile, Chalitza is required to officially release her. Chalitza is not about her fertility, it's about closing the
harvesting
Torah
and grounding.
obligation.
So let's say you did both of those things. Some people will do anything not to go to shul on time, right? So you go ahead, right? You harvest, and you grind up food. So two different malachas.
Modern rabbinic perspective. Rabbis today usually know if it is objectively impossible for reproduction, ages, etc., Chalitza is still performed because the Torah requires public formal closure. The ceremony is mostly symbolic and minimal and risk discomfort, but skipping it is halakhically invalid. So even at 95, you go through the ritual. Practical takeaway, even impossible if she cannot bear children, not perform.
Fat and blood. Okay, so the Gemara says,
Chalitza still required ritual closure for the sake of sexual or marital concerns irrelevant. Sexual or marital concerns irrelevant since this is purely formal. Secular law not an issue, it's a religious ritual. Rabbi cleans up. Even if the widow is past childbearing age or infertile, the mitzvah of Yibum cannot be performed because its purpose procreation is impossible. However, Chalitza is still required to formally release the widow and close the Torah obligation regardless of the age or fertility. Yo dog, what if the husband knows that the sister-in-law is barren, but still wants Yibum and knows that she can't have children? And it's well known that she can't have children. Can they still have Yibum?
Interesting, I will say where I eat two
now you're hitting the heart of a halakhic logic versus desire and the subtle one. Let's go carefully step by step. Core rule of Yibum. The Torah's mitzvah of Yibum exists only to perpetuate the deceased brother's name and lineage.
So apparently in that case,
if the widow cannot have children, barren, infertile, postmenopausal, the primary purpose is impossible. That nullifies the obligation of Yibum. What the husband cannot do, he cannot marry her under the guise of Yibum if he knows she is infertile. Why? Because the Torah only permits sexual union in Yibum to fulfill the mitzvah. Any sexual relationship outside the purpose is plain adultery with respect to the deceased brother's family. Desire to consent does not create a halakhic loophole. Chalitza is still required. Even if she is infertile, the brother must perform Chalitza. This is because halakha still requires formal closure of the potential obligation. The ritual is not about fertility. It's about publicly releasing the widow and marking the end of the Torah's command. Rational rabbis today clarify Yibum no, because no children are possible, cannot be performed. Sexual desire cannot override prohibition. Husband cannot use infertility as an excuse to pursue a relationship. Chalitza mandatory formal release closes the halakhic window. So the bottom line, infertility cancels Yibum but does not permit a relationship. Chalitza must still happen. Secular law perspective, Israel has for no legal recognition of Yibum here. Any sexual relationship would be adultery if the brother's widow is married or forbidden. Infertility is irrelevant to secular law. Rabbi cleans if the sister-in-law is known to be infertile, the mitzvah of Yibum cannot be performed because its purpose procreation is impossible. The husband cannot lawfully marry or have a sexual relationship with her under Yibum, even with her consent. However, Chalitza is still required to formally release her and close the Torah obligation. Okay, so there's
there it is.
May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine His face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift His face to you and grant your peace.
All in one lapse of awareness.
Murex trunculus, that's that fucking snail. Taurus means problems in Yiddish. Gay takin often yam, lek tis dayan, and
another Bible, if halacha you perform multiple acts of worship in one lapse, you're only chayav once. To which the Gemara says, no, you can't say the something about the Zohar. Why not? Because look at the end of the Brisa. Right? So we'll say, so that's the chumrah of Shabbos over other mitzvahs. That's the Gemara suggesting. What was the end of the Brisa? The other Brisa was that there's a chumrah of Shabbos. Chumrah of Shabbos over Shabbos household. Shabbos shazak v'lo miskabei chayiv. Well, says just remember again by other mitzvahs. If you perform an accidental act even without kavanah, there's liability. However, again, Shadon Bob is talking about what however, by Shabbos, remember again, by Shabbos, what was the halacha? If you do shogig without kavanah, you're patur. Right? Shabbos requires kavanah. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Shogig Bob is talking about what is Kocham Yechidon. Rabbi says, what is shogig below kavanah? What is that case? What's a case of accidental avodah zarah without kavanah? But there'd be liability for that. They'd be done. Here we go once again. If I bowed down to a building and I thought the building was a shul, right? But it turned out that it was really avodah zarah. That's not avodah zarah at all. Why? Because as you said before, again, my intentions are pure. My intentions are absolutely pure. Ella dahavi andarka isagire. Rather, what's the case? The case is where I bow down to a statue. If I'm bowing down to the statue as a god, mesitu. Then again, that's a mesit. But if I do not accept it as a god, then lo klomdi. Then I will say it's nothing. Then the it's absolutely nothing. Elo me'ava v'yira. Rather, what the Rabbi is the case we must be talking about over here is where I'm bowing down to the idol, but I'm bowing down to it ultimately again out of love or fear for a particular individual. So once again, Hani Chalabai Damachai. That makes sense when Rabbi says that there's liability for such an act. But according to Rabbi who says that's your partner, what is there to say? And I will say, what's the case? The case ultimately again is where the person thinks that it is mutter to worship idolatry. That's the case. So we'll say, interestingly enough, so apparently Omer Mutter will create some level of liability by a Mutter Zara, but ultimately again by Shabbos would be Pater Legami. Now again we'll see if that's true. That's true. That's true. Allah or not. I can. So remember, up until this point, Rabbi. So I can lo by Bnei Rabbi Nachman Helam Zevazeh. Up until this point, Rabbi was going to ask Rabbi Nachman about Helam Zevazeh. In other words, where there was a lapse of awareness on both areas. There's a say, just to be clear, the question of liability was always a very simple question. Are you going to be chayiv once, or are you going to be chayiv multiple times? That was the question. No one says, or I should say, the Gemara asks really this question: is there anyone who says that there is complete liability, a complete exemption? Is there anyone who says it's totally potter for anything? To which the Gemara says, why not? My question. They were saying the following. Reisha is talking about avodah zarah. The Sefer is talking about other mitzvahs. And how so? And what are we talking about over here? We're talking about a case of an accidental commission of an avera without kavanah. Now watch this. The kasavar, what would be an example of that? I will say, for example, what would be an example by a general avera of shogeg without kavanah? Here it is. Roku ubalo. So here's what it is. It happens to be a piece of chilin in my mouth. I forgot that there's chilin in my mouth. I just think it's saliva. So what do? I swallow it. So a typical shogeg case is where I know what I'm doing, but I don't know that it's awesome. This case is a little bit different. In this case over here, I don't even have kavanah to be actively changed. Like in other words, some people have kavanah to be but just be fully informed. I think that's something. In this case over here, I have something in my mouth. I forgot that it was similar. I just got excess saliva, so I swallow it. So there I will say, there's not even kavanah. There's not even kavanah. The kasavar, that's shagag below is kavanah. The kasavar, roku bolo. And I will say, halacha l'maisa, the chayiv in that case. Chayiv in that case. So remember, we're creating a contrast between Shabbos and Shara Averos. So by other Averos, I will say, even if you have absolutely no kavanah for the commission of the Avera, but you do it, there's liability. I forgot that there's something in my mouth. I thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. I have absolutely no kavanah for any food consumption. That's fine, right? But I'm still chayiv. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says, "Masha'im b'Shabbos, the pater." So I will say Shabbos is going to be pater. If you don't have kavanah for the act of Shabbos, you're pater. Why not? The Gemara says, "Shinis." For example, "Shinis kavi lahagbias hatalush v'chatach esam lechuber." Pater. Well, it's not any case. Let's say on Shabbos, I go out, there's a cucumber on the ground. So I want to make a salad. I'm going to pick up the cucumber, and I figure to myself that the cucumber is detached. So because it's detached, therefore I get a smoker for use. It turns out I pick it up, and I end up plucking it out of the ground, which is one of the malachos. So I'll say, interestingly enough, on Shabbos, you are pater. You are pater for that. Now, why? So I will say, because we're going to see, the Gemara says, Rav Nachman Amar Shmuel. This is like Rav Nachman Amar, HaMisasik Bechalavim, Uba'arayos Chayiv Shekin Ned. So we'll say, listen to this. Misasek. Remember again, what's misasek? Misasek means I am involved in a permitted act. But what ends up happening is I end up doing something prohibited. For example, by the chaylev case is what we just saw. There was a piece of chaylev in my mouth. I totally forgot about it. I just thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. That's the case of misasek. As far as I'm concerned, I am ready to go ahead and do something totally permitted, but it turns out to be something prohibited. There's still liability for that. Interestingly enough, same thing by arayos, by immorality. All right, so this is an interesting one, right? Where again, I have kavanah to do something permitted, but it turns out that something prohibited. For example, let's say Ruvain is ready to have relations with his wife, Rachel, but it turns out through some confluence of events that he ends up having relations with Rachel's sister. Right. So I might say again, but again, it's some type of mistake occurred, right? And he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. But again, that was not at all his intentions. There was no intentionality. It was, interestingly enough, lack of intentionality. I feel like people say that all the time. So nice again. But in this case, legitimately, his intention was to have relations with his wife. Through some confluence of events, he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. I mean, I'm not exactly going to explain that to you, right? But that's not our problem for today. Right? So again, by all other averos, lack of intentionality still results in liability. By Shabbos, and here it is, by Shabbos, Meleches Machsheves Asrato. We'll say when it comes to Shabbos requires Meleches Machsheves. Meleches Machsheves means intentionality. By Shabbos, there has to be intentionality for the act, and if there is no intentionality, there is absolute exemption. That's why when you go to pick up the cucumber, thinking that the cucumber was attached, and it turns out that you lift it up and you just plucked it out of the ground. There's no liability for that because you need Meleches Machsheves. So we'll say, so interesting. So we'll have to stop over for today. What it turns out is halacha l'maisa, these fascinating distinctions. So first of all, the one thing that you do have commonality about is that there is individuated liability, just like for Shabbos. You also have that by Avodah Zarah. Which the difference between, and again, same thing by Shabbos and Avodah Zarah is that you can be chayiv for multiple individuated liability. An interesting distinction, however, is by all other averos, I will say, even lack of intentionality results in liability. By Shabbos, only with intentionality is there liability. I was going to say for today. Let's say our Yarchei Kal is leaving for Eretz Yisrael, the Eretz Hashem this afternoon for flight is tonight. So I'll be leaving Eretz Yisrael, but Shir will go on. So we'll be broadcasting the Shir back here on friend Abi Fogel, who is going to be taking over our technology logistics over here while our logistics team is on site in Eretz Yisrael. So the Shir is going to be broadcast here every day in Eretz Hashem. So we'll still keep going strong in Eretz Hashem forever. One here, one there, so higher by. So all these Eretz Hashem to bring together to Eretz Yisrael the color.
Okay, anything you have to say about the sponsorship, any of those great things I need to, of course, not very fine print. That's it. Good morning, everyone. We would like to thank the Tilson family for sponsoring the annual Talmud Torah.
for Besaros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Amen. Who got that? Okay. So what we had. What we had yesterday. So brief reminder. One of the statements you make in the morning, you know, Torah is directed to him. What Rabbi Paul tells us? Dovar Shahaya B'Klal. Yasa B'Klal L'Lamed, Lo L'Lamed Al La'atzma Yasa, Elo L'Lamed Al Kol Ha'Kol Kula Yasa. In other words, for example, the Torah is one that when it comes to Avodah Zorah, and the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an animal for Avodah Zorah Zricha is obviously a violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that Avodah Zorah. Now, what happens if that specific force or deity or that Avodah Zorah is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat that Avodah Zorah. So what happens? In other words, if I go ahead somewhere on the West Coast and find an Avodah Zorah, and the person decides to accept an animal, but that's not how it's worshipped in that society, and it's still a violation. So obviously, if you go ahead and perform an act that's part of the rules and regulations of that Avodah Zorah, that is how you worship it for, you clearly understand that that's a violation. Well, what happens? It's Zricha, the slaughter of Avodah Zorah. So the Torah tells us, listen, you don't do it, even if it's not the way that work is worshipped. Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah warns us not to go out and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beis Hamikdash. So, Zricha, Kabbalah, receiving the blood, Halacha, Zrika, any one of the four services that are done inside of the Beis Hamikdash are included in that warning that if you perform it to any pagan deity, even if it's not the routine, you violate the Torah prohibition. And it's working. In other words, the Torah only mentions one. So how do we include four? It was Hoyo B'Klal, and it teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the rule of all four services done in the Beis Hamikdash. But then we have this question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember, as we started out, what Rabbi Baruch Hanan is going to ask Abaye, wait a second. The Torah tells us, Lo tishtachaveh. You should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is l'lamed to teach on many more things. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that if I do anything that's honorable to a pagan force in Avodah Zorah, even if it is not the way that specific Avodah Zorah is worshipped, even if it's not, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the Yisachava is used. And you wonder, wait a second, okay, interesting question, Rabbi Baruch Hanan. But if so, why mention, what is the Torah mention to be at all? So we had in the top part, the bottom of the Samach Hamidayis, and now the beginning of Samach Aleph, is that perhaps, and that's what we are told, what we are being taught here is Mechashim Me'avoda Le'avoda. In other words, we find by caution that the thing is called Machshavas Tigul. So in a couple of years, we get to Zlachim, and one of the figures we're going to discuss is the fact that you have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beis Hamikdash that your mind has to be operating with the understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go ahead and shecht an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it, for example, eating the meat, or sprinkling the blood, doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood out for everything. I mean, the sugyas we're going to be discussing with you are known as the sugyas of Machsheves Kibur. Okay, I thought that's important. Now, what we're going to be discussing here, so let's start off with the last line and a half of Samach Amtei. Hashochet Behema. Let's say a person slaughters an animal. So now we're going to be applying those concepts of Machashvin Ma'avoda L'Avoda, which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future, with a service that is going to be coming in the next stage. Okay, so the discussion here, in other words, my shechita is not with the intention that I'm doing it for an avodah zarah, but I do have in mind that when I shech, that the sprinkling or the haftarah or the offering of the ring should be done for an avodah zarah. Okay, last year to offer it for the fans for avodas kachazim. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that too is considered a violation, and Rish Lakish top of Samachalem Omar Muteres. And what the Gemara discusses is the fact that could be. So again, we're going with what Rabbi Yochanan is telling us, that perhaps Mishnah Kavah is to teach us that any honorable service is included in the warning that is not worshipped in that way. And if we work with that approach, we ask, but wait a second, what is the word? What is the teaching of Lo Sisba teach us? Maybe Lo Sisba is to teach us that what? That Mechashvin Ma'avoda L'Avoda, that even if I do not have an intention to be able to have a deal with the Shita, but when I test, I have in mind to perform either the Rika or the Hashara, that is included in the warning. So the Gemara tells us, how do you know according to Rabbi Yochanan? Because according to Rabbi Yochanan, we're by Kachim, that Mechashvin is Ma'avoda L'Avoda. So you don't need a verse when it comes to Avodah Zarah to warn us. Because if by Kachim, if Beis Hamikdash, the concept of Mechashvin Me'avoda L'Avoda is effective, so obviously it would apply on the dark side in Avodah Zarah. But according to Rish Lakish, that when it comes to the Beis Hamikdash, it's not really a violation when I perform one act with intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word Zvicha by Avodah Zarah is to teach you that Mechashvin L'Avoda and by Kra, and you need a verse. Now, what the Gemara now Klamaskif L'Rapapa says, Papa tells us the truth is you got it wrong with Papa claims. Because what Papa is going to tell us is that Rabbi Yochanan Lo by Kra. You're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan, I don't need the verse because I can learn it from Kachim, from how the service is done in the Beis Hamikdash. But that's not so. Ad kan lo ka'ot Rabbi Yochanan, because when Rabbi Yochanan tells us in the Beis Hamikdash, a thought by Shechita could be effective, right? Even if it relates to a future service. Rabbi Yochanan is only telling us that the animal becomes prohibited. But he's not talking about the person. He doesn't get the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that for Rabbi Yochanan, right, everything is clear because according to Rabbi Yochanan, I can learn it from Kachim. That's not true, because in Kachim it's talking about the animal. By Avodah Zarah, what are we talking about? The person, okay? But also, so we do need the verse to state that the person who goes out and performs performs Avodah Zarah with the machshava from one service to another service, that he deserves the death penalty. And so too the question could be asked the other way around. In the contrary, Shlakish means by Kra. You told me that from the Shlakish we might need the verse, but that's actually not so. Because even though by Kachim, Rish Lakish holds that a machshava from avoda to avoda is not effective. Rish Lakish only talks about the behema, about the animal. Avodah, but he would agree that Avodah bar Katlo. And if you ask, wait a second, how is it possible that Rish Lakish is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have one a thought which during Shechita for something in the future, that the person deserves the death penalty, but that item
that the service took place regarding is permissible. Is that possible? Do we ever find such a thing? That a person doesn't have a zara, the person deserves the death penalty, but the object itself is not prohibited. Do you find it? Well, we do actually. If a person bows to a mountain, what do we learn? The low Elohim, that we are told that it's Israel, that all the pagan nations would bow to mountains, and the Gemara darshans that although, right, if the Avodah is placed on a mountain, by bowing to it, you prohibit that item, but below that if you go out and worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground, they don't have the ability to prohibit it. So if a person bows to a specific mountain, he himself violates the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and gets the kapla, gets the death penalty, but the mountain itself remains permissible. So what do you see? That it is possible that you could have a situation that the person himself gets the death penalty and the item is mutter. So when a Rishon says that when you have one machshava, or you have a machshava during shkita for something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not get the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And when he said mutter, he's talking about the item. So therefore, neither the have a mishtacha har mutar va'avda gets the side, obviously if it's a goy, it's a side. So that's what we are told. Here we go. You remember Rava bar Rav Hanan. So Rava bar Rav Hanan had a question. His question was, well, perhaps when the Torah tells us lo sishtachaveh, it is to teach us that any honorable act performed to an avodah zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific avodah zarah is not worshipped that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rava bar Rav Hanan believed or claimed. So it says, Ravacha medifti leravina, wait a second. L'maydika Omar, based on what this Rabbi Baruch Hana tells us, L'maydika Omar Rabbi Baruch Hana to Abaye. And what did he say to him? The word to remind us. Ema, Yotze Ishtachava, maybe Ishtachava is L'lamed ala klal kulo. That maybe Ishtachava is to teach us regarding our service. Well, there's a problem. Because the Torah tells us that when you get there, it's Yisrael, don't do too much research into pagan practices, and don't start asking, Eicha Ya'avdu, how are these pagan nations worshiping their God? Come on in, I can do so as well. And obviously, by the Torah telling us that you should know, it's a major problem if you start researching how those pagans are worshiping their gods. You know what the Torah is telling us? That the way they worship the Avodah Zarah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah, as we know, Peor, the way you worship it is by defecating. So, therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Peor. If you go ahead and want to worship Lalenu, a person wants to worship Marculus, right? They want to worship the Mercury. So, the way it's done is what? By throwing stones. So, obviously, the Torah is telling us that the way you violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by the cult, right? By those of the Avodah Zarah. Now, if you claim, right, like Rabbi Baruch Hana, that any act is included, why does the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is telling us, according to the Yishtachavo, anything you perform, anything you do is Avodah Zarah, because Yishtachavo, Yotzo, in a klal lamed, ala klal kula Yotzo. So why does the Torah tell us specifically that be sure not to perform an act the way they worship their Avodah Zarah? Okay, well, the Chitayim, and if you're going to claim it's here to exclude Hapoer, Atzmo, Lizovim, that imagine you have a more normal mainstream Avodah Zarah, that they slaughter animals to worship that force. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from Peor and defecate in front of it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's not considered a violation, because defecating is a very odd way of honoring a deity. So therefore, the Torah is telling us that's not included, because it has to be Hashtachavo, which is honorable.
But משתחוות נפקו, מה משתחוות דרך כיבוד? הכל דרך כיבוד. In other words, if you look at Ishtachavon itself, Ishtachavon teaches us that. In other words, you can't tell me that Ishtachavon is Yotam and Aklam and Lamed, it's coming to go ahead and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Well, Ishtachavon its own teaches you that. In other words, without thinking like Rabbi Baruch. So Torah tells us, no, it could be Ella Lemoite HaPoer Atzmo Lemarkus. In other words, imagine you have an Avodah Zarah, that the way it's worshipped is not in an honorable way. Like we mentioned, Mercury was worshipped by throwing stones. So one would claim, wait a second, since that cult, since those of the Avodah Zarah worship it in a way that's not honorable, so any way that's not honorable is included. So therefore, perhaps what the Torah is telling us that I would have thought, since the nature of that Avodah Zarah is worship in a shameful way, I've called Bizayan. So perhaps any Bizayan. In other words, if Mercury is worshipped, right, by throwing stones, so anything that's a degrading act will be included. Therefore, Kamash Mola, therefore it's needed. Okay, here we go. Ella. Now comes the following question. How do Omer Rabbi Lozer? Rabbi Lozer tells us, Minayin, how do we know? Lizofeach behemo lemarkus. So again, Marculus, if you in Spanish, Wednesday, right, is a Merculus, right, Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in these pagan culture, and even Wednesday itself, or Wednesday, it seems like some Nordic word that became part of the way we identify days. But let's go back to Marculus. So Marculus, generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want to go ahead and worship, you throw stones. A person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them, I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So we are told, says what the law is. How do you know that he's chayav? How do you know chayav? The Torah warns us among the many warnings of the Avodah Zarah that it seems to be that the way they would worship the devil are related to goats, and that's found in other cultures as well. And the Torah warns us that you should never, right, keep yourself away from many practices, among them drinking blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering zivcheim l'sepirim. Okay, so but listen carefully to the language. V'lo yizbechu. And the Torah warns us, don't go ahead and do a zivika, a shchita, a slaughtering. And what Rabbi Lozer tells us is the following. In other words, obviously I don't need a pasuk to tell me that if you have an Avodah Zarah that is, the norm is to shepherd animals to it. I don't need a pasuk to tell me that that's prohibited, because that's the norm. Because, and how do I know that I don't need a verse that if it is the norm that the Torah warns us not to do it? Because because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and research the way they do it and then you perform it, obviously it's a violation. So what is the Lo Yizbechu to teach you? The Torah is warning you that even if it's not the norm, meaning, even if that's not the way they worship, still sure. Now, but the problem is, Rabbi Lozer, if you're telling me that word of the Lo Yizbechu was to teach us that even if it's not the norm, it's included in Avodah Zarah, but according to Rabbi Baruch Hanan, again, Rabbi claims that the word Mishtachavot teaches us that even if it's not the norm, it's included. So, how do we understand this need of Rabbi Lozer if Rabbi Baruch Hanan is correct? So the Gemara answers an interesting answer here that Hossam, that's a warning there for Lo Yizbechu, that we are told we should not do to any of Avodah Zarah, even if it's not the norm. So it seems to me that someone is upset at some pagan force, and therefore they decide to worship it in an unusual way, and or by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that Avodah Zarah. Comes Rabbi Lozer and tells us don't do it. I knew someone in Toronto that as a child after the war, he was hid in France in some monastery, and he was able to observe how they interacted with whatever little idols they basically had. And he mentioned that one time it wasn't raining for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment for not bringing rain. So it seems to me that there is such a thing as getting angry with your Avodah Zarah, and you're fuming at it, you want to break it because you don't want to mess up things for the future, but they would like punish it. So maybe this is what we are talking about. There's such with some form of anger towards this avodah zarah, and that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to tzedikah, it's a question of significant avodah, and it is included. Okay, here comes the story. So now we can start something that's a little bit so here we go. So here's the story. Rav Hamnuna. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with the questionnaire that has something like 5 or 6 answers. An interesting question where there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and the Mishnah later on in a couple daf. And the main issue, a little bit of a preview here, is the following. We all understand your avodah zarah, terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be avodah zarah? Just making a statement. Is that a violation? Or not, just making the statement. And we're going to analyze one Mishnah which would seem to indicate, well, if you just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some Achaz seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? So the contradiction, so we're going to have Rav Hamnuna, Rav Yosef, Abaye, Ravina, Rav Ashi, Rabbi, all the great Amoraim addressing him.